because the rockets that were fired, some of them did not go off. So is the reason why the civilians were not harmed in the area. But there are also reports, Pooja, that there were threats to the the Hindu community in these areas of Kotki, the Bagri community, after the incident of Seema Haider, who is a Pakistani and now is in India.
Yes.
In this love story, there were threats that the Hindu places of worship could come under attack. While the authorities are not connecting this incident to the India-Pakistan love story, but the fact is that the incidents of hate and incidents of attack against the minority communities and their places of worship is only increasing in Pakistan.
Sad. So apart from, remember, the abductions and the conversions of the minor age girls, now there are these temples that are being attacked as well. Remember, even more than the history of Pakistan's existence, this temple had existed for 150 years. It has now been razed to the ground. Thank you so much, Geeta, for the latest. It's the big political Monday and there are a lot of fireworks that are going to be expected because the reason is there's an opposition meeting that's set to take place today in Bengaluru. And that opposition meeting will have at least 24 like-minded parties together. Now, this is the second joint meeting of the opposition parties. They will want to deliberate strategies to take on the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. These opposition parties will be expected to attend the two-day-long key meeting. Who will be there? Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi will represent the Congress. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will also host a dinner for all the opposition leaders, considering it is a Congress-ruled state. Who else? Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, M.K. Stalin, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party and others are attending the key meeting. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna last month, opposition parties resolved to take on the BJP United for the Lok Sabha polls. But the BJP, carefully watching what's happening in the opposition parties, slammed the opposition unity as it appears on surface. The BJP has called the meeting a gimmick.
ये PDA, ये प्रोग्रेसिव डेमोक्रेटिक अलायंस नहीं है, यह प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ डायनेस्टीज अलायंस है। ये सब लोग अपने परिवारों को बचाने के लिए ये अलायंस में आते हैं और मोदी जी देश को आगे ले जाने के लिए काम में जुटते हैं। ये हमको फर्क समझना चाहिए।
जो लोग एक दूसरे को पानी पी कर कोसते थे, वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बढ़ती हुई भारी लोकप्रियता से घबराकर अपने अपने सिद्धांत, नीतियां और विषयों को छोड़कर एक दूसरे के साथ काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कभी सफल नहीं होगी, क्योंकि जब भी गठबंधन बिना विषय के होता है और बेमेल गठबंधन होता है तो वो निश्चित रूप से कभी मेल में नहीं बदल सकता।
17-18 जुलाई को होने जा रही लाइक माइंडेड पार्टीज की बेंगलोर में जो बैठक है, उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की अध्यक्षता में हिस्सा लेगी और इस बैठक में अपनी बात रखेगी।
कल अपोजिशन की बैठक भी है 17-18 जुलाई को, बैठक को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
गुड लक टू देम। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि क्या होने वाला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ना तो किसी अलायंस से डरी और ना डरेगी।
So let's go across to my colleague Anaga Keshav for the latest in Bengaluru on that. Anaga, good morning. It's going to be a busy day there for your city. Now, very interesting about how the Aam Aadmi Party has jumped in. The Congress and Aam Aadmi Party have an olive branch, other parties as well. But what are we expecting on the ground? Do you see some grand preparations, or have they chosen a location and will have an indoor inside meeting with perhaps ensuring that behind the curtains a lot of activity, not much noise outside?
You know, there are grand preparations, Pooja. You know, right outside Taj West End, there are huge banners and flexes of D.K. Shivkumar, of Siddaramaiah being put up. So yes, there is some noise outside as well. The preparation is great. We have Mallikarjun Kharge's poster, Sonia Gandhi's poster, all the big wigs of Congress leaders. You know, the fans and supporters of the Congress party leaders have also gathered outside Taj West End, where that big meeting and that big press conference of Venugopal is going to happen. We have all the big wigs of all the opposition parties across India who are going to be joining for this event. And the main agenda is going to be to form a subcommittee that is going to be the main point of contact for all opposition parties with each other. And this particular main committee will be deciding the programs, events, and agitations. They will be deciding the dates and venues, essentially the plan maker of the entire opposition unity. A subcommittee will now be formed, and possibly a new name for the alliance will also be discussed on the table, is what we're hearing.
Naga, keep tracking the latest on that. So it's going to be an opposition meeting, the second one. Will they be able to now stand united? Now remember, there will be highlights, of course, that will come in from the opposition meeting, but two parties that will be facing each other after a lot of being at loggerheads will be Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. They have been charging at each other in Delhi and Punjab. Their even state units do not seem very happy that they are meeting together at this opposition meeting. But have they attempted to bury their hatchet and get together for the sake of unity, for being an anti-Modi front, and for 2024 Lok Sabha elections? There's a special report coming up. Take a look.
A boost to opposition unity bid. The Congress has finally blinked in the ordinance war, facing aggressive demands from the Aam Aadmi Party, pledging its support to the Aam Aadmi Party in the war against centre.
Not only Delhi ordinance, any attempt to sabotage the federal system of the country, to intervene in the state matter by using the governor, we are not going to support. Same way, Delhi ordinance also, we are not going to support. Very clear.
The Congress High Command decided to ignore opposition from its own units in Delhi and Punjab and go with Aam Aadmi Party, making it clear that it will not support the centre's ordinance on the control of services in Delhi, calling it a bid to sabotage federalism in the country.
Congress party has been very steadfast in opposing any such attempt to weaken the federal structure of our polity. Even in the case of the ordinance for Delhi, which the centre has brought, yesterday we had our meeting of the Parliamentary Strategy Group, and there also it was decided that the Congress party will oppose this ordinance.
Congress's decision to extend an olive branch has led AAP to drop its boycott of the opposition meet in Bengaluru on Monday.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी अपनी पोजीशन क्लियर करते हुए इस दिल्ली के अध्यादेश के खिलाफ अपना स्टैंड क्लियर किया है और विरोध दर्ज कराया है। हम कांग्रेस पार्टी की इस अनाउंसमेंट का स्वागत करते हैं।
But while Congress managed to appease AAP, its move to back Kejriwal left its Delhi and Punjab units disgruntled. Congress units in these two states have been fighting AAP government tooth and nail.
मैंने कहा है कि हम किसी के गुनाहों का साथ नहीं देंगे। याद होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी ही वो पार्टी थी जिसने शराब माफिया के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी, अरविंद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी। हम किसी के गुनाह का साथ नहीं देंगे, किसी गुनाहगार को बचाने का साथ नहीं देंगे।
हमेशा ही हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज का साथ दिया है, हम खड़े दिखाई दे हैं, तो इसलिए हमने आला कमान ने फैसला लिया है।
तो आपसे कंसल्ट किया गया है, यू बीन टेकन ऑन बोर्ड, बाजवा साहब और आप दोनों को बोर्ड पे लिया गया है?
एवरी डिसीजन, जब भी कभी कोई ऐसा डिसीजन हो या ऐसा डिसीजन लेने से पहले हमेशा आला कमान हमसे एड्रेस, सभी पीसीसी अध्यक्षों से एड्रेस करती है।
The BJP mocked Congress for letting down its Punjab and Delhi units and joining hands with Aam Aadmi Party. It recalled how despite opposition from its Bengal unit, Congress has been backing Mamata government and staying silent on poll violence. BJP claimed that Congress has reduced itself to a bunch of people trying hard to keep Rahul Gandhi relevant.
Congress has now reduced itself to being a bunch of people running around Rahul Gandhi and trying to keep him relevant. And that is why they have ceded to the Aam Aadmi Party despite objections from their Punjab unit and Delhi.
Will the Congress's move of bending over backwards to keep Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee in good humour act as a glue for opposition unity against Modi government in 2024? Bureau Report, India Today.
So if the opposition is trying to get united, is the NDA also strategizing ahead of the Lok Sabha elections? It actually is. Now, remember, there has been a return of the SBSP, OP Raj Beher, and likely return with regard to Chirag Paswan's party as well. So there are some permutations and combinations that even the Bharatiya Janata Party is working at to ensure it gets maximum allies into its front. Here's a special report about what the NDA is up to.
With the 2024 Lok Sabha elections closing in, a bigger and refurbished National Democratic Alliance is in the works. In a big boost to the BJP-led alliance in the politically crucial state of Uttar Pradesh, Om Prakash Rajbhar-led Sohail Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party has returned to the NDA fold. Rajbhar, who enjoys the support of a section of the backwards in the state of Uttar Pradesh, met Home Minister Amit Shah and expressed confidence that the NDA will sweep all 80 Lok Sabha seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the upcoming elections.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी और देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी और उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस लड़ाई में हम लोगों को साथ उन्होंने लिया है.
Opposition parties slammed Rajbhar for ditching its erstwhile ally, the Samajwadi Party, and playing a political opportunist.
देखिए, ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी की बातों का कोई भरोसा नहीं. कल तक वो बहन मायावती जी को प्रधानमंत्री बना रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि मर जाऊंगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नहीं जाऊंगा. तो क्या हुआ आखिर ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी का? क्या श्री अमित शाह जी से बहन मायावती जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए गए हैं?
5 दिन पहले वो भोपाल में बोलते हैं कि ये 70,000 के घोटालेबाज जेल जाएंगे, और 5-6 दिन बाद वही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की भाजपा उनको जेल की जगह मंत्रिमंडल में भेज देती. तो ये सत्ता का दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ.
The development comes 2 days ahead of a key NDA meet of all the alliance partners in the national capital on Tuesday. Meghalaya and Nagaland Chief Ministers Conrad Sagma and Nifui Rio, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Ajit Pawar, alongside the other heads of the NDA parties, all have confirmed their presence. BJP Chief JP Nadda has also invited Chirag Paswan to attend the NDA meeting, calling his LJP party an important part of the NDA. The development is seen as BJP outreach to Chirag Paswan to bring him back into the NDA fold after he left the alliance in Bihar in 2020.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का पत्र जरूर हम लोग को प्राप्त हुआ है. आज पार्टी के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठक कर अंतिम निर्णय उसी में लिया जाएगा कि इस बैठक में लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास जाएगी नहीं जाएगी. पर हाँ, समय समय पर हम लोगों ने हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का साथ दिया है.
Meanwhile, in the state of Karnataka, BJP also reached out to the former MP H.D. Devegoda to seek support of his party for the NDA.
ಮತ್ತು JDS ನಾಯಕರ ವರಿಷ್ಠ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಫಲಶ್ರುತಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ.
The BJP has also extended an olive branch to its erstwhile ally, the Akali Dal, to return to its fold. The upcoming NDA meet and the expansion plan comes amid the opposition's efforts to forge unity in a show of strength to take on Narendra Modi government in next year's Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
So that's the political mayhem of it. After a very short break, I bring you the monsoon mayhem. That's specifically in Uttarakhand and Haridwar. What about national capital Delhi? That's been flooded in several parts, specifically with regard to the Yamuna River. So we get you their updates on water levels and where is it rising? What does the Met Department have to say about an orange alert still in Himachal Pradesh districts? Latest on that after a very short break. Stay tuned for updates.
want to ask you, how far is 21,000 on the Nifty now?
Yeah, so I think markets would continue to achieve new milestones going ahead. What we are eyeing right now is 20,150. So ideally, as per technical analysis, whenever any stock or the index trades its all-time high, so it's a reciprocal retracement theory, which gives us the target projections or the next resistance projections. Now, 161.8% retracement of the previous correction that we saw in the Nifty, but the one which bottomed out around 16,800. That level is coming around 20,150. So I think as of now, for short-term perspective, maybe later half of this month or early next month, we would see 20,150 getting achieved. And yes, once that is surpassed, then 21,000 also would not be, it would not take much time.
So Ruchit, now tell us, how do investors make money at record high markets? What's the strategy that they should adopt right now?
So one should adopt a stock-specific strategy over here. See all the markets. If you see the broader markets, most of the sectors have participated in this upmove. So I think auto is one name where we have continuously witnessed a good momentum of late. So I think this trend is likely to continue going ahead. Escorts, Ashok Leyland, then Tata Motors. These are some of the names which would continue this outperformance.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So after the mayhem that was seen in parts of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand in the last week, what is it looking like for the hill states this week? Let's begin with the hill states and the information coming in. Orange alert still issued for predicting heavy to very heavy rainfall for all 13 districts in Uttarakhand for the next 2 days. So far, 26 deaths have been reported in the hill state of Uttarakhand since 15 June due to heavy rainfall and flooding. Now, after Yamuna River, now Ganga River has breached the danger mark with 463 meters water level at the moment. A flash flood alert has also been issued in several districts of Himachal Pradesh, predicting moderate to high-risk rainfall till July 17. Now, this warning has been issued as heavy downpour is expected to continue, posing a potential threat to the safety of residents and infrastructure. Approximately 70,000 people have been evacuated so far from Kullu, that remember was the part which had suffered massive damage. So you're looking at different visuals coming in from Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh about the sort of damage that has been done. Take a look at how the water level has clearly been rising.
देखिए, ऐसा है कोई कुल्लू पुलिस ने बहुत बेहतरीन काम किया है। अब तक करीब 70,000 लोग इवैक्यूएट हो चुके हैं कुल्लू ज़िले से, जिसमें से करीब 11,000 गाड़ियां भी हैं। और आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 29 देशों से 687 पर्यटकों को हमने इवैक्यूएट किया है। हमको कुल्लू ज़िले में जो ये पानी की आपदा है, इसमें 18 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली और श्रीखंड महादेव में जो कैजुअलिटी उसमें 8 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली। टोटल हमको 26 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली हैं।
Now remember that Kullu Manali was the area in Himachal Pradesh that had faced maximum damage, and there were a lot of casualties that were also reported from Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand during the past few days. But while the situation for now appears to have moderated to an extent, but an orange alert is still issued for all the districts of Uttarakhand, for at least 4 big districts of Himachal Pradesh. So this basically means advisories have gone out to ensure that people be cautious, specifically if you're traveling to one of these states or living in them. Also with regard to infrastructure, as we saw, many buildings got washed away. Let's go across now first to Dehradun, where Ankit Sharma is currently reporting from. Ankit, good morning. What do you hear of the hill state right now? What is the situation around you looking like, and specifically to the upper reaches where there could be maximum rainfall?
Good morning, Pooja. Well, the latest update is that today is relief for the people of Uttarakhand because the sun has come out in full beam and the weather is clear. But on Sunday evening, the river waters of Ganga were gushing, and because of that, it was hitting Bhimgowda Barrage. And as you can see in the visuals, gate number 10 of Bhimgowda Barrage broke down and it is hanging through wires. Now, this bridge was built in 1984 and it has 22 gates as well. It is one of the oldest barrages in Haridwar, and it broke down. Now, the weather update says that there is an orange alert for all 13 districts on Monday and Tuesday, wherein for Wednesday and Thursday there is a yellow alert for 13 districts. Pooja.
All right, Ankit is telling us about, as you can see, water levels are still rising. This is Dehradun, but this also is reflective of the situation of different parts of the state where Ankit is currently reporting from. Thank you very much. Ankit Sharma will be reporting from across Uttarakhand, different parts, about where the situation is still alarming to an extent. In Himachal specifically, where there has been a lot of damage also that's been seen. Disturbing visuals coming in. We are getting information that Vande Bharat at one of the coaches has caught fire. We'll try and get more details on that. These are the shocking visuals. Take a look of how the police officials are trying to douse the fire. We're being told this is a coach of the Vande Bharat Express that has caught fire at the Bhopal-Delhi route. Passengers have been immediately evacuated. The safety is currently the paramount issue of the passengers. The coach is C14 of the Vande Bharat. It has caught fire near the Korovai station. Fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. But look at this incident. Look at the flames that have erupted in one of the coaches. So it's not the whole train, it's one of the coaches. And from underneath the coach, we can see the flames are rising. Passengers have been evacuated right away. Vande Bharat, remember, has become one of the most sought-after lifelines of many people, not only for its speed and the facilities that it offers, but also, of course, in technological advancement. What exactly happened in this case? We'll try and get more details. Heminder Sharma breaking this big news for us. This was the Bhopal-Delhi route. Heminder, over to you. Absolutely horrific visual to look at, but any details coming in, and what is the current update? Are all the passengers safe?
Well, yes, the passengers are safe. Everyone has been safely evacuated. In fact, the train started from the Rani Kamlapati railway station in Bhopal and was heading towards the Hazrat Nizamuddin railway station in Delhi. And about 15 kilometers before Bina, that is in district Sagar, this fire was spotted, reportedly from a battery. Thereafter, the train was stopped and fire tenders were pressed into service. The fire has been completely brought under control. The train would be moving ahead within the next half an hour or so. That's what railway authorities are claiming. All the passengers were safely evacuated. There's been no loss of life or any other loss. But the exact cause that led to the fire is still not known. Railway authorities are saying they're looking into it, and once they actually find out and confirm what the real cause would be, they would get back.
Here's hoping this is one rare isolated incident for the Vande Bharat Express, because many people, all citizens of this country, are rooting for the Vande Bharat Express. For now, we're being told this was the Bhopal-Delhi route where it did catch fire in one of the coaches, C14, but it's been fire tenders are on the spot. They're trying to douse the flames, but all passengers are safe. They were evacuated just in time. Heminder, thank you very much for now. After Senthil Balaji, another minister of the DMK government in Tamil Nadu, facing the ED radar, searches are currently on. This is another DMK minister coming under the scanner. ED is conducting searches at the premises of Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister Ponmudi and his family members. Now, the case is allegedly of money laundering. Now, his son, who's a Lok Sabha member of Parliament, Gautam Sigamani, is also being searched. So this is at the residence, and properties related to him in Viluppuram and about his son are also being searched. Let's get some more details on that coming in. But remember, this is just a month. In fact, exactly a month after Senthil Balaji, who was arrested after a late night search, raid, questioning that had gone on, and after which he was even, remember, admitted into a hospital because he had said that there was a chest pain. He was then admitted to the ICU. And now, a month later, another minister, Ponmuri, is now being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in money laundering charges. This is likely to become a huge issue, specifically with regard to a political showdown. And we'll be getting the latest details on that. Let's go across to my colleague Munish Pandey, who closely tracks the agencies with regard to what's been happening. Munish, over to you now. What are the latest details coming in from the Enforcement Directorate? Why is the second DMK minister being searched?
Well, Pooja, at this point of time, what we have been given to understand is that are going on at the residences and premises connected to Higher Education Minister of Tamil Nadu government, K. Ponmudi, and his son. As far as the allegations are concerned, we have been given to understand is that K. Ponmudi, who earlier held charge of Mine Minister from 2007 to 2011, was charged for violating quarries licenses during his tenure. And as far as the enforcement is concerned, it is based on the FIR filed by the Tamil Nadu. Now, the ED sources are claiming that after K. Ponmudi approached the High Court, he was not given any relief, and based on the FIR, which was lodged earlier by the Tamil Nadu police, they initiated a money laundering case, and under that case, they are conducting searches at various places in Tamil Nadu, including the residence of minister and even the premises of his son.
Munish, I request you to please stay on because Pramod Madhav is also joining me from Chennai. Pramod, yes, over to you. What are the details on the ground? Have these raids been going on since late into the night? Any reaction from either the government or the netas there of the DMK?
Well, the raid started around 7 a.m. and these are locations. One at Chennai, there's this place called Sedapet where we have Ponmudi's residence. He's the Higher Education Minister and one of the senior ministers of DMK, and also considered to be being very close with the Chief Minister along with Duri Murugan and K. Nehru. And another location is at Viluppuram, where Ponmudi and his son, David Sikamani, his residents, are also there. And this time also officials have gone on there. They have gone with complete security. They are being accompanied by CRPF because last time when they went for raid at Senthil Balaji's locations, there were a lot of commotion. To avoid such commotions, they have taken police forces also along with them, and the raid is happening as we speak. And it is being said about various places. One being a very important one that came in Madras High Court as well regarding sand mining, and we are getting information that this raid could be because of that only.
Thank you so much, Pramod Madhav and Munish Pandey, for tracking the latest on that. Both our colleagues will be tracking about what is the update coming in from Tamil Nadu. Another minister, remember, Ponmudi is currently facing searches. Pramod and Munish, if you are still with me, I want to take in a question from Munish. But remember, this is big news. This is about another Tamil Nadu Mantri who's under the ED scanner. And I'll be giving you details on why this is significant. One, this is, of course, after that has come in from after Senthil Balaji, who was arrested and then admitted to the hospital exactly a month ago on 15th of June. But now what has happened is that another Mantri with another money laundering case is currently facing these searches. We're being told that, and I'll give you the details. Remember, this is the Chennai premises. He's a higher education Mantri. These are money laundering charges. It's a developing story. So what exactly are the charges about? What is the case? We'll be waiting for our source-based information coming in from the ED as well. But because he's a higher education minister, he's the second DMK leader in recent times to come under the ED radar. This is going to be one of the big developments, specifically with regard to political showdown. Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam is a ruling party led by MK Stalin in Tamil Nadu. There have been, during the Senthil Balaji case, allegations and that Stalin government had been claiming that this was a witch hunt, a vendetta against them by the government at the center when Senthil Balaji was arrested by the ED. Could another minister of the DMK government in Tamil Nadu be arrested by the ED for money laundering charges? So that's the big news coming in from the southern state, and we'll be tracking the latest on that. But heading into a very short break, let's bring you some good cheer that's coming from sports. And what a tennis match that was yesterday evening. Young man from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz, wins his maiden Wimbledon title as he beat Novak Djokovic in a 5-set thriller. Adding his name now, of course, with the stuff of the legends. More on that after a short break.
Acknowledged and congratulating.
Gaming. That is what took the center stage at the launch of the new iQOO Neo 7 Pro 5G smartphone. Let's deep dive into this gaming smartphone and see what's in store for the gamers. First things first, it is powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 processor from last year. Now, it may be last year's chip, but it benchmarked really well on all the phones. Now, the iQOO Neo 7 Pro 5G also has an independent gaming chip, which in conjunction with the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 is amazing for the gaming capabilities. With this powerful combination, I tried 3 games: Genshin Impact, New State, as well as Asphalt 9. Now, all 3 games played pretty well. There were a few drop rates in Genshin Impact, but that's a pretty heavy game. So let's see how these games look on this device. With this powerful combination, I managed to achieve a consistent 90 frames per second on the new PUBG game at ultra graphics setting. Although the coveted 120 frames per second mark remained elusive, the iQOO Neo 7 Pro's cooling system played its part in maintaining stable thermals during extended gaming session. And here you can see Asphalt 9 racing game running without any hiccups. Also present is a dual speaker setup, which immerses you in any game or media consumption. And the 120Hz refresh rate keeps everything super snappy. Battery life, that's the next question that comes to mind when playing these heavy intensive games. And this phone comes with 5000 mAh battery, but it's the charging speed that might blow your socks off. Now I'll just take a quick coffee break, and until then my phone is charging with the 120-watt charger that will charge my phone 50% in just 8 minutes. Let's see what happens. Now that I'm done with my coffee break, my phone is all charged up thanks to the 120-watt fast charger. Serious gaming enthusiasts in the same price range can look out for the Xbox Series S, which is a dedicated gaming console. Hence, you would have a great pro gaming experience. Similarly, in smartphones, the Realme GT2 Pro and OnePlus 11R could be an alternative in the same price range. Wrapping it up, the iQOO Neo 7 Pro is for all you gaming enthusiasts who are looking for a gaming phone but do not want to break the bank. This phone comes in at sub 40,000 rupees. Stay tuned to Tech Today for more such technology updates.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage, monsoon mayhem.
What a match that was yesterday evening. Carlos Alcaraz making history when he became the youngest player in over 30 years to win the Wimbledon Grand Slam. And he beat Novak Djokovic in a thrilling final that went the distance. Here's a special look, some highlights, at how this young man from Spain achieved history at the centre court.
And Jerry Armstrong is that.
Carlos Alcaraz. Remember the name. Wimbledon has a new men's champion, and it is the young Spaniard who denied Novak Djokovic a shot at tennis immortality.
After his 4-year stint.
Djokovic, the defending Wimbledon champion, got off to a dream start in the final, breaking Alcaraz's serve twice en route to a 6-1 victory in the first set.
6-1, new ball scheme.
The second set went much longer as both Alcaraz and Djokovic broke each other's serves, but the set went to a tiebreaker, which the youngster eventually won.
After an hour and 25 minutes.
The intense back and forth continued into the third set, with one game going on for a whopping 26 minutes and 2 seconds. Alcaraz finally won the game on his 7th break point.
It's 2 breaks of serve, 32 points in that one game alone.
But he made quick work of the set thereafter and took a 2-1 lead going into the fourth set, something which clearly had him pumped up.
Djokovic made the signal to the umpire.
It even led to Djokovic taking an unusually long toilet break, something which did not please Alcaraz as well as a number of fans inside centre court. But it clearly helped Djokovic reset as he broke Alcaraz's serve twice to wrap up the fourth set in convincing fashion and force a decider. Yet for once, Djokovic did not triumph in a 5-set final, and it was Alcaraz who held firm to win his maiden Wimbledon title and second Grand Slam overall. Sports Bureau, India Today.
6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
All right, wrapping up the first up for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories coming up right after a very short break, specifically with regard to the big opposition meeting and more. Thank you for watching.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip, and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer, because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices. You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels. There are people who are absolutely casual about it. At the same time, there are people who want to build careers out of it. And this is really opening up as a new career opportunity as well. So in whichever way you want to look at it, if you're serious about mobile gaming or if you're interested in mobile gaming, iQOO can certainly be your go-to device with 2 chips in there, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which is a very powerful chip. Then we have the independent gaming chip, which is the first in its category. So you can't go wrong with the iQOO Neo 7 Pro.
Awesome, and we hope to see more devices like this with better charging, better battery life, peak performance, and of course, these bright orange colors like Nippun's t-shirt. Nippun, what a pleasure to have you on Tech Today. We hope to see you very soon, and maybe we can put each other up against each other for a quick gaming match at the end of this.
Whenever.
Yes, thank you.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Addiction, doctors say, cause long-term problems as well as short-term. In kids, it leads to virtual autism, a development disorder.
Our brains, our minds, our entire personality is getting shaped in that manner wherein we get everything right away. There's instant gratification for everything. And interestingly, instant gratification wala jo aspect hai, ideally and originally, little kids, a 6-month-old, a 7-month-old, that child, because his personality is not developed, functions on instant gratification. He wants milk, he wants it right now. If he soiled his pants, he needs a change right now, whether it's 2 o'clock in the night or 3 o'clock in the night. And we adults also, somehow, because of this overuse of technology, have become like that. We want instant gratification.
Counseling children as young as 4 and 5 years of age is the new normal, say doctors.
So, one last thing we'll do. You have made this beautiful collage. We are going to look at this collage.
The pandemic has only aggravated the situation.
People have started associating use of digital devices whenever they are free, whenever they are feeling bored, whenever there's nothing to do special. And then nothing to do specials get converted into what we call scrolling syndromes. They keep scrolling their mobile phone for X number of hours, and which makes them excessive user, and sometimes it takes away the attention they have supposed to give to other important tasks. They are not able to do, or they postpone it.
While it is easier to get them involved in other activities and help break the chain of addiction, in adults the problem, including addiction to pornography, gets only aggravated with lack of acknowledgement until health problems crop up.
Since last 4 to 5 years, I have been involved in active pornography. Now this problem has become very frequent that I am not able to focus on my job works. I am not able to connect myself with my family, and mostly on my psychological distress. So it is affecting my day-to-day lifestyle also. That is where I have recognized this problem.
A few weeks ago, over 1,000 members of the Jain community deposited their phones and went on a digital fast. You heard that right, a digital fast to cleanse the soul and purify your mind. How many of us can do that? There are some ways to break free and be normal again. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9. And a big political story is about the ED raids. This is about the second Tamil Nadu minister, Ponmudi, and his son, whose residents are currently being searched. These are money laundering charges that they are facing. It's the big political Monday. There's going to be 2.0 opposition meeting in Bengaluru. Aam Aadmi Party will be joining in after Congress blinks on the ordinance. Sharad Pawar will skip the meeting. But will they all unite for an anti-Modi front for 2024? Monsoon continues to wreak havoc. No respite to Himalayan states from the rainfall. Met Department issues an orange alert in Himachal Pradesh districts. Yamuna water level is receding around the national capital and NCR, but waterlogging is still on. Political showdown refuses to settle. Aam Aadmi Party, BJP are locking horns over the drains desilting. And in some sports news, what a tennis match that was. Carlos Alcaraz winning his maiden Wimbledon title as he beat Novak Djokovic in a 5-set thriller. Second Grand Slam title for the 20-year-old Spaniard.
Djokovic takes his leave of the court. And Jerry Armstrong, is that being acknowledged and congratulated by Novak Djokovic?
Second DMK minister in Tamil Nadu, and this is the second time raids are happening by the ED on this monthly. This, remember, is after Senthil Balaji just about a month ago when DMK minister Senthil Balaji, who faced raids, searches, questioning and then was arrested, even admitted into a hospital. Now, another Dravida Munnetra Karagam minister in Tamil Nadu has come under the scanner of the ED. The Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at the premises of the minister who has the portfolio of Tamil Nadu higher education profile, and Ponmudi and his family members are currently being questioned in the money laundering case. His son, who's a Lok Sabha member of Parliament, Gautam Sigamani, is also being searched. So this is at the residential area where the properties related to him in Viluppuram and his son are being searched. But this is going to become a huge political showdown. DMK is the ruling party in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin and the netas of the DMK had been alleging for Senthil Balaji earlier that this was political vendetta, that the central agencies are being misused allegedly by the government at the centre. But remember, ED is in this case, just like in Senthil Balaji, is investigating money laundering charges. Serious charges, but it's a developing story. We'll be tracking the latest on what sort of charges are being probed by the ED. Why precisely a Tamil Nadu higher education minister is being searched with different properties. And for now, we don't have a reaction coming in from the DMK netas. But this is a big political story. From the southern state, another DMK minister is in the dock of the Enforcement Directorate, an investigative agency with regard to money laundering charges that he and his family are facing. And I say family because his son is a Lok Sabha member of Parliament and his properties are also being searched in Tamil Nadu. All right, so since early morning, there have been updates that have come in, confirmed by our sources within the Enforcement Directorate, that there have been these raids that are taking place, one in Saidapet in Tamil Nadu, but also properties related to him in Viluppuram and about his son, who's also a member of Parliament. So what are the serious charges that has led to the Enforcement Directorate to snoop down and search different properties? Pramod Madhav is in Chennai and he's tracking all the latest on that. Pramod, go ahead. Tell us the details that you have from your sources and, importantly, what is happening on the ground. Are the searches still on?
Well, the search is still on, and just like you mentioned, one important location is the Bollywood resident, the higher education minister's residence at Chennai, and the other one at Viluppuram, which also the properties belonging to himself and his son, like Gautam Sigamani. But the very important factor here is that now, like DMK is trying to connect it with the thing that the Chief Minister MK Stalin is also leaving by 11 a.m. to Bengaluru. And Ponmudi, being one of the strongmen of DMK, is also very close to the chief minister. The important aspect here is that, like earlier, almost on June 19th, there was a case in Madras High Court where Ponmudi's son, Sigamani, went ahead seeking a quash of a case against himself and his father. This is about violating license quarry, taking almost 2.64 lakh lorry loads of sand mine, that in excess costing 28 crore for loss to the exchequer. And that particular case, the Madras High Court said that it could not be quashed. So that, we're getting information that this ED raid could be related to that as well.
Pramod, please stay on with me because we have visuals running. One of course, Ponmudi and the searches that are currently on. But Senthil Balaji is the connect that also is coming in. When on 15th June he was arrested, he was admitted to hospital. So this is coming in for two mantris of the DMK, senior ministers. Tell us a bit more about Ponmudi, Pramod. Like Senthil Balaji, is he also one of the big netas, powerful, close aide of MK Stalin? What sort of a profile does he have in Tamil Nadu government that could get affected if at all ED decides to go ahead and arrest him?
Senthil Balaji is a minister, but before that he was with AIDMK as a minister, and after an issue with AIDMK as a party broke, he came and joined DMK. But it's not the case with Ponmudi. Ponmudi has been with DMK. Ponmudi is one of the strong men. There are only few senior ministers who are currently in the chief minister's cabinet. One is I. Periyasamy, then is K.N. Nehru, Ture Murugan, and then also Ponmudi. So these are the people who surround and become the senior ministers, giving counsel to the chief minister. So he plays a very important role. In fact, being a higher education minister, he also got involved in a lot of controversies, calling North Indians and Pani Puri sellers, and he has been constantly criticizing the words of the governor. He's been one of the people who's been speaking against the comments of the governor. So that way he holds a lot of power within DMK, and even now, Ponmudi seems is said to be one of the strong people within DMK, and so that definitely this ED raid search at his residence is expected to leave a huge mark in the party.
All right, Pramod Madhav is tracking the developing story. This is another DMK minister after Senthil Balaji, who's facing money laundering charges. But we'll try and get more details on what specific is the case. Despite the assassination of moosewala, more revelations continue to unravel about what really happened to this popular Punjabi musician. And now we have details coming in from the murder charge sheet. Unsurprisingly though, that it was Pakistan smugglers who were giving away arms to the accused in the murder case of moosewala. Pakistan smugglers weapons to the accused. They met in Dubai to discuss how the arms that's the big news that we are breaking to you. Met in Dubai, discussed the arms and ammunition on how to be supplied to the accused, and then it was eventually passed on to the killers. Kamaljeet Sandhu is tracking this big story. Kamaljeet, it's unsurprising that Pakistan's involvement has been mentioned in the charge sheet, but the shocking bit is how there was clearly a chain trail involving presence in other countries meeting on how to smuggle in arms and ammunition. Tell us more about it, or what is this connection about?
Well, a complex web of connections have been found in the Sidhu moosewala murder case. Remember, this case is being probed by the Punjab police. What is being probed is the larger conspiracy of terror gangsters, which has been done by the NIA. And the excerpts of the charge sheet, which have been accessed by India Today, clearly point out about how a role of two Pakistani, one is Hamid, who's the main arms smuggler, the other is Faizi, who was an intermediator, who had actually introduced Shahbaz Ansari to Hamid in Dubai. And this is where the deal was done. And we've been told by top investigators that at least 50 to 60 lakh rupees were paid off to Goldie Barar, who's alias Satwinderjeet Singh, and the weapons were sent to Lawrence Bishnoi and There were 6 killers. May 29th last year was the day when Sidhu Moosewala was killed by all these heavily armed assailants. Now, what we know is once his security was withdrawn, and that part of investigation has already been underway. The other part is about the larger conspiracy about how this entire web really continues to operate, whether it is Trans International. We know that Goldie Barar is in Canada. The weapons being procured from Dubai-based smuggler. And remember, as a matter of proof, he also actually had a video, an audio proof of the conversation with Goldie Barar. So it does seem that internationally also investigation agencies would have to do much more. We know that there is a Khalistani probe which is on in UK, Canada and other places. But this is much worse because this is a terror gangster network, and how they're calling out and especially carrying out operations of these kind where there are people who are on the radar. And Sidhu Moosewala, one of the most popular figures and known faces, he was killed. This investigation obviously goes to show the international connection and obviously a Pakistan connection here about Hamid. We know we would obviously be keeping a keen on how investigators are trying to identify Hamid, and obviously about Faizi Khan, who was the mediator between the gangsters and this arms smuggler.
All right, that's Kamaljeet Sandhu bringing us this big news coming in that there was, remember, a full chain trail from Pakistan via Dubai on how in India they can eventually get the arms smuggled in and then kill Sidhu Moosewala. Nevertheless, remember, it is eventually about justice that must be provided in this case, specifically for the family that has been fighting to really find out what exactly happened and led to this brutal murder. Is there a truce that Ajit Pawar is attempting to make with Sharad Pawar and on a day when there's opposition meeting in Bengaluru? Because we have the first reaction coming in from NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. This, remember, is significant because Pawar has told the NCP cadre cannot go with the BJP. After Ajit factions was a surprise reach out by their camp, who met Sharad Pawar, even tried to apologize for what had happened. But Sharad Pawar is hinting that the door may be closed for Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar has said cannot tie up with the divisive Bharatiya Janata Party. This is the first reaction coming in from what Sharad Pawar has said, that Ajit faction is bracing. Now, remember, this will be about number game between the two. Saurabh Bhaktania brings us that big news coming in from Maharashtra. Saurabh, what should we make of what Sharad Pawar has said? He has maintained his stance. It's not that it has changed. But the fact is he making it very clear to Ajit Pawar, no truce at all. I'm not coming to that side, and doors may be closed for you as well to walk back into our camp.
So, well, it's clear indication and a clear message by NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar that no matter what may be the situation, that he's not going to join hands with BJP. Remember, Pooja, yesterday Sharad Pawar was at YB Chavan Center. He was meeting youth wing leaders from Nashik, and that time gate crash was done by Ajit Pawar and other 8 NCP MLAs who took oath as ministers in Maharashtra government. Now, first they apologized, they touched feet of Sharad Pawar, and they also tried to convince. In fact, they told them that they apologize and he should consider to come in their side and NCP should not break. Sharad Pawar for over 20 minutes did not even utter a single word. All of them, top leader like Chhagan Bhujbal, all of them were trying to convince Sharad Pawar. In fact, Chhagan Bhujbal also said that you are Vithala for us, a god here in Maharashtra. So clearly, Sharad Pawar did not tell anything to them. After 20 minutes, all of them left. Sharad Pawar over here continued his meeting with the youth wing leaders from Nashik. He told them clearly that he cannot join hands with decisive politics of BJP. The ideology of NCP is very clear, and therefore there is no question of joining hands with BJP, and therefore doors are actually closed, and what the convincing power of Ajit Pawar is not going to work over here. And the other NCP leaders, be it Dilip Walse Patil, who is the founding member of NCP, all of them are trying hard to convince Sharad Pawar, Pooja, let me tell you. And yesterday was a very big thing because somewhere down the line, Ajit Pawar and his group clearly understand that if Sharad Pawar does not come on their side, they will be losing their ground. So this is why they went there to convince them. But Sharad Pawar is very much adamant. He has clearly said that he cannot join hands with BJP. They are playing the role of decisive politics, and one thing is very important, that the ideology does not match, and therefore NCP will never go in with BJP. Today is a very important day of monsoon session, where it will be very interesting that how many are with Sharad Pawar.
Saurabh, you know, what you mentioned is pertinent. It's still developing, because Sharad Pawar will be meeting his MLAs today in Mumbai. He will not be going to Bengaluru for the opposition meeting 2.0. But remember, amid all of this, as you see that there are meetings taking place, Ajit Pawar and his camp had gone to meet Sharad Pawar, touched his feet, tried to seek an apology and say that maybe we can work out a truce. And now there are reactions coming in on that. Take a look.
हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे और मजबूती से आगे काम करे, इसके लिए हमने विनती की और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें। आदरणीय पवार साहब ने किसी भी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी, हमारी बात को सुना।
त्याबद्दल प्रफुल्लभाईंनी सांगितलेलं ही विधिमंडळाच्या उद्याच्या अधिवेशनाच्या निमित्तानं जी काही प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स मुख्यमंत्री आणि उपमुख्यमंत्री थांबणार जाईल ते घेतात, त्याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा आहे। तो प्रश्न इथं संबंधित नाहीये। त्याच्याबद्दल प्रफुल्लभाईंनी जे स्पष्ट तिथं सांगितलेलं आहे, प्रफुल्लभाईंनी ती भूमिका तिथं मांडलेली आहे आणि जयंतरावांनी त्यांची भूमिका तिथं मांडलेली आहे। त्याच्यामुळे दोघांची भूमिका मांडली, त्याच्यामध्ये आपण काही काळजी करू नका।
मला त्याची कल्पना नाही आहे, पण भेट घेतली तर त्यात शेवटी वर्षानुवर्ष त्यांचे नेते पवार साहेब राहिलेले आहेत, तर भेट घेतली तर त्यात काही वाव काय असं मला वाटत नाही। पुन्हा राजकीय असं समीकरण काही होऊ शकतं, मला कल्पना।
हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है कि सारे लोग अगर वापस आते हैं तो मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष हूँ, मुझे तो आनंद ही होगा।
It's the big political Monday today because opposition meeting 2.0 is set to take place. What does that mean? This is about an anti-Modi front that after the meeting in Patna last month, they'll be getting together in the Congress-ruled state of Karnataka, where there will also be a dinner hosted by the Chief Minister Sidhu for the opposition meeting. Remember, deliberate strategies will be put in place to take on the ruling BJP for 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Who will be there? 24 like-minded opposition parties are expected to attend the two-day-long key meeting. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul and Sonia Gandhi will represent Congress. Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party now interestingly, and others will attend this meeting. Remember, their attempt is to unite and take on the BJP and specifically form an anti-Modi front. So the BJP is also clearly watching all of this and has slammed opposition unity, or as it appears on surface, claiming this meeting is nothing but a gimmick.
ये पीडीए, ये प्रोग्रेसिव डेमोक्रेटिक अलायंस नहीं है, यह प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ डायनेस्टीज अलायंस है। ये सब लोग अपने परिवारों को बचाने के लिए ये अलायंस में आते हैं और मोदी जी देश को आगे ले जाने के लिए काम में जुटते हैं। ये हमको फर्क समझना चाहिए।
जो लोग एक दूसरे को पानी पी पी कर कोसते थे, वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बढ़ती हुई भारी लोकप्रियता से घबराकर अपने अपने सिद्धांत, नीतियां और विषयों को छोड़कर एक दूसरे के साथ काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कभी सफल नहीं होगी, क्योंकि जब भी गठबंधन बिना विषय के होता है और बेमेल गठबंधन होता है तो वो निश्चित रूप से कभी मेल में नहीं बदल सकता।
कल ऑपोजिशन की बैठक भी है 17-18 जुलाई को, बैठक को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
गुड लक टू देम। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि क्या होने वाला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ना तो किसी अलायंस से डरी और ना डरेगी।
विपक्षी दल की बैठक भी अब 17-18 तारीख को होने वाली है पूरा।
हाँ, मुझे भी पता चला मीडिया के माध्यम से।
किस तरह देखते हैं इसको?
बहुत अच्छी बात है, लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत अच्छा है और 2024 के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा।
So what would be the next phase of outcome of this meeting?
Greater cooperation among the opposition in order to ensure
that the country we are born in remains the country we are born in.
So how is the Bengaluru city looking like this Monday morning? Let's go across to Anaga Keshav joining me in this live telecast. Anaga, good morning. Are there grand preparations that have been put in place? Specifically, how many leaders have they started to arrive? Have they said anything? Give us all the lowdown coming in from your city.
Pooja, DK Shivakumar is all set to welcome Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as well as West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. He has in fact slotted this entire schedule in his TP as well, where he will be welcoming the big wigs of the opposition party leaders, all the chief ministers, Stalin, Mamata Banerjee, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Mehbooba Mufti. So DK Shivakumar has done all sorts of preparation, including setting up banners and posters of all the Congress leaders like Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, himself and Siddaramaiah as well. So all preparations are going on outside the Taj West End Hotel, the big hotel in Bengaluru where this big meeting is going to take place. Apart from that, this is a 2-day-long meeting. Tomorrow is the biggest meeting where the meeting is going to take place from 11 a.m. until evening. So the main agenda would be to set up a committee that is going to be the point of contact for all opposition parties, giving a name, setting up a name for this particular opposition party alliance. And this subcommittee will be the panel that will take care of all agitation planning, the meeting planning, programs and events. This is going to be the main agenda for the opposition party meeting.
All right, Anaga, keep tracking all the latest. We'll be waiting for those first visuals and reactions. And will they be able to bring forth unity as an anti-Modi front ahead of 2024 elections? Thank you, Anaga, for the latest. All right, I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but when I return, we have big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. It's a big terror purge that has happened. Were there employees in government service? And were they in work and in hands with Pakistan extremist groups? Action has been taken against them. We'll get to the latest on that after.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Let's do this. Welcome to Threads. That was the first post from Mark Zuckerberg as he launched his new rival to Twitter. Within hours, 10 million people had signed up. Those quick to join included celebrities like Kim Kardashian and Jennifer Lopez. Brands like HBO and Netflix also launched accounts within minutes. Threads looks pretty familiar. It's built around text posts of up to 500 characters, while users can also post pictures and videos up to 5 minutes long. It's all meant to take advantage of the chaos at Twitter since it was taken over by Elon Musk. And it has one big advantage. People can sign in with their existing username from Instagram, also owned by Meta. Since Instagram claims to have over 2 billion users, that could enable Threads to gain serious scale very quickly. It also benefits from Instagram's advertising system, meaning it could draw dollars away from its rival. Threads is available in Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. Some new users were quick to predict Twitter's demise, but Zuckerberg advised caution. He said this was just the opening moment of the first round. But the fight is definitely on.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Popping sugar-free gums containing aspartame or stevia for your beverages, sugar-free juices, protein bars, chocolates, and a whole range of products thinking they will help you, you then really need a rethink. A whole range of non-sugar sweeteners usually consumed by many diabetics and non-diabetics and seen as healthy alternatives to sugar are not to be consumed by non-diabetics and to be consumed by diabetics in a regulated way, the WHO has said. Non-sugar sweeteners, splena, stevia, aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame K, advantame, cyclamates, neotame, all of them should not be used by non-diabetics, says the World Health Organization. The WHO's review of the available research found groups who regularly consume non-sugar sweeteners had an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Non-sugar sweeteners, which include all kind of sweeteners, which are non-caloric, which don't give you calories, but like aspartame or like stevia or other, there are so many, which companies claim that there is no added sugar on them. So people just go by those promotional campaigns and buy those products thinking that it will not harm. Now the evidence comes that in a long term they can do harm.
Artificial sweeteners are found in processed foods. For example, the sweetener called erythritol activates platelets, the blood cells which cause clots when they clump together. Such clusters block blood flow in different parts of the body, since its presence or levels are not revealed on packages of processed foods.
Some people feel that I have already not consumed sugar, so I can eat more of the other stuff. So like that, it actually encourages more food without any restriction, because people feel that it is something helpful, it is good for fitness. Some celebrities do advertise non-sugar sweeteners as a source of fitness.
Should people then go back to eating sugars? Doctors clearly advise against that as well.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage, monsoon mayhem.
Big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. 3 individuals working in the government service have been terminated from the service on charges of aiding, abetting, helping Pakistan terror groups, providing logistics, spreading secessionist ideology, and in fact adding on with regard to logistics and support that was given in. Absolutely shocking. This was an investigation that was done by the administration, by of course the eventual decision that was taken. The painstaking investigation that clearly established they were acting on behalf of Pakistan ISI and terror outfits, and we're being told that these were associated with the revenue departments. One was even a police constable, that they were actively working with Pakistan terror outfits, providing logistics, raising terror finances. This clearly also means that any of these activities will not be tolerated. The image of one of the individuals is on your screens for the latest on what has been now confirmed by our sources in the administration. Let's go across to Sunil Ji Bhatt for the latest on that. One was a public relations officer, one was a constable in the J&K police. This is absolutely horrifying information coming in. Sunil, what is the latest update that you have on this? Give us the details.
Well, Pooja, right since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, there has been a major crackdown on terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley. And that is why we have seen that on a number of occasions, investigation was carried out by the CID, by the other agencies in J&K. And after, waterproof, case was built, and then employees were sacked. This is not the first time that employees have been sacked by the J&K administration. Earlier also, after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, many government employees were sacked after it was established that they had links with terror organizations. And in this latest, decision that has been taken by the J&K administration, our sources have confirmed us that 3 top government officials have been sacked by the J&K administration. This includes the public relation officer of the Kashmir University. As per the investigation that was carried out by the J&K administration, it has been established that these employees were aiding and abetting Pakistani terrorists and Pakistani terror organizations, and they were, acting as helpers, as overground workers of these terrorist organizations. So, this is an ongoing process, Pooja, since the abrogation of Article 370. The government wants to, free the administration from the pro-terror, elements. They want to free the administration from the terror sympathizers.
Stay on with me, Sunil, because this is sending out a message that this new Jammu and Kashmir is not going to accept any of these activities that were earlier done with different identities, different attempts to justify the sort of violence and conflict, brutal conflict that the Kashmir Valley specifically has seen. We are being told that the identities of the individuals, the government employees who've been terminated are, and I read them as have come in from a source-based information. The government of J&K has terminated the Public Relations Officer of University of Kashmir, Fahim Aslam, Revenue Department Officer, Muravad Hussain Mir, and Police Constable Arshid Ahmad Tokar from the service of actively working with the terror outfits. Remember, it's not just about working as terrorists. It's also about providing logistics, help, spreading their ideology into the masses. Remember, for the past 4 years, since 2019, there hasn't been mass violence. That Kashmir Valley was once as a common sight that was seen in the valley. There are changes that are being witnessed. Sunil Ji Bhatt gets us the latest on that. Sunil, you live in the Jammu region. You've been tracking all the latest from Jammu and Kashmir. There have been visible changes of peace, of changes that have been seen with regard to reforms, opportunities that have come. It will be a long time before J&K can completely heal. But this clearly is an attempt to show that any of these activities, not just actively working as terrorists, but even providing support, will be taken action against. Now, what support are we referring to here that the administration has taken a decision to terminate the services? Because that's a big message sent out.
Absolutely, Pooja. As I have said that, this is not the first time that the J&K administration has taken an action like this. Earlier also, I mean, after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, as per the information provided by the J&K administration, so far, 47 employees were sacked. After it was established, they had the links with terror organizations. They were, working with terror groups, and they were providing them logistics help and other assistance to these terrorist organizations. So as you said that painstaking, investigation was carried out. Different agencies worked on this particular case, and a watertight case has been established. And only after a thorough inquiry was done, this decision has been taken that these employees will be terminated. And the message is loud and clear that those employees who are going to be pro-terror, action will be taken against them. They will not be spared. And this action reveals the government's policy. And right since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, Pooja, there has been a major decline as far as stone pelting is concerned, law and order issues are concerned, and the government has been claiming that normalcy is being restored. However, Pooja, a lot still needs to be done.
Absolutely.
But nevertheless, there has been an improvement, a major improvement in the law and order
Terrorists
situation,
are still killing innocent people. Minority community members are still being killed. But remember, coming in from the mass violence that was once a common sight in the Kashmir Valley, a lot has changed. But what's shocking here, remember, now according to the administration, after a painstaking investigation, they terminated the services of a public relations officer of the University of Kashmir on the payroll of the government. Then, as Sunil Ji Bhatt continues to be with me, another individual was a cop in the Jammu and Kashmir police, and that is why it perhaps will be a very difficult task to ensure that they root out any of these working within the government services, and that makes for the government perhaps a more difficult task to ensure that no such individuals are at least in the government services and tarnish the reputation of the services that they also hold. Sunil Ji Bhatt continues to be with us. So Sunil, tell us a bit more about what has led to termination of the services, because it's not that they were terrorists working with a terror group directly on the ground, but yet their decision has been taken to remove them from the services. Why? Sunil.
Well, Pooja, no terrorist can succeed in his, nefarious designs unless and until logistic support is provided to him. And these, individuals, these government employees, who are on the payroll of the government, have been providing logistics help to the terrorists, and that is what the investigation has revealed, and that's what our sources in the J&K administration have said, that they have carried out a thorough inquiry, and only after that, this major decision has been taken to terminate these government employees. And before these 3 employees were sacked, Pooja, 47 individuals from the government service have been terminated so far by the J&K administration for their links to terrorism. And the J&K administration wants to send out a message that, terror sympathizers who are there in the J&K administration, they will not be spared. They will be identified. Only after an investigation will be carried out, and then they will be thrown out.
So this is clearly a message to send out that according to the administration, after the investigation was done, so it's not that an immediate decision was taken. There was an investigation, a probe that had followed, and that if you are a terror sympathizer within the government service, that cannot be permitted anymore. In Jammu and Kashmir, action will be taken, a message will be sent. What does this reflect about how the people are going to watch it, specifically those from the minority community whose members are still being killed by the terrorists, by the jihadists in the Kashmir Valley? Let's get a view on that from Lalit Ambardar. He's a Kashmiri activist and has been on the streets often raising the voice of the Kashmiri Pandit community. Mr. Lalit Ambardar, thank you for joining us this morning. What should one make of it? Is this a decision that was long impending? Is this a harsh decision that has been taken? Should there have been some more investigation done? What do you make of this decision that's been taken by the administration?
Pooja, Kashmir jihad is a military problem. It's pan-Islamism inspired, it's terror infested, it's expansionist. So it has to be tackled militarily. But what happened on 5th of August 2019, that was a historical day, by abrogating the Article 370, you begin the process of dismantling this Islamofascistic ecosystem that was prevailing in Kashmir, that has been prevailing in Kashmir for the past 70 years because of Article 370. Now imagine the stooges of Pakistan are infiltrating every aspect of Kashmiri society and Kashmiri administration. And no wonder, not a single rapist, murderer, or mass murderer of Kashmiri Pandit till date has ever been charged. Only because those who were supposed to investigate, so those who are supposed to find the culprits of Kashmiri Hindu genocide are within the society, within the administration. They would never allow it to happen. They're the enablers, they're the collaborators of genocide. So I'm glad this is happening. It's taking time, but it's taking its time, rightly so, because it's 70 years old disease. It's very natural that it's going to take time. I'm glad that they are doing it, and they're going to
So,
do many more.
you've lived in Kashmir. Your family has had to flee in the 1990s. You're still living in Delhi and other parts, unable to return. What's shocking here is, according to the investigation that was done and the administration claiming, one was a public relations officer of the University of Kashmir. One was a revenue department officer, another was a cop in the police. And that clearly reflects that this is not just about believing or supporting an ideology. This is about being a part of the government service and then still managing to do it.
Yes, Pooja, they were everywhere. That's what I say. That's why we are not able to. Can you imagine? Just other day, the ex-IGP of police, Mr. IPS SM Sahai, he in an interview to a private YouTuber, you know what he has said? He has narrated the horrible, barbaric rape and murder of mother and daughter in Kralakot, the heart of downtown Srinagar, right? And you know why? They weren't only raped. You know how they were murdered? They were murdered by shooting in their vagina. And just imagine, and there's no talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. What happened to Kashmiri Hindus? Because these are the people who had enabled it, who had enabled the silence, the government's inaction, just because everybody is a collaborator there. I'm not surprised that you're finding people, you're finding the whole administration infested with this Pakistan stooges, the Islamists, the terrorists, and jihadists. It's just because it's happening now, and that's what I say. 5th of August 2019 was historical in this perspective, because now you're able to catch hold of them.
It's an important message that has been sent out. Of course, remember that there are members of the Muslim community who've also risen against terrorism. So it's not any sort of a statement on the community, because members from the community have also risen. They're starting to constantly rise and speak against jihadist activities. Many of them have also suffered from jihadist activities as well. But I understand your pain, Mr. Lalit Ambardar, and I appreciate you speaking to India today. 3 government employees have been terminated from services for providing logistic support to the terror groups in Pakistan. And that's perhaps the reality in Kashmir right now, that it's not just about the terror groups, but also about who is spreading ideological extremism as well. For the past 2 weeks, it was complete mayhem, not just in Delhi NCR, but also in the mountain region, specifically in the hill states of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, where there were parts that were not just inundated and flooded after a massive downpour, but we had seen massive damage and casualties as well. What is this week looking like? Let's begin one by one. The water level of the mighty Yamuna River has continued to recede in some areas, at least for Delhi and NCR. But for Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, there is still an orange alert that has been issued, predicting heavy to very heavy rainfall in all 13 districts of the hill state for next 2 days. 26 deaths have been reported in Uttarakhand since 15th June due to heavy rainfall and flooding. Ganga River is breaching the danger mark, 463 meters water level at the moment. A flash flood alert has also been issued in several districts of Himachal Pradesh, predicting moderate to high risk till July 17th. Warning has been issued as heavy rainfall is expected to continue in the region, posing a potential threat to the safety of residents and infrastructure. Meanwhile, around 70,000 people have been evacuated so far from Kullu region. Remember, Kullu was the area where there was maximum damage that was also seen.
Due to continuous heavy downpours being received by many parts of Uttarakhand, the 2 rivers along with the river Ganga and Alaknanda are in spate right now. And the latest update which comes from Haridwar, we are at the Bhimgowda barrage, and you can see through the visuals the gate number 10 of Bhimgowda barrage broke down on Sunday because of the gushing waters of river Ganga inched to near the dangerous level. Now it has brought Haridwar, Roorkee, Laksar under the brink of being flooding. Let us tell you, due to some relief, the water is now inching lower to 292.40, which is 2 meters away from 294, which is the danger level mark. However, there's an alert in the state about the heavy rainfall for the next 2 days. Now, authority says that because of the Kawad Yatra, they couldn't do it. The authorities have sent their men to inspect the area, and soon it will be repaired. With cameraman Al Badoni, this is Ankit Sharma from Haridwar, India Today.
देखिए, ऐसा है, कोई कुल्लू पुलिस ने बहुत बेहतरीन काम किया है। अब तक करीब 70,000 लोग इवैक्यूएट हो चुके हैं कुल्लू ज़िले से, जिसमें से करीब 11,000 गाड़ियां भी हैं। और आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 29 देशों से 687 पर्यटकों को हमने इवैक्यूएट किया है। हमको कुल्लू ज़िले में जो ये पानी की आपदा है, इसमें 18 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली और श्रीखंड महादेव में जो कैजुअलिटी उसमें 8 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली। टोटल हमको 26 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली हैं।
So what is Delhi NCR looking like? There is some positive highlight, and that is about the Yamuna water levels that are receding. But the waterlogging is still on. So you need to be very cautious if you're still heading out into at least these areas that have been inundated for the past few days. We are being told that Delhi government has begun restoration work at several locations that were earlier flooded. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has announced that government will provide about 10,000 rupees to the flood victims. Delhi government has set up relief camps for the victims, and Delhi Minister Atishi visited the relief camps, saying that the priority of the government is to set up these camps for flood victims. But there's politics that's been brewing already. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar lashed out at Delhi, accusing it of playing politics over natural calamities at a time like this, saying Aam Aadmi Party should work on solving the problem instead of constantly blaming other states. Remember, water level coming down, water logging is still there.
सब चीज़ की बढ़िया सुविधा हो रखी है, बीजेपी वालों ने करवाई है। जिस दिन से हम जंगल से उन्होंने हमें रेस्क्यू किया था, वही लाए थे और उन्होंने यहाँ कैंप लगा रखा है। खाना पानी बिल्कुल समय पे मिल रहा हमारे लिए।
It's good news for Delhiites as water has receded at most parts of the capital. However, partial waterlogging continues at major roads. I'm at the IP estate, the road that leads towards the Kashmiri Gate portion, and vehicular movement has been opened. However, because of partial waterlogging still remaining at these locations, we can see that vehicular movement is slow. Most likely the remaining parts of the capital where there is partial waterlogging, it is expected that the waterlogging will completely recede by today. Yamuna water level is also receded. It's standing at the 205.82 mark. It's slight up the danger mark, but there is major relief for the people in the national capital, with partial waterlogging also going down by today. Expectedly, what we see is a speeding restoration work. That is because of the fact that there's a lot of damage that the Yamuna floods have also caused. Now, the priority of the government is to ramp up the restoration work to bring back the capital to normalcy. With video journalist Sajid Alam, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
एक तरफ यमुना के जलस्तर में भारी गिरावट आ रही है, वहीं धीरे धीरे करके अब दिल्ली के उन इलाकों में जिन इलाकों में बाढ़ का पानी घुस आया था, वहां से पानी भी कम होने लगा। इस वक्त मैं राजघाट इलाके में मौजूद हूं और ये रिंग रोड है जहां पर कल तक पानी भरा हुआ था। ये रिंग रोड राजघाट से होते हुए बकायदा लाल किले की तरफ जाता है और यहाँ पर भारी कीचड़ जमा हुआ है और इसका अंदाजा आप इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं। दीपक बिश आपको पीछे की तरफ दिखाएंगे। अभी एक बाइक सवार वो आ रहा था और चूंकि पानी कम हुआ है इस वजह से कीचड़ है और कीचड़ की वजह से ये बाइक सवार अगर आप देखें तो फिसलकर गिर गया। तो इस तरीके का नजारा आपको देखने को यहाँ पर मिल रहा है और शायद इसी वजह से अभी भी ये रोड ब्लॉक है, क्योंकि पानी तो कम हो गया है लेकिन जब पानी कम हुआ तो उसके बाद इस सड़क पर कीचड़ ही कीचड़ है और जहां यहां मैं मौजूद हूं बदबू भी काफी आ रही है, क्योंकि जो पानी था वो काफी गंदा था और उस वजह से सड़क पर जो बदबू है वो भी आ रही है।
यहाँ पे हम ओल्ड रेलवे ब्रिज के पास हैं। यहाँ पे काफ़ी भारी संख्या में जो यमुना पुश्ता से लोग हैं उनको वहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करके यहाँ पे कैंप्स में लाया गया है। अब 4 दिन हो गए हैं। शायद जब ये शुरू में आए थे तो अपेक्षा नहीं थी कि इतना लंबा चलेगा, इसलिए अब हम यहाँ के कैंप से उनको सबसे पास के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, सो दैट यहाँ पे प्रॉपर पानी का अरेंजमेंट, खाने का अरेंजमेंट, बिजली का अरेंजमेंट, बाथरूम का अरेंजमेंट हो पाए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से इन कैंप्स में समस्या रही है, इसीलिए आज मैं सारे अधिकारियों के साथ आई हूँ। सब अधिकारियों को सख्त निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि यहाँ के लोगों को जो भी बेस्ट सुविधा है वो दी जा सके।
काफ़ी स्पीड से उतर रहा है। जो पानी 208.6 मीटर पे था वो अभी 205 की जो है रेंज में आ गया है और थोड़ी देर में खतरे के निशान से भी नीचे आ जाएगा। और आप देख सकते हैं पूरे के पूरे जो पेड़ वनस्पति जी थी ये पूरी डूब गई थी, अब ये काफ़ी जो है दिखने भी लगी है। और जैसे ही थोड़ा लेवल और कम होगा तो ITO पे भी जो पानी है वो भी धीरे धीरे जो है इस पे अंदर उतर जाएगा।
इन्होंने कभी भी अपने या तो फ्लड कंट्रोल की मीटिंग करते नहीं है ही हो, इन्होंने कभी नहीं कहा कि हाँ ये भी एक विषय है जिसकी मेंटेनेंस अब होनी बंद हो गई है तो हमको बताओ, कभी नहीं बताया। और आज जब समस्या आ गई तभी उठ खड़े हुए। केवल 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी दिल्ली की उस एरिया में से बाहर नहीं निकलवा सके, इसका मतलब है कि यमुना को मेंटेन नहीं किया इन्होंने। यमुना के अंदर जितनी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई है, आखिर तो उसका एक एरिया है, उस एरिया के नीचे अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन होगी तो पानी का अवरोध करेगी।
I don't want to criticize Delhi government, but one thing is sure that I am seeing various statements that water is coming from Haryana, water is coming from UP. Water doesn't know any geography. Blaming some other state government doesn't solve the problem. It is your problem and you have to resolve it by yourself.
So as a citizen, whether you're in the hill states or in Delhi or National Capital and NCR, stay cautious still. There is waterlogging and inundation still in many areas, while political blame game continues. I'm heading to a very short break. Stay tuned. Big political stories right after this break on what's expected in this big week, specifically with regard to opposition meeting 2.0. That and more after a short break.
Breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of Emcella can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Extra safe Polycab Green Wire.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories this Monday morning first. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil Balaji. Now Ponmudi raided by the ED. In fact, raids in Chennai and Viluppuram in a laundering case. Another bid for United Anti-Modi Front Opposition Unity Meeting 2.0 at Bengaluru today. AAP joins in after Congress blinks on ordinance. Sharad Pawar to skip the dinner tonight. Monsoon continues to wreak havoc. No respite to Himalayan states from rain. The Met Department issues an orange alert in 4 Himachal Pradesh districts. Yamuna recedes, waterlogging continues in Delhi. Political showdown refuses to settle. AAP BJP lock horns over drains desilting. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir officials, government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan terror organization. We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news just coming in, and this has got to do with the big opposition meeting. Sharad Pawar is to attend the opposition meeting tomorrow, is what we know. Pawar to skip the opposition dinner tonight. Rumours were rife over Pawar skipping the opposition meeting a day after. Ajit Pawar camp met Sharad Pawar in Mumbai. Sharad Pawar puts all speculations to rest. Saurabh Aktania has more on that. Saurabh, in fact, it was being speculated that Pawar is not attending this meeting because all clearly isn't well. Supriya Sule was to attend it, but now the senior patriarch of the NCP, the senior leader, is attending the meeting of the opposition, albeit tomorrow.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. A lot of speculation and rumours were going around that Sharad Pawar will not be going to Bangalore for the opposition meet, but a clear message is now given out by the NCP officially that today there is an important monsoon session, and let me tell you that Sharad Pawar wants to meet all of his MLAs as well, and therefore today he will not be going for the opposition meet at Bengaluru, but tomorrow at 11 AM Sharad Pawar will be going to Bangalore and for this particular opposition meet, and not just Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule will also be accompanying him. So this is a big information which is coming in. A clear message is given by Sharad Pawar. It was yesterday also that he cannot join BJP, he cannot join the divisive politics of BJP. Ajit Pawar and his faction also tried to convince him that he should come and be with them in the NCP, but he has given a clear message that he is not going to join the NCP of Ajit Pawar, and he is not going to join the BJP as well. And now he has clearly sent out a message for today. He will not be going for the dinner party for the opposition meet, but he will be going tomorrow. Today is a very important monsoon session, and therefore he wants to meet all his MLA, because remember, Sneha, after the NCP breakout, this is the first time when monsoon session is happening, and it will be very interesting to see how many NCP MLAs are on side of Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. The monsoon assembly session starts at 11 AM, just an hour from now, and then it will be clear that how many MLAs are with Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, and therefore Sharad Pawar does not want to leave Mumbai. Today he will be in Mumbai only. He will be later meeting the NCP MLAs as well, and tomorrow he will be going for Bengaluru opposition meet.
Also, Saurabh, however, this raises, just doubt, also questions on what next, given that things are pretty much up in the air for the NCP. The opposition parties who are together in a huddle would be concerned about the next course of action of the NCP, isn't it?
Well, definitely there is a matter of concern because remember, Sneha, when the first meeting which happened in Patna, that time NCP was intact. In fact, Ajit Pawar was there. But only few days later, NCP completely broke. In fact, Ajit Pawar is claiming that he has 40 MLAs with him. But Sharad Pawar, you know, he has a charisma. In 2019, when similar thing happened to NCP, it was Sharad Pawar who brought all the NCP MLAs and other leaders in just few hours. And therefore, that is what is worrying Ajit Pawar group as well, and therefore he yesterday went to Sharad Pawar, he gate crashed his meeting, and all the 9 ministers along with Ajit Pawar went in to apologize Sharad Pawar and took his blessing, but Sharad Pawar did not utter a single word. Now it is only on Sharad Pawar himself and alone that person he will be fighting against all the odds. What the NCP sources are clearly telling us, Sneha, that he is going to try and convince all the NCP MLAs who are right now with Ajit Pawar. He is not just going to convince the NCP MLAs but also going on grounds and meeting the people, NCP workers on ground. So this will be a worrying factor for Ajit Pawar. So course of action of Sharad Pawar is very clear that he is not going to join BJP, he is not going to join the Ajit Pawar faction. He is going to be against BJP and therefore he will be attending tomorrow's opposition meet as well.
Right, I'm going to in fact thank you for the moment. Saurav Vakhtani getting us all those details as far as the inside track on the NCP and Sharad Pawar is concerned. More news coming in this morning. This, in fact, is the inside scoop on the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. On the agenda, finalizing the common minimum program. The opposition is to meet to focus on seat sharing on state basis, suggestion on EVM reforms to poll body to be discussed, name for alliance to be finalized in this meeting is what we are picking up. Name for the opposition bloc against the BJP is to be finalized. What is to be told to the election body in terms of reforms required for electronic voting machines, and also details of the common minimum program to be worked out. Congress to convene second opposition meeting in Bengaluru starting today. The second joint meeting of opposition parties to deliberate strategies to take on the ruling BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. It's going to begin in Bengaluru. 24 like-minded opposition parties are to attend the two-day-long meeting. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi are in fact representing the Congress party. Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu will also host a dinner for all the opposition leaders. Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, Stalin as well as the Aam Aadmi Party and others are attending the key meeting. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna last month, opposition parties had resolved to take on the BJP unitedly in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Meanwhile, BJP has hit out at this unity of the opposition, calling this a sham.
ये PDA, ये प्रोग्रेसिव डेमोक्रेटिक अलायंस नहीं है, यह प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ डायनेस्टीज अलायंस है। ये सब लोग अपने परिवारों को बचाने के लिए ये अलायंस में आते हैं और मोदी जी देश को आगे ले जाने के लिए काम में जुटते हैं। ये हमको फर्क समझना चाहिए।
जो लोग एक दूसरे को पानी पी पी कर कोसते थे, वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बढ़ती हुई भारी लोकप्रियता से घबराकर अपने अपने सिद्धांत, नीतियां और विषयों को छोड़कर एक दूसरे के साथ काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कभी सफल नहीं होगी, क्योंकि जब भी गठबंधन बिना विषय के होता है और बेमेल गठबंधन होता है तो वो निश्चित रूप से कभी मेल में नहीं बदल सकता।
कल ऑपोजिशन की बैठक भी है 17-18 जुलाई को, बैठक को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
गुड लक टू देम। पूरा देश देख रहा है कि क्या होने वाला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ना तो किसी अलायंस से डरी और ना डरेगी।
विपक्षी दल की बैठक भी अब 17-18 तारीख को होने वाली है पूरा।
हाँ, मुझे भी पता चला मीडिया के माध्यम से।
किस तरह देखते हैं इसको?
बहुत अच्छी बात है, लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत अच्छा है और 2024 के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा।
So what would be the next phase of outcome of this meeting?
Greater cooperation among the opposition in order to ensure that the country we are born in remains the country we are born in.
More news coming in. This, of course, is the inside scoop on the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. Finalizing the common minimum program, the opposition to meet to focus on seat sharing on state basis. Suggestions for EVM reforms to the poll body is to be discussed, is what we've been given to understand. Sahil is in fact joining us for more details on that. Sahil Joshi from Mumbai right now. Sahil, of course, in all of this, the important factor is going to be the role of the NCP, as we know important issues to be ironed out today, including the name of this alliance.
Well, it's definitely important because two important partners from Maharashtra will be joining this meeting. Uddhav Thackeray is also to attend this meeting tomorrow. Sanjay Raut will be going for the dinner tonight, the opposition leaders' dinner tonight. Sharad Pawar, though, have cancelled to go for the dinner, but he will be attending the meeting from 11 a.m. in the morning. Interestingly, the agenda which has been sent to the opposition party leaders who will be attending this meeting is very clear, that to talk out a common minimum program the way UP had was formed in 2004. The common minimum program was, and only after that the rest of the discussions were held. It is also decided that the opposition parties will be holding joint rallies, conventions, and agitations as well against the BJP government in the centre. At the same time, state-to-state seat sharing will also be decided because in the scheme of things, states like Maharashtra and Bihar becomes very important, where the opposition parties have at least three parties together forming local alliances. In Maharashtra, there is a Maharashtra Aghadi. In Bihar, there is a Mahagathbandhan. So the seat sharing, specifically in peak states, needs to be finalized, and that also will be discussed. More importantly, there will be a new name for the alliance. There is not going to be a UPA, which is very clear. It was formed in 2004 and ran the government till 2014. So it looks like that the opposition unity, the new alliance of opposition, will ditch the name United Progressive Alliance, and they will be taking over a new name, it seems. And that's why the name is also on the agenda. There are 6 points in the agenda, and accordingly it will be discussed. But Sharad Pawar is going to attend this opposition meet. There were a lot of rumors in Maharashtra, specifically after yesterday. Ajit Pawar and his 9 ministers get crashed Sharad Pawar's meeting and took his blessings and requested him to unite both the groups and work together. But it looks like that Sharad Pawar has made it very clear that he is going to go with the opposition parties and the parties which are going to be against the BJP rather than forming an alliance with the BJP. So that has been made very clear. But the agenda of the opposition parties can be clearly seen as we have flashed, as we are breaking at this point in time.
All right, in fact, I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. Sahil Sagai is also joining us from Bengaluru for more details on that. The big opposition meeting starts today, concludes tomorrow. Sagai Raj, the Chief Minister, is also all set to host a dinner for the opposition parties. The optics of this look awesome in terms of unity, but the fact remains that there are internal problems within this alliance, internal contradictions, I would say, and a lot needs to be sorted.
Absolutely, they have to address all those issues, and probably in this particular meeting,
all those internal problems within all these parties. And if you note, we are outside Taj West End Hotel, where this meeting is scheduled from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And following that, Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu will be hosting dinner tonight. And around 11 o'clock, now K.C. Venugopal, the National General Secretary of
K.C. Venugopal, the National General Secretary of Congress Party, will address a press regarding this particular meeting. As you see now, there are huge banners which have been put out across the city welcoming all the leaders who are attending this particular event. Close to 23 to 24 parties are attending, and in fact this particular meeting was scheduled in Himachal Pradesh. Due to climate and weather changes, it has been shifted to Bengaluru, and the 2 days meeting will also witness the AIC Supremo Sonia Gandhi part of this particular meeting, according to Congress sources, and there are also other leaders who might take part, and few leaders might also skip, including Sharad Pawar. So we need to wait and watch how crucial this particular meeting, as Sahil was mentioning, that they might give a new name to this particular alliance, and they might also discuss about various issues, including the division within the NCP and how these kind of division is happening post their meeting in June 23rd in Patna.
Sagai, be with us. In fact, there is more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. This is Kumaraswamy's big attack on the Siddaramaiah government. HD Kumaraswamy questions the Congress government's priorities. Says 42 farmers are dead. The Chief Minister is hosting the opposition. It's a big JDS attack amid opposition unity huddle. JDS, of course, it appears, is hinting at getting closer to the NDA.
ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗೇನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆನೂ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
ಸರ್. NDA ಮೈತ್ರಿಕೂಟ ನಾಳೆ ಸಭೆ ಇದೆ,
ನೋಡೋಣ, ಇನ್ನೂ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೇನು ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 42 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಹಾಗಠಬಂಧನ ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಯಾರು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಅದಂಥ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ಗಳು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತವ್ರೆ, ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ. ರೈತರು ಸಾಯ್ತಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವರಿಗೆ. 42 ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ರ? ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆ ಕೆಲವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಜನಗಳ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋ ಪಕ್ಷವೇ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಿಮೆಚೂರು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಚುನಾವಣೆ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು 9 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇದೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ.
Sagai continues to be with us on that story. HD Kumaraswamy and his party essentially have pretty much been a fence sitter in all of this, but with this statement linking the opposition unity big dinner to the death of farmers, just reflective of the fact that they are indeed leaning towards the NDA, isn't it?
Absolutely, and if you notice that even in the first meeting which was scheduled in the Patna, Kumaraswamy has ruled out that there was no invitation he said that there was no invitation given to him at that point of time. And again, the second meeting which is scheduled in Bengaluru, Kumaraswamy has ruled out, saying that Congress is spending crores of money where 43 farmers have already committed suicide for various reasons. When you have these kind of situation in the state of Karnataka, why they have to organize this mega event in the state? Why the opposition parties are not looking at the bigger issue rather than doing politics on united opposition? So these are the questions which is being raised. And when media questioned him whether he got any kind of invitation for the NDA meeting, he went on to say that so far he didn't get any kind of invitation. But he also said that in front of BJP party, ours is a very small party, so let us look into it if at all if he gets an invitation. So this clearly shows that he is tilted towards NDA, and probably he might attend the meeting which has been called in the near future.
Thank you for the moment, Sagai Raj, getting us up to speed and tracking that big story for us from Bengaluru. The Aam Aadmi Party and Congress have finally buried their hatchets as AAP has agreed to attend the grand opposition meeting in Bengaluru, hours after the Congress extended its support to AAP against the centre's ordinance. But Delhi and Punjab units of the Congress are allegedly unhappy over the party's call. Take a look at this detailed report.
A boost to opposition unity bid. The Congress has finally blinked in the ordinance war, facing aggressive demands from the Aam Aadmi Party, pledging its support to the Aam Aadmi Party in the war against centre.
Not only Delhi ordinance, any attempt to sabotage the federal system of the country, to intervene the state matter by using the governor, we are not going to support. Same way, Delhi ordinance also, we are not going to support. Very clear.
The Congress High Command decided to ignore opposition from its own units in Delhi and Punjab and go with Aam Aadmi Party, making it clear that it will not support the centre's ordinance on the control of services in Delhi, calling it a bid to sabotage federalism in the country.
Congress party has been very steadfast in opposing any such attempt to weaken the federal structure of our polity. Even in the case of the ordinance for Delhi, which the centre has brought, yesterday we had our meeting of the Parliamentary Strategy Group, and there also it was decided that the Congress party will oppose this ordinance.
Congress's decision to extend An olive branch has led AAP to drop its boycott of the opposition meet in Bengaluru on Monday.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी अपनी पोजीशन क्लियर करते हुए इस दिल्ली के अध्यादेश के खिलाफ अपना स्टैंड क्लियर किया है और विरोध दर्ज कराया है। हम कांग्रेस पार्टी की इस अनाउंसमेंट का स्वागत करते हैं।
But while Congress managed to appease AAP, its move to back Kejriwal left its Delhi and Punjab units disgruntled. Congress units in these two states have been fighting AAP government tooth and nail.
मैंने कहा है कि हम किसी के गुनाहों का साथ नहीं देंगे। याद होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी ही वो पार्टी थी जिसने शराब माफिया के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी, अरविंद के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ी। हम किसी के गुनाह का साथ नहीं देंगे, किसी गुनाहगार को बचाने का साथ नहीं देंगे।
हमेशा ही हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज का साथ दिया है, हम खड़े दिखाई दे हैं, तो इसलिए हमने आला कमान ने फैसला लिया है।
तो आपसे कंसल्ट किया गया है, यू बीन टेकन ऑन बोर्ड, बाजवा साहब और आप दोनों को बोर्ड पे लिया गया है?
एवरी डिसीजन, जब भी कभी कोई ऐसा डिसीजन हो या ऐसा डिसीजन लेने से पहले हमेशा आला कमान हमसे एड्रेस, सभी पीसीसी अध्यक्षों से एड्रेस करती है।
The BJP mocked Congress for letting down its Punjab and Delhi units and joining hands with Aam Aadmi Party. It recalled how despite opposition from its Bengal unit, Congress has been backing Mamata government and staying silent on poll violence. BJP claimed that Congress has reduced itself to a bunch of people trying hard to keep Rahul Gandhi relevant.
Congress has now reduced itself to being a bunch of people running around Rahul Gandhi and trying to keep him relevant. And that is why they have ceded to the Aam Aadmi Party despite objections from their Punjab unit and Delhi.
Will the Congress's move of bending over backwards to keep Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee in good humour act as a glue for opposition unity against Modi government in 2024? Bureau Report, India Today.
With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, monsoon continues to wreak havoc. No respite to Himalayan states from the rains. The Indian Met Department issues an orange alert in 4 Himachal Pradesh districts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first. This is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
must have seen people around you ditching cakes, sugar, pizzas, and switching to healthier options such as protein bars, yogurts, salads when they are on a weight loss mission. We often switch from junk to a healthier food item, thinking that they might help us in weight loss journey and will lead to a healthy life. From energy drinks to baked chips, there are a plethora of products in the market that are touted as healthy. But not everything that comes with the healthy tag is good for your body. Here are some so-called healthy food items that you are indulging in. Having plain yogurt might be normal when you're on a diet. We sometimes choose flavored yogurts which have berries, mango, strawberries, etc. But do you know that these yogurts contain added sugar? Many times people suggest that having a protein bar instead of a normal chocolate bar or junk food may be a healthier option. But experts suggest that these bars and drinks contain a lot of added preservatives and flavors which can harm you in the longer run. So next time you go for that protein bar, think twice.
Salads are one of the most healthiest food items that one can opt for if you are on a diet. But some of us often go for a packet salad bowl instead of a fresh bowl of salad. But did you know that these packet salad bowls are high on fat and sodium, which can affect your body in a reverse way? So next time you are on a diet, go for a fresh salad bowl instead of a packaged one.
Vegetable oils such as canola, sunflower, soya bean are often labeled as heart healthy. But the truth is that they are the #1 cause of health problems, as they are highly refined and rich in omega-6 that causes accelerated growth of cancer cells, blood clotting, and increased inflammation in the body. When we are on a weight loss journey, we instantly pull a product from the shelf if it has the low fat tag. But by doing this, we are indirectly reaching out for the
We are standing on the ring road. You can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
More news coming in this morning. Delhi streets continue to be waterlogged. There's a massive traffic jam near the ITO bridge. Flood traffic brings Delhi to its knees. There is in fact a lot of water. The crucial road, that is the ITO road that you see on your screens in fact right now, because of the waterlogging, vehicles in fact are crawling. Delhi is struggling with flood and traffic jam, and that struggle essentially continues.
पहले बाढ़ और अब ट्रैफिक जाम से दिल्ली के लोग परेशान हैं। इस वक्त मैं आईटीओ ब्रिज पर मौजूद हूं और आईटीओ पर अभी भी काफी जल जमाव है और इस वजह से आईटीओ ब्रिज पर जो गाड़ियां हैं वो रेंग रेंग कर चल रही हैं। अगर आप देखें तो ये जो पूरा आईटीओ ब्रिज है इस पर गाड़ियां खड़ी हुई आपको दिखाई देंगी, पूरी तरह से पैक्ड है और धीरे धीरे करके जो ये ट्रैफिक है वो आगे बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। हम दूसरी तरफ भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये जो पूरा रास्ता है आईटीओ ब्रिज से आईटीओ की तरफ जाता है और वहां पर भी कुछ दूर आगे गाड़ी बढ़ती है, आगे रुक जाती है, क्योंकि आगे की तरफ जब ढलान पर जाएंगे तो वहां पर काफी ज्यादा जल जमाव है। जो यमुना का पानी था वो वहां पर चला गया था, कई दफ्तरों में घुस गया था और इस वजह से ट्रैफिक काफी स्लो चल रहा है। और नजारा आप देखिए जरा सा कि ये जो पूरा आईटीओ ब्रिज है, इस आईटीओ ब्रिज पर दूर तक आपको गाड़ी खड़ी हुई दिखाई दे। जहां पर भी जल जमाव है वहां पर सुबह के वक्त इसी तरीके से ट्रैफिक जैम मिल रहा है। तो यानी आप अपने दफ्तर के लिए निकले तो खास तौर से जो आईटीओ ब्रिज है वहां पर आप पहले से सावधान होकर यानी पहले से जल्दी निकले ताकि आपको ट्रैफिक जैम में देरी न हो जाए। कैमरामैन दीपक बिष्ट के साथ अरविंद ओझा, दिल्ली आज तक।
Well, the water level of the mighty Yamuna continues to recede, but parts of Delhi still remain waterlogged, as you saw in that ground report. The Delhi government, meanwhile, has begun restoration work at several locations that were flooded. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has announced the government will provide 10,000 rupees, 10,000 to the flood victims. The Delhi government has set up relief camps for flood victims. Minister Atishi visited the relief camps and said that priority of the government is to set up relief and rehabilitation camps for flood victims. Politics, meanwhile, continues over the floods. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar lashed out at Delhi, accusing the Chief Minister of playing politics over natural calamities, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party should work on solving the problems instead of blaming other states.
सब चीज की बढ़िया सुविधा हो रहा है, बीजेपी वालों ने करवाई है। जिस दिन से हम जंगल से उन्होंने हमें रेस्क्यू किया था वही लाए थे और उन्होंने यहाँ कैंप लगा रखा है। खाना पानी बिल्कुल समय पे मिल रहा हमारे लिए।
एक तरफ यमुना के जलस्तर में भारी गिरावट आ रही है, वहीं धीरे धीरे करके अब दिल्ली के उन इलाकों में जिन इलाकों में बाढ़ का पानी घुस आया था वहां से पानी भी कम होने लगा। इस वक्त मैं राजघाट इलाके में मौजूद हूं और ये रिंग रोड है जहां पर कल तक पानी भरा हुआ था। ये रिंग रोड राजघाट से होते हुए बकायदा लाल किले की तरफ जाता है और यहाँ पर भारी कीचड़ जमा हुआ है और इसका अंदाजा आप इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं। दीपक बिष्ट आपको पीछे की तरफ दिखाएंगे। अभी एक बाइक सवार वो आ रहा था और चूंकि पानी कम हुआ है इस वजह से कीचड़ है और कीचड़ की वजह से ये बाइक सवार अगर आप देखें तो फिसल कर गिर गया। तो इस तरीके का नजारा आपको देखने को यहाँ पर मिल रहा है और शायद इसी वजह से अभी भी ये रोड ब्लॉक है, क्योंकि पानी तो कम हो गया है लेकिन जब पानी कम हुआ तो उसके बाद इस सड़क पर कीचड़ ही कीचड़ है और जहां यहां मैं मौजूद हूं बदबू भी काफी आ रही है, क्योंकि जो पानी था वो काफी गंदा था और उस वजह से सड़क पर जो बदबू है वो भी आ रही है।
यहाँ पे हम ओल्ड रेलवे ब्रिज के पास हैं। यहाँ पे काफ़ी भारी संख्या में जो यमुना पुश्ता से लोग हैं उनको वहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करके यहाँ पे कैंप्स में लाया गया है। अब 4 दिन हो गए हैं। शायद जब ये शुरू में आए थे तो अपेक्षा नहीं थी कि इतना लंबा चलेगा, इसलिए अब हम यहाँ के कैंप से उनको सबसे पास के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, सो दैट यहाँ पे प्रॉपर पानी का अरेंजमेंट, खाने का अरेंजमेंट, बिजली का अरेंजमेंट, बाथरूम का अरेंजमेंट हो पाए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से इन कैंप्स में समस्या रही है, इसलिए आज मैं सारे अधिकारियों के साथ आई हूँ। सब अधिकारियों को सख्त निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि यहाँ के लोगों को जो भी बेस्ट सुविधा है वो दी जा सके।
काफ़ी स्पीड से उतर रहा है। जो पानी 208.6 मीटर पे था वो अभी 205 की जो है रेंज में आ गया है और थोड़ी देर में खतरे के निशान से भी नीचे आ जाएगा। और आप देख सकते हैं पूरे के पूरे जो पेड़ वनस्पति जी थी ये पूरी डूब गई थी। अब ये काफ़ी जो है दिखने भी लगी है और जैसे ही थोड़ा लेवल और कम होगा तो ITO पे भी जो पानी है वो भी धीरे धीरे जो है इस पे अंदर उतर जाएगा।
इन्होंने कभी भी अपने या तो फ्लड कंट्रोल की मीटिंग करते नहीं है ही हो, इन्होंने कभी नहीं कहा कि हाँ ये भी एक विषय है जिसकी मेंटेनेंस अब होनी बंद हो गई है तो हमको बताओ, कभी नहीं बताया। और आज जब समस्या आ गई तभी उठ खड़े हुए। केवल 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी दिल्ली की उस एरिया में से बाहर नहीं निकलवा सके, इसका मतलब है कि यमुना को मेंटेन नहीं किया इन्होंने। यमुना के अंदर जितनी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई है, आखिर तो उसका एक एरिया है, उस एरिया के नीचे अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन होगी तो पानी का अवरोध करेगी।
I don't want to criticize Delhi government, but one thing is sure that I am seeing various statements that water is coming from Haryana, water is coming from UP. Water doesn't know any geography. Blaming some other state government doesn't solve the problem. It is your problem and you have to resolve it by yourself.
Well, as the water level at the Yamuna River continues to recede, situation of waterlogging prevails in Delhi city. But dark clouds are gathering elsewhere, which might cast a shadow over the situation in Delhi. Take a look at this special report.
Waterlogging, submerged cars, residents wading through water.
डेड बॉडी भी आप देख सकते हैं, तकरीबन
Carcasses of dead animals strewn all around.
बहकर इधर आई।
Days after deluge, key areas in the national capital remain waterlogged, impairing normal life for the 4th day straight on Sunday. Waterlogging was witnessed at several key areas of the city, including ITO and Rajghat, with VVIP areas remaining submerged. This is despite constant fall in Yamuna's water levels.
यमुना का जल स्तर है उसमें लगातार गिरावट है। जो यमुना का जल स्तर है वो 206.14 है, यानी भारी गिरावट है। लेकिन ग्राउंड जीरो पर जमीनी हकीकत यही है कि सेंट्रल दिल्ली के ITO में अभी भी पानी भरा हुआ है, सड़कें दरिया में तब्दील हो चुकी हैं।
Amid the deluge in Delhi, threat of epidemic rose after bodies of dead cattle were seen strewn around in areas still underwater.
यमुना के कारण जो प्रलय आया था उसका पानी तो कम हो गया है, पर प्रलय के बाद जो देखा जाता है वो हालात बन चुके हैं। कई गऊओं की डेड बॉडी भी आप देख सकते हैं, तकरीबन 3 गऊओं की डेड बॉडी है यहाँ पे और ये सब बहकर इधर आई हैं।
Popular for garments, souvenirs and food, the market is now submerged in knee-deep water.
We can see that showcases have broken, the entire stuff have actually been destroyed. There is water still inside the market. This stands testimony to the devastation that the monastery market faced. Remember, as we are talking, this is one of the worst affected areas. दुकान सेटअप करने में कितना लगता है?
सेटअप करने में तो बहुत लगेगा ना मैडम, अब क्या बताऊँ आप।
लाखों रुपए तो लगते ही होंगे।
लाख से ऊपर भी लग सकते हैं ना, पूरा सेटल करना पड़ेगा, पूरा शोकेस बनाना पड़ेगा।
2 of the 3 water treatment plants were restarted by Sunday, but VVIP areas in Delhi face water crunch. As roads turned into little rivers, Chief Minister Kejriwal and ministers continued to take stock of rescue, relief and rehab work.
यमुना के आसपास के लो लाइंग एरियाज थे, वहाँ पे पानी आ जाने की वजह से कई लोगों के घरों में पानी घुस गया। उन लोगों के लिए दिल्ली सरकार ने अलग अलग जगहों पे बहुत सारे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं। 6 जिले प्रभावित हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। इन 6 जिलों में अलग अलग जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हुए हैं।
यहाँ पे काफ़ी भारी संख्या में जो यमुना पुश्ता से लोग हैं उनको वहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करके यहाँ पे कैंप्स में लाया गया है। अब हम यहाँ के कैंप से उनको सबसे पास के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं सो दैट यहाँ पे प्रॉपर पानी का अरेंजमेंट, खाने का अरेंजमेंट, बिजली का अरेंजमेंट, बाथरूम का अरेंजमेंट हो पाए।
But with the India Meteorological Department having predicted more rainfall, Delhiites continue to remain on tenterhooks. Bureau Report, India Today.
Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc in Uttarakhand as well, also Himachal Pradesh. An orange alert has been issued predicting heavy to very heavy rainfall for all 13 districts in Uttarakhand for the next 2 days. So far, 26 deaths have been reported in Uttarakhand since the 15th of June due to heavy rains and flooding. After Yamuna, now River Ganga has breached the danger mark with 463 meters water level at the moment. A flash flood alert has been issued in several districts of Himachal predicting moderate to heavy risk till the 17th of July. The warning has been issued as heavy rainfall is expected to continue in the region, posing a potential threat to the safety of residents and infrastructure. Meanwhile, around 70,000 people have been evacuated so far from Kullu alone.
देखिए, ऐसा है कोई कुल्लू पुलिस ने बहुत बेहतरीन काम किया है। अब तक करीब 70,000 लोग इवैक्यूएट हो चुके हैं कुल्लू ज़िले से, जिसमें से करीब 11,000 गाड़ियां भी हैं। और आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 29 देशों से 687 पर्यटकों को हमने इवैक्यूएट किया है। हमको कुल्लू ज़िले में जो ये पानी की आपदा है, इसमें 18 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली और श्रीखंड महादेव में जो कैजुअलिटी उसमें 8 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली। टोटल हमको 26 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली हैं।
Moving on, NIA Kashmir won't tolerate terror. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu Kashmir administration with terror workers and state administration facing the axe here. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, a constable sacked for terror nexus. Officers Fahim Aslam, Hussain Mir have been sacked. Constable Ahmed Tokar also has been sacked. Government staffers helped Pakistan-based terror groups and provided logistics, raised terror funds. Getting you details on the crackdown on government officials, which has in fact been continuing for many months together. Officers of the government who've been found guilty of helping and aiding Pakistan fund terror have now been sacked, and once again this kind of action has been taken against these government workers. India Today spoke to Kashmir activist Lalit Ambardari. Listen to what is being said.
Mr. Lalit Ambardar, thank you for joining us this morning. What should one make of it? Is this a decision that was long impending? Is this a harsh decision that has been taken? Should there have been some more investigation done? What do you make of this decision that's been taken by the administration?
Pooja, Kashmir Jihad is a military problem. It's pan-Islamism inspired, it's terror infested, it's expansionist. So it has to be tackled militarily. But what happened on 5th of August 2019, that was a historical day, you, by abrogating the Article 370, you began the process of dismantling this Islamofascistic ecosystem that was prevailing in Kashmir, that has been prevailing in Kashmir for the past 70 years because of Article 370. Now imagine the stooges of Pakistan are infiltrating every aspect of Kashmiri society and Kashmiri administration. And no wonder, not a single rapist, murderer, or mass murderer of Kashmiri Pandit till date has ever been charged. Only because those who were supposed to investigate. So those who are supposed to find the culprits of Kashmir Hindu genocide are within the society, within the administration. They would never allow it to happen. They're the enablers, they're the collaborators of genocide. So I'm glad this is happening. It's taking time, but it's taking its time, rightly so, because it's 70 years old disease. It's very natural that it's going to take time.
NIA Kashmir not tolerating terror is what is now being said because of big anti-terror purge in the administration in Jammu and Kashmir. Terror workers in the state administration are facing the axe. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, a constable sacked for terror nexus. Officers go by the name of Fahim Aslam Hussain have been sacked. Constable Ahmed Tokar also sacked. Government staffers helped Pakistan-based terror groups and provided logistics, raised terror funds. In other news, hate crimes against Hindu minorities continue in Pakistan. In 24 hours, 2 Hindu temples have been attacked and razed to the ground. In Karachi, a 150-year-old Mari Mata temple was demolished on Saturday. In a separate incident, another temple was attacked with rocket launchers by a gang of dacoits in Pakistan's Kashmore on Sunday. According to police, neighboring Hindu houses were attacked by accused in Kashmore. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. This attack follows recent threats issued by dacoits in the Kashmore and Kotki riverine areas targeting Hindu places of worship and community members. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Carlos Alcaraz wins his maiden Wimbledon title as he beats Novak Djokovic in a 5-set thriller. This is the second Grand Slam title for the 20-year-old Spaniard.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip, and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer, because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices. You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels. There are people who are absolutely casual about it. At the same time, there are people who want to build careers out of it. And this is really opening up as a new career opportunity as well. So in whichever way you want to look at it, if you're serious about mobile gaming or if you're interested in mobile gaming, iQOO can certainly be your go-to device with 2 chips in there, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which is a very powerful chip. Then we have the independent gaming chip, which is the first in its category. So you can't go wrong with the iQOO Neo 7 Pro.
Awesome, and we hope to see more devices like this with better charging, better battery life, peak performance, and of course, these bright orange colors like Nippun's t-shirt. Nippun, what a pleasure to have you on Tech Today. We hope to see you very soon, and maybe we can put each other up against each other for a quick gaming match at the end of this.
Whenever.
Yes, thank you.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
We are standing on the ring road. You can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Welcome back. Now, Carlos Alcaraz made history when he became the youngest player in over 30 years to win the Wimbledon Grand Slam, beating Novak Djokovic in a thrilling final that went the distance. Here's a special look at how the youngster from Spain achieved history at centre court.
And Jerry Armstrong is that?
Carlos Alcaraz. Remember the name. Wimbledon has a new men's champion, and it is the young Spaniard who denied Novak Djokovic a shot at tennis immortality.
After his 4-year stint.
Djokovic, the defending Wimbledon champion, got off to a dream start in the final, breaking Alcaraz's serve twice en route to a 6-1 victory in the first set.
6-1, new ball speed.
The second set went much longer as both Alcaraz and Djokovic broke each other's serves, but the set went to a tiebreaker, which the youngster eventually won.
After an hour and 25 minutes.
The intense back and forth continued into the third set, with one game going on for a whopping 26 minutes and 2 seconds. Alcaraz finally won the game on his 7th break point.
It's 2 breaks of serve, 32 points in that one game alone.
But he made quick work of the set thereafter and took a 2-1 lead going into the fourth set, something which clearly had him pumped up.
Djokovic made the signal to the umpire.
It even led to Djokovic taking an unusually long toilet break, something which did not please Alcaraz as well as a number of fans inside centre court. But it clearly helped Djokovic reset as he broke Alcaraz's serve twice to wrap up the fourth set in convincing fashion and force a decider. Yet for once, Djokovic did not triumph in a 5-set final, and it was Alcaraz who held firm to win his maiden Wimbledon title and second Grand Slam overall. Sports Bureau, India Today.
6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
All right, that story and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for more news and updates. Do log on. Thanks for watching. Addiction, doctors say, cause long-term problems as well as short-term. In kids, it leads to virtual autism, a development disorder.
Our brains, our minds, our entire personality is getting shaped in that manner wherein we get everything right away. There's instant gratification for everything. And interestingly, instant gratification wala jo aspect hai, ideally and originally, little kids, a 6-month-old, a 7-month-old, that child, because his personality is not developed, functions on instant gratification. He wants milk, he wants it right now. If he soiled his pants, he needs a change right now, whether it's 2 o'clock in the night or 3 o'clock in the night. And we adults also, somehow, because of this overuse of technology, have become like that. We want instant gratification.
Counseling children as young as 4 and 5 years of age is the new normal, say doctors.
So, one last thing we'll do. You have made this beautiful collage. We are going to look at this collage.
The pandemic has only aggravated the situation.
people have started associating use of digital devices whenever they are free, whenever they are feeling bored, whenever there's nothing to do special. And then nothing to do specials get converted into what we call scrolling syndromes. They keep scrolling their mobile phone for X number of hours, and which makes them excessive user, and sometimes it takes away the attention they have supposed to give to other important tasks they are not able to do, or they postpone it.
While it is easier to get them involved in other activities and help break the chain of addiction, in adults the problem, including addiction to pornography, gets only aggravated with lack of acknowledgement until health problems crop up.
Since last 4 to 5 years, I have been involved in active pornography. Now this problem has become very frequent that I am not able to focus on my job works. I am not able to connect myself with my family, and mostly on my psychological distress. So it is affecting my day-to-day lifestyle also. That is where I have recognized this problem.
A few weeks ago, over 1,000 members of the Jain community deposited their phones and went on a digital fast. You heard that right. A digital fast to cleanse the soul and purify your mind. How many of us can do that? There are some ways to break free and be normal again. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today.
Oh, sorry.
चली गई सांसदी और चला गया घर।
वेरी सैड, वेरी सैड।
ये तो तानाशाही है। अरे कोई नहीं, अब जो है अपने पास वो मोदी जी भी नहीं छीन सकते भैया।
शेर आगे बढ़ाया जाए।
चली गई सांसदी, चला गया घर। खड़गे जी आंसू पोंछ लीजिए और शेर सुनिए बस। चली गई सांसदी, चला गया घर। मोदी जी क्या छीनेंगे, हम जोड़ लेंगे अब पंक्चर।
ये सही है, कमाल कमाल। ये छीन के दिखाओ।
अभी और सुनिए, जोड़ दिया भारत, अब नहीं बचा कोई डर।
कमाल कमाल। सही बात, सही बात। भारत तो जुड़ गया, बाकी जुड़ गया।
शुक्रिया। जोड़ लिया भारत, अब नहीं बचा कोई डर। मैकेनिक का काम सीख लिया और सीख लिया चलाना ट्रैक्टर।
चलते चलते एक और हो जाए राहुल जी।
ओके, करने वाले खूब बकैती करेंगे।
क्या कह दिया, क्या कह दिया। वाह वाह वाह,
ये तो जोरदार है।
वो करेंगे बकैती और हम क्या करेंगे?
अरे सुनो तो, करने वाले खूब बकैती करेंगे। अपना क्या है, अपन अब धान की खेती करेंगे।
वाह 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 वाह।
अरे बीच का बोरा तो नहीं रह गया।
कोई ना, बाबा है ना, संभाल लेंगे। चलाना तो सीख लिया, लेकिन भैया ये बंद कैसे होगा?
Watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the top stories this Monday morning first. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil. Now Ponmudi raided by the ED. Raids in Chennai and Viluppuram in the laundering case. Another bid for United Anti-Modi Front Opposition Unity Meeting 2.0 at Bengaluru today. AAP joins in after Congress blinks on the ordnance matter. Sharad Pawar to skip dinner tonight but to be present in the meeting tomorrow. Kumaraswamy's big attack on Sidhu government questions the Congress government's priorities, says 42 farmers are dead, but the chief minister is hosting the opposition. Monsoon continues to wreak havoc. No respite to Himalayan states from the rain. The Indian Met Department issues an orange alert in 4 Himachal Pradesh districts. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan terror organizations. We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news just coming in. It's a violent Andhra turf battle that has been caught on camera. TDP and YSRCP workers in a street war there. Fist fight erupts, stone sticks were used. TDP Neta Arvind Babu car attacked. Curbs under section 144 after the street clashes that you see on your screens right now. We have some news just coming in. In fact, Congress's chief spokesperson, senior leader Jairam Ramesh was addressing a press conference in Bengaluru. Listen in.
And we will take, of course, questions from you on this conclave. So without further ado, I will request Sri Venugopal ji to address you. Sri Venugopal.
Thank you, Jairam ji. First of all, good morning and welcome to all of you to Bangalore for the second summit of opposition parties. Last 23rd June, we had a successful and fruitful meeting of opposition parties in Patna. This is the continuation of that meeting going to be happened. Tomorrow, the meeting will start at 11 o'clock. 26 political parties from all over India is participating in this meeting. We are very grateful to the Chief Minister of Karnataka for hosting a dinner on today evening for the opposition leaders. Basically, we are all united by a common purpose to protect democracy in this country, to ensure the constitutional rights, and the independence of our institutions. These all are under attack on the present regime of BJP government. They want to silence the opposition voice. They are misusing entire agencies like Enforcement Directorate, CBI, to suppress the voice of the opposition. The disqualification of Rahul Gandhi from the parliament is one of the biggest examples for that. The incident happening in Maharashtra also, one of the examples that. They want to destabilize the democratically elected government by misusing these agencies. And you all know, Manipur is burning last 75 days. One of our prestigious and most strategic state is burning for last 75 days. Not even a concrete initiative to resolve the problem so far. And the shocking one is the total silence of the Prime Minister. Last 75 days, the country is waiting for a response from the Prime Minister. He has not even uttered a single word on Manipur issues. At least a peace call to the people of Manipur is not coming from the mouth of the Prime Minister. This is a really shocking. The people of the country are in a great distress, especially the common people of this country, due to unemployment and price rise. There is no concrete measures to address the concern of the common people of this country. Though we are here not only for attaining power, we are here for address this genuine concern of the biggest democratic country of the world. Of course, people are aware of this fact. They will teach a lesson when the time comes. Those who are totally failed in governance, those who are cheating them by giving false promises, that is up to the people. They will decide. We are very sure that. But here, we are all here. 26 opposition political parties are here to move forward unitedly, to give a solution for the common people's issues and to address the genuine concern of this dictatorial government actions. That's why we are all coming here. This is the second meeting. We will decide in this meeting what the course of action in future. Certainly, Parliament session is also starting on 20th onwards. We will check out the Parliament strategy also. Certainly, we are very sure that this is going to be a game changer of Indian political scenario. And we are very happy to see that after the Patna meeting, those who are telling that we are very much comfortable alone to defeat entire opposition, now they also started meeting. That is a real success. We thought that that's a real success of this opposition unity. Once again, on behalf of Congress Party, because Congress Party is initiating this conclave, welcoming all of you in this beautiful city of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Venugopalji. I'll request our local host, PCC President, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shiv Kumarji, to address you.
Good morning to all of you. Venugopalji, Jairamji, Pawanji, and all my media friends from all over the country. A great beginning, a good start. I think the entire opposition party in this country, except few, have joined together for a good beginning. I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we have joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation, how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future of 140 crores people who have been suffering on various issues. Let me not deliberate much on this. On behalf of Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee and my Chief Minister, we are just the host for the Indian National Congress. This is a meeting organized by the Indian National Congress. We are just the local host. We feel with this climate, with this understanding, with this unity, we will take it forward and the results will come out as Karnataka has given us a mandate. The entire country will give us a mandate on 24. We take it forward. The rest, entire deliberation on the subject-wise, and the results will be briefed by national leaders on this issue. Thank you for coming from all the way from this various part of the country. We are there to serve you better. Thank you.
Thank you, शिव कुमार जी. कुछ आज खबर निकल रही है कि कुछ वरिष्ठ नेता आज नहीं आ रहे हैं पर कल आएंगे. मैं इसका पूरा खंडन करना चाहता हूं. ये बैठक 26 पार्टियों की बैठक की शुरुआत कल सुबह 11 बजे होने वाली है. आज रात को कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री भोजन दे रहे हैं, पर बैठक औपचारिक तरीके से कल 11 बजे शुरू होगी और करीब 4 बजे को सारे 26 पार्टियों के नेता प्रेस को संबोधित करेंगे. दूसरी बात जो वेणुगोपाल जी ने कही है, मैं उसको दोहराना चाहता हूं. प्रधानमंत्री और बीजेपी भोखलाई हुई है कि पटना के बैठक के बाद अचानक प्रधानमंत्री को एनडीए का ख्याल आया. एनडीए में नई जान फूंकने की अभी प्रयास हो रही है. अब तक एनडीए का जिक्र नहीं हुआ करता था. अचानक कुछ 4-5 दिनों से हम पढ़ रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं कि एनडीए की बैठक कल बुलाई गई है. तो ये अचानक एनडीए जो एक भूत बन गया था, उसमें एक नई जान फूंकने की कोशिश की जा रही है और ये पटना सम्मेलन का एक नतीजा है. जो पटना में शुरुआत की गई थी 23 जून को, 18 जुलाई को बेंगलुरु में इसको आगे ले जाएगा और आप देखते रहेंगे कि एक रचनात्मक कार्यक्रम देश के सामने इन 26 पार्टियों के द्वारा भी तय किया जाएगा. ये सब बातें कल इस पर विचार होंगे और सभी नेता, 26 पार्टियों के नेता आपको संबोधित करेंगे कि अगले जो कदम ये 26 पार्टी लेंगे पार्लियामेंट के अंदर और पार्लियामेंट के बाहर, इस पर कल चर्चा होगी. तो अगर आपको कुछ सवाल पूछने हैं वेणुगोपाल जी से और शिव कुमार जी से, आप पूछ सकते हैं. यस.
Consecutive meeting which is happening in Bangalore. Is there a common minimum program that you're working towards, or are you trying to drum up a consensus for a new alliance? So it's all talk shop till now. So is there any agenda?
You have to understand, there are 26 political parties. This is not a one-party alliance. Therefore, we are trying to resolve a unity in various issues. certainly what are the issues to decide for the future will be discussed tomorrow in the meeting itself. Whatever issues are coming before us, we will discuss. Patna also we have discussed. Tomorrow also we will discuss. We will resolve all the issues within 1 or 2 meetings.
न्यूज़ नेशन से मैं मोहित हूँ। सर, पटना में जो आपने मीटिंग की वो तो आपने उत्तर भारत में मीटिंग की, अब साउथ में आप एक मीटिंग करने जा रहे हैं। साउथ से क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हैं, और खासतौर पे नाम अब तक आप लोगों ने डिसाइड नहीं किया है। यूपीए के अम्ब्रेला में बहुत सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने सरकार चलाई है, आप लोगों ने सरकार चलाई है, तो क्या आज नाम का भी अनाउंसमेंट करेंगे और आने वाले वक्त में क्या नाम रखा जा सकता है?
बिल्कुल भाई, don't worry, we will take all decisions. What are the issues? I told you, what are the issues going to be discussed? I cannot tell now. Because this is not only Congress is not deciding. All the opposition party will sit together and we will decide unitedly. This is not a Congress decision alone. You have to understand.
Yes, madam. एक minute.
Heard from the Congress there, in fact, holding a press conference in Bengaluru, listing out what really is on the agenda. A series of reactions have been coming in at the big opposition meeting where 24 parties have come together. Listen in.
We have all come together with a certain ideology, and we have come together to preserve the idea of India and Constitution. So the BJP, if BJP has a problem with our unity, that means they are afraid that they will be unseated.
More number of parties will participate in Bangalore meeting. So BJP is getting rattled every passing day. They are very desperate. Earlier they were abusing Patna meeting. It was a photo opportunity, nothing, all such abuses. But now they are also calling a meeting. It shows how much they are desperate and rattled. But as far as we are concerned, our party is concerned, Bangalore meeting will be one step forward in our struggle against BJP, in our struggle in order to save the country.
बड़े मुद्दे क्या होंगे जिस पर हम एक साथ आ सकते हैं? भारत के लोकतंत्र को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संघीय ढांचे को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संविधान को बचाने का मुद्दा, इस देश में बेरोजगारी का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर महंगाई का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर अशिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य की बदहाली का जो आलम है, तो ये जो बड़े मुद्दे हैं, इस पर एकजुटता की बात बड़े तौर पे होनी चाहिए मुझे लगता है कि, और इस पे आम सहमति बनेगी। जरूरी नहीं कि हर मुद्दे पर एक राय सबकी हो।
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain. We are very much eager to build a strong team. We need very good fast bowlers, we need very good spinners, we have very good wicket keeper and very good batsmen, and we need middle order batsmen. Therefore, it's a team effort of all the parties.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಲೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಹಾಗಠಬಂಧನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ JDS ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಮೆಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗೇನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆನೂ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇನ್ನೂ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೇನು ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 42 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ.
जो विपक्षी दल हैं केवल कुर्सी के लिए इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं. उनसे पूछिए तो उनका टारगेट सिर्फ माननीय मोदी जी हैं और उनकी कुर्सी है, जबकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. आज दुनिया में भारत माता का परचम लहलहा रहा है. भारत विश्व गुरु की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है. आज हम 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी है पूरी दुनिया में. 2047 में माननीय मोदी जी ने जिस ढंग से देश का नेतृत्व किया है, हम कह सकते हैं 2047 में जब हम 100वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे होंगे, हम तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी होंगे.
कोई एकता वेकता नहीं है, और ये तो प्रधानमंत्री जी का डर है
मैं तो कहूँगा कि जितने भी भ्रष्टाचार लोग थे और जो अपने अपने राज्यों में जब उनको मौका मिला, जब उनको देश में मौका मिला, जिन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी, आज उनको लगता है कि वो पिछले 9 साल से खाली बैठे हुए हैं और वो दोबारा से देश को लूटने की योजना बना रहे हैं। तो ये कुछ नहीं है, मोदी जी का डर है। देश की जनता अपना मन बना चुकी है कि उन्होंने 2024 में क्या फ़ैसला करना है और 2029 तक भी मैं अगर कहूँ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को ही बनाना है। तो ये अपने अपने राज्यों में डॉग कैट फाइट करते हैं और ये फिर आकर दिखाते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं।
More news, in fact, coming in now. The Congress is mocking former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Bommai, over Karnataka LOP post. Congratulate HDK as the new Karnataka LOP. Congress says Bommai must consider joining the Congress. BJP House of Cards is collapsing in Karnataka, says the Congress, taking a dig there at former Chief Minister Bommai there. Anaga, in fact, has more details on that story. In fact, the Congress there going all guns blazing and mocking former Chief Minister Bommai, saying that it's time for him to now join the Congress. Anaga?
That's right, Sneha. This was MB Patil who made that statement. He was saying that, since the leader of opposition's position is still vacant and the BJP has nowhere to go, former Chief Minister Basraj Bommai has been sidelined. He will be shown the same door as, as Yediyurappa. Keeping all these things in mind, it is best that Bommai joins. That Bommai joins Congress to save his face was the kind of sarcastic jibe that the Congress took at BJP. An open offer that was made to the former Chief Minister. Remember, his legacy, Bommai's father, S.R. Bommai, was also a Chief Minister. This was the kind of jibe that are being taken by the Congress party at a time when there are talks of a possible alliance between BJP and JDS. Just now we had a word with Mr. Bommai a while back where he made it very clear that having an alliance with JDS is crucial for the Lok Sabha polls, and that is in the best interest of the people of Karnataka. So right now the talks are still underway between the BJP High Command and JDS High Command, to sort of come to a level playing field. The discussions are ongoing. It is to be wait and watch how, it's really interesting to see how this is going to pan out ahead of the Lok Sabha polls.
All right, in fact, Anaga, be with us. I'm going to come back to you for more developments from the state of Karnataka. We have, in fact, more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. News coming in. Activists are targeting Chief Minister Sidhu over a book launch. The Chief Minister has agreed to launch a book of a right-wing writer there, Prakash Raj, Kavita Lankesh. See red. Actor Prakash Raj appeals stay away from writer Bhatt. Karnataka book launch. Nataka now erupting. Nagarjun Dwarkanath has more details on that story. We'll go back to him in a moment from now. In fact, this is the book launch Nataka that the state is seeing. Prakash Raj and Kavita Lankesh are seeing red in Sidhu launching, in fact, a book of a right-wing writer. Nagarjun Dwarkanath has more details on that. Naga, what really is going on? What is this book really about? Who's the writer?
This is of editor-in-chief of Mr. Vishweshwaraya Bhatt, who leads a local regional newspaper called Vishwavani. Sidhu is supposed to launch a book on 22nd July here in Bengaluru, and right-wing members would attend it, is what Kavita Lankesh and Prakash Raj are saying. They've tweeted their statement saying CM Sidhu should not attend this because the editor himself is right-leaning and it would not be good for Sidhu to attend that and send out a message. It would send out a bad message, and hence he has to cancel the event, is what they have said. But no confirmation from the CM office as of now, because it's still on 22nd, 5 more days left. They're saying there's still ample time and they'll take a call later.
Thanking you for the moment, for getting us up to speed with that, Nagarjun Dwarkanath, with that latest controversy. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, another Tamil Nadu minister is under the scanner of the ED after Senthil Balaji, now motivated by the ED raids in Chennai and Viluppuram in the laundering case.
You are watching India Today.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage, monsoon mayhem.
Let's do this. Welcome to Threads. That was the first post from Mark Zuckerberg as he launched his new rival to Twitter. Within hours, 10 million people had signed up. Those quick to join included celebrities like Kim Kardashian and Jennifer Lopez. Brands like HBO and Netflix also launched accounts within minutes. Threads looks pretty familiar. It's built around text posts of up to 500 characters, while users can also post pictures and videos up to 5 minutes long. It's all meant to take advantage of the chaos at Twitter since it was taken over by Elon Musk. And it has one big advantage. People can sign in with their existing username from Instagram, also owned by Meta. Since Instagram claims to have over 2 billion users, that could enable Threads to gain serious scale very quickly. It also benefits from Instagram's advertising system, meaning it could draw dollars away from its rival. Threads is available in Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store. Some new users were quick to predict Twitter's demise, but Zuckerberg advised caution. He said this was just the opening moment of the first round. But the fight is definitely on.
Popping sugar-free gums containing aspartame or stevia for your beverages, sugar-free juices, protein bars, chocolates, and a whole range of products thinking they will help you, you then really need a rethink. A whole range of non-sugar sweeteners usually consumed by many diabetics and non-diabetics and seen as healthy alternatives to sugar are not to be consumed by non-diabetics and to be consumed by diabetics in a regulated way, the WHO has said. Non-sugar sweeteners, splena, stevia, aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame K, advantame, cyclamates, neotame, all of them should not be used by non-diabetics, says the World Health Organization. The WHO's review of the available research found groups who regularly consume non-sugar sweeteners had an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Non-sugar sweeteners, which include all kind of sweeteners, which are non-caloric, which don't give you calories, but like aspartame or like stevia or other, there are so many, which companies claim that there is no added sugar on them. So people just go by those promotional campaigns and buy those products, thinking that it will not harm. Now the evidence comes that in a long term they can do harm.
Artificial sweeteners are found in processed foods. For example, the sweetener called erythritol activates platelets, the blood cells which cause clots when they clump together. Such clusters block blood flow in different parts of the body, since its presence or levels are not revealed on packages of processed foods.
Some people feel that I have already not consumed sugar, so I can eat more of the other stuff. So like that, it actually encourages more food without any restriction, because people feel that it is something helpful, it is good for fitness. Some people, some celebrities do advertise non-sugar sweeteners as a source of fitness.
Should people then go back to eating sugars? Doctors clearly advise against that as well.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Fresh trouble for DMK government in Tamil Nadu as another minister comes under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister K. Ponmudi faces ED heat. ED is conducting searches at the premises of K. Ponmudi and his family members in connection to a money laundering case. Raids began at 7 a.m. and are being conducted at his residence in Viluppuram and Chennai. His son and Lok Sabha MP Gautam Sigamani are also being searched. Raids come nearly a month after another Tamil Nadu minister, Senthil Balaji, was raided and arrested by the ED in connection with the Cash for Jobs scam. Some news just coming in. Chief Minister Stalin has defended the scam-accused minister. Stalin claims opposition huddle is the reason behind the ED has taken action. ED raids Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi for laundering. Stalin says Ponmudi will fight back legally. Second Stalin minister, the crosshairs of the ED earlier. Tamil Nadu Minister Balaji was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate.
பீகாரிலும் தொடர்ந்து கர்நாடக மாநிலத்திலும் பிஜேபி வீழ்த்துவதற்காக தொடர்ந்து கூட்டப்படக்கூடிய கூட்டம் பிஜேபி ஆட்சிக்கு மிகப்பெரிய எரிச்சலை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறது. அண்மையிலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா, இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
More details on that story. The reaction there promote from the Chief Minister along predictable lines saying that this is vendetta and this has got to do with the fact that opposition parties are coming together and to discourage them from doing so.
It absolutely is, Neha. In fact, the Chief Minister, before leaving for Bengaluru, he said that this is the second kind of meeting where the opposition parties are coming together to discuss about a larger threat. This is how the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin said. And when we asked about the raid that is happening in the senior-most minister in Tamil Nadu Council, Ponmudi, the Higher Education Minister, the Chief Minister said that this is nothing but what's happening in North India that has started to happen in Tamil Nadu as well. And he also claimed that earlier Governor was acting as the helping the DMK with the election campaign. in, and now Enforcement Directorate has also joined. MK Chief Minister said that this is a case that was falsely charged, based on false charges during Jayalalitha regime almost 10 years ago, and that is being taken over by ED currently. And the Chief Minister said that Ponmudi will face this case also legally.
Pramod, I'm going to thank you for getting us those details. This is going to be fought legally, is what the Chief Minister said. More news coming in. Unity in Bengaluru, split in Mumbai. No NCP MLAs at the opposition assembly protest. Sharad Pawar heads to meet NCP MLAs, not with him. Opposition disunity out in the open once again. What really is going on? We'll try and get a sense from our colleagues. Ground Zero, the assembly session has convened and there is the protest that is being held by opposition parties. You can see Aditya Thackeray there, of course, from the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, the others are there as well, but the NCP MLAs are missing. So does the opposition now have to settle for the NCP not being a part of it is the big question here. Why are the NCP MLAs right now on the side of Sharad Pawar not a part of this meeting? In fact, we have more news coming in. Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking. There is a reaction that is coming in from the Congress president. Let's go straight to that.
सामने सिर्फ क्या है, तोड़फोड़ करने का ही है और वो तोड़फोड़ करते ही रहे हैं और जब उनको मौका मिलता है जो चुन के आते हैं उनको तोड़ते हैं और ये भी कहते हैं कि हमारी बड़ी पार्टी हो गई ये हो। भाई आपका अगर ठीक है पार्टी फिर तोड़ते क्यों हो? चुने हुए लोगों को आप ले जाते हो और उस यहाँ जब तक वो कांग्रेस में रहते, जब तक वो डीएमके में रहते, जब तक वो दूसरे हमारे पार्टियों में रहते, जब तक वो एनसीपी में रहते और या जेडीयू में रहते हैं, आरजेडी में रहते हैं और या टीएमसी में, वो उस वक्त वो करप्ट रहते हैं और आप जब बुला लेते हैं तो आपके वॉशिंग मशीन में आकर वो क्लीन हो जाते हैं और आप वो जो काला कपड़ा डाल के वाइट निकालने में मशहूर है और दूसरों को भी यही बोलते हो। तो ये ठीक नहीं है, ये उनकी आदत है पहले से भी डराने का, धमकाने का, हरासमेंट करने का, प्रेशर डालने का, वो कर रहे हैं तो उसको हम डरने वाले नहीं।
Thank you.
Mustafa, in fact, is with us, getting us more details as far as the NCP MLA is missing outside the assembly is concerned. Mustafa, what's really brewing? I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that MLAs, in fact, who are still with Sharad Pawar are not even there.
NCP MLAs are not present on the protest. We are at Maharashtra Assembly. A opposition protest took place here in which Congress MLAs were present, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray MLAs were present, but NCP MLAs of Sharad Pawar faction were not seen raising slogans against the government. So this is the first session wherein both factions of NCP are divided. One section is in the government, the other is in the opposition. But when the opposition MLAs had gathered here, Mahavikas Aghadi, which normally protests from that, the Sharad Pawar faction MLAs of the NCP were missing. So somewhere there is the indication which is being said is that there is still a decision to be taken by the Assembly Speaker, because NCP has now become a party in Maharashtra Assembly which is in the government and which is also in the opposition. So the both factions of the NCP are now there, and there is confusion in the mind of MLAs as to which side they have to decide.
Strange situation, Mustafa. I don't think this has ever happened that a single party has got leaders who are both in government and are in opposition. I mean, where do they go? This is a split that the NCP has to deal with. But what really is the way forward from here on? Because this sort of a confusion will prevail, isn't it? And send out the wrong message.
Well, of course, because if you look at the sitting arrangements in the Maharashtra Assembly, there are the 9 ministers of the NCP who have taken oath in Maharashtra government. They are sitting on the treasury benches. At the same time, Jayant Patil, who is our NCP senior leader, Jitendra Awad and many other NCP MLs who are supporting Sharad Pawar are sitting with the opposition. Now, what interestingly the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker is saying that there is no divide in the NCP on record, on paper. So this is something which is confusing many as to what is happening. At the same time, Maharashtra Assembly does not have a leader of opposition. The leader of opposition from the Congress has to be still claimed. They have to still name a leader of opposition. So Maharashtra Assembly monsoon session has started. But in the Vidhan Sabha, it is without a leader of opposition because earlier it was Ajit Pawar who has now gone in the government. Back to you.
Thanking you for the moment, Mustafa Sheikh, getting us up to speed with those details from right outside the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, staying with developments from Maharashtra and in Maharashtra politics, Sharad Pawar has clarified that he will not go with the BJP, as the ideology of the NCP doesn't align with the BJP. He said he would continue his progressive politics against BJP's divisive politics. This comes after the new Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar paid a surprise visit to meet Sharad Pawar just yesterday. Now, as per our sources, Ajit Pawar touched Sharad Pawar's feet, expressing apologies really for whatever happened in the last few weeks or so vis-a-vis the political developments during his visit to the house. However, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis said Sharad Pawar was the NCP's leader for a long time and the visit was not really a big deal.
हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे और मजबूती से आगे काम करे, इसके लिए हमने विनती की और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें। आदरणीय पवार साहब ने किसी भी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी, हमारी बात को सुना।
त्याबद्दल प्रफुल्लभाईंनी सांगितलेलं ही विधिमंडळाच्या उद्याच्या अधिवेशनाच्या निमित्तानं जी काही प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स मुख्यमंत्री आणि उपमुख्यमंत्री इथं माझा ऐकणार ते घेतात त्याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा आहे। तो प्रश्न इथं संबंधित नाहीये। त्याच्याबद्दल प्रफुल्लभाईंनी जे स्पष्ट तिथं सांगितलेलं आहे, प्रफुल्लभाईंनी ती भूमिका तिथं मांडलेली आहे आणि जयंतरावांनी त्यांची भूमिका तिथं मांडलेली आहे। त्याच्यामुळे दोघांची भूमिका मांडली, त्याच्यामध्ये आपण काही काळजी करू नका।
मला त्याची कल्पना नाही आहे, पण भेट घेतली तर त्यात शेवटी वर्षानुवर्ष त्यांचे नेते पवार साहेब राहिलेले आहेत, भेट घेतली तर त्यात काही वाव काय असं मला वाटतं। पुन्हा राजकीय असं समीकरण काही होऊ शकतं, मला कल्पना।
हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है कि सारे लोग अगर वापस आते हैं तो मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष हूँ, मुझे तो आनंद ही होगा।
So what's really brewing as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned? Now, outside the assembly, we have, in fact, NCP MLAs missing in the protest that has been organized by the opposition, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena and the Congress there. The irony is that NCP leaders are, in fact, MLAs are part of the government and of the opposition, is split really within the NCP camp. Now, yesterday there was a big meeting at Sharad Pawar's house where Ajit Pawar also, in fact, attended and issued an apology for the kind of turbulence that the party had seen over the last few days or so. With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan terror organization.
You are watching India Today.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality, and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine, But as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls, something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times. Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members. Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up? Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, you know, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
Watching India Today.
Some news just coming in. 2 Pakistani terrorists have been killed after forces foil an infiltration bid in Poonch. Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police launched an Operation Bahadur after information of terror activity, taking down 2 terrorists. Search operations currently underway. Sunil Ji Bhatt is in Jammu, has more on that story. Sunil, what can you tell us at this point right now about this particular operation?
Well, Sneha, it's a major success for the security forces here in Jammu and Kashmir. Late last night, around midnight, the security forces spotted some suspicious movement along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. And as soon as this suspicious movement was noticed, the security forces launched a major, counter-offensive operation in that particular area, and the security forces were, successful in eliminating 2 Pakistani terrorists, and this major infiltration bid has been foiled by the Indian Army along the line of control in Poonch district. Remember, Sneha, Pakistan is rattled because there is peace in Jammu and Kashmir. Law and order situation has improved. And now Pakistan is desperately looking for an opportunity to push terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir, to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir. And in the recent past, Pakistan is now focusing on the areas which are in the hilly regions of Jammu region, like Rajouri and Poonch. In the recent past, we have seen that many terror attacks have taken place in the twin border districts of Rajouri and Poonch. And once again, Pakistan wanted to push terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir, but the security forces were successful in eliminating 2 Pakistani terrorists who were trying to infiltrate into Jammu and Kashmir. Sneha,
all right, be with us. In fact, Sunilji, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. There is more news from Kashmir. Let's go straight to those developments. NIA Kashmir not tolerating terror anymore. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration, where terror workers in the state administration are facing the axe. 2 government employees, an official and a constable, have been sacked for terror nexus. Officers Fahim Aslam and Hussain Mir have been sacked. Constable Ahmed Thoker has also been sacked. Government staffers helped Pakistan-based terror groups and provided logistics, raised terror funds.
कुछ ऑफिसर्स को आज टर्मिनेट किया है। कारण ये था कि वो पाकिस्तान ISI के साथ संबंध में थे और लगातार एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ कर रहे थे। पहले भी इस प्रकार की कोशिशें की गई हैं और उन लोगों को भी सैक किया गया है, नौकरी से निकाला गया है। और भारत का खाने के बाद और पाकिस्तान के गुण गाते हैं। आज भी प्रशासन में बहुत से ऐसे लोग जिनको भी आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता है, चिन्हित किया जाता है, गवर्नमेंट उस पर एक्शन लेती है। अच्छा कदम है, सराहनीय कदम है।
Sunil Ji Bhatt continues to be with us from Jammu. Sunil, in fact, this has been fairly ongoing for days and weeks together now with the government, also identifying such people who have, in fact, wrong antecedents, who've been working with agencies in Pakistan and then to, in fact, ensure that they face the axe.
Absolutely, Sneha. After the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, there has been a major crackdown on terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley. And that is why we have seen that as many as 50 employees have been terminated from their services for terror links since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. In the latest decision that has been taken by the J&K administration, 3 government employees, including the public relation officer of the Kashmir University, have been terminated from their services, and the J&K government has prepared a full-fledged dossier against these 3 government employees. A full-fledged investigation was carried out, and it was established that these 3 government employees were aiding and abetting terrorism in Kashmir Valley. They were providing logistics support to terrorists, and this is something which is totally not tolerable now because the law and order situation has improved. There has been a crackdown on the terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. Funding of the separatists have been choked, and that is why we are seeing a major decline in terror activities in the Kashmir Valley. But the priority for J&K administration is to also ensure that terror sympathizers within the J&K administration are kicked out. And this decision that has been taken is in that light only, that 3 government employees. There was a full-fledged investigation carried out by different agencies, including the CID wing of the J&K police. And it was clearly established that these 3 terrorists were aiding terrorists. They were acting as supporters of terrorists, and they were trying to help terrorists in creating mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, since it has been established, there is a full-fledged dossier that has been prepared. So the government took this immediate decision that these 3 government employees have been sacked from their services. And Sneha, as I've been saying that today, including today's 3 government employees, in total 50 government employees have been terminated from their services since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. And this shows the seriousness of the present government, that they don't want to, encourage terror sympathizers, and a policy of hot pursuit is being pursued against terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. Sneha.
All right, Sunil, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us those details. Sunil Ji Bhatt with that detailed report from Jammu. Now, India Today also spoke to Kashmiri activist Lalit Ambaradri. Listen in.
Mr. Lalit Ambada, thank you for joining us this morning. What should one make of it? Is this a decision that was long impending? Is this a harsh decision that has been taken? Should there have been some more investigation done? What do you make of this decision that's been taken by the administration?
Pooja, Kashmir Jihad is a military problem. It's pan-Islamism inspired, it's terror infested, it's expansionist. So it has to be tackled militarily. But what happened on 5th of August 2019, that was a historical day, by abrogating the Article 370, you begin the process of dismantling this Islamofascistic ecosystem that was prevailing in Kashmir, that has been prevailing in Kashmir for the past 70 years because of Article 370. Now imagine the stooges of Pakistan are infiltrating every aspect of Kashmiri society and Kashmiri administration. And no wonder, not a single rapist, murderer, mass murderer of Kashmiri Pandit till date has ever been charged. Only because those who were supposed to investigate, so those who were supposed to find the culprits of Kashmir Hindu genocide are within the society, within the administration. They would never allow it to happen. They're the enablers, they're the collaborators of genocide. So I'm glad this is happening. It's taking time, but it's taking its time, rightly so, because it's 70 years old disease. It's very natural that it's going to take time.
Hate crimes against Hindu minorities continues in Pakistan. In 24 hours, 2 Hindu temples have been attacked and razed to the ground. In Karachi, a 150-year-old Mari Mata temple was demolished on Saturday. In a separate incident, another temple was attacked with rocket launchers of a gang of dacoits in Pakistan's Kashmir on Sunday. According to the police, neighboring Hindu houses were attacked by the accused here in Kashmir. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. This attack follows recent threats issued by dacoits in the Kashmir and Kotki riverine areas, targeting Hindu places of worship and also community members. Well, that report and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with the world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Watching India Today, a very good afternoon. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news, the headlines as always. Another bid for united anti-Modi front, Opposition Unity Meet 2.0 that begins in Bengaluru today. The Aam Aadmi Party joins in after Congress blinks on the ordinance. Sharad Pawar to skip dinner tonight will be available for this meet tomorrow. Kumaraswamy's big attack on Sidhu government. Kumaraswamy questions the Congress government's priorities. Says 42 farmers dead, but Chief Minister hosting an opposition meet. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil, now Ponmudi, raided by the Enforcement Directorate on charges of money laundering. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin now backs his mantri, Ponmudi. And the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir police managed to neutralize 2 Pakistani terrorists as forces foil the infiltration bid attempted in Poonch. And a big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constable sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan terror organization. All right, big buzz now coming in from Karnataka about the JDS joining the NIA, joining hands with the BJP. A lot of talk now coming in. H.D. Kumaraswamy attacks Chief Minister Sidhu first in the state, attacking the Congress, saying that there's farmers who are struggling and suffering to make ends meet. And at a time like that, here is the Siddaramaiah Sarkar focusing all their energy around the opposition meeting that's due to be held today and tomorrow. In fact, on the other hand, here's the JDS who's all set to attend the NDA meeting that's set to be scheduled on July 18th. BJP sources tell us talks on Modi and Shah to take a call. H.D. Kumaraswamy may just get a union cabinet berth for Karnataka's either that or a position as Karnataka's leader of opposition. Either of that will be given to him is what sources tell us. But inside scoop is that the JDS wants at least 7 Lok Sabha seats. If at all they ally with the BJP, they join hands with the NDA this upcoming Lok Sabha elections, then they're vying for at least 7 Lok Sabha seats to be given to them. At the moment, the JDS has won barely 1 seat in Karnataka Lok Sabha. They are hoping to get at least 7 and not sure how sure they are of winning all the 7, but at least 7 seats to be allotted to them is what Kumaraswamy says. I'm going to quickly cut across to JDS's Supremo, Kumaraswamy, as he hints at an NDA alliance.
In the advertisement, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಲೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಹಾಗಠಬಂಧನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ JDS ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಮೆಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗೇನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆನೂ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ನೋಡೋಣ, ಇನ್ನೂ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೇನು ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 42 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Anaga Keshav joining us, tracking all the heated developments, political developments in the state of Karnataka. Anaga, tell us more. JDS's Kumaraswamy now showing every sign of cozying up with the BJP at this point. After their severe drubbing this Karnataka Assembly elections, it seems like Kumaraswamy now vying for at least 7 Lok Sabha seats, if at all he joins the NDA. This is what sources tell us. Give us more.
That's right. If at all this alliance goes through, it's only going to benefit the JDS more and more, given the fact that the JDS suffered a very terrible defeat here in the assembly elections. Joining hands with the BJP and, being a part of the NDA alliance for the Lok Sabha polls, and trying to fight for 7 solid Lok Sabha seats, if anything, is only going to benefit them. And Kumaraswamy is going to be attending a meeting on July 18th. Post that, he's likely to accept that offer. Now, there are 2 options for him. He can either accept accept a central minister post via a Rajya Sabha seat, or he would be chosen as the united leader of opposition for NDA. These are going to be the two big options for Kumaraswamy in place. But right on the floor of the house, all the discussions and the heated debate that goes on, it's always the JDS and BJP on the one and the Congress on the other. Of course, it's because both BJP and JDS are in the opposition. They both are acting as one team. Even on the floor of the house, Kumaraswamy made that statement saying that the Prime Minister himself had dialed him up back in 2018 when he was the power, back when Kumaraswamy was a chief minister, and even offered him a place, but then he turned it down, siding with the Congress. So all these drama between the JDS and the BJP have been going on for years, and now it really looks like the talks really are going to fructify. Even Bommai made that statement saying that if at all there is an alliance, it will be very crucial for the Lok Sabha polls, and he even said that this is what the people of Karnataka even want. So very, very likely only days more to go to know what really the
Anagha, we saw former Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai very openly speaking about a possible alliance with the JDS. He says that Kumaraswamy has already made his wants clear, and that said, it's understood that we likely are going to be in an alliance or enter an alliance for Lok Sabha. This is in as many words as Basuraj Bommai himself said it. So it's just about time that they formalize it. But it's also very surprising that the same Kumaraswamy, the same Deve Gowda, who swore that they never would tie with the BJP ever in the future, have now mellowed or softened their sentiment towards the BJP right after their huge loss this assembly election.
Well, Nabila, it's politics, and nothing really is permanent when it comes to politics. There's a saying that a week is a very long time when it comes to politics, and that is exactly what's happening. Just before elections, Kumaraswamy went all guns blazing against the BJP, saying that the party was corrupt, Modi has not done anything for the country, and now, the same Kumaraswamy is here supporting BJP on the floor of the house and rebutting Congress for saying that the BJP was correct. He is picking up pen drives saying that he has evidences of Congress's corruption. It's really politics at the end of the day. Nothing is really, nothing is really permanent. One day you're someone's friend, and the next day they turn out to be your foe, and vice versa. And that's exactly what's happening between JDS and BJP. When we ask them about this, they say that this is politics, and in politics everything is, everything is fair in love and war, and I guess everything is fair in politics as well. Only days more to go to find out what exactly is going to happen. Everything is now informal. Only the formal, writing in the papers, only, things have to solidify, but talks are already on between the high commands of both parties, both BJP and JDS.
Tell us more about Kumaraswamy wanting, or is it his want, or is something promised to him about a union cabinet berth? Now that's going to be huge for Kumaraswamy at this point. He's really looking at any kind of power, and even a cabinet ministry might just do him good.
He has been offered that as well, a central minister post via a Rajya Sabha seat. He was really, he really fought hard for the Karnataka Assembly elections. He was sort of hoping for a fractured mandate and hoping that he could come back to power just like how he did back in that Assembly polls in 2018. So Kumaraswamy was sort of expecting the same thing to happen this time around as well. But well, much to his disappointment, there was a majority victory for Congress, leading Kumaraswamy to sit on the opposition side. And now he is really trying hard, for his last bet, that is the Lok Sabha polls, to at least try and grab as many spots as he can in the Lok Sabha polls. Close to 5 to 7 seats is what the talks are going on. Nothing is still solidified. Discussions are on. But well, for the BJP as well, it's not like they can, this relationship isn't entirely transactional. Having an alliance with the JDS is going to benefit the BJP equally, because you saw the kind of results that we saw for the assembly elections. So nobody can really turn wanted to be overconfident and cocky and say that, hey, I can do without you. That's not really true. We saw the massive difference, 135 versus 65. That was the kind of difference in vote share that we saw. In Lok Sabha as well, nobody really wants to take that sort of risk because this is the last ray of hope for the next 5 years, both for BJP and JDS. So make no mistake, both these parties are going to give it their all. They will be fighting together.
Let's see what happens. JDS really wants to be relevant in the scheme of things. Running up to 2024, they're hoping to ride on the NDA. We're going to track those developments coming in. Thank you very much, Anaga, for joining us. Now, moving on, ahead of the crucial Lok Sabha elections coming up next year, the BJP-led NDA is growing with the return of SB-SP party in Uttar Pradesh, likely to return or is looked at as a likely return of Chirag Paswan's LJP in Bihar. NDA has called a key meeting now of all its allies in Delhi on Tuesday to work out a strategy to oppose the opposition leaders coming together and to discuss, if at all, what could be their next step. Here's more.
With the 2024 Lok Sabha elections closing in, a bigger and refurbished National Democratic Alliance is in the works. In a big boost to the BJP-led alliance in the politically crucial state of Uttar Pradesh, Om Prakash Rajbhar-led Sohail Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party has returned to the NDA fold. Rajbhar, who enjoys the support of a section of the backwards in the state of Uttar Pradesh, met Home Minister Amit Shah and expressed confidence that the NDA will sweep all 80 Lok Sabha seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the upcoming elections.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी और देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी और उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस लड़ाई में हम लोगों को साथ उन्होंने लिया है.
Opposition parties slammed Rajbhar for ditching its erstwhile ally, the Samajwadi Party, and playing a political opportunist.
देखिए, ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी की बातों का कोई भरोसा नहीं. कल तक वो बहन मायावती जी को प्रधानमंत्री बना रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि मर जाऊंगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नहीं जाऊंगा. तो क्या हुआ आखिर ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी का? क्या श्री अमित शाह जी से बहन मायावती जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए गए हैं?
5 दिन पहले वो भोपाल में बोलते हैं कि ये 70,000 के घोटालेबाज जेल जाएंगे और 5-6 दिन बाद वही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की भाजपा उनको जेल की जगह मंत्रिमंडल में भेज देती है. तो ये सत्ता का दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ.
The development comes 2 days ahead of a key NDA meet of all the alliance partners in the national capital on Tuesday. Meghalaya and Nagaland Chief Ministers Conrad Sagma and Nifui Rio, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Ajit Pawar, alongside the other heads of the NDA parties, all have confirmed their presence. BJP Chief JP Nadda has also invited Chirag Paswan to attend the NDA meeting, calling his LJP party an important part of the NDA. The development is seen as BJP outreach to Chirag Paswan to bring him back into the NDA fold after he left the alliance in Bihar in 2020.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का पत्र जरूर हम लोगों को प्राप्त हुआ है. आज पार्टी के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठक कर अंतिम निर्णय उसी में लिया जाएगा कि इस बैठक में लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास जाएगी नहीं जाएगी. पर हाँ, समय समय पर हम लोगों ने हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का साथ दिया है.
Meanwhile, in the state of Karnataka, BJP also reached out to the former MP H.D. Devegowda to seek support of his party for the NDA.
ಮತ್ತು JDS ನಾಯಕರ ವರಿಷ್ಠ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಫಲಶ್ರುತಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ.
The BJP has also extended an olive branch to its erstwhile ally, the Akali Dal, to return to its fold. The upcoming NDA meet and the expansion plan comes amid the opposition's efforts to forge unity in a show of strength to take on Narendra Modi government in next year's Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now under Mallikarjun Kharge's leadership, the Congress is all set to hold the second opposition unity meeting in Bengaluru that starts today and tomorrow. The second joint meeting of opposition parties is all set to deliberate on strategies to take on the ruling BJP in 2024 Lok Sabha polls that will begin. In fact, the first round happened under Nitish Kumar's leadership and the second one now happening under Mallikarjun Kharge's leadership, and this time at Mallikarjun Kharge's home turf, Karnataka. 24 like-minded opposition parties are expected to be attending this two-day-long key meeting with Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all representing the Congress Party. Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu will also host this dinner for all opposition leaders who are going to be present. That include Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal and others who will be attending this key meeting. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna just last month, the opposition parties had resolved to take on the BJP as a united front in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the opposition unity, calling this a mere gimmick.
To protect democracy in this country, to ensure the constitutional rights, and the independence of our institutions. These all are under attack on the present regime of BJP government. They want to silence the opposition voice. They are misusing entire agencies like Enforcement Directorate, CBI, to suppress the voice of the opposition.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we are joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation, how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future of 140 crores people.
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain. We are very much eager to build a strong team. We need very good fast bowlers, we need very good spinners, we have very good wicket keeper and very good batsmen, and we need middle order batsmen. Therefore, it's a team effort of all the parties.
बड़े मुद्दे क्या होंगे जिस पर हम एक साथ आ सकते हैं? भारत के लोकतंत्र को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संघीय ढांचे को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संविधान को बचाने का मुद्दा, इस देश में बेरोजगारी का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर महंगाई का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर अशिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य की बदहाली का जो आलम है, तो ये जो बड़े मुद्दे हैं, इस पर एकजुटता की बात बड़े तौर पे होनी चाहिए मुझे लगता है कि, और इस पे आम सहमति बनेगी. जरूरी नहीं कि हर मुद्दे पर एक राय सबकी हो.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಲೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಹಾಗಠಬಂಧನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ JDS ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಮೆಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗೇನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆನೂ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸರ್, NDA ಮೈತ್ರಿಕೂಟ ನಾಳೆ ಸಭೆ ಇದೆ,
ನೋಡೋಣ, ಇನ್ನೂ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೇನು ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 42 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ.
And this cluster of small sub-regional parties, it doesn't have any bundle. If zero adds to zero, it is nothing.
All right, even as Karnataka now gears up, Bengaluru gears up to host this huge opposition united meet. I'm going to cut across to Sagai Raj, who has some members of the Congress with him. Sagai, go on. We believe you have Nasir Hussain, Congress MP, joining you. Please give us the sentiment of the Congress. We believe that this opposition unity meet is now held under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge. So this means a lot because this is happening at Kharge's home turf.
Absolutely, it is happening in Kharge's hometown. It is happening in Bengaluru. Sir,
what is the agenda of this particular meeting and how important is for Congress this opposition party meeting?
See, it is important not only for the Congress party but for all opposition parties and also for the country. What we have been seeing in the past 8-9 years is open and known to everyone. Subversion of democratic process, a scant respect to the constitution, throwing away all our ideals and political culture. So this is something what which Congress has been fighting for and speaking against. Now we had a meeting in Patna, and there all parties came together, took stock of the political situation. They assessed the political situation. They all resolved to come together to fight BJP and also to save the constitution and the democracy in our country. So now more parties have come together here in Bangalore. Agenda for the future 2024 election, common minimum program, joint actions, issues, ideological framework. Everything will be decided, more or less will be discussed in this meeting.
But the BJP says that these are a cluster of small parties and it will not make any difference in front of the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
So then why are they going after all the small parties in Northeast and different parts of the country? Why are they breaking alliances? Why are they breaking parties? Why are they breaking governments? If Narendra Modi ji is so popular, if BJP has done so much of hard work, so why are they destabilizing the governments? Why are they breaking the parties? Why are they breaking the alliances? Why are they going after small parties and getting them join their alliance? So let BJP speak whatever they want. UPA has been intact. No alliance partner has left UPA. JDU, Shiv Sena, Akali Dal and all have left NDA. More and more parties are joining. Depending upon the dynamics at the state level, we have invited parties for this meet. 26 parties, including Congress party, are participating in today's evening, and I think it will be a great success and it will be a good beginning.
So you see, it's a great success, but the BJP is also questioning who is the face of opposition party leader, who is the leader who is going to represent the opposition party leader in 2024.
See, everything will be decided in the all-party meeting, in the opposition parties meeting. What is today important is the issues that are being faced by the people of our country, the issues that concerns the people of our country: poverty, unemployment, price rise, Chinese incursion, violence in Manipur, law and order, breakdown of law and order, atrocities against deprived sections, all these issues that are there in public domain, petrol, diesel, gas prices. See, all these things are there, which are the bonding factors for the opposition unity. We all will go together. It will be a collective leadership. We'll raise issues. We'll present our version to the people of the country and let the people decide.
Final question: since you are in Bangalore and the opposition party meeting is happening in Bangalore, you also have a popular party in Karnataka called.
All right. So, Guy, thank you very much. We've heard the inputs coming in from Nasir Hussain, the Congress MP. Well, the opposition unity meet all set to start. We have the timer also down for you when the meeting is going to begin, about 5.5 hours from now. India Today on top of that story. But slipping into a short break, coming up on the other side, another Tamil Nadu minister, the higher education minister of Tamil Nadu, is now under ED scanner. After Senthil Balaji, now you have Ponmudi and his son who've been raided by the Enforcement Directorate on charges of money laundering. More on that on the other side. Do stay with us.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first, this is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
You must have seen people around you ditching cakes, sugar, pizzas, and switching to healthier options such as protein bars, yogurts, salads when they are on a weight loss mission. We often switch from junk to a healthier food item, thinking that they might help us in weight loss journey and will lead to a healthy life. From energy drinks to baked chips, there are a plethora of products in the market that are touted as healthy. But not everything that comes with the healthy tag is good for your body. Here are some so-called healthy food items that you are indulging in. Having plain yogurt might be normal when you're on a diet. We sometimes choose flavored yogurts which have berries, mango, strawberries, etc. But do you know that these yogurts contain added sugar? Many times people suggest that having a protein bar instead of a normal chocolate bar or junk food may be a healthier option. But experts suggest that these bars and drinks contain a lot of added preservatives and flavors which can harm you in the longer run. So next time you go for that protein bar, think twice.
Salads are one of the most healthiest food items that one can opt for if you are on a diet. But some of us often go for a packet salad bowl instead of a fresh bowl of salad. But did you know that these packet salad bowls are high on fat and sodium, which can affect your body in a reverse way? So next time you are on a diet, go for a fresh salad bowl instead of a packaged one.
Vegetable oils such as canola, sunflower, soya bean are often labeled as heart healthy. But the truth is that they are the #1 cause of health problems, as they are highly refined and rich in omega-6 that causes accelerated growth of cancer cells, blood clotting and increased inflammation in the body. When we are on a weight loss journey, we instantly pull a product from the shelf if it has the low-fat tag. But by doing this, we are indirectly reaching out for the unhealthy option. According to nutritionists, food manufacturers tend to replace the fat with sugar in such low-fat products to make it taste good. With Aishwarya Radhakrishnan, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, some big news coming in on opposition netas condemning the enforcement directorate's heat on Tamil Nadu Minister Ponmudi. Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Arvind Kejriwal of AAP slammed the centre over raids. Kharge in fact comments saying, and I quote, "Modi's script is becoming predictable." Kejriwal says, and I quote, "Can't scare or control India using the enforcement directorate." These are messages coming on the heels of the opposition unity meet that's now all set to happen in Bengaluru. In fact, as all the opposition parties come together, you have Kharge and Aam Aadmi Party's chief Arvind Kejriwal, both of them condemning Ponmudi's the raids that have been carried out against Ponmudi, who's the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister. In fact, there was a case already of corruption on Ponmudi and his son Gautam, but it appears that they had applied for a stay in the proceedings of that case, but that even while that was decided in court, the ED came knocking on the doors of Ponmudi. There's allegations of money laundering against him and his son, and right at a time when the ED has raided multiple locations of the Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister, here is the opposition Congress chief rather, Mallikarjun Kharge, who says that Modi's script is becoming predictable. Arvind Kejriwal says can't scare or control India using the enforcement directorate. I'm going to cut across to Rahul Gautam joining us for more on that. Rahul, go on. We see Ponmudi, who has been fighting allegations of corruption even in the run-up to the ED raids. This ED raid itself on Ponmudi hasn't come as a real surprise. At a time like this, though, the opposition, even on the heels of its meeting today in Bengaluru, has pointed fingers at Modi, saying that this is a bid to scare and control India, but you can't do it. That's what Kejriwal says.
Absolutely, Nabila. In fact, this was the same statement that was given by Congress chief Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who in fact said that this is sheer case of political vendetta, and this crackdown of enforcement directorate right on the eve of opposition meeting clearly shows that how agencies have been unleashed against the opposition leaders, and this has been done only to sabotage the relationship of Congress party with DMK. We both know that both the parties are having alliance in Tamil Nadu, and therefore Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge has condemned this action, saying that this is nothing short of arm twisting, and this has been done only to harass the opposition camp and only to threaten them, with agencies like ED and CBI. The same statement has been given by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal also. So it seems that the opposition camp is speaking in one voice. They are saying that agencies like CBI, ED and income tax, they are being used only to threaten opposition leaders. And in fact, they are saying that this has come on the eve of opposition meeting, clearly shows that this was a premeditated plan which was hashed at the behest of the BJP, and BJP is only trying to create this narrative that opposition camp is full of corrupt people, which they are saying is absolutely incorrect. And this is being done only to create a picture or to malign the image of opposition camp.
Right. You know, at this point, Ponmudi, who is the Tamil Nadu minister, has already faced allegations of corruption. The family has been trying to fight it, asking for a stay on the proceedings there at the civil court. But despite that happening on one end, the ED has gone ahead to raid him and his son, multiple locations in Chennai that have been raided, and serious charges of money laundering have been leveled against him. This comes as the second minister in Tamil Nadu. First, Senthil Balaji, again, who's now currently under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Same charges of money laundering against him. Here you have the second minister now of Tamil Nadu, Ponmudi, who has been raided, and it clearly hasn't boded well with the opposition parties. The opposition has been constantly citing targeting of many of the opposition netas, and we see rampantly almost all opposition parties who are going to be attending this opposition meet here in Bengaluru today and tomorrow. A lot of them have their own party members raided. Many of them are currently in ED custody, in CBI custody. So central agencies have been haunting the opposition party netas, and that speaks for itself. This is yet another minister coming from Tamil Nadu who's been raided.
Well, the opposition camp is saying that this is being done only to malign the image of opposition camp, and they are saying that these cases, they are saying that these are bogus cases which have been filed by CBI and ED at the behest of the BJP, only to create this impression that the opposition camp is full of corrupt people. However, this is not the case. In fact, they are also saying that in such cases, a process is the punishment, and in fact, these matters have been pending for many years. Although the BJP and their partners always try to create this narrative that these people or the leaders who are part of opposition camp, they are corrupt, but nothing has been proved so far. So this clearly shows that these cases have been filed with malicious intent, and therefore, the BJP has nothing to offer in terms of development agenda, and they are only trying to distract attention of people from real issues by going after opposition leaders. They've been saying this, and in fact, you can say that the crackdown of CBI and ED on opposition leaders has become a one rallying point, which has actually got many political parties on one platform, and therefore you are seeing the similar sentiments being echoed by Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Arvind Kejriwal, and other political leaders, of course, of opposition camp, who are saying that this is being done with a clear-cut attempt, with a clear-cut intent to paint a picture that opposition camp is full of corrupt people. However, it's a diversionary tactic which is being played by BJP only to distract and deflect criticism from their failures.
All right. Well, like Rahul Gautam rightly said, this is one of the rallying points of the opposition parties at this point. They're all coming together. One of the premises is that they feel they've been deliberately targeted by the central agencies. Parties across the country, opposition parties, feel victimized. Well, of course, ED investigation will prove whether this is a frivolous raid or if there is a corruption case that's genuine enough to why they've raided them. All of this will be clear only post the investigation ends, but at this point, this comes as fresh trouble for DMK government in Tamil Nadu, as another minister now under Stalin's cabinet has come under the Enforcement Directorate's scanner. First it was Senthil Balaji, and now it's Tamil Nadu's Higher Education Minister K. Ponmudi who faces the ED heat. ED now conducting searches at the premises of K. Ponmudi and his family members in connection to a money laundering case. The raids have began at 7 a.m. are being conducted at his residence in Viluppuram, Chennai. His son and Lok Sabha MP himself, Gautam Singamani, is also being searched. The raids come just barely a month after another Tamil Nadu minister, like I mentioned, Senthil Balaji, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Cash for Jobs scam.
ஆக பீகாரிலும் தொடர்ந்து கர்நாடக மாநிலத்திலும் பிஜேபி வீழ்த்துவதற்காக தொடர்ந்து கூட்டப்படக்கூடிய கூட்டம் பிஜேபி ஆட்சிக்கு மிகப்பெரிய எரிச்சலை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறது. அண்மையிலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா, இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर, डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है। प्रेशराइज करके हमारे अपोजिशन पार्टी के लोगों को तोड़ने का, और खासकर जो डीएमके कांग्रेस की मैत्री है वहां पर, वो डरा के अलग अलग करने के लिए वो लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन डीएमके भी डरने वाली नहीं है, कांग्रेस भी डरने वाली नहीं है, या हमारे साथ जो भी अलायंस पार्टनर्स है उनके ऊपर अगर कुछ भी अगर जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे।
All right, I'm cutting across to Pramod Madhav, who's joining us for more. Pramod, tell us more on Ponmudi and his credibility. He is a higher education minister. His son is a Rajya Sabha MP. Both of them in power currently in Tamil Nadu, and they've already been facing allegations of corruption, matters in court where they appeal for a stay on those proceedings as well. While they battle that on one hand, here's the ED that's launched multiple raids at different locations, homes, offices, constituencies in Chennai as well. So this has come as a certain big blow for Ponmudi himself and the DMK government. Two of their ministers, if at all found guilty, then it really looks like as if the cabinet itself is corrupt.
It absolutely is. Like we are currently standing outside Minister Ponmudi's residence, and earlier it was Senthil Balaji, just like you mentioned. Today it is Ponmudi. In fact, what the Chief Minister has said before the leaving for Bengaluru is that DMK is trying to find a kind of coincidence as to what's happening over here. They, like, even R.S. Bharati, the organization secretary, was present at this location, and he simply said that, like, imagine where the Chief Minister is going for Bengaluru, such a raid is happening over there, and they're calling it nothing but intimidation tactics. In fact, the Chief Minister, it was not the ED, but the Chief Minister said that this particular case is about something that happened almost 13 years ago, and for the past 11 years it was AIDMK which was in power, and why no action was taken against it. In fact, it looks like Chief Minister is actually talking about a case that had, like, when Ponmudi was the Mines Minister between 2007 and 2011, where the case was filed. They are claiming that he misused the quarry license, and apparently 2.64 lakh worth red sand truckloads were taken in excess, causing a loss of 28 crores to the exchequer. This case came to the Madras High Court in June 19, but the court refused to quash it, claiming that this comes under the Prevention of Corruption Act and the trial has to go on. And it looks like the Chief Minister is talking about that case and says that is a falsely created case, and the Higher Education Minister Ponmudi will definitely face it legally. The bigger issue here is that Ponmudi is a strong man of DMK. Ponmudi is one of the senior leaders who is, along with Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Ponmudi has been very close to Karunanidhi as well, and that's the reason him being touched, DMK is not taking it lightly.
All right. Well, this has been dubbed as political vendetta. But this is the same Ponmudi who's already facing allegations of corruption. Well, he was the state mining minister all the way from 2007 to 2011. Money laundering case that's linked to alleged irregularities, which there was already a probe that was on one end. Here you have the ED now launching a proper raid. This is said to have caused losses to the state exchequer to the tune of almost 28 crores. If found guilty, it's likely that Ponmudi would be the second minister under DMK cabinet who would be arrested. All right, some big news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, as it seems like a setback for Akhilesh Yadav just while he is currently in Bengaluru, a part of the opposition meet that's due to happen in Bengaluru today. One of his ex-MLAs, Dhara Singh Chauhan, is all set to join the BJP. Akhilesh now is in Bengaluru for that crucial meeting, while SP Neta, who lost out on his MLA seat, Dhara Singh Chauhan, now jumps ship, joins hands with the BJP, gets inducted by Deputy Chief Minister Maurya and Brijesh Pathak. This is the latest as we get, even as the opposition unity meet is all set to happen. While there's much enthusiasm on that end, Akhilesh Yadav's own MLA in Uttar Pradesh has dumped TSP is all set to join the BJP in a little while from now. Samarth Srivastava joining us live from Lucknow. Samarth, tell us more on the real importance of Dara Singh Chauhan. Do you believe that this comes as a setback at all for Akhilesh Yadav? He is an ex-MLA, we believe. How important is it for the BJP to have him on board?
See, it could be said as a major jolt to Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party, because Dara Singh was with Akhilesh Yadav and he quit BJP in UP 2022 elections, and that's what he was also the ex-minister in the Yogi Adityanath government. But when he saw that Akhilesh has probable chance to win in the UP Vidhan Sabha elections, he switched apart BJP and moved to the Samajwadi Party. And later on, when he saw Akhilesh Yadav losing in the elections again, he joined the BJP, though he has this track record before as well. He was earlier in the BSP and he was also in the Mulayam Singh Yadav government in the 90s. So his track record is like that only. He never stick to one particular party. He was also in the Mayawati government. He was sent to Rajya Sabha in the Samajwadi Party government. But he has an influence in the particular voter, especially the Nonia Chauhan voter in the Purvanchal of Uttar Pradesh. He has a great significance, and that's why this move by BJP could be said as a master stroke, because this is not just about Dara Singh. It would also be about the Dharam Singh Chauhan, another minister who had quit BJP in the time of UP elections. While if you see the bigger picture, you will see Om Prakash Rajbhar joining the forces of NDA, in a way strengthening those seats of Mau, Ghazipur and others where the Saffron party was weak. It was clearly seen in the UP elections. But now with the arrival of Om Prakash Rajbhar and now Dara Singh and what we expect Dharam Singh Saini, it could be said as a major jolt to not just Samajwadi Party but the entire PDA theory, because in that way BJP would be easily to take its lead forward, especially in those areas of Purvanchal where BJP could not even open scoring, especially in Azamgarh, in Ghazipur, in Mau, while in other areas where BJP got few seats, it was because of some other persons of the alliance partners, including Apna Dal. But now it's very evident with the arrival of Dara Singh, it could be said as a game changer for the BJP, at least in Uttar Pradesh.
Samar, thank you very much. It certainly has come as quite a shock for Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav while he's at Bengaluru right now to be part of that opposition unity meeting. One of his own, Dara Singh Chauhan, dumps the SP, joins the BJP. All right, moving on. Naya Kashmir doesn't seem like it's tolerating terror anymore. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir's administration. Terror workers in the state admin face the axe. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constable, have been sacked for terror nexus. In fact, officers Fahim Aslam, who was a public relations officer in a University of Kashmir, and Murwat Hussain Mir, a revenue officer who's been, 2 of them who've been sacked by authorities as they suspect that they were aiding some terror groups. Constable Ahmad Tokar has also been sacked. Those sacked staffers have helped Pakistan-based terror groups and provided logistics that's raised terror funds. So far, a total of 50 government employees have been terminated from services for their links to terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A in 2019.
कुछ ऑफिसर्स को आज टर्मिनेट किया है। कारण ये था कि वो पाकिस्तान ISI के साथ संबंध में थे और लगातार एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ कर रहे थे। पहले भी इस प्रकार की कोशिशें की गई हैं और उन लोगों को भी सैक किया गया है, नौकरी से निकाला गया है। और भारत का खाने के बाद और पाकिस्तान के गुण गाते हैं। आज भी प्रशासन में बहुत से ऐसे लोग जिनको भी आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता है, चिन्हित किया जाता है, गवर्नमेंट उस पर एक्शन लेती है। अच्छा कदम है, सराहनीय कदम है।
All right, meanwhile, India Today has spoken to Kashmir activist Lalit Ambardari. Let's have a listen.
Mr. Lalit Ambardar, thank you for joining us this morning. What should one make of it? Is this a decision that was long impending? Is this a harsh decision that has been taken? Should there have been some more investigation done? What do you make of this decision that's been taken by the administration?
Pooja, Kashmir Jihad is a military problem. It's pan-Islamism inspired, it's terror infested, it's expansionist. So it has to be tackled militarily. But what happened on 5th of August 2019, that was a historical day, by abrogating the Article 370, you began the process of dismantling this Islamofascistic ecosystem that was prevailing in Kashmir, that has been prevailing in Kashmir for the past 70 years because of Article 370. Now imagine the stooges of Pakistan are infiltrating every aspect of Kashmiri society and Kashmiri administration. And no wonder, not a single rapist, murderer, or mass murderer of Kashmiri Pandits till date has ever been charged. Only because those who were supposed to investigate, so those who were supposed to find the culprits of Kashmiri Hindu genocide are within the society, within the administration. They would never allow it to happen. They're the enablers, they're the collaborators of genocide. So I'm glad this is happening. It's taking time, but it's taking its time, rightly so, because it's 70 years old disease. It's very natural that it's going to take time.
All right, cutting across to Sunil G. Bhatt joining us live from Jammu. Sunil, tell us more on these government employees. How exactly did authorities detect that there was something fishy and that they were aiding some of the Pakistan terrorists? We believe that not just the 3 that have been suspended now, a total of 50 government employees have had links with terrorist organizations in the past. And it seems like there's some kind of strategic cleansing.
Absolutely, Nabila. Right since after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, there has been a major crackdown on terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley. And so far, as many as 47 government employees were sacked for their terror links. And in the latest decision, 3 more government employees have been terminated from their services. So in total, 50 government employees have been sacked for having links with terrorist organizations. And the J&K government has prepared a full-fledged dossier against these 3 government employees, which includes the public relations officer of the Kashmir University. And as per the J&K government's dossier, this public relations officer was acting as someone who was aiding terrorism, who was supporting terrorism and providing logistics support to terrorist organizations in the Kashmir Valley. So he was trying to foment trouble in the Kashmir Valleys. A full-fledged dossier has been prepared and a thorough investigation was carried out by different agencies of J&K government, including the CID, and a watertight case has been built against these 3 government employees. It's only after a thorough investigation that this decision has been taken by the J&K administration today that these 3 government employees have been sacked, including the public relations officer of the Kashmir University. And Nabila, we have seen that after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, there has been a major crackdown on the terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley, whether it's the elimination of top terror commanders, choking of funding of the separatist organizations. So clearly the government has shown an intent that terrorism will not be tolerated and there will be a policy of zero tolerance towards terrorism. Right. And all those who are sympathetic towards terrorism, who are within the J&K administration, they are being kicked out, they are being terminated. Nabila. All right. Well, it seems like the NIA Kashmir now has zero tolerance to terror activities, and we see 3 in the latest government officials who've been cracked down on for having links with terror groups. Thank you very much for joining us on that. We're slipping into a short break. We'll be coming back with the top headlines and a lot more on the hate crimes against Hindu minorities that continue in Pakistan. 2 Hindu temples have been destroyed in the last 24 hours. Do stay tuned to India Today as we bring you a lot more updates on this in a bit.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip, and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer, because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices. Right. You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels.
Okay.
There are people who are absolutely casual about it. At the same time, there are people who want to build careers out of it. And this is really opening up as a new career opportunity as well. So in whichever way you want to look at it, if you're serious about mobile gaming or if you're interested in mobile gaming, iQOO can certainly be your go-to device with 2 chips in there, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which is a very powerful chip.
Yeah.
Then we have the independent gaming chip, which is the first in its category. So you can't go wrong with the iQOO Neo 7 Pro.
Awesome, and we hope to see more devices like this with better charging, better battery life, peak performance, and of course, these bright orange colors like Nipun's t-shirt. Nipun, what a pleasure to have you on Tech Today. We hope to see you very soon, and maybe we can put each other up against each other for a quick gaming match at the end of this.
Whenever.
Yes, thank you.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
She's a fitness expert and I'm going to show you all the different ways to achieve your fitness goals. If you see, I'm hanging by a harness over here. Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics and helps you achieve your overall fitness goals.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movement. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
Your
burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat. Because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru that's going to happen today. The Aam Aadmi Party is all set to join this meeting after Congress has almost backed the Aam Aadmi Party over Delhi's ordinance, basically stepped up against the BJP on it. Sharad Pawar, to skip dinner tonight, will be attending it tomorrow. Big buzz over JDS joining the NDA. In Karnataka, JDS may be attending the July 18th NDA meeting. BJP sources say the talks underway. Modi Shah to take a call. Another Tamil Nadu minister who's currently under scanner after Senthil Balaji, now Ponmudi, who's the higher education minister in Tamil Nadu, has been raided along with his son in a money laundering case. Chief Minister Stalin backing his mantri, says political vendetta. An Indian army and Jammu and Kashmir police killed 2 Pakistani terrorists as forces foil an infiltration bid in Poonch. And big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir's administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constable, sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan's terror organization. All right, cutting across to some big mystery over Seema Haidar's links to Pakistan temple attack. The attack on Hindu temples in Pakistan comes just days after dacoits in the Kashmir area threatened to attack Hindu places of worship and community members in retaliation to Seema Haidar Jakrani's PUBG love story. Seema, who's a Pakistani mother of 4, left her country, entered India to live with a Hindu man she befriended and fell in love with while playing on the online gaming app called PUBG, and this happened back in 2019. Seema, at the age of 30, and Sachin Meena, who's 22, are currently living in the Rabupura area of Greater Noida near Delhi, where he runs a provision store, according to Uttar Pradesh police. In fact, Seema has left her 4 children back in Pakistan and came to live with this lover in India. While Seema was arrested on the 4th of July for illegally entering India without a visa via Nepal. And we believe that she has her 4 children with her, beg your pardon. She's brought her 4 children along with her, all aged below the age of 7. She met Sachin on PUBG, the gaming app, and entered India after almost 4 years of their love story. In fact, Sachin also was put behind bars for sheltering this illegal immigrant. They were released from jail only recently. And it appears that this attack on a temple in Pakistan could be in retaliation to Seema Haider entering India, falling in love with a Hindu man, and now living with him safely in this country. Santosh Sharma joining us live for more on that. Santosh, give us a little more on Seema Haider's links. This lady who really crossed the border, managed to enter India illegally only to stay with her lover, who happens to be a Hindu man. How is this linked with the temple that's been vandalized in Pakistan at the moment?
The temple vandalized in the Pakistan, the sources giving the agencies giving the information that that we can say the retaliation of Seema Haider coming to India and with the love story with the Indian young man Sachin. The twist came in UP police investigation. We can say now Seema is on the radar of UP ATS, the anti-terrorist squad. UP ATS is now also probing her link, whether she was connected with the ISI. As yesterday, ISI agent was arrested by ATS from Gonda, a nearby district from Lucknow. So we can say the Seema Haider, the effect of Seema Haider, we can look in Pakistan, where the attack is going on on the temple and vandalism is going on, and on the other side in India, the investigating agencies, including the central agencies and the UP terrorist squad, is on the going to investigate Seema, by which route she came to India, by how she dodged the officers as she illegally entered in the UP and reached Noida to meet her lover on Sachin. Now, what are the route? Who helped Seema? What are the mobile numbers she used from Pakistan to reaching to Dubai, and from Dubai to Nepal, and from Nepal crossing border she reached to Noida. So we can say UP ATS is probing and finding those handlers.
We know that the investigation is currently underway to see where to see if at all there is any link at all, and if this is in retaliation. The temple vandalism in Pakistan is in retaliation to Seema coming into India, falling in love with a Hindu man, and the Hindu man sheltering her in this country. Now, let me give you a quick insight into Seema Haider itself, on where exactly is she. We believe that while she stayed multiple days with Sachin in Greater Noida, at the moment she is not to be found. This comes as Seema Haider. This is a video there that we are showing to you on Seema Haider dancing away in that video. This video is from yesterday. Questions now looming over where exactly Seema Haider is. She's right after this video was shot, we believe that she's gone missing. Though a missing complaint hasn't yet been filed, this video has emerged of Seema dancing from yesterday, and this was shot at Sachin's house in Greater Noida. The man that she's now befriended and she's fallen in love with for the last 4 years. She came by to live with Sachin in Greater Noida. After arrest and police investigation, they were let go and she was allowed to stay back with Sachin. But we believe that she's currently gone missing. Reportedly, she left the house and hasn't come back. Cops haven't yet declared her missing though. I'm going to cut across to Santosh for more on that. Santosh, but where is Seema? She seems very happy in this video that was shot just yesterday at her husband Sachin's residence, and then now she's nowhere to be found.
After a couple of days, Seema is not coming on the camera. From a couple of days before, we can see Seema giving interviews and Seema telling about her love story, how she met Sachin Rana, and after that how she came from Pakistan to Dubai and Dubai to Nepal, and then she came to Noida. She was telling whole story, how this love story started with a gaming app. But from 2 to 3 days, Seema and Sachin both are not coming on the camera, and we can say the police is also finding them. On the other hand, Noida police asked the help of UP ATS. So we can say from the couple of days when the investigating agencies started probing about Seema, Seema is not coming in front of any investigating agency, not in the contact of police. What we are getting from our sources that
Santosh,
now
would we know if she's missing?
People is on the other. Pardon?
Is she missing? Has she walked out of the house voluntarily, or has she just gone missing?
She's not she's not in the contact of police right now. We are getting the information. She's missing or not. Sachin is not. Sachin is also not in the contact of not contact of the police. The family is not reporting that now Seema is missing or Sachin is missing. So we can say they themselves hiding themselves from the media, from the police. But now UP ATS and Noida police is seriously investigating and probing, and now Seema is on radar of anti-terrorist squad of Uttar Pradesh, and the Noida unit and the Lucknow unit. These two units will probe about the Seema, and in a couple of days we can say they will ask and they will question Seema and Sachin. If they didn't come, then we can say their family have to report. Right now their family didn't report to any police station or any police personnel that Seema is missing.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us on that, Santosh. Well, there's no formal missing complaint that's been filed, but she is really not to be, they're not able to contact her at this point. Now, UP ATS is currently probing Seema Haider, the Pakistani girl who came into India to live in with her Hindu boyfriend. They're trying to check on Seema's Pakistani background. Seema Haider's mobiles, her social media are all currently under lens. Seema Haider's helpers, which mobile numbers she used, the complete data will also be scrutinized now. We believe that at this point, while she's gone missing, there's a lot of suspicion on her background and her history. They're trying to find out who exactly is she and what kind of, where does she originate from. A lot of questions that still remain unanswered. In fact, this was the same Seema Haider who came in through the porous borders of Nepal, India, and managed to get to Greater Noida to be with her lover Sachin. Those are the images that you see on the screens when she just united with her lover. She came by with her 4 children. Now there's still no clarity on whether she's left the house with the children or the children are with Sachin. The information is still very sketchy, but for now what we know is that UP ATS is probing into this lady and her background to see what her origin is. And this also has prompted many questions on whether the attacks on Hindu temples in Pakistan is in retaliation to Seema Haider coming into India and being allowed to stay with her Hindu boyfriend. Now, days after a Muslim woman from Pakistan entered India illegally to live with her Hindu boyfriend, the attacks on Hindu minorities, evidently, as we see in the last few weeks, has increased. In 24 hours, 2 Hindu temples have been attacked and razed to the ground. In Karachi, a 150-year-old Mari Mata temple was demolished on Saturday. In a separate incident, another temple was attacked with rocket launchers by a gang of dacoits in Pakistan's Kashmir area on Sunday. According to police officials, neighboring Hindu houses were also attacked by the accused in Kashmir. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. This comes in retaliation against Seema Haider. This is what's suspected, that after the Pakistani mother of 4 entered India illegally to live with her Hindu man, even though she was arrested on July 4th for illegally entering India without a visa, she was released from jail and allowed to stay with her lover, her Hindu boyfriend Sachin, and this appears to have instigated some in Pakistan who have reacted in ways where temples, almost a 150-year-old temple has been demolished in Pakistan's Kashmir. In fact, this lady has now gone missing, Seema Haider, as much as there's a lot of questions whether the temple attacks itself are because of Seema Haider entering India and being allowed to stay with her Hindu boyfriend. The question is, where is Seema Haider now? There's no missing complaint filed by the police as yet, but it appears that she's walked out of the house and is now untraceable. Sunil G. Bhatt from Jammu joining us for more on that. Sunil, tell us a little more on Seema Haider and the connection with the temple demolishing or a spate of attacks on temples, Hindu temples in Pakistan. Is there any connection at all? Sunil? Sunil, if you can hear me.
Yeah, Nabila, can you please...
Yeah.
Nabila,
Any connection with Seema Haider and the attacks on Hindu temples in Pakistan? Could you tell us exactly what really is the link here and where is Seema Haider? We believe that she is untraceable.
Well, Nabila, there have been attacks on the Hindu temples in Pakistan's Sindh province, but it's not yet established whether this is in retaliation to the Seema Haider episode. But there are, certain individuals who are claiming that there could be a possibility that these attacks on the Hindu temples could be a retaliation as far as this Seema Haider entire case is concerned. But as far as the plight of minorities is concerned in Pakistan, we have seen that every year, dozens of Hindu girls are forcibly converted and married to Muslim men. Same is the plight of Christian community as well as of the Ahmadiyya community. So minorities have been facing the brunt of the extremism in Pakistan, whether it's the Sindh province or other places. And now attacks are taking place on the Hindu temples in Sindh. And there are certain individuals there who are claiming that this is being done in retaliation to the Seema Haider episode. The agencies are trying to, investigate this entire matter, that who exactly is Seema Haider, what are her intentions, and they are yet to believe the theory that is being put forth by Seema Haider. They want to investigate this matter thoroughly.
All right. Thank you very much, Sunil, for joining us on that, where we see temples have been attacked in Pakistan. The attack on temples, is it a retaliation or not, is a question here of Seema Haider entering India. Seema Haider is a Pakistani lady who infiltrated the borders of India through Nepal and reunited with her Hindu boyfriend in Greater Noida. Now, this 150-year-old temple has been brought to ground. It's been literally brought to dust in Pakistan. Is this in retaliation of Seema Haider's entry is a question. But clearly we see a spate of attacks on Hindu temples in Delhi the last few weeks. All right, now even as the opposition unity meet in Bengaluru is all set to take place, Kejriwal has thanked Mallikarjun Kharge for standing against the ordinance, the Delhi ordinance. Kejriwal calls the ordinance as anti-national. He says, and I quote, "Thank you, Kharge ji, for standing with the people of Delhi. This ordinance is anti-India and anti-national and ought to be fought tooth and nail." This is what Arvind Kejriwal says while he was struggling to rope in the Congress's support on the Delhi ordinance. Here you have Arvind Kejriwal finally thanking the Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge on supporting the Aam Aadmi Party and saying that this ordinance needs to be fought tooth and nail. He says, "Thank you, Kharge ji, for standing with the people of Delhi. This ordinance is anti-India and anti-national, ought to be fought tooth and nail." This is Arvind Kejriwal, who's been desperately trying to gain support. The ordinance that is yet to be passed in the Rajya Sabha, it appears that it needs support of a majority in the House. And without the Congress, it would be impossible. Arvind Kejriwal has been pushing for the Congress to come on board and oppose the Delhi ordinance introduced by the centre. And finally, after much debate, it seems like the Congress has shown some kind of support, not explicitly said it, but has, in many words, has said that the Delhi ordinance is something that we object to, Let me cut across to Rahul Gautam, who joins us for more on that. Rahul, tell us more on the Congress party finally deciding to support Arvind Kejriwal over the Narendra Modi government's ordinance on the control of services in Delhi. They've declared this bill that was introduced as something that they will oppose. And this has come as a boost for the Aam Aadmi Party, with Kejriwal thanking Kharge.
Well, Congress party has decided to oppose Delhi ordinance primarily on the basis of claiming that this particular ordinance actually curtails the rights of a state government and is actually an onslaught on federal structure. Therefore, they have decided to go against it. The Congress party is not, coming out in very direct support of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, if you hear the statement that was given by Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and other senior leaders of the Congress party, they are not even mentioning Aam Aadmi Party. They are only saying that if any decision or any move of NDA government actually curtails the rights of the state government, then they're going to oppose it. So clearly, it seems that on one hand, the Congress party, is opposing this ordinance, but at the same time, they're also trying to create this narrative that they're not, in direct support of Aam Aadmi Party. Clearly, they're doing this because of the keeping the interest of Delhi and Punjab state units who have conveyed it to High Command that Congress party can't be really seen with Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that they both are, competitors for the state government. So clearly, it seems that although Congress party had decided to go against this ordinance, because it was never an option for Congress party to support this ordinance, they can't be seen with BJP. But at the same time, they're also trying to send out this strong message to their cadres and to their voters that they are not in direct support of Aam Aadmi Party, and they are doing this primarily, or you can say most importantly on this aspect, that it is against the interest of Delhi, and in fact it is something which is unconstitutional.
All right. So it appears that politics kept aside, or all kinds of animosity now pushed to the side. The Congress party has finally spoken on the Delhi ordinance, saying that they will oppose it if it comes to the parliament. Now, while that said, Arvind Kejriwal has hailed this move, thanking Mallikarjun Kharge, saying, "Thank you, Kharge ji, for standing up with the people of Delhi. This ordinance is anti-India and anti-national and ought to be fought tooth and nail." This comes right on the heels of the opposition unity meet today. Now, Congress is all set to convene this second opposition unity meet in Bengaluru. This meeting will be under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge. The first one was under the leadership of Nitish Kumar in Bihar's Patna. Now, this is the second meeting, as we know, as all opposition parties. Nearly 24 of them will be coming together to strategize on what should be the road ahead to take on the mighty BJP in 2024. As I mentioned, 24 parties of the opposition who are coming together for this two-day-long meeting, and a lot to be discussed on the key issues of seat sharing and possibly the leader of the opposition unity, a coordination committee leader who's going to be representing it. All of that will be touched upon today. That's what's likely to happen, with Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all of them attending as part of the Congress party. You have Sidhu, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, who's now all out, hectically putting in place a grand dinner for the opposition leaders who are going to be arriving in Bengaluru. Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin, Kejriwal are some of the main faces who will be joining in this meeting. We hear that NCP Sharad Pawar will be skipping the dinner today, but will be attending with his daughter Supriya Sule tomorrow. Remember, the first meeting happened in Patna, and there wasn't much decision or not very conclusive talks that came out of that very meeting. But today's meeting that will happen in Bengaluru is expected to touch upon some key points. Meanwhile, of course, the BJP slamming the opposition unity, calling this a mere gimmick.
ममता जी आ रहे हैं, और मैं पेपर में पढ़ा केजरीवाल भी आ रहे हैं, और तेजस्वी आ रहे हैं, और बिहार के चीफ मिनिस्टर नीतीश जी आ रहे हैं. अभी मुझे तो इतला मिला और बात किए, बालू जी और स्टालिन साहब तो फ्लाइट चढ़ गए हैं. सभी जो लोग प्रॉमिस किए हैं, या हम जो लोग पटना में मिले थे, और भी लोग हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं, और जुड़ के हम ये काम करेंगे.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we have joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future.
And this cluster of small sub-regional parties, it doesn't have any bundle. If zero adds to zero, it is nothing.
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain.
तो ये कुछ नहीं है, मोदी जी का डर है। देश की जनता अपना मन बना चुकी है कि उन्होंने 2024 में क्या फैसला करना है, और 2029 तक भी मैं अगर कहूँ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को ही बनाना है। तो ये अपने अपने राज्यों में डॉग कैट फाइट करते हैं, और ये फिर आकर दिखाते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं।
All right, I'm going to cut across to give you some understanding on or analyzing on what exactly this opposition unity meet is due to project. As we see here, the strength of the opposition unity meet, at this point what we know is that the opposition parties coming together in numbers can possibly prevent the split of anti-BJP votes. So they're hoping that they coming together will dent the BJP in many ways. BJP got about 38% vote share for 2019 Lok Sabha. They're hoping to really damage the BJP in that sense if they come as a united front. Here, a big regional influential faces. As we know, many of them, including Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, Mallikarjun Kharge, Akhilesh Yadav, these are the top regional faces who are coming together to be part of this unity meet, including Arvind Kejriwal. But on the contrary, we see there are also multiple weaknesses as we know of this opposition unity meeting, and that is primarily there is no chosen face for prime ministerial candidate. We see that Modi's charisma has managed to really capture the crowds across India. He is known to be one of the most popular and favorite prime ministers of the country. Does the opposition unity as a group, as one front, one unit, have any face that could really match to Modi's charisma? That's, of course, a big question here. Modi Hatao seems like their only agenda and their only uniting factor. And more importantly, of course, the ED raids and agencies that are currently after many of the opposition leaders. Could that be the uniting factor? Now, the opportunity that the opposition has used at this point is the kind of thrust that they've got after the BJP's loss in Karnataka. In fact, the BJP has been literally pushed out of the entire southern India, and this seems to have come as a big boost for all the opposition parties, including the win for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. So they're really hoping for some kind of productive dialogue in this round of meeting that will be taking place in Bengaluru. Possibly we'll be discussing in detail also about the seat share between the regional parties and all the opposition parties that are likely to come together today. Now, let me cut across to the threats that we see in this opposition unity itself. The Congress's poor poll show could really drag down the alliance, as we see that there are also areas where Congress has lost miserably this time, and this really could really not be one of the reasons for the opposition unity itself. Could be just a mere as a grouping to just basically ward off or try to show that they are united in certain levels, but the fact that they have not done very well in many of the states is also going to be one of the main reasons to why they might not be very successful in taking on the BJP. As we see, there's limited influence in many of the Hindi heartland states, as the BJP is really strong in this very core of the Hindi heartland. It appears that it will be difficult for the opposition to puncture that the winnability for the BJP in the Hindi heartland, mostly the north of India. Now, that said, India Today is, of course, on track, looking very carefully at the opposition unity meet that will be taking place today in Bengaluru. What are the decisions that they'd make? Do stay tuned to our channel. I'm going to cut across to Amit Shah, who's currently speaking right now. Let's listen in.
इन निरंतर सजगता से साथ करने वाली जर्नी है। एक पल की कोताही भी हमारे पूरे आंदोलन को खराब कर सकती है। इसलिए लक्ष्यों की सिद्धि एक पड़ाव होता है। ये जर्नी ऐसी है, हमें हमेशा चालू कर रखनी होगी और जागरूकता हर पल निरंतर रखनी पड़ेगी। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी को इस स्पिरिट के साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए भी आग्रह करना चाहूंगा। मित्रों, एनकोड की स्थापना 2019 में हमने की, जिसमें 4 स्तरीय एनकोड की मीटिंगें होती है। शीर्ष स्तरीय एनकोड मीटिंग गृह सचिव की अध्यक्षता में होती है, कभी कभार गृह मंत्री भी इसकी अध्यक्षता करते हैं। कार्यकारी स्तरीय एनकोड समिति की भी मीटिंग होती है। राज्य स्तरीय एनकोड मीटिंग मुख्य सचिव की अध्यक्षता में होती है। मैंने सबसे अनुरोध किया है, मुझे आनंद है कि सभी मुख्यमंत्रियों ने और एलजी ने इसकी अध्यक्षता की है, और जिला स्तरीय एनकोड समिति जिला अधिकारी की अध्यक्षता में होती है। मैं आज एक बार फिर से एक बात पर थ्रस्ट देना चाहूंगा कि सबसे परिणामदायी अगर कोई एनकोड मीटिंग है तो ये जिला स्तरीय है। बहुत सुधार हुआ है गत मीटिंग और आज की मीटिंग में, परंतु मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश और पंजाब दोनों ने जिला स्तरीय मीटिंगों को बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। मेरा दोनों मुख्यमंत्रियों से अनुरोध है कि आप इसमें विशेष ध्यान दीजिए। बाकी सबने राज्य स्तरीय मीटिंग को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से किया है और एक फोर्स बढ़ाया है। एक संयुक्त समन्वय समिति बनाने का भी हमारा प्रयास है, इस पर भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। एक बात मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर राज्यों ने ईडी का सहयोग करना चाहिए। ईडी के पास काफी मामले भेजने चाहिए। जब तक ड्रग कारोबारियों की फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन को हम चेन को नहीं तोड़ते हैं, फाइनेंशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर इनके इंटरेस्ट चेन को नहीं तोड़ते हैं, मैं नहीं मानता हमारा अभियान सफल होगा। एनडीपीएस के पेट एनडीपीएस के उपयोग के बारे में भी मैं आग्रह करना चाहूंगा। कुछ मुख्यमंत्रियों ने जिक्र किया कि इसमें कानून में कठोर करना चाहिए, परंतु पेट एनडीपीएस में प्रावधान है ही। इसके तहत आप कठोर कदम ले सकते हैं और संपत्ति की जब्ती का प्रावधान भी एनडीपीएस की कानून के अंदर इनबिल्ट है। मैं चाहूंगा कि डीजी एनसीबी सभी राज्यों के डीजीपी को फिर से एक बार संपत्ति की जब्ती के बारे में एक जागरूकता पत्र भी भेजे। और कुछ मुख्यमंत्रियों ने बेलेबल ऑफेंस के लिए जो कहा है, इसके लिए भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा एनडीपीएस का एक भी कानून बेलेबल, एक भी धारा बेलेबल नहीं है, 137 भी बेलेबल नहीं है। परंतु हमारा अप्रोच का सवाल है। हमारा अप्रोच ये होना चाहिए कि ड्रग का जो सेवन करता है वो विक्टिम है, जो व्यापार करते हैं वो गुनहगार हैं। जब किसी के पास से 30 ग्राम से कम मात्रा में ड्रग मिलती है तो एक्ट में एक ऑप्शन दिया है, अगर जिसके पास से 30 ग्राम से कम मात्रा में ड्रग मिलती है वो अगर स्वयं स्वीकृति देकर रिहेबिलिटेशन सेंटर में जाने के लिए सहमति देता है तो उसको पकड़ना नहीं चाहिए, उसको वापस आने का रास्ता हमने प्रशस्त करना चाहिए। एक भी धारा के अंदर बेलेबल ऑफेंस नहीं है, ये मैं फिर से स्पष्टता करना चाहूंगा। परंतु इतनी ही दृढ़ता के साथ मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि जो मादक द्रव्यों का सेवन करते हैं वो बेचारे विक्टिम है। हमारा सिस्टम में नाटे उनको वापिस लाने का प्रयास होना चाहिए, न कि उसको परमानेंट नशेड़ी बनाने का। तो इस विषय को आप सब ढंग से नीचे तक परकोलेट करेंगे ऐसी मैं आशा रखता हूं। एक SIMS ई पोर्टल बनाया गया है, इसका भी उपयोग करना चाहिए। केंद्रीकृत एनकोड पोर्टल जिसके बारे में बहुत जानकारी नीचे तक पहुंच गई, उपयोग भी उसका हुआ है, परंतु मैं आशा करता हूं कि इसके थानों तक हम परकोलेट करें। एक निदान कर एकीकृत डेटाबेस है और नफीस है फिंगरप्रिंट्स के लिए, दोनों का उपयोग करना चाहिए। हमने डेडिकेटेड एंटी नार्कोटिक्स टास्क फोर्स के गठन के लिए कहा था, 35 के 35 राज्यों ने एक गठन कर दिया, इसलिए मैं सभी राज्यों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। एक मैं सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि राष्ट्रीय नारकोटिक्स कैनाई पुल की स्थापना हमने की है। अब अगर राज्य भी इस दिशा में आगे जाते हैं तो एनसीबी आपको ट्रेनिंग के लिए जरूर मदद कर सकती है। इसकी संख्या जितनी बढ़ाएंगे नारकोटिक्स को कंट्रोल करने में हमें बड़ी सफलता होगी। और इसके साथ साथ मेरा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्रियों को दो और विषय पर आग्रह है। एक, राज्य के मुख्य न्यायाधीश को बात कर इसकी विशिष्ट अदालतें बनाई जाए और प्रोसिक्यूशन को फास्ट ट्रैक मोड में डाला जाए, तो मैं मानता हूं कि सजा जितनी ज्यादा कराएंगे इतना ही रोकथाम में फायदा होगा। इससे कठोर संदेश जाता है। और इसके साथ साथ संपत्ति जब्ती के मामले भी बढ़ाने चाहिए। जो इसके व्यापार में लिप्त है इनकी संपत्तियां जब्त होनी चाहिए। कुर्की को सार्वजनिक करिए और सामाजिक उनका बहिष्कार हो। इस प्रकार की स्थिति से ही दूसरे लोग इस व्यापार से जुड़ने में रुकेंगे और जुड़ने में शर्म करेंगे। तो रूथलेसली हमने संपत्ति की कुर्की की दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। इसके लिए किसी भी प्रकार का गाइडेंस आपको चाहिए तो एनसीबी आपको दे सकती है।
All right, that's Amit Shah, Home Minister, who speaks on the crackdown of drugs across the country. A big crackdown. We're going to continue tracking those developments. A short break from now.
Standing on the ring road, you can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Greece closed its ancient Acropolis during the hottest part of the day on Friday to protect tourists from temperatures which soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And in Italy, meteorologists are calling the next phase of the heat wave Charon, a reference to the ferryman of the souls of the dead in Greek mythology. So, just how bad is it? The European Space Agency, whose satellites monitor land and sea temperatures, warned that Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland all face extreme conditions. Temperatures could break Europe's current record, 119 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded in Sicily in August 2021. The impact from extreme summer heat has been brought into focus by a new study. It says as many as 61,000 people may have died from the sweltering heat across Europe last summer. Record temperatures are expected in parts of southern Europe next week. Johan Ballister is a professor at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. He says France has learned lessons from a deadly 2003 heat wave that others should follow.
Hi ha mesures que són relativament barates, com per exemple coordinar.
There are measures that are relatively cheap, like, for example, coordinating public entities. Also, doing a census of vulnerable populations and coordinating them through public services can be relatively cheap.
Però hi ha mesures molt més cares, com per exemple el redisseny de les ciutats.
But there are much more expensive measures, like, for example, the redesign of cities to improve housing conditions.
Doctors say poorer, elderly people with existing health problems are most at risk. Angel Abad is from the Office of Sustainable Development at Madrid's La Paz Hospital.
Most have a low socioeconomic background, and we know that in these cases, people who don't have air conditioning are more vulnerable. They face a higher risk and higher mortality upon arriving at an emergency ward.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality, and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine, but as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls, something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times.
Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members.
Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up. Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
All right, some good news coming in on Chandrayaan-3, India's moon mission. The second orbit-raising maneuver has been performed successfully. These are inputs coming in. The second orbit-raising maneuver has now been performed quite successfully, which means the rover, the Chandrayaan-3 itself, is now cruising towards the moon, has entered space. The second orbit-raising maneuver has been performed successfully, and the next firing is planned for tomorrow between 2 and 3 p.m. This is the information that we have as Chandrayaan-3, after its successful launch barely a few days ago, it now has carried out the second successful orbit-raising maneuver, which means that it's moved past the Earth's gravitational pull and now is very comfortably cruising in space towards the moon. And the next firing is all set to be planned for tomorrow between 2 and 3 p.m. Now, the ISRO, as we believe, has successfully carried out this for the second time. In fact, the first happened just on Saturday. The first orbit-raising maneuver happened on Saturday, and there are supposed to be 2 more that they will conduct. But the second one, we believe, like the first, has been quite successful. The orbit raising maneuver has ensured that the spacecraft is now very comfortably flying just off 200 kilometers off Earth, which means it's well past the Earth's gravity and now is cruising towards the moon. Now, the first one was performed on Saturday. This is the second one that's also very successfully completed. In fact, Chandrayaan 3 is certainly the pride of India at this point. This is the moon mission that India is really looking forward to achieve. A failed attempt of Chandrayaan 2 has really not dented any spirit. This time around, Chandrayaan 3, it appears that those in the team have been super confident about its landing on the moon, and it's going to be part of the south. It's going to be landing as expected on the south pole of the moon, which no other country has ventured into. So this really makes, if goes as per plan and successful, makes India the fourth country to achieve the moon mission. Then we get across to Pramod Madhav joining us live for more on that. Pramod, give us a little more on the orbit maneuvering mission, the second firing that's now been successful. Explain to us what this really means. Pramod.
Well, it's something called as orbit raising maneuvers, and what's happening. It's something called as orbit raising maneuvers, and what's happening over is that we are kind of using a slingshot technique where 5 times this particular module that was placed at 170 kilometers above the Earth's orbit will be raised 5 times, increasing it from 36,000. Now it has 41,000 kilometers, and so forth. As it interjects with the path of the moon, as it revolves around the Earth, then it will be captured by the moon's orbit. That is called as lunar orbit insertion, and that is after the 5th orbit raising maneuver it will occur, and the second one ISRO has conducted successfully now.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us on that, Pramod. Of course, this is a real proud moment for India as the orbit-raising maneuver has been successfully conducted for the second time around. 3 more attempts will be done, is what we hear. And the first that happened on Saturday was successful. The second that happened today has been successful. The spacecraft now is very comfortably cruising across space towards the moon to hopefully realize India's dream of to actually accomplish this very mission of the rover landing on the moon, studying the chemical composition of the moon, and really etching India's presence on the lunar surface. All right, some big news coming in. Mehbooba Mufti backs Pakistan terror stooges. She tweets, and I quote, criminalizing livelihood on preposterous reasons of terror links at a time when the state is reeling from unemployment is only deepening the trust deficit. This is Mehbooba Mufti, who speaks on a bunch of government employees in Kashmir who've been sacked and reprimanded for allegedly having links with terror groups. Mehbooba Mufti now responding to it, as she says, and I tweet, and I quote her tweet as she says, criminalizing livelihood on preposterous reasons of terror links at a time when the state is reeling from unemployment is only deepening the trust deficit. As we know, 3 of the government employees who are allegedly linked with some terror groups, the officials are right at this point have suspended them and have also arrested them, is what we hear. And this is the 50th, or rather nearly 50 government officials who've been arrested for allegedly having links with terror organizations. Mehbooba Mufti responding to it. Let me quickly cut across to Sunil Ji Bhatt joining us live for more on that. Sunil, give us more. Mehbooba Mufti says livelihood, unemployment are issues that need to be addressed with immediate effect, but seems like the focus is wrong here. This is more or less what she said, claiming that there is deepening trust deficit among the people of Kashmir with the government.
Well, Nabila, these 3 government employees who have been terminated from their services, for that the J&K administration carried out a thorough investigation. Different agencies of the J&K administration were working in close coordination, and only after that this decision has been taken. One of these 3, government employees, which is who was serving as the PRO of the Kashmir University, on social media he has been writing anti-India content. He has been writing pro-Pakistan content, and that proves that he was somehow linked to some pro-Pakistan groups, and there was further evidence of his involvement in aiding and abetting terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. So it's only after a thorough investigation was carried out that these employees have been terminated, and this exercise has been on since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, because there was a terror ecosystem that was existing in Jammu and Kashmir prior to abrogation of Article 370, and there has been a major crackdown on this terror ecosystem. And as part of this exercise against the terror sympathizers, the J&K administration carried out investigation. They identified all those who were involved in terror activities, and those government employees have been kicked out of the administration. Now political parties like PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, she has tweeted and she has slammed J&K administration for this decision. They are saying that there is trust deficit among the people. Nabila, I will just talk to former Jammu and Kashmir Director General of Police, Mr. Kuldeep Khoda. He joins me live here from Jammu. Mr. Khoda, you must be aware of the decision that has been taken by the J&K administration. How do you see this?
This is very important decision, and such decisions are only going to help reduce the militancy, reduce the radicalization in Kashmir. This problem has been a long-standing problem over decades, and it is very good now since last few years. An effective action is being taken against these overground people, especially those who are serving in the administration, and it is bound to give results. Such action was needed to be taken long back, but somehow during political governments, these actions become difficult to take for various reasons which one can understand, including the vote bank politics. And now that the central administration, headed by the Lieutenant Governor, is taking very effective actions to reduce the factors which are responsible for terrorism, radicalization, the channeling of funds to terrorists and overground workers. All these actions are required to contain the terrorism, to eliminate the terrorism rather.
But, leaders like Mehbooba Mufti are criticizing the J&K administration. They are saying that this kind of action is not required at a time when there is, unemployment in Jammu and Kashmir.
This is precisely the problem which leads to the radicalization and continuation of terrorism in Kashmir. Because the vote bank politics has been creating huge problems in the past also. And this is again to address some particular vote pockets. In absence of taking action against those who are helping sustain terrorism, who are providing them support in various forms, who are acting at the behest of the ISI and the Pakistan establishment in furthering the terrorism and furthering the cause of terrorists, this is only going to lead to problems, and such type of action is very much required. And I'm very happy that these actions are being taken, because only eliminating the terrorists in the operations is not going to finish terrorism, as we have seen in the past.
So you just heard from the former top cop of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Mr. Kuldeep Khoda. He's clearly saying that this step was necessary. It was very important that, terror sympathizers within the J&K administration, that they should have been kicked out. It's very important. It's not just, direct action against terrorism, but even the terror sympathizers who are in J&K administration, it's important that action is taken even against them. Nabila.
Sunil, thank you very much for joining us. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru due to happen today. Aam Aadmi Party is to join this meeting after Congress has finally blinked on the ordinance. It's supposed to be backing Aam Aadmi Party on the ordinance issue. Sharad Pawar, meanwhile, to skip dinner tonight but will be attending the meet tomorrow. Stay with us. A lot more on the other side.
Is the rally overdone, or are we just starting?
Actually, in March, if you look at my Twitter feed, I had tweeted on March 28th that this was the perfect time to get into the markets, that I did not know whether it was the exact bottom, but it was certainly somewhere around the bottom. And also that, we all understand the risk of being in the market. But this was a time when the risk was more in not being invested and therefore missing out on an up move. So at that time, the index was in the 16,900 range. I mean, the Nifty. Of course, it has had a run since then. But even so, my assessment still is that the risk is still of missing out on an up move relative to a crash. I do not see a risk of a crash very imminent. And I still think we are closer to the beginning rather than the end of the run up.
For the first 6 months, which ended on June 30th, the two portfolios that Devina manages have outperformed both the Nifty as also by their peers very handsomely. So it's a 10.5% gain on First Global IS 50 in the past 6 months compared with the 6.5% index appreciation that you've seen, and the First Global IMAP, which has an overlay of a lot of gilt as well as gold, is still up 9.5%. Devina, as I was scrolling through your portfolio, amongst the top 10 odd stocks, you have three IT companies, of course, two very well known, Infosys as well as TCS, and one mid cap that has done wonders, which is Nucleus Software. Overall, the software sector hasn't done much. The index just up about 2% year to date. What do you think is going wrong? Do we have to wait much longer, or is the Indian software story now getting a little jaded?
Actually, Shell, the thing is this, that if you looked at it last year, first half also, IT did not do very well, IT services. And at that time, the logic for it not doing well was supposed to be that the whole world is digitizing and there is so much demand for people with technology backgrounds that they will not get enough employees. The employees will be too expensive and therefore costs will go up and margins will get squeezed. This year, the story is supposed to be something the entirely opposite. If you go to the base of it, saying that there will not be demand. So, both cannot be true. So I think, this is a little overdone, because what had happened was that there was a slowdown in some of the Western economies. So what happens is that the orders you're supposed to get this quarter get pushed and may go on to the next quarter. But it is not as if that fundamentally something has gone totally wrong with the industry and it will never revive, because the whole move towards even non-technology companies becoming more digital, more technology oriented is not going to go away. So we are not super bullish on the sector, but we are still slightly overweight on the sector.
A breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise And we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the urinary as well as the uterus is sitting on it. MCELA helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of MCELA can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru today. The Aam Aadmi Party is all set to join a meeting after Congress has finally backed them on the ordinance issue. Sharad Pawar is likely to skip dinner tonight but will be part of the meeting tomorrow. Big buzz over JDS joining the NDA. JDS may be attending the July 18th meeting of the NDA. BJP sources say that talks are currently underway with the JDS. Modi Shah to take the final call. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner now after Senthil. Now Ponmudi has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. Chief Minister Stalin backs his mantri, calling this political vendetta. Mystery over Seema Haider, the Pakistani woman who crossed borders, entered India to be with her Hindu lover. Links of her instigate, or rather, because she entered India, that's instigated some of them to vandalize Hindu temples. Those are the questions that's being raised. A spate of attacks on Hindu temples in Pakistan reported. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constable, have been sacked for raising funds, or rather aiding in logistics to terror organizations. All right. Now, Congress is all set to convene the second opposition unity meeting in Bengaluru today under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge. The first was conducted by, or rather initiated by Nitish Kumar. This is the second that will be initiated by Kharge at Kharge's home turf, Karnataka's Bengaluru. This is the meeting where at least 24 opposition parties will be joining together to try and understand if there is a possibility at all to take on the ruling BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. In fact, as we see, opposition parties have gathered for this 2-day meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi representing the Congress, and other leaders who are all set to be attending include Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, Akhilesh Yadav. These are just a few names among the many, 24 rather, opposition parties who will be coming together. And Sidhu, Chief Minister of Karnataka, now very busy laying out this lavish dinner for all the opposition members this evening in Bengaluru. Remember, during during the first meeting in Patna just last month, the opposition parties had resolved to take on the BJP unitedly in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. BJP, meanwhile, has slammed the opposition unity, calling this a mere gimmick.
ममता जी आ रहे हैं और मैं पेपर में पढ़ा केजरीवाल भी आ रहे हैं और तेजस्वी आ रहे हैं और बिहार के चीफ मिनिस्टर नीतीश जी आ रहे हैं. अभी मुझे तो इतला मिला और बात किए बालू जी और स्टालिन साहब तो फ्लाइट चढ़ गए हैं. सभी जो लोग प्रॉमिस किए हैं या हम जो लोग पटना में मिले थे और भी लोग हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और जुड़ के हम ये काम करेंगे.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we are joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future.
And this cluster of small sub-regional parties, it doesn't have any bundle. If zero adds to zero, it is nothing.
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain.
तो ये कुछ नहीं है, मोदी जी का डर है. देश की जनता अपना मन बना चुकी है कि उन्होंने 2024 में क्या फैसला करना है और 2029 तक भी मैं अगर कहूँ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को ही बनाना है. तो ये अपने अपने राज्यों में डॉग कैट फाइट करते हैं और ये फिर आकर दिखाते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं.
To protect democracy in this country, to ensure the constitutional rights, and the independence of our institutions. These all are under attack on the present regime of BJP government. They want to silence the opposition voice. They are misusing entire agencies like Enforcement Directorate, CBI, to suppress the voice of the opposition.
So BJP is getting rattled every passing day. They are very desperate. Earlier they were abusing Patna meeting. It was a photo opportunity, nothing, all such abuses. But now they are also calling a meeting. It shows how much they are desperate and rattled. But as far as we are concerned, our party is concerned, Bengaluru meeting will be one step forward in our struggle against BJP, in our struggle in order to save the country.
बड़े मुद्दे क्या होंगे जिस पर हम एक साथ आ सकते हैं? भारत के लोकतंत्र को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संघीय ढांचे को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संविधान को बचाने का मुद्दा, इस देश में बेरोजगारी का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर महंगाई का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर अशिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य की बदहाली का जो आलम है, तो ये जो बड़े मुद्दे हैं इस पर एकजुटता की बात बड़े तौर पे होनी चाहिए मुझे लगता है कि और इस पे आम सहमति बनेगी. जरूरी नहीं कि हर मुद्दे पर एक राय सबकी हो.
जो विपक्षी दल हैं केवल कुर्सी के लिए इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं. उनसे पूछिए तो उनका टारगेट सिर्फ माननीय मोदी जी हैं और उनकी कुर्सी है, जबकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. आज दुनिया में भारत माता का परचम लहलहा रहा है. भारत विश्व गुरु की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है. आज हम 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी है पूरी दुनिया में. 2047 में माननीय मोदी जी ने जिस ढंग से देश का नेतृत्व किया है, हम कह सकते हैं 2047 में जब हम 100वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे होंगे, हम तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी होंगे.
All right, I'm going to cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, joining us live from Bengaluru. Nagarjun, a very pertinent question, Modi versus who? There isn't really a face of the opposition unity meeting as yet, but maybe that's the opposition parties, as much as I've heard, believe that that's a plus, that they do not want to project one face for the entire opposition combined together. And is this a strategy at all? And what exactly will the meeting today be touching upon?
Well, that's true. In fact, we posed the same question to Mr. K.C. Venugopal in the press conference. He said that leader is not important now, issues are important. The whole country is going through a difficult phase, and we are seeing political ED searches, IT searches happening, and that's the main issue. We are yet to come on consensus as to who would be the candidate, Modi versus who, but issues is what we have together. We have come together for this, and later, in few weeks later, we'll have a common minimum program and maybe more blueprint as to how to take this forward closer to the May 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But at this point of time, the opposition too is not projecting anyone as the either UPA chairperson or the opposition party meet chairperson or even a prime minister candidate. K.C. Venugopal went to say that even the UPA name might be changed because more parties have been added in this opposition. 20 such parties are meeting in Bengaluru today. Hence, they might more likely be that a new name would come forward and a common minimum program definitely would be there.
Thank you very much, Nagarjun, for joining us on that. Clearly, we're looking at the opposition unity meet now in Bengaluru that will be likely touching upon many important points. Let me cut across, though, to the strengths and weaknesses of this opposition unity meeting. I'm going to take you through a few details on exactly what's going to be taking place, or at least the perception of this opposition unity meet at this point. Let me start with the strengths here. If you really look at the strengths, we see that it's a bid of the opposition parties now to try and pose a dent to the BJP vote bank, and any kind of split of the anti-BJP votes could be avoided with the opposition parties coming together as a united front. Now, let me cut across to the weaknesses. As we see too many ideological differences, many of these opposition parties at the point currently are fighting each other locally in their respective states. So will they be able to put aside all the differences on the local level and come together as a united front to fight the BJP nationally is the big question. Now, again, we see as part of their strength, the big regional influential faces. We see all the way from Mamata Banerjee to Akhilesh Yadav, for that matter, Nitish Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal now, and a lot more, Sharad Pawar too, are all on board to be part of this opposition unity front. While that said, that might give some thrust to the prospects of the opposition united front, but at the same time, their weakness is that their only aim is to push Modi out of power. Will that agenda really be something that will work in their favor? Again, the opportunity that the opposition uses at this point is the fact that they've at least seemingly, and rightly so, that they've managed to defeat the BJP in a state like Karnataka, pushed out the BJP entirely from the southern part of India, and this has given them some kind of boost. Of course, not to forget the Himachal Pradesh win of the Congress party has given the party some kind of boost at this point. But at the same time, there are multiple corruption cases against the opposition leaders, and that seems like one trouble point for the opposition unity, as many of their netas are currently under the ED scanner, they're in ED custody, many of them have been implicated of or convicted of corruption charges as well. So this could be a real bother for the opposition unity. Opportunity here, as we see that the United Front now is focusing on state-wise alliances, which means that they're going to be discussing exactly the seat-sharing formula, etc. It's going to be difficult for them to crack on that because each party will want a bigger share. But at the same time, they have limited influence in the Hindi heartland, which the BJP really thrives at. So we've given you a big understanding or a SWOT analysis, rather, of exactly how this unity is really perceived. I'm going to cut across to some big breaking news coming in. All right, inside scoop of the Aam Aadmi Party attending the opposition meeting. Sources say that Mamata Banerjee has played a pivotal role in bringing the Aam Aadmi Party on board. Particularly at this Bengaluru opposition meeting, the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal has been invited, or rather, we heard Mallikarjun Kharge says, I've read in the papers that Kejriwal is going to be attending it. So here we hear the inside scoop coming in that Mamata Banerjee has played a real important role in convincing Arvind Kejriwal to be part of this Bengaluru meeting. It was Mamata Banerjee's intervention that's really sealed the or seal the deal here after the Congress came out with a definitive statement in support of AAP's fight against the Delhi ordinance by the centre. Finally, Arvind Kejriwal now fully on board, and we believe Mamata Banerjee has really coaxed him to come by. While TMC has mediated truce here between AAP and the Congress, which are fighting each other in states like Delhi and Punjab, the Congress too is now playing a crucial role in bringing the TMC and the left together, or rather to set their differences aside on this and come together on one platform. This is what the senior party leader has said. We know the kind of the differences between the TMC and the left in West Bengal itself. They are huge political rivals, and we believe the Congress has played a key role in trying to set aside their differences for the moment for a quote-unquote larger cause. Now, each party shares a unique relationship with the other. This is one of the senior leaders who's spoken, and he says that we are in constant touch and talks are currently underway at every level. This is a veteran leader who's spoken exclusively to India Today and gives us an understanding on what kind of ironing out the opposition parties are attempting at least the ones like the Congress party, the TMC. Let me cut across to Preeti Chaudhary joining us for more on that. Preeti, give us more as we hear inside scoop that it was Mamata Banerjee who's pushed the Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal to be attending this Bengaluru meeting. But was there any coaxing needed at all? Because the Congress has agreed to support the Aam Aadmi Party with regards to the Delhi ordinance. Why was Arvind Kejriwal then apprehensive on attending the Bangalore meeting?
Nabila, he wasn't apprehensive at all. The news break is that as per our sources placed within the TMC and the Aam Aadmi Party, it was Mamata Banerjee who brokered the deal, the TMC who brokered possibly the alignment of the Congress with the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes down to voting, if the ordinance comes in Parliament, which it will in monsoon session, with the Aam Aadmi Party. And, it wasn't about anything else. The Aam Aadmi Party had only one stance, and that stance was limited to the fact that the Congress supports the Aam Aadmi Party when the bill is tabled in Parliament. And the Congress's Delhi unit had, of course, dug in its heels. However, in terms of brokering peace or being the go-between, it was the TMC and Mamata Banerjee personally who intervened and got the Congress on board of before the all-party meet to come out and officially issue out a statement suggesting that the Congress will support the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance. The Congress, of course, got in a catch-22 of sorts because its Delhi unit had, dug in its heels, opposed the entire, even a possibility of the Congress siding with the Aam Aadmi Party, keeping in mind how their regional politics plays out in Delhi, in the state of Punjab. But for the larger good of the opposition, A, B, and the Congress says that the government had resorted to unconstitutional means to bring about this ordinance. So, in principle, the Congress had decided to support the Aam Aadmi Party primarily because they feel what went down was unconstitutional. So, ultimately, that was what it had rested on. Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party only condition was that the Congress comes on board and supports them like the other parties, like the TMC, and nearly all other parties other than the Congress were on board of the 20-odd parties that find themselves today in Bangalore. And once that was settled, that issue was settled, Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, they had a meeting yesterday and they decided very clearly that they would be attending it. But the person who brokered this deal between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, because be it political pressure or be it the go-between, it was the TMC and Mamata Banerjee who did it in the end. Crucial, the key link between the Congress supporting the Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, Preeti, thank you very much for joining us on that. We see that the Aam Aadmi Party was brought on board by Mamata Banerjee. This is the inside scoop. A senior leader who's spoken to India Today says that there are several political differences, no doubt. Every state has regional parties facing off each other, but they are going to be ironing out those differences for, quote-unquote, a larger cause. That they all will come on board, set aside their differences and fight as a united front for 2024 to take on the mighty BJP. How successful in that bid? Of course, time will tell. All right, now big news coming in on Pakistan infiltration bid that's caught on camera. Here's a quick look at how the Indian Army has foiled the infiltration bid. This is the image that has been caught on camera as we bring to you right here on India Today. The Operation Bahadur Poonch sector, a major infiltration bid eliminated in a joint operation by Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police during the night of 17th July in Poonch sector. And that image here, very hazy image for sure, but showing how Pakistan backed terrorists trying to infiltrate India and the Indian armed forces cracking down on them. 2 infiltrators have been eliminated for now. Search operations are currently in progress. 2 infiltrators have been killed by the police and the army in a joint operation on LOC in Poonch. Arms and ammunitions also have been recovered. This is a video now showing how the Indian Army has foiled that infiltration bid. The infiltration bid by Pakistan that was foiled by the Indian forces. We see that video here that shows how it is a sketchy image there, and I'm going to bring to you our reporter to explain to this exactly what we see on that footage. But here we see a video that's been released by the Indian Army there showing how the Indian Army cracked down on Pakistan's infiltrators. As 2 of them were neutralized, we believe the 3rd is still missing. There was arms and ammunition also that was seized from that area. This was the infiltration bid by Pakistan that's caught on camera, released by the Indian Army. This video showing how the Indian Army has attempted or has successfully foiled this bid. The Operation Bahadur Poonch sector, a major infiltration bid, eliminated in a joint operation by the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Sunil Ji Bhatt joining us on the phone line. Sunil, give us an understanding of this video here. Hazy footage that we see that's been released by the Indian Army. What does it suggest?
Well, Nabila, late last night, around post-midnight, the security forces along the line of control, they spotted some suspicious movement, and as soon as they, spotted it, they swung into action. And, there was exchange of firing, and the security forces foiled a major infiltration bid along the line of control in Poonch district. 2 Pakistani infiltrators, terrorists, were, shot dead. They were eliminated successfully by the Indian Army. And then a joint operation was carried out by the Indian Army as well as by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. A massive search operation is still on along the line of control. But this infiltration bid has been caught on camera. There has been, effort from the government to strengthen the border security grid, and as part of that exercise, modern equipment, are being provided to the security forces. Night vision devices have been given to them. High resolution cameras are also, installed at, some critical points along the line of control, and that is why this infiltration bid has been, caught on camera, and it clearly shows that how Pakistan is trying to push terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir, how Pakistan wants to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir, but our alert troops on ground are foiling the nefarious designs of Pakistan and terrorists. Nabila.
All right, the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police have very successfully managed to thwart the infiltration bid by the Pakistan-backed terrorist, and this is the Operation Bahadur in Poonch sector. Sunil Ji Bhatt bringing those details. The Army has released this very video here showing their attempt foiled. All right, big news coming in. The centre tells the Supreme Court that Delhi ordinance will be tabled before the Parliament in this session. So SG argues that we don't know if it will remain as is currently once the matter goes before the Parliament. This is the Delhi ordinance dangal. Big developments coming in on the matter. As we see at the moment, the centre tells the Supreme Court the Delhi ordinance will be tabled before the Parliament in this session itself. Anisha Mathur joining us on the phone line for more on that. Anisha, give us more on the SG arguing that we don't know if it will remain as it currently, the matter will go before the Parliament. Please explain to us exactly what's the information we have.
Well, Chati, right now the hearing is ongoing. The Supreme Court is not happy with the fact that the Delhi LG and the Chief Minister cannot have held this as a stalemate of sorts. In fact, the Chief Justice, just before I was passed through, the Chief Justice has said that constitutional functionaries should be able to sit together and work. There is a constitutionally mandated, incorporated mechanism for resolution, and either you allow functions of governance in Delhi to run, or you don't. You must rise above the political arena. This comment came even as the Supreme Court is asking the LG and the Chief Minister to sit down and agree on a name for a candidate for the DERC chairman, so the DERC can run. This even as the centre has said that they will be tabling the ordinance before the Parliament in the coming Parliament session that is starting on the 20th of July. The Solicitor General had informed the court that this ordinance is going to be tabled before the Parliament, and because they're not sure, they don't know what final form this ordinance will take once it goes through the Parliament. The Solicitor General had suggested that the matter be adjourned, but of course the Delhi government saying that the DERC cannot be left headless. There has to be a DERC chairman appointed, and on that point the Supreme Court has made it stand clear as far as both the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party government is concerned. It is wrapped, both sides saying that constitutional functionaries must be able to work together. The Constitution does not allow the Supreme Court to appoint someone to the DERC, otherwise the court would have done so already. It is being made very clear that the Supreme Court is extremely unhappy at the way things are going right now. And as we speak, the hearing is still ongoing. I will be bringing you updates of what is happening inside just a moment. Back to you.
All right. You know, if it does come to the Parliament at this point, the Aam Aadmi Party will need a majority votes, and it's managed to rope in the support of the Congress Party as well. Anisha, do you believe that this is going to in any way put an end to this ordinance attempt by the centre?
Well, see, these are two different points that you raised, Jyoti. One, of course, being the question
Anisha,
of
Nabila
what happens in the Parliament. Can you? I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry, Nabila. What I was saying was these are two separate issues. One, of course, what is happening in the Parliament, and the second, the fact that the Supreme Court is basically telling both the LG and the Delhi Chief Minister to get their acts together and ensure that governance in Delhi continues. Of course, with the Parliament session starting on the 20th, we're also expecting the opposition parties meeting today itself in Bangalore, and we are seeing that the opposition parties are trying to get together on this issue. The Aam Aadmi Party has been pushing for support from the other opposition parties to oppose the ordinance as it currently stands. So, of course, it is going to be a very, very important political point to see how the debate in the Parliament goes with regard to this particular ordinance. But even more important right now is the fact that even the Supreme Court is calling out effectively, they're calling out the LG and the Chief Minister, saying that these constitutional functionaries should be able to work together. They should be able to sit together and resolve the name of a candidate for the DERC, because an important authority like the DERC cannot be left headless. Of course, in Parliament, once the matter comes before the Parliament, it will be very, very crucial to see how the numbers work out. Today, the opposition meeting is going to the opposition meeting that is going to happen is going to be very, very crucial to see how this entire the numbers game works out. The Aam Aadmi Party has been given, from what we know, the Aam Aadmi Party has been assured that some cooperation on this issue will be given, which is why the Aam Aadmi Party representatives are going to attend this particular opposition party meeting that has already been reported in the media, with statements coming in from both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. But very clearly, with this is going to be a very, very important issue in the coming days once the Parliament session begins. But even right now, as we speak, the Chief Justice of India, Senior Advocate Harish Salve, who's appearing for the LG, the Solicitor General, who's appearing for the central government, and Senior Advocate and Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's appearing for the Aam Aadmi Party government, are hashing it out about what will happen to Delhi and Delhi's governance in the meantime till the matter is resolved by the Parliament. Back to you.
You know, as the matter is being discussed in court, we believe, Anisha, that the centre says that in this session of the parliament, they will be introducing the bill. And while that said, you have the CJI claiming or saying that MPs and Babus should be able to work together, that the Delhi government should rise above politics and work. Could you elaborate for us?
Well, Nabila, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court has directed the LG and the Chief Minister to sit together and work out the names of a candidate for the DERC. That is what they said. This is what the expectation is. They can include the Delhi High Court Chief Justice if they so want, because the court is very clearly saying that whatever the political issue is, sort it out, rise above politics, and ensure that governance is not hampered. This is something very, very important coming in from the court. The matter relating to the DERC chief's appointment has now been adjourned for Thursday before the Supreme Court. But as far as this issue itself, the ordinance itself is concerned, the parliament session is going to be very, very important to see whether the Aam Aadmi Party and the other opposition parties can get together, what kind of pressure they're able to exert. Because the Supreme Court has been informed today by the Solicitor General that the ordinance will be tabled before the Parliament in the upcoming session. So effectively, Nabila, we have to see this from two perspectives. One, of course, is the politics of it all. The tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP about governance in Delhi, what the elected government of Delhi can do or cannot do, what the powers of the LG would be, how the numbers will work out in Parliament when it comes to the opposition parties versus the ruling BJP. But the other perspective is from that of Delhi's citizens, because it is ultimately Delhi's governance that is getting affected as long as the LG and the Chief Minister cannot see eye to eye.
Anisha, thank you very much. As we know, the Supreme Court is now hearing the Delhi ordinance issue, and we believe the CJI, Chief Justice of India, as it proceeds now, the discussion says Delhi government must rise above politics and work. A lot more that we're going to continue tracking. For now, a short break, cutting across to our entertainment special in the club on the other side. Stay with us.
What a smashing weekend it was, with Spanish tennis player Carlo Alcaraz winning the Wimbledon 2023. Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel, and while this ain't a sports show, why I'm taking this moment to hail this young 20-year-old sensation is because he dethroned the 7-time champion Novak Djokovic to win his first ever. The match was witnessed by the world, and in fact it was one packed star-studded tournament with Brad Pitt, Daniel Craig, Sonam Kapoor among others making their way to the centre court in London. From royalty to several A-listers from the film industry. Match of Wimbledon 2023 witnessed the star-studded spectator power. With so much on stake, two contenders, Novak Djokovic and Carlo Alcaraz, one aiming for his 5th consecutive Wimbledon, while the other eyeing his first.
3 sets to 2, 1-6, 7-6, 6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
Well, in the 5-set epic, the latter stunned everyone as he beat Djokovic to be crowned as this year's winner in the men's final at Wimbledon, also making him the 5th man in the Open era to win multiple major titles before turning 21. To watch this combat between one of tennis courts and the 20-year-old contender, the centre court welcomed the monarchs including King Philip of Spain, Princess of Wales, Kate Winslet, with Prince William and their kids Prince George and Princess Charlotte,
who were overjoyed at Alcaraz's win. Also joining the tennis tournament as a spectator was Hollywood actor Brad Pitt, who just raised the bar for all, but mostly for his good looks, and netizens marveled at how good he looked, despite being as old as the combined age of both the competitors. Emma Watson was also one of the many celebrities who witnessed this thrilling encounter. Nick Jonas, who attended the women's finale from the Royal Box with wife and actor Priyanka Chopra Jonas, also arrived with mom-in-law Madhu Chopra to witness the finale between Djokovic and Alcaraz. Even actress Sonam Kapoor attended the match alongside husband and businessman Anand Ahuja. Hugh Jackman, Ariana Grande, and Daniel Craig were among other celebrity guests who saw the match. Idris Elba and Tom Hiddleston too ensured they attended the championship with their partners, while rest of the celebrities watched the match from the comforts of their homes. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, talking of celebrities at the Wimbledon 2023, Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas also ensured they didn't miss their chance of attending a match. But more than that, what caught attention was their mushy romance while on their way back. In our next report by my colleague Yanisha Malik, we bring you how these two continue to set major couple goals wherever they go.
World 2000 is Miss India.
She was crowned Miss World in 2000.
So this is remarkable.
And is now a global icon. He was a child prodigy and a remarkable singer, and now a bankable actor too.
I get across this canyon for like 20 years. Okay, do you realize how huge this is? Mosquito.
No. Alex, no. Alex, no. Alex, talk to me. Alex, wake up. Here we go.
Yes, Priyanka Chopra Jonas and Nick Jonas come from two different worlds. They are not only culturally apart, but also have a 10-year age gap, and their relationship felt unconventional to many. Nevertheless, their love story has been nothing less than a fairy tale. While some celebrities hesitate, these two do not shy away from showing their mushy romance out in public. Nick and Priyanka make sure to be there for each other on crucial days and make their presence felt in the relationship. They continue to set couple goals in short. That's right, just look at this clip of the two as they were headed back after enjoying Wimbledon women's final in London. In this video, Nick is trying to untie Priyanka's high ponytail, and as he struggled with it, netizens couldn't help but gush over Nick. This is, however, one of many charming things Nick has done. Do you remember how Nick stood in a corner capturing wife in his phone as she slayed at the Rome premiere of Citadel? Not to miss was how he also showed up at all the screenings of her new releases, including Love Again. Interestingly, the filming of the same was done during the pandemic, and Nick made sure he was there for his wife on the sets, which even bagged him one of the roles in the film.
Can't do 400 weighted squats without a brain.
I mean, you really can't do anything without a brain.
You get it.
If you jog your memory, not long ago, Nick flew down to India to be a part of the NMSCC inauguration as well, again proving how he has always been with Priyanka at every step. What's more, at any chance given, he never fails to speak highly of his beautiful wife. To quote him from one of his interviews, "Everything that I do is because of her. Everything I've done right is because of her." It's truly that thing where you become one with the person, and that extends beyond your relationship and the home you build, but also into your creative life and business and everything else. Priyanka Chopra, on the other hand, also feels Nick has added that much needed calmness in her life, and when he performs on stage, she's his biggest cheerleader in the crowd of millions of fans. From attending his concerts to being a part of his felicitation ceremony at the Hall of Fame, which also marked their daughter Malti Mary's first ever public appearance. Not just mushy, this talented duo also know how to have a good laugh, sometimes even at each other's expense. That's right, do you remember this Netflix show which had got Jonas Brothers roasted by their close friends and, well, of course, their better halves?
Nick and I have a 10-year age gap.
Yeah.
Yes. We do. And there are many 90s pop culture references he doesn't understand.
Now, if you thought Priyanka would go easy on her husband, well, she didn't.
We teach each other things. He showed me how to use TikTok, for example. You know, and I showed him what a successful acting career looks like.
She was brutal, but hey, all in good humor. So as they say, a couple who can share a good laugh together are sure to have a love story that will last ages. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. While several A-listers attended the Wimbledon finale in London, there were many who were spotted joining in the Hollywood strike in the United States. The strike has been going on since May, and the entertainment industry is facing major crisis, with actors and writers hitting the streets simultaneously for the first time in over 6 decades, demanding better pay and job protection. Here's the lowdown. The entertainment industry is facing a major crisis as both Hollywood writers as well as actors have gone on strike simultaneously for the first time over 6 decades, causing a significant impact on already struggling film and TV workers. From Mark Ruffalo to Olivia Wilde, Pete Davidson to comedian and television host Seth Meyers, and even the kissing booth actress Joey King. Hollywood actors and several industry artists came out in support of the ongoing Hollywood writers' strike, which demands better pay and job protection. The Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, which represents more than 150,000 film and television actors, commenced this strike on May 2nd, but later in July was joined by actors after failed negotiations with the studios. Speaking on the matter, Federation head Fran Drescher had said, and we quote, "That's up to them. We are open to talking to them. It's up to them if they are willing to talk in a normal way that honors what we do. This is going to drag on and is not easily resolved because both sides view this as existential." That's not all. The strike, which has costed the entire industry to shut down, also impacted the London premiere of Christopher Nolan's documentary feature Oppenheimer. In a move to show solidarity, the star cast of the film, including Cillian Murphy, walked out of their London premiere after posing for the cameras at the red carpet. Director Christopher Nolan, in fact, had also pledged to quit filmmaking for a while in order to extend his support to the writers. He said, and we quote, "It's very important that everybody understands it is a very key moment in the relationship between working people and Hollywood." Amidst this, Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse returned to the red carpet during the premiere of The Haunted Mansion, But the star cast of this Disney outing did give their appearance a miss in solidarity with SAG-led actors. What's more, as the actors and writers are out on the streets for months now regarding pay and artificial intelligence taking over, what also caught the attention was this particular poster with strike innovatively written on it using the title of S.S. Rajamouli's magnum opus RRR. The strike, which has been going on for over 70 days now, also impacted several shows that were in production phase, including The Lord of the Rings, Rings of the Power, which was being shot but without any writers on the sets. Even Disney has delayed a number of Marvel superhero films, stretching out their release dates.
Hello, we come in peace.
Not to miss the Emmy Awards, the nominations of which were announced on July 10th. That's right, the ceremony, which was scheduled to take place on September 18th, as of now, might also get further postponed from its actual date. Studios, on the other hand, are calling these actions as unplanned, since they too are suffering with moviegoers choosing not to return to theatres, making their profit margins narrower. Now, if you jog your memory, similar showdown was also witnessed back in the day. The last actors' strike, which staged a major walkout in 1980, lasted for 3 months, whereas the 2007 writers' strike lasted for about 100 days. And now the 2023 writers' strike looks like is one long battle ahead, with Hollywood A-listers joining in. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Now, the biggest release on Friday was Tom Cruise starrer Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. The 7th film in the franchise has managed to cross 50 crore mark in India, while it raked in around $80 million in 3 days at the American box office. Here's our report, Numbers Never Lie.
Simple game. Is he serious?
Always.
It's much worse than you think.
Tom Cruise as Ethan Hunt has entertained fans for decades now.
They knew we were coming. Do you read me?
From the first film in the Mission Impossible franchise to now the 7th installment, it has been a while, but his charm, his ease, his charisma remains the same.
And we cannot escape the past. Ethan, this mission of yours is gonna cost you dearly.
After debuting with $56 million on day 1 at the US box office, the film fell behind on day 2 and day 3. However, it seemed to have seen a jump as it managed to mint around $80 million.
You've no idea the power I represent. It knows your story and how it ends.
While no mean feat, it is lesser than what was projected and is comparatively lower than 2018's Mission Impossible Fallout, which raked in $61 million on day 1.
How many times has Hunt's government betrayed him, disavowed him, cast him aside? How long before a man like that has had enough?
Good morning, Mr. Hunt.
And 2000's Mission Impossible 2, which earned $57.8 million.
I don't quite know where to begin. Very. Well, this is not mission difficult, Mr. Hunt. It's mission impossible.
Meanwhile, at the Indian box office, the Tom Cruise starrer has already crossed the 50 crore mark across all languages.
His fate is written. Shall we write yours too?
if anything happens to them.
The makers opted to release the film on a weekday and rather than the traditional Friday release. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 is pulling in similar numbers to Disney's $300 million budgeted Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which also made $60 million on its first day over the traditional weekend.
Don't move. Please get out of here.
Stop!
Sorry.
Helena!
Dr. Jones, get him.
For the Unverse, directed by Christopher McQuarrie, the film focuses on the story of Ethan Hunt and the MIF team who must track down the two halves of the missing key to save the world. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
None of our lives can matter more than this mission.
I don't accept that.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage. Monsoon Mayhem.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip,
yeah,
and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer, because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices.
Right.
You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels. There are people who are absolutely casual about it. At the same time, there are people who want to build careers out of it. And this is really opening up as a new career opportunity as well. So in whichever way you want to look at it, if you're serious about mobile gaming or if you're interested in mobile gaming, iQOO can certainly be your go-to device. With 2 chips in there, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which is a very powerful chip. Then we have the independent gaming chip, which is the first in its category. So you can't go wrong with the iQOO Neo 7 Pro.
Awesome, and we hope to see more devices like this with better charging, better battery life, peak performance, and of course, these bright orange colors like Nipul's t-shirt. Nipul, what a pleasure to have you on Tech Today. We hope to see you very soon, and maybe we can put each other up against each other for a quick gaming match at the end of this.
Whenever.
Yes, thank you.
While Talapati Vijay looks like it's gearing up for yet another collab with Shankar after a gap of 11 years, the superstar is also making headlines for his possible entry into politics post finishing his work commitment. Here's more on that.
All is well na ella nalladhuke. நாங்க 3 பேர் friends. இதுல most outstanding student யாருன்னா பாரி. பஞ்சவன் பாரிவேந்தன்.
Remember Nanban, the remake of Three Idiots, which eventually ended up grossing 150 crores at the box office? Well, if this was an outcome of a Shankar and Talapati Vijay film, imagine what their possible collaboration could be, if at all they come together as a director-actor duo once again.
Medical ka padikra muniyuma.
Down irukudha mame.
Sir, enakku or doubt sir. Kya?
Kiss arikkumpodhu mukku itchikuma.
Yes, one must gear up as this long-awaited combo may just deliver their next big hit. Reports suggest that director Shankar and actor Talapati Vijay are all set to reunite on a project after a gap of 11 years. Tentatively titled Talapati 70, the project is touted to be a hard-hitting political thriller. Interestingly, filmmaker Shankar is currently occupied with prior commitments, including his much-awaited film with Kamal Hassan titled Indian 2 and even Ram Charan's Game Changer. Thereafter, he plans to commence scripting for this Vijay starrer in the first half of 2024. As far as Vijay's other upcoming projects are concerned, the actor will be shooting for his yet-to-be-titled film Venkat Prabhu from November. He also has wrapped up his Lokesh Kanakaraj film Leo, which is all set to release on October 19, 2023. The film, which also stars Sanjay Dutt as an antagonist, is the actor-director duo's second collaboration. They first worked together on Master in 2021, which went on to become one of the highest-grossing films in Tamil cinema. What makes Leo even more interesting is the fact that it also marks Vijay and Trisha's collaboration after a gap of 14 years. The duo was last seen in 2008 action film Kuruvi, which was based on S.S. Rajamouli's blockbuster Chhatrapati. What's more, not just for his cinematic career, but Talapati Vijay is also making the right noise with reports of him joining politics. That's right. The actor could just be ditching the spotlight to begin his political innings. If reports are to be believed, then Vijay is likely to quit films or could go on a 3-year break after he takes the big plunge. Sources close to the actor further suggest that he's looking to launch his party following the 2024 Lok Sabha elections and may contest the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Where do you think the markets are headed? We've seen a very, very sharp rally on a year-to-date basis on the Nifty and as also on the Bank Nifty. Many other indices are at record highs. How do you see charts? What is your understanding of fundamentals about this rally?
Sure. So, Shelji, what I feel is that, markets after consolidating for almost 1.5 years, that is in October 2021 when we peaked around 18,700, and after that, we have been consolidating for a while, for almost good 1.5 years time frame. Now, technically speaking, this kind of consolidation breakout after a decent 1 to 2 years kind of phase typically leads to a very strong up move at an index level. So a lot of people are worried. They think that obviously markets have moved up very sharp in a very short span of time. So whether it's a good time to enter at these levels, wait for a dip, or it's kind of a sell on rise market. According to me, it's more like a buy on dips market because there are some structural changes which is happening in India. First, RBI, when it paused its interest rate, that is how, we created a bottom in our market. Since then, we have been seeing very strong capex commitment by center, almost 10 lakh crore kind of capex. And if I look this number, if you put together addition of almost last 10, 15, 20 years, I think the kind of capex we are witnessing in this particular year has crossed this number all put together, which clearly indicates that we are shifting typically from a consumption-led economy to a capex-led economy. And we firmly believe whenever there is a capex cycle which starts, it typically lasts for a longer time. And if you look at the capacity utilization for most of the industries, they have reached 73-74% kind of levels. We have seen private balance sheets are improving, and that will eventually lead index to show further up move. According to my technical setup, till the time we don't see a breach below 18,500 on a sustainable basis, all kind of dips should be used as an opportunity to buy.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru. Today, opposition big guns head to Bengaluru Aam Aadmi Party to meet after Congress backing on ordinance. Sharad Pawar to skip the dinner tonight. Big buzz over JDS joining NDA. JDS may attend July 18 NDA meeting. BJP sources say talks underway. Modi Shah to take a final decision. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil, now Ponmudi. Raided by ED on money laundering case. Chief Minister Stalin backs his Mantri Ponmudi. Mystery over Seema Haider linked to Pakistan temple attacks. Temple attackers threaten blow up Hindu places of worship in retaliation to Seema Haider Jakrani's PUBG love story. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 J&K government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pak terror organization. Breaking news is on Delhi Ordnance Dangal hearing in the top court. The Supreme Court Constitution bench may take up the ordnance war. On Thursday, the Supreme Court is going to be weighing the Constitution bench need. The top court says the LG and Chief Minister must be able to work together. It's a big statement coming in from the top court, going on to say LG and Chief Minister must be able to work together, given the recent spate of disagreements that we've seen between the LG and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi Ordnance Dangal hearing is in the top court. The Supreme Court Constitution bench may take up the ordnance war, and on Thursday, the Supreme Court to weigh whether or not a Constitution bench is required. Anisha is now joining us for the latest. Anisha, what more can you add to the fact that Supreme Court Constitution bench may just take up this particular ordnance war, and in case it does, finally, can we see some sort of a closure on this?
Well, Chaiti, there are 2 aspects we need to consider when it comes to this. First of all, the fact that the Supreme Court has been informed today that with the Parliament session starting on the 20th, this Delhi ordinance will be tabled before the Parliament. So very clearly, if the Parliament is considering the matter, then the Supreme Court will have to wait for the Parliament to pass an enactment. But the second and bigger point is that the Supreme Court has clearly clearly wrapped both the LG and the Chief Minister of Delhi, saying that you're both constitutional functionaries. It is expected that constitutional functionaries will be able to sit together and create a resolution to this standoff. They have been asked now that it is not just about the appointment of the DERC chairman, but it's a larger issue. You are both constitutional functionaries. Please sit together and decide what has to happen. And the other thing that the court has said, and this is from the Chief Justice of India himself, that because of this ordinance, it seems that you have amended the constitution without actually amending the constitution, because what the centre has done via this ordinance, and this I must point out is a very, very big statement coming from the Chief Justice, that the point that has to be considered is that the ordinance, or the parliament, if it passes the ordinance as it is, would have barred the Delhi state legislature from passing any laws regarding the issue of services. Can that be done? That is the big question that is coming from the Supreme Court now, that when the constitution itself says that the Delhi's elected legislature can pass laws about all subjects outside of police, land and public order, can you then bring in an ordinance which effectively bars the Delhi government, the Delhi state legislature, from doing so? And that is what the CJI has said. Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, as well as Justice Narasimha, who's sitting in the bench with him, have pointed out that this is the question is whether the Delhi state legislature, and I'm quoting here, can be barred from making laws about entry 41 in this situation. And what they've said is that you have effectively, by what you've done by clause 3A of the ordinance, I'm quoting the Chief Justice here, you've said that the state legislature cannot enact a law about entry 41, which is services, at all. Can that be done? And that is a big constitutional question that the Supreme Court seems to be asking, and the Chief Justice has hinted that this matter may therefore need to go before a constitution bench of 5 judges. The matter is now going to be considered on Thursday, both with regard to the DERC chairperson appointment and the larger issue of the validity of the ordinance itself. So both in the Supreme Court and in Parliament.
Considered, Anisha, if you could clarify, is it a sure shot that the Supreme Court will be constituting this constitutional panel, or whether they're going to be considering whether a constitution bench is needed to address this issue or not?
At the moment, Chaiti, what the Chief Justice has suggested is that he may need to send this to a constitution bench. Of course, the discussion in the open court had also centered upon when the constitution bench may be able to take up this matter, because Abhishek Manu Singhvi is appearing for the Delhi government, said that if it has to go before a CB, it should be done very, very quickly, because, and I'm quoting Mr. Singhvi here, this situation is wreaking havoc on Delhi's governance. The Supreme Court has hinted that since there is an ongoing constitution bench this week, which is hearing a different matter, if that matter gets completed by Wednesday, then the Supreme Court may consider taking up this particular issue before a constitution bench very, very expeditiously. Remember, constitution benches are something that takes some amount of time and logistics to set up, because that means that while the constitution bench is going on, 5 courts of the Supreme Court cannot function as normal. So if there is a CB going on, those 5 judges are engaged only and only in hearing the constitution bench matter. But there is also the complication that the Parliament will be considering this ordinance issue in this very parliamentary session. So very clearly, if the court has to go into this issue, they will also have to weigh what the Parliament is actually doing about the ordinance, what date the ordinance actually gets tabled, when the Parliament, the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha passes this. But it is a very, very important question that has already been asked by the Supreme Court judges themselves, that how exactly has the centre barred the elected government of elected legislature of Delhi from taking a decision regarding a topic that is services, which is which is already within the power of the Delhi government. So it is a big question politically and legally that the Delhi government and the centre will now be grappling with.
You know, Anisha, your report clarifies a lot as far as the story is concerned. We're going to leave it at that and come back to you for more on the story in moments from now. But moving on to the other story that we're tracking on India Today. The Congress party is going to be convening second opposition meeting in Bengaluru starting today. The second joint meeting of opposition parties is going to be deliberating on strategies to take on ruling BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls that will begin in Bengaluru today. 24 like-minded opposition parties are expected to attend this particular meeting, which is going to start today, which is a 2-day-long key meeting to take on the Modi-led BJP with the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi representing Congress. Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu is also going to be hosting a dinner for all the opposition party leaders. Mamta, Nitish, Stalin, Kejriwal and others are going to be attending this key meeting. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna last month, opposition parties resolved to take up the BJP unitedly in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Meanwhile, BJP slammed the opposition unity, calling the meeting a gimmick.
ममता जी आ रहे हैं और मैं पेपर में पढ़ा केजरीवाल भी आ रहे हैं और तेजस्वी आ रहे हैं और बिहार के चीफ मिनिस्टर नीतीश जी आ रहे हैं. अभी मुझे तो इतला मिला और बात किए बालू जी और स्टालिन साहब तो फ्लाइट चढ़ गए हैं. सभी जो लोग प्रॉमिस किए हैं या हम जो लोग पटना में मिले थे और भी लोग हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और जुड़ के हम ये काम करेंगे.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we are joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future.
And this cluster of small sub-regional parties, it doesn't have any bundle. If zero adds to zero, it is nothing.
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain.
तो ये कुछ नहीं है, मोदी जी का डर है. देश की जनता अपना मन बना चुकी है कि उन्होंने 2024 में क्या फैसला करना है और 2029 तक भी मैं अगर कहूँ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को ही बनाना है. तो ये अपने अपने राज्यों में डॉग कैट फाइट करते हैं और ये फिर आकर दिखाते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं.
To protect democracy in this country, to ensure the constitutional rights, and the independence of our institutions. These all are under attack on the present regime of BJP government. They want to silence the opposition voice. They are misusing entire agencies like Enforcement Directorate, CBI, to suppress the voice of the opposition.
So BJP is getting rattled every passing day. They are very desperate. Earlier they were abusing Patna meeting. It was a photo opportunity, nothing, all such abuses. But now they are also calling a meeting. It shows how much they are desperate and rattled. But as far as we are concerned, our party is concerned, Bengaluru meeting will be one step forward in our struggle against BJP, in our struggle in order to save the country.
बड़े मुद्दे क्या होंगे जिस पर हम एक साथ आ सकते हैं? भारत के लोकतंत्र को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संघीय ढांचे को बचाने का मुद्दा, भारत के संविधान को बचाने का मुद्दा, इस देश में बेरोजगारी का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर महंगाई का जो आलम है, इस देश के अंदर अशिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य की बदहाली का जो आलम है, तो ये जो बड़े मुद्दे हैं इस पर एकजुटता की बात बड़े तौर पे होनी चाहिए मुझे लगता है कि और इस पे आम सहमति बनेगी. जरूरी नहीं कि हर मुद्दे पर एक राय सबकी हो.
जो विपक्षी दल हैं केवल कुर्सी के लिए इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं.
उनसे पूछिए तो उनका टारगेट सिर्फ माननीय मोदी जी हैं और उनकी कुर्सी है, जबकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। आज दुनिया में भारत माता का परचम लहलहा रहा है, भारत विश्व गुरु की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज हम 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी है पूरी दुनिया में। 2047 में माननीय मोदी जी ने जिस ढंग से देश का नेतृत्व किया है, हम कह सकते हैं 2047 में जब हम 100वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे होंगे, हम तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी होंगे।
Sagar Raj is now joining us live. Sagar, of course, tell us more about this evening's crucial meeting between the opposition parties. And also, it's interesting to note that the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi party both will be present at that meeting, despite all that we've seen between them in terms of the acrimonious past that they share.
Absolutely. Aam Aadmi Party had confirmed that they will be participating in today's meeting, and what we get to learn through our sources, it is probably the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, along with...
All right, viewers, live visuals coming in right there. You can see Sonia Gandhi right there, first up on India Today. This is the big opposition meeting that all the opposition parties are gearing up to. Right now you can just see a plane landing, but we'll get you more visuals on who all have arrived in Bengaluru for this meeting, the second joint meeting of the opposition. You can see Sidhu right there, who is there to welcome the guests at the HAL Airport VIP lounge. On your screens, let's show you the leaders who have started trickling in to Bengaluru ahead of this very crucial big meeting. Sonia, Rahul, Kharge have arrived. We'll get you those visuals as well with Sidhu welcoming them. We'll get you those visuals in moments from now. You can see Rahul Gandhi being welcomed. You can see Sonia Gandhi being welcomed right there. The floral reception coming in there for them in Bengaluru. DK Shivakumar welcoming them. You can see DK Shivakumar in the frame as well. Congress Party leaders have arrived right there. Mallikarjun Kharge in the frame, DK Shivakumar welcoming Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. Sagar is now joining us. Sagar, continue.
Short story.
Sagar, continue. Sorry about that interruption.
Yes, AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi has reached Bengaluru. They have been received by Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu as well as KPCC President DK Shivakumar. As we speak now, there are more VVIP movements. The entire road has been, you can see inside entire roads has been decorated with the banners of all the opposition party leaders, and the leaders are coming in large number, especially by this evening. They will be participating in the dinner which has been hosted by Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu, and tomorrow there will be a full-fledged meeting where they will be discussing about common minimum program as well as probably a new name to this particular alliance. Remember, Congress had a name called UPA, that is United Progress Alliance, and probably this time they might come up with a new name. As we speak now, there is a VVIP movement on the roads of Bengaluru. You can see that Karnataka Chief Minister along with several other leaders are moving towards Taj Westin Hotel, and there are a lot of VVIP movements in Bengaluru city as Karnataka Congress is hosting opposition party leaders meeting today and tomorrow.
Yes, and Sagar, you were talking to us earlier about how we're going to see an interesting meeting, because there's going to be Kejriwal, there is Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi as well with Mallikarjun Kharge. So there's going to be Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress sitting for this meeting together.
Absolutely. Initially, the Congress was quite reluctant to take Aam Aadmi Party into this particular alliance. In fact, the meeting which held in Patna, there they didn't have Aam Aadmi Party in the list of opposition party meeting. Now they are on the same page when it comes to ordinance, and what we get to learn through our sources is that it was Mamata Banerjee who have broke the deal between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, who made peace between them and requested the Congress to accept the participation of Aam Aadmi Party in this particular meeting. And definitely probably this will be a crucial meeting today and tomorrow, even as Aam Aadmi Party will be part of this meeting, and there might be many ideas which will be shared by all opposition parties to tackle BJP ahead of 2024 general elections. And if you notice that K.C. Venugopal, who was addressing the press conference, he also went on to say that this meeting will also discuss to go ahead and oppose the ruling party even inside the parliament, outside the parliament in the days to come. Probably all strategies will be discussed to put up a united fight opposite to the BJP party in the days to come.
Who else from the opposition has arrived at the moment, Sagai? Because on the screens I can see Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, and of course DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah welcoming them. Who else has arrived?
Madhu, yaranta gottilla madhu. See, they have reached HL airport. There are other movements opposite to the hotel, but we have been cordoned away from a few meters away from the hotel. And but we do see that there were a lot of VVIP movements. Earlier, it was Mehbooba Mufti, and now you can see that there are several other leaders who have reached Taj Western Hotel. As we speak now, there are police security which has been beefed up. They're not allowing the media close to the place. So let us try to go near and check who are the top leaders who have reached Taj Western Hotel. Earlier it was Mehbooba Mufti along with Sitaram Yechuri and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin have reached. But M.K. Stalin is staying in his relative's house, but the other leaders are stationed in the same hotel where the meeting is happening. And you can see the visuals there now. There are escort vehicle convoys which is also escorting the VIPs from the airports, especially the private aircrafts from HL Airport, as well as the other aircrafts from Kempegowda International Airport. Most of the VIPs are coming from HL Airport, where they are taking special flights. As we speak now, there are movements of VVIPs near Taj Western Hotel.
You are seeing a lot of movement right there in Karnataka, and what we see at the HL Airport is a grand welcome by the Congress Party for their top brass right there at the VIP lounge of the HL Airport as well. What about Sagai? What time are Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, M.K. Stalin, Kejriwal, all of them likely to arrive?
They are expected to arrive by this evening. As we speak now, we can see in the visuals, it is AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi have reached Taj Western Hotel. They have been escorted by the police, and you can also see that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah along with KPCC President, who were alongside with the top leaders of Congress here in Taj Western Hotel. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that other top leaders like Mamata Banerjee, Sharad Pawar, Arvind Kejriwal and other leaders are expected to reach. As I told you earlier, M.K. Stalin is already here in Bengaluru. He is staying in his relative's house in Sadashiv Nagar, and probably he will be also part of this meeting, which is scheduled around 6 p.m. It's an informal meeting, and followed by that, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is hosting a dinner for all the delegates who are arriving for the opposition party leaders meeting here in Bengaluru.
Here's the big question, Sagai. How hopeful are they to take on the Modi-led BJP ahead of 2024? We are seeing a lot of optics in terms of unity right there, but does that unity actually exist outside of the optics that we see?
A few days after the meeting which was scheduled in Patna, we have seen there is a division within NCP. So probably that is one of the issues which will be discussed in the opposition party meeting which is scheduled tomorrow. They will discuss how to tackle these kind of division within the opposition parties, because this might be a major setback. Because if you notice, including all these parties, around 150 seats are in their kitty in ahead of general election. And keeping all those things in issue, they have to keep the unity intact between the parties, between the leaders ahead of 2024 election. That will be the main issue, and probably they might might come up with a plan of common minimum program, which will be discussed in the meeting, how to tackle and how to address the people.
You can see Akhilesh Yadav getting a welcome in Bengaluru. On the left side of your screens, you see Akhilesh Yadav. On the right side of your screens, you see that Sidramaya, along with DK Shivakumar, have welcomed Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge as well for this meeting. On the left side of your screens, live visuals coming in of Akhilesh Yadav arriving for the big bang meeting of the opposition parties ahead of the 2024 elections. Nagarjun is also joining us on the phone line. Nagarjun, here's the big question now. What does this say about Sharad Pawar being likely to skip the big opposition meeting in Bengaluru today? What is NCP's stance?
Well, what we are being told right now is today would be just an informal meeting and a dinner hosted by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, but the official meeting only would happen tomorrow. The Congress party clarified this morning in a press meet that it was already pre-communicated to.
और भाजपा को 2/3 जनता हराने जा रही है, 2/3 यहाँ पर हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि देश की जनता इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बुरी तरह हरा करके भेजेगी। और सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कर्नाटक की जनता को, जिन्होंने फैसला लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराया। और इसी तरह मुझे देश के कोने कोने से जानकारी मिल रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सफाया होगा। और सफाया का यही कारण है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में वो पुरानी आदतों में पड़ गए हैं। जो पुरानी आदत है, किसी को तोड़ लेना, लालच देना, स्वार्थ क्या है, क्या स्वार्थ से कैसे लाभ लिया जा सकता है, उस दिशा में लगातार काम करना शुरू भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कर लिया है। और नकल करने वाले कभी पास नहीं होते हैं। जैसे ही उन्हें पता लगा कि बेंगलोर में बैठक होने जा रही है, उन्होंने अपनी बैठक बुलाई है। तो नकल करने वाले लोग कभी कामयाब नहीं होते।
सर, आपका दोस्त क्या है, कुमारस्वामी, वो ये मीटिंग पर साथ नहीं?
देखिए, वो मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है, लेकिन हम इस मीटिंग में शामिल हो रहे हैं। हमें उम्मीद है कि इस मीटिंग का पॉजिटिव कुछ न कुछ निकलेगा।
सर, क्या उम्मीद होगा सर मीटिंग में किसका?
चलिए, धन्यवाद।
All right, Nagarjun is still with us on the phone line. Nagarjun, you were talking to us about where does the NCP stand given Sharad Pawar is going to be skipping this particular crucial meeting, but if you can confirm if Supriya Sule is attending it.
Well, the preliminary information which is coming out from NCP camp is that both Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule would be in attendance tomorrow in Bangalore, but the final decision will be coming out by this evening or late night is what we are told. The dinner meeting will be skipped, but the official meeting tomorrow from 11 to 4 p.m. that would happen in Bangalore, there would be representation from NCP, that is from the Sharad Pawar's camp is what we are told. The Congress party also briefed the press saying that Sharad Pawar had earlier informed that because of pre-committed meetings that he could not attend the Delhi dinner meeting, but he would attend the official opposition party meet, which would happen 11 a.m. tomorrow at Taj West in Bengaluru. And all the leaders have started to come in. We saw Akhilesh Yadav, Mr. Stalin, Mr. Raja, Sitaram Yechuri have all flown in from different parts of the country. Sidramaya will be hosting dinner at 7:30 in Taj West today for all the 24 to 25 national opposition political parties. 1 hour of informal meeting and just trying to catch up with each other. And tomorrow, official 11 o'clock is when the
I think over here with Sharad Pawar's NCP not being present is not really adding up at the moment, especially given the recent split that we saw.
Well, that's a big question, Chaiti, at this point of time, because the recent split, as it has its own political implications in the opposition meet also. Remember, many sources in the BJP also said that when we spoke to them as to why was the timing which was questioned, what was the need to break NCP at this point of time, they wanted to put out a message that opposition is not as united as they seem to be, and NCP is a classic example. Everyone's fighting each other, and not just that, Congress is in fight with left in Kerala as well as TMC in West Bengal and Delhi with AAP, and hence that would put out a point is what the BJP sources are saying. But now NCP with breaking its majority into Ajit Pawar, now Sharad Pawar coming here would also send out a message that the opposition parties, no matter what, are still sticking to each other even after the MLAs have moved to Ajit Pawar's camp and then to NDA? That's the big question. And tomorrow, most likely, this also would be discussed as to how to protect their own turf, how to protect their own MLAs and MPs for the next 8 to 10 months. We also were told that there would be discussion on UCC, Uniform Civil Code, as well as the ED raid that is happening across country. In fact, today DMK's higher education Mr. Ponmudi is being raided. His son Lok Sabha MP Gautam is being raided. These are the topics that opposition parties would discuss, and not just that, also some ideas and thought process would come out, churning of talks on the common minimum program tomorrow is on the agenda.
Right. So that's the latest at the moment coming in. Nagarjun, from the visuals that are coming in, we can see a lot of opposition party leaders. I can see Lalu Prasad Yadav. A little while back I saw Akhilesh Yadav as well land. There is Tejasvi Yadav I can see on the screens right there. And a little earlier we got the visuals of Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge as well. Opposition leaders have started trickling in. That's Lalu Prasad Yadav. You've got Tejasvi Yadav. A while back you saw Akhilesh Yadav too. What about Nagarjun? What about the rest in terms of Arvind Kejriwal, etc.? When are they likely to arrive? Mamata Banerjee too.
Most of them would be reaching before 6 p.m. is what we are told, depending on their flight schedule. Today, most of them are coming, except for Sharad Pawar, who would be reaching only tomorrow with Supriya Sule. But today, including Arvind Kejriwal, they would be attending the dinner meet as of now, which is scheduled at 7:30 p.m. That would be hosted by the Chief Minister himself. And most of the leaders have already reached. Mr. Stalin, Tamil Nadu CM, has reached, and Akhilesh Yadav, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and we have Mr. Sitaram Yechuri who had come here. All of them have reached the Taj West End Hotel, except for just 2-3 leaders who have been awaited by evening, is what we are told, including Mr. Kejriwal, who would arrive in the evening to take part in the dinner meet. Is the information that is coming from the CM office here, because CM is the one who's hosting the meeting for tomorrow. I mean, in fact, my bad, for tonight.
Yeah.
He's the one who's hosting the dinner meet. So he is exactly knowing who's coming this evening. Let me just repeat who are all attending the dinner meet. Mamata Banerjee from the TMC, D. Raja from CPI, Sitaram Yechuri from CPIM, and Nitish Kumar from JDU, Mr. Stalin from DMK, Kejriwal from Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Hemant Soren from Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena, Rashtriya Janata Dal, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, Akhilesh Yadav from SP, Omar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti, and Jayant Chowdhury. All of them are in attendance for today's evening, which will schedule at 7:30 here itself. And Mr. Kejriwal is expected to reach this evening as well.
Right. Are there a total of 26 parties? How many total parties are there, including the smaller ones?
Including the smaller ones, it's 24, but the list that the CM office has is 24. But Mr. K.C. Venugopal went on to say that it's 26 parties, including the smaller parties. Earlier in Patna meeting, it was not this much, but now 2-3 parties have added, considering they also want to be a part of this. And this is at a time when Karnataka JDS is trying to close up with the BJP. We have heard many sources talking about how BJP and JDS might have a pre-poll alliance before the 2024 Lok Sabha. And what we are told right now is even Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal CM, has just reached Taj West End Hotel. She has just entered the hotel premises, is what we are told, and the information that we are getting right now.
Absolutely. Mamata Banerjee's cavalcade, that's Mamata Banerjee's cavalcade, viewers. She's just landed in Karnataka as well. So that's Mamata Banerjee right there, her cavalcade landing in Karnataka. Many opposition leaders trickling in for the big dinner, which has been hosted by Sidramaya tonight, and of course a big meeting tomorrow as well of key opposition parties getting together. From what Nagarjun, our reporter, has informed us, 24 opposition parties are coming together including the smaller opposition parties as well. How the BJP responds, we'll get you those reactions too. We'll play those out for you too. But the opposition parties will be gathering in Bengaluru, Karnataka. It's a two-day meeting starting this evening. On your screens right now, Mamata Banerjee has just arrived. Her cavalcade was on the screens. She's arrived in Karnataka as well. Left side of your screens, there are four visuals we're bringing you. Is Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge being welcomed by DK's Shiv Kumar and Sidharmaya too. Then you've got Tejasvi Yadav and you've got Lalu Prasad Yadav as well. The next screen shows you Akhilesh Yadav arriving and being welcomed and flanked by his supporters. And on the right hand side, which is the last visual, is of Trinamool Congress's Mamata Banerjee's cavalcade, who has also arrived in. All right, this is Mehbooba Mufti. This is Mehbooba Mufti. We just got you the visuals of Mamata Banerjee arriving moments back. And this is PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, who has arrived in Karnataka. There are several other leaders who have already arrived, a few still to trickle in. And this is, in terms of optics, looking like a big show of opposition unity. Nagarjun, very intrigued to know how the BJP feels about these visuals, because these visuals optically are painting a picture of all these 24 odd opposition parties really being together.
Well, that's exactly the point that BJP were making. In fact, Mr. Bommai, the former chief minister here in Karnataka, also spoke that look at this, all the corrupt, all the dinars are coming together, is what the former chief minister is saying. Not just them, but locally all ex-ministers and MLAs are targeting that Bangalore has become a stage for all the corrupts to come together because the government is corrupt as well. That's the stand of the BJP here. While the Congress is saying only after we started doing the opposition party meetings, there's a sense of panic in the BJP camp. And hence, on 18th July, that is tomorrow, NDA has called a meeting. The BJP has called an NDA meeting as well. That they're just trying to copy what we are doing. And considering more and more small parties are joining the opposition party meet, the Congress feels there is definitely a sense of panic in BJP camp, and hence tomorrow they have called a NDA party meet. The BJP has heavily come down on all the opposition party meets, saying, please nominate your leader. We are asking you the question. If we are presenting Mr. Prime Minister as the candidate as Mr. Modi, who from the opposition camp would be the Prime Minister candidate? Give us an answer. But the opposition parties are saying that let's talk about the issues. After the elections, we ourselves would decide who would it be. Their on one-point agenda is to defeat the BJP at this point of time. What they would do is field just one candidate. All the parties would come together. Whoever is the strongest there would field that candidate so that there is no division of votes. For example, in strongest seats when UP, SP would fight, and wherever Congress is Congress
and the votes tend to get diluted then. Yes, and that would not happen. Is that something that they are assuring?
Yeah, that's the idea among all the 26 parties that's coming through, so that there should not be any division of votes. The moment it's a two-way fight, they feel it's advantage opposition. And the sense also that we got this morning when I spoke to the leaders within the Congress and the opposition meet, I was with them this morning. They are saying that BJP has peaked across India for 303 seats. They can't repeat the same. So they might lose certain seats in Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana is what they're giving. They gave a list of seats where they feel that BJP might lose, and that would be up to 75 to 100 seats is what the opposition is feeling. So they want to target this 100 seats to make sure all this 100 comes to the kitty of the opposition, and hence NDA would not come back to power. But only time would say what would the BJP score, what would the opposition score, who would be the next Prime Minister. It's only a time to tell, which is another 8 to 9 months. But opposition are saying this is just a start. Every month we'll have a meeting. Closer to the election, we'll have a perfect blueprint as to what would be the manifesto, what would be the common minimum program, who would be the campaign committee head, who would lead a campaign. All this we would meet closer to the elections. But as of now, our common ideology has brought us together that we have to defeat the BJP.
Right. Sagar Raj also is with us. Sagar, then, till now they don't have a face to take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but looks like they are going to be deciding a face once the elections are truly over. So we're never going to see a declaration as such of who their prime ministerial candidate is likely to be before the elections, Sagar?
Absolutely, they have not come to a consensus, but who will be the face of opposition alliance and who will be leading the opposition alliance in the days to come, because it's just 1 year left for the general elections, and they have to decide who will be face of opposition alliance to go ahead against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And even this will be part of the agenda when they will be discussing tomorrow in the opposition party meeting, which is scheduled here in the Taj Western Hotel. And apart from that, they will also discuss about common minimum program. They will also probably try to give a new name for this particular alliance. Remember, Congress already had a name called UPA, United Progressive Alliance, when they were in power from 2004 to 14. And after that, we need to wait and watch whether they might give a new name or they will continue with the same old name of UPA with the opposition's unity meeting here in Bengaluru.
Right, and we can see Mamata Banerjee's cavalcade as well. She has arrived to the Yadavs. We can see Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav, Balbak, Akhilesh Yadav. You see the Congress party bigwigs too. Who else is left to arrive? Sagai?
Absolutely. Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav and several other leaders have reached the hotel now. Every 1 hour or every half an hour we get to see one or the other VVIP vehicle movement near Taj Western Hotel. Almost all the vehicles have given a green corridor, zero traffic, and they are escorted to the hotel. And probably this evening there will be an informal meeting with all the leaders. Followed by that, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be hosting a dinner with them. And tomorrow the meeting is scheduled around 11 o'clock and it will go until 8 o'clock, and they will be discussing on various other issues like tackling the ruling party BJP in this particular meeting, and also they will also discuss about common minimum program in this particular meeting.
Right, and we can see a lot of huddle right there of many opposition party leaders trickling in at the moment for this particular big meeting of the opposition parties to take on the ruling BJP in 2024. And Congress is convening this second opposition meeting in Bengaluru starting today. It's the second meeting of opposition parties to deliberate different strategies to how to take on Modi's BJP in 2024. There are 24 like-minded opposition parties who are attending this 2-day-long meeting. We have the Congress bigwigs who have already arrived. Mamata Banerjee has arrived. There is Nitish Kumar, Stalin, Kejriwal, who are all slated to attend the meeting. But interestingly, Sharad Pawar is going to be skipping the dinner this evening and probably attending the meeting tomorrow. All right, Sagai's got some updates for us right there. Sagai, who else has arrived? What can be expected? And if you could tell us a little about the different strategies that are on the anvil to take on the ruling BJP.
See, if you take all the parties together, there are close to 26 parties, according to Jairam Ramesh and KC Venugopal, will be attending this particular meeting today. And they claim that there were close to 13 to 14 parties in Patna, and the numbers have been increased despite RLD and one more party backing out from the opposition party meeting. So taking all the parties together, probably close to 120 to 150 seats are in their kitty. But how well they can tackle the BJP in the days to come, because days after the meeting in Patna, we have seen the division within the NCP party. Remember, Sharad Pawar played an instrumental role in bringing all the opposition parties together, and his own party were divided in Maharashtra after Patna's opposition party meeting. So they have to tackle how tough the days are ahead for them to tackle the BJP, because the opposition claims that
Chirag Paswan is at the Home Minister's residence. That's the latest breaking news coming in. Chirag Paswan, he's the member of Lok Sabha who has reached the Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, the president of Lok Jan Shakti Party. He has reached Home Minister's residence to have a meeting with Amit Shah. There you go, Chirag Paswan at Home Minister's residence. We'll get you details of this meeting in moments from now. But Chirag Paswan meets Home Minister Amit Shah. He has reached the Home Minister's residence. That's the big breaking news coming in at the moment. We'll get you more details in terms of what's on the agenda as far as this meeting is concerned. Is a return to the NDA on the cards? That is a big question. You have to juxtapose this against the opposition party meeting which is happening in Karnataka today, and then you have Chirag Paswan at the Home Minister's residence. There is speculation rife whether he the speculation is rife that he might perhaps return to the NDA fold. Is he meeting the BJP leaders, especially Home Minister Amit Shah, for alliance discussions or not? That's the big question, and our reporters will get you the latest on what's on the agenda of this meeting of Chirag Paswan with Home Minister Amit Shah. Juxtapose this against the meeting that is taking place of 24 odd opposition parties who are coming together to take on the Bharatiya Janata Party in Bangalore. Himanshu Mishra is joining us on the phone line. Himanshu, we are seeing the opposition unity brew, so as to speak, in Karnataka right now, with 24 odd opposition parties meeting to take on the ruling BJP ahead of 2024. And now the news coming in is that Chirag Paswan is at the Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Is it possible that he is probably all set to return to the NDA fold? What are your sources indicating?
देखिए चेती, बिल्कुल चिराग पासवान को जो है एनडीए की जो 18 तारीख को बैठक है दिल्ली के अशोका होटल में, उसके लिए पहले ही जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा की तरफ से जो है इन्विटेशन दे दिया गया है। और आज इसकी पुख्ता और चीज ये है कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ वो मिलकर बातचीत कर रहे हैं, और क्योंकि ये देखा जा रहा है कि इस तरीके के जितने भी फैसले हैं जो नए सहयोगी दल हैं उनके साथ बातचीत का क्रम जो है वो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह देख रहे हैं। चिराग पासवान जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ पहले तो गठबंधन में थे, लेकिन जब उनकी पार्टी में दो फाड़ हो गए तो चिराग जो है वो अलग हो गए थे, और 2020 का विधानसभा चुनाव उन्होंने एनडीए से बाहर जाके लड़ा था। लेकिन जिस तरीके से सर्कमस्टांसेस बदले 2020 के चुनाव के बाद, और नीतीश कुमार एक बार फिर से आगे सब जाके सरकार बनाए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का साथ छोड़ा, चिराग तब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नजदीक तो आए, लेकिन पूरा फैसला जो नहीं हो पाया था अब वो फैसला हो गया है। चिराग पासवान एनडीए की बैठक में रहेंगे, लेकिन चिराग पासवान इतना जरूर चाहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से ये इंश्योर किया जाए कि जो 6 सीटें उन्होंने पिछली बार लड़ी थी और एक राज्यसभा सीट उनको दी गई थी, उतनी ही सीटें जो है उनको इस चुनाव में भी दी जाएं, और वो खुद जमुई से, जहां से वो सांसद है, वहां की वो सीट पे चुनाव नहीं लड़ना चाहते हैं। वो चाहते हैं हाजीपुर की जो लोकसभा सीट है वहां से चुनाव लड़े, जहां से उनके चाचा पशुपति पारस जो केंद्र सरकार में मंत्री हैं वो वहां से सांसद है। तो अब देखना ये है कि इसका रास्ता कैसे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह निकालते हैं, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि चिराग पासवान जो है वो एनडीए के फोल्ड में आ चुके हैं और कल बैठक में भी शामिल होंगे। सीटों को लेकर
कंफर्म दावे के साथ कह सकते हैं वो एनडीए के फोल्ड में आ चुके हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक फॉर्मल अनाउंसमेंट तो नहीं हुआ है। प्रोबेबली कुछ मोडालिटीज है जो वो लोग डिस्कस कर रहे, सीट शेयरिंग के रिलेटेड।
नो देखिए चैती, परसों चिराग पासवान को जो है फॉर्मल इन्विटेशन भेजा गया था बीजेपी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा की तरफ से। उन्होंने इन्विटेशन दिया, उन्हें कहा कि आप एनडीए में आए और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को एक बार फिर से जो है वो 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के लिए हम सबको मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। आपका सहयोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुत जरूरी है। एनडीए में अगर आप आएंगे तो एनडीए मजबूत होगा। तो इस तरीके से बातचीत जो है वो पहले हो चुकी थी, उनको इन्विटेशन भेजा गया है। आज वो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के पास गए हैं, उनसे जो भी कंसर्न्स हैं उन कंसर्न्स को लेकर कि देखिए कुछ सीटों को लेकर और कुछ चीजें और हैं, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से एक मुहिम चलाई गई थी। नित्यानंद राय पशुपति पारस से भी मिले, चिराग पासवान से भी मिले। उन्होंने ये जरूर कहा कि दोनों दल एक हो जाएं जो अलग अलग टूट गए थे रामविलास पासवान की मृत्यु के बाद और 2020 के विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद। बीजेपी ये जरूर चाहती है कि लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास और लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी राष्ट्रीय जो है वो एक हो जाए और एक साथ मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे तो ज्यादा फायदा होगा। लेकिन पशुपति पारस इसके लिए तैयार नहीं है और उनका ये कहना है कि जब दल टूट गए वो ठीक है, लेकिन दल से ज्यादा जब दिल टूट जाते हैं तो जुड़ना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इस फॉर्मूले को जो है पशुपति पारस ने नकार दिया था परसों, जब उन नित्यानंद राय से उनकी मुलाकात हुई थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उन्हें प्रपोजल दिया था कि दोनों दल एक साथ आ जाएं, चिराग पासवान और पशुपति पारस। लेकिन पशुपति पारस नहीं चाहते हैं कि वो चिराग पासवान के साथ एक पार्टी में फिर से नजर आए।
जी बिल्कुल, इस पे कोई भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है? ये जो ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज की जो मीटिंग हो रही है इस पे कोई भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है? क्योंकि एक तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टी इतना बड़ा शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ कर रहे हैं कर्नाटका में, और दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि चिराग पासवान इज रेडी टू जंप शिप अगेन।
देखिए बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अपोजिशन पार्टीज की जो कल बैठक है वो कल होनी है, और दूसरी तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एनडीए की बैठक बुलाई है जिसमें लगभग 29 दल जो है इस बैठक में शामिल होंगे, जिसमें चिराग पासवान भी हैं, ओम प्रकाश राजभर भी आए हैं। कल उन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट किया कि उन्होंने गृह मंत्री से मुलाकात की थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो नीतियां हैं उससे वो सहमत हैं। वो एक बार पहले भी छोड़ के गए थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और फिर दोबारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आए। उपेंद्र कुशवाहा नीतीश कुमार से अलग होकर उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी फिर से बना ली है। तो इस तरीके से कई छोटे छोटे दलों को वो जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी जोड़ रही है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिन 3 स्टेट्स में सबसे ज्यादा सीट्स है वहां ज्यादा खतरा नजर आता था, वहां वो जो है छोटे छोटे दलों को अपने साथ लाकर अपने सोशल इक्वेशंस को मजबूत करना चाहती है। उत्तर प्रदेश में ओम प्रकाश राजभर, संजय निषाद, अनुप्रिया पटेल के सहारे वो जो है ओबीसी वोट बैंक को साधना चाहती है। और दूसरी तरफ बिहार में 40 सीटें हैं, तो वहां उपेंद्र कुशवाहा, मांझी और चिराग पासवान को लाकर वो चाहती है कि एक ऐसे समीकरण बने जिसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जब पिछली बार 40 में से 39 सीटें जीती थी गठबंधन ने, एनडीए ने, तो उसमें जो है ज्यादा से ज्यादा सीटें इस बार भी निकले। महाराष्ट्र में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की यही रणनीति है। शिवसेना को पहले उन्होंने स्प्लिट कराया और उसके बाद एनसीपी को स्प्लिट करा के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये उम्मीद है कि महाराष्ट्र में भी 48 में से ज्यादा सीटें जो है वो एनडीए के खाते में आए।
Bilkul. Himanshu, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. We'll come back to you for more on the story. We're taking a short commercial break in the midst of this political scenario and the optics that you see of all the political parties coming together for that big dinner and a meeting tomorrow. We'll continue getting you updates from Karnataka. But for now, slip into a short commercial break. See you on the other side.
Are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary at these times only on India Today.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO called Indian Women Impact has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with the world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Hunger pangs, anger pangs, or hanger pangs are not exactly rocket science to figure. From salty chips to sugary ice cream cones, the taste of junk food can be oh so tempting. But there are options, and a lot of options, for dead of the night snacking that do not add the burden of dead weight across your waist. But have you ever wondered what's causing these late night hunger pangs? Well, food cravings have been linked to deficiencies in the body. The seemingly harmless need for that one bite of tasty snack could actually be alarm bells that your body is ringing in a bid to tell you that something is amiss. Nutritionists believe that cravings are linked to deficiencies in the body, and the type of food you just have to eat right now points exactly to what your body thinks it is deprived of. For example, people who can't give up on sweets because I have a sweet tooth may actually be suffering from magnesium deficiency. Magnesium helps convert food to energy in our body. So how often should one get tested for nutrition deficiencies? And are any age groups more vulnerable to nutrition deficiencies? It is actually a myth that healthy food isn't tasty. It might not give you that insane dopamine fix, but a lot of these healthy food items, like fox nuts for example, are very tasty alternatives to the junk we crave for. In case you're feeling that you've got to eat something sweet right now, then you may be experiencing fluctuations in your blood sugar level. And this may be symptomatic of having low fiber or protein in your diet. But do not worry. We here at Health 360 have you covered and will provide you with some easy to make snacks for your midnight cravings. First, we have bananas with unsweetened peanut butter. This will take care of your protein needs. Second, a desi favorite, almond milk with walnut, with soaked walnut and a date. This is a rich source of fat, magnesium and protein. And last but not the least, desi classic curd along with berries and kishmish or raisins. This will help with your blood sugar balance and is a good source of protein. These snacks and drinks use ingredients that you'll easily find at your home and will help not only satiate your immediate hunger pang, but also the greater deficiency behind it. With Dhruv Yadav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Oh, sorry.
चली गई सांसदी और चला गया घर।
ओहो, वेरी सैड, वेरी सैड।
ये तो तानाशाही है। अरे कोई नहीं, अब जो है अपने पास वो मोदी जी भी नहीं छीन सकते भैया।
शेर आगे बढ़ाया जाए।
चली गई सांसदी, चला गया घर। खड़गे जी आंसू पोंछ लीजिए और शेर सुनिए बस। चली गई सांसदी, चला गया घर। मोदी जी क्या छीनेंगे, हम जोड़ लेंगे अब पंक्चर।
ये सही है, कमाल कमाल। ये छीन के दिखाओ।
अभी और सुनिए, जोड़ दिया भारत, अब नहीं बचा कोई डर।
कमाल कमाल। सही बात, सही बात। भारत तो जुड़ गया, बाकी जुड़ गया।
शुक्रिया। जोड़ लिया भारत, अब नहीं बचा कोई डर। मैकेनिक का काम सीख लिया और सीख लिया चलाना ट्रैक्टर।
चलते चलते एक और हो जाए राहुल जी।
ओके, करने वाले खूब बकैती करेंगे।
क्या कह दिया, क्या कह दिया। वाह वाह वाह,
ये तो जोरदार है।
वो करेंगे बकैती और हम क्या करेंगे?
अरे सुनो तो, करने वाले खूब बकैती करेंगे। अपना क्या है, अपन अब धान की खेती करेंगे।
वाह 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 वाह। अरे बीज का बोरा तो यहीं रह गया।
वही ना, बाबा है ना, संभाल लेंगे। चलाना तो सीख लिया, लेकिन भैया ये बंद कैसे होगा?
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru. Today, opposition big guns arrive in Bengaluru. Aam Aadmi Party to join meeting after Congress backing on ordinance. Sharad Pawar to skip the dinner tonight. Delhi ordinance dangle reaches top court. Says LG and Chief Minister must be able to work together, while Centre tells Supreme Court that ordinance will be tabled in Parliament in session. CJI says let Delhi government work rise above politics. Big buzz over JDS joining NDA. JDS may attend July 18 NDA meeting. BJP sources say talks underway. Modi Shah to take a final call. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil. Now Ponmudi raided by ED in money laundering case. Stalin backs his Mantri Ponmudi. Mystery over Seema Haider linked to Pakistan temple attacks. Temple attackers threaten blow up Hindu places of worship in retaliation to Seema Haider Jakrani's PUBG love story. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pakistan terror organization. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti calls the action preposterous. The Congress party is all set to convene the second opposition meeting in Bengaluru starting today. With opposition leaders' arrival in Bengaluru, the second joint meeting of opposition parties is going to be deliberating strategies to take on BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls and this is going to begin in Bengaluru this evening. 24 like-minded parties, opposition parties, are attending the two-day-long key meeting. With Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi are also in Bengaluru to represent Congress. Karnataka Chief Minister Sidhu is set to host a dinner for all the opposition party leaders. Mamta, Mehbooba, Stalin and others have arrived in Bengaluru. They're going to be attending the key meeting. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna last month, opposition parties resolved to take on BJP unitedly in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. BJP slammed opposition unity, calling the meeting a gimmick.
They can't defeat.
What is NDA? UPA is there. NDA is also there. In NDA only BJP is there. Other parties are also there. See, all the opposition parties are coming together.
मुझे खुशी इस बात की कि बेंगलोर में पटना के बाद बैठक हो रही है और भाजपा को 2/3 जनता हराने जा रही है। 2/3 यहाँ पर हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि देश की जनता इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बुरी तरह हरा करके भेजेगी। जैसे ही उन्हें पता लगा कि बेंगलोर में बैठक होने जा रही है, उन्होंने अपनी बैठक बुलाई है। तो नकल करने वाले लोग कभी कामयाब नहीं होते।
ममता जी आ रहे हैं और मैं पेपर में पढ़ा केजरीवाल भी आ रहे हैं और तेजस्वी आ रहे हैं और बिहार के चीफ मिनिस्टर नीतीश जी आ रहे हैं। अभी मुझे तो इतला मिला और बात किए बालू जी और स्टालिन साहब तो फ्लाइट चढ़ गए हैं। सभी जो लोग प्रॉमिस किए हैं या हम जो लोग पटना में मिले थे और भी लोग हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और जुड़ के हम ये काम करेंगे।
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. I'm sure we are joined. Tomorrow there will be a very big deliberation how to shape the future of this country. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future.
And this cluster of small sub-regional parties, it doesn't have any bundle. If zero adds to zero, it is nothing.
Whenever there is a match, what a leader is doing, what the captain does it, he goes for a toss. When that toss time is there, that his work is for the beginning of that match, 1 minute only. All other decisions are the players, how they are playing. For whenever the time for task comes, whenever the election is over, when the time is task comes, there will be a leader. We will all sit together and elect a captain.
तो ये कुछ नहीं है, मोदी जी का डर है। देश की जनता अपना मन बना चुकी है कि उन्होंने 2024 में क्या फैसला करना है और 2029 तक भी मैं अगर कहूँ तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को ही बनाना है। तो ये अपने अपने राज्यों में डॉग कैट फाइट करते हैं और ये फिर आकर दिखाते हैं कि हम सब एक हैं।
Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, is now joining us for the latest on this. Rahul, while we see the opposition unity in full swing, till now we do not know who's going to be the face of this opposition unity to take on Modi in what can be, be touted as a presidential-like election that we've seen over the last 2 terms.
Chati, it's not a one-day wonder kind of a unify and throw up a leader kind of story. For taking on Narendra Modi, who has managed politically 2 things in this country, one is arithmetic and great amount of chemistry. The opposition has to create an arithmetic and chemical counter. These meetings are largely to create a sense of arithmetic first, because till you have arithmetic, any kind of chemistry can go bad. And that is why the idea of a leader, actually what is happening in these meetings, the first one in Patna, the second one in Bengaluru, which will happen tomorrow, largely is to get away from the idea from a personality, because there are too many individual personalities within this opposition fold, which is actually possibility that there can be trouble. Now, what has happened, that lot of individual issues have been subsumed now and things have moved better. For example, ahead of the first meeting on June 23rd in Patna, the opposition had wariness from leaders like Mamata Banerjee. She didn't want the first meeting to happen in a Congress-ruled state. The Congress wanted it in a Congress-ruled state with all its allies to make it a kind of a show of strength for the Congress party that's still the pivot of the opposition unity index. Mamata Banerjee and other leaders derailed it, so the first meeting was held in Patna. But the very idea that the second meeting is happening in a Congress-ruled state, not a small state like Himachal Pradesh, where it was likely to be held, but since there was weather and other issues, it's happening in Bangalore. Just see what is behind me. The Congress is at the heart of it, and it is giving space to the opposition leaders who at one time one thought will be difficult to be brought on one page. Now see how large the page is. On this I have counted, there are people representing 23 to 24 odd parties. Not only the Congress seems to have returned to a somewhat of a center, it is also true that over the last 6 months, after the Bharat Jodo Yatra and Rahul Gandhi's attack on the BJP government, it is the Congress which seems to be driving the opposition narrative. And the meeting and all the leaders coming to Bengaluru is largely an indication that the significance of Congress is being understood. Other very important point is that to create that rainbow coalition of disparate groups, it was important that a lot of personal differences were set aside. So, an Arvind Kejriwal who heard the Congress in Gujarat, in Goa and other states, can hurt the Congress.
Interruption, live visuals right there. DK Shivakumar welcoming Mamata Banerjee right there as Mamata Banerjee lands in Bengaluru, Karnataka. On your screens, Mamata Banerjee being welcomed by DK Shivakumar. Exclusive visuals coming in on the left side of your screens. Mamata with DK Shivakumar on the right side. You can see Mallikarjun Kharge, Siddaramaiah welcoming. You have DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah welcoming Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So these are the live visuals coming in. Apologies about that interruption right there, Rahul. You can continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I was basically saying, Chaiti, that personal equations. Till a few days ago, we had the Congress hurting from the losses in Gujarat and other states and not ready to perhaps accommodate Arvind Kejriwal's demand. He wanted that before him joining any meeting of the opposition, which is shared or led by the Congress, he wanted that the Congress should give an assurance on that ordinance that the BJP government is expected to bring after the 20th in the monsoon session of Parliament. He wanted the Congress support. The Congress has visibly moved one step back in its opposition to Arvind Kejriwal and signaled to him that yes, we are ready to the point that we may go against the attempt by the central government. It's a carefully nuanced element that will go against what the central government is trying to do to states. But the fact nevertheless is that there has been certain amount of stepping back to accommodate. And I think that's what is clear. That's where I would like to show the visuals here. Very interesting that you have got Sitaram Yechury, if the camera can zoom in, and you have got PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, and you have got Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah. Now, and Mamata Banerjee. Now, these are people in their own...
Can I request the producers to go...
...who've been contesting his rivals. Now, these political... These rivals coming together, I think this template, and very interesting, Chaiti, I would like to recall moments in history that in 1988, when the opposition was battling Rajiv Gandhi and was trying to overthrow the Congress regime, which had come up with one of the best possible mandates in 1984, after the assassination of Indira Gandhi and the sympathy wave, in 1988, the coming together of the Janata Parivar to form the Janata Dal happened in Bengaluru. It was there the Janata Parivar came together to form the Janata Dal, and from there on, VP Singh became the Prime Minister, overthrowing the government led by Rajiv Gandhi. In fact, even before that, in 1971, the slogan Indra Hatao, Desh Bachao was created in Bangalore in a meeting of opposition parties. So it's it's a quirk of history that yet again one of the big moments as far as opposition unity against a formidable political force called Narendra Modi and the BJP is happening in a Congress-ruled state, and it's happening in Bengaluru. Now you can see today for the first time in this opposition unity, you have got an Arvind Kejriwal smiling next to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. What is missing, I think, is another story, Chaiti, I would like to say.
Right.
That though people like Mallikarjun Kharge is there, and also interestingly the camera campaign, prominence has been given to Sonia Gandhi. That another presence is very significant. Remember, parties like Mamata Banerjee and others listen to Sonia Gandhi much more than Rahul Gandhi. We'll keep bringing you back more on this.
That's a very interesting visual, yes. Rahul. I'm coming back to you on this. The visuals behind you are rather very interesting, and the pictures are telling a larger story right there. Coming back to you for more on this, Rahul, continue to be with us. With the Lok Sabha polls closing in, speculation is rife that JDS might join the NDA. Sources are telling India Today that JDS is in talks with BJP to join hands. HD Kumaraswamy-led party has reportedly sought 7 seats for Lok Sabha election. BJP might agree for 4. Sources claim Kumaraswamy could be offered a cabinet berth or could become Karnataka opposition leader if the alliance is forged. While this speculation alliance can help JDS survive in the state after the assembly poll debacle, it could give NDA a mass leader in the state, as BJP does not have one for the moment. If all goes well, JDS might attend the NDA alliance partners meeting tomorrow in Delhi. Meanwhile, HD Kumaraswamy has slammed opposition meeting in Bengaluru, saying Congress government was ignoring farmers' suicides. Says Mahagathbandhan leaders have sidelined JDS and did not invite them to the meeting.
No, we have no stand at present situation. We have not taken any decision. At the appropriate time, proper decision will going to be taken by our party president and even our party. No, it is not necessary for us to prove anything, whether we are the B team of that party or this party. Whenever we required to take our party's decision, we will take it. Who are the person to question us? We have to apply in front of them. We are slave to those people, that party. If it is required, we will take our own decision. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಲೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮಹಾಗಠಬಂಧನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ JDS ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭ್ರಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗೇನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಲೆನೂ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನೋಡೋಣ, ಇನ್ನೂ ದಿನಗಳಿದೆ, ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಮಗೇನು ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾಡಿನ ಜನತೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 42 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ.
Opposition leadership is the ball is in the court of our High Command, and I don't know what is the link between these two. But however, it is very important that a kind of a alliance which people are expecting, if that is going to come through, that will be a very, very important role in Lok Sabha election.
This kind of possibilities, there is no chance. It is we as a party, we are in a majority, we have our own party opposition leader. This all rumors, it has got no basis. It is even imagination. This kind of imagination, we can't even think of this kind of imagination. Having Kumaraswamy, what a joke. It is not something relevant. It is far from truth. This will not happen. We'll have our own party person as the leader of the opposition.
Let it show his importance that he will fight against BJP. If he is really interested to fight against BJP, we will discuss on the agenda.
JDS, we know that for them secular politics is something which they don't truly believe in. They have always had alliances with BJP even before. They have formed government with BJP before. So this is nothing new. And I think the very tag of Janata Dal secular needs to go, And I think they should accept the fact that today, for the sake of power, they will do anything.
Yes.
They have no principles, they have no ideology. Only power matters to Janata Dal and Mr. Kumar Swamy. Many of the workers, many of the party who support us are there with Janata Dal because of their secular principles. So by doing this, I think it will also be, in a way, the end of Janata Dal in Karnataka.
JDS is left high and dry now. People have shown that JDS has no place today in the modern polity. It is kind of almost in the verge of, it's a bad phase. So we know that they have always been the B team of the BJP. So it is better for them to join them formally.
Breaking news coming in. Trouble mounts on Tamil Nadu Education Minister. The Enforcement Directorate has recovered 70 lakh rupees from Ponmadi's residence. US dollars, British pounds worth 10 lakh rupees have also been recovered. Trouble mounting on Tamil Nadu Education Minister. Pramod Madhav now joining us for the latest. Pramod, we do know that MK Stalin was standing quite firm behind his minister Ponmadi. But with these kind of revelations and this kind of money that has been recovered, especially dollars and pounds and 70 lakh rupees, where does Stalin stand now?
Well, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin very clearly mentions that this is nothing but a case of vendetta, and this is to remove the attention from the opposition parties' meet. However, Enforcement Directorate officials are inside the premises. This is Ponmadi's residence at Srinagar in Chennai, and they are also conducting raids at Virupuram, also at Ponmadi's residence. His son, Gautam Sigamani's residence, who both are involved in a case, an allegation of Ponmadi being a mines minister earlier, of using the mining quarry license, and that's like the Chief Minister claims that this is the case. ED is actually presently holding an investigation. In fact, earlier in those cars that you see at his residence, ED officials also tried to open and remove recover a lot of documents over there. And this is based on source. We got information that close to 70 lakh rupees have been recovered from various locations, and also dollars and pounds worth 10 lakh rupees have recovered. There are high chances for Ponmadi or his son to come forward and say that this is not true. But from ED sources, we've got the information so far. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is pretty firm and claims that these are false charges, and Ponmadi will face these allegations legally.
Question here is, Mr. Stalin feels that, these are baseless allegations, it's vendetta, etc. But if the Enforcement Directorate has recovered upwards of 70 lakh and dollars and pounds worth 10 lakh rupees, then where is the question of political vendetta?
Well, on source-based information, we got this information. However, as you see now, CRPF Jawans and police are all inside, and once the raid is over, they will hand over a panchnama to Ponmadi, and only then we'll know the exact amount of money or documents that are recovered. Already ED has said, sources claim that incriminating documents about various way of money being given credit and debit information has been recovered. In fact, since morning, there have been several bank officials and also a person who is involved in forensic audit had also come over here. They are inside. As we speak, the minister is also, in fact, his vehicle is also over here, and they are also being questioned. So as per sources, we've got this information. This will be confirmed once we get the statement from Enforcement Directorate.
Leave it at that. Thanks for joining us with those details, Pramod. The fresh trouble brewing in for DMK government in Tamil Nadu. Another minister come under the scanner of the ED. Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister Ponmadi facing the ED heat. ED is, of course, still conducting searches at Ponmadi's premises and his family members in connection to the money laundering case. The raids are being undertaken at the premises of father-son duo in the state capital, Chennai. The raids come in a month after another Tamil Nadu Minister Senthil Balaji was raided and arrested by Enforcement Directorate in connection with cash for job scam. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin said Ponmadi is going to be facing the case legally, and the raid is nothing but a diversion tactic ahead of opposition meeting in Bengaluru. The money laundering case is linked to an alleged irregularity when Ponmadi was a state mining minister between 2007 and 2011. The DMK leader was accused of quarry license condition violation that resulted in a loss of over 28 crore rupees to the public exchequer.
ஆக பீகாரிலும் தொடர்ந்து கர்நாடக மாநிலத்திலும் பிஜேபி வீழ்த்துவதற்காக தொடர்ந்து கூட்டப்படக்கூடிய கூட்டம் பிஜேபி ஆட்சிக்கு மிகப்பெரிய எரிச்சலை ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறது. அண்மையிலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா, இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है. प्रेशराइज करके हमारे अपोजिशन पार्टी के लोगों को तोड़ने का, और खासकर जो डीएमके कांग्रेस की मैत्री है वहां पर वो डरा के अलग अलग करने के लिए वो लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं. लेकिन डीएमके भी डरने वाली नहीं है, कांग्रेस भी डरने वाली नहीं है, या हमारे साथ जो भी अलायंस पार्टनर्स है उनके ऊपर अगर कुछ भी अगर जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे.
Slipping to a break, when we return, mystery over Seema Haider linked to Pakistan temple attacks. Temple attackers threatened blow up Hindu places of worship in retaliation to Seema Haider Jakrani's PUBG love story.
You are watching India Today.
Standing on the ring road, you can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Madam Finance Minister has reiterated that it has been a unanimous decision. I'd like to understand from you what has been the major motive behind this. Is it the social angle? Is it the revenue angle?
Yeah, so first thing, see, it is only a reiteration, as you said, or a confirmation of the earlier stand of the department that online games, when played for stakes, as opposed to online games, not played for stakes, will be taxed at the rate of 28%. There was certainly a consideration, because when we are imposing any tax, considerations of equity and fair play and what other similar activities, how they are being taxed and at what rate is important. And so if you compare online games with entertainment, even if you compare it with entertainment, some of the entertainment activities like entry into sporting events, for example IPL, or just the mere entry into a casino or into a horse racing club, these also attract a rate of 28%. And in fact, some of the members even compared the tax rates being presently paid by the online gaming companies, which effectively worked out to only about 2 to 3%, with the tax rates on food, which even a common citizen consumes and pays taxes on them, where the tax rates are of the order of at least 5%.
Right.
If not, for some of them it goes up to even 18%, as you are aware. So, in line with that, certainly, yes, the social angle, the social dimension, the equity angle, all these things were considered, and you are aware that this has been a deliberation which has been going on for a very, very long time. So it was a well thought out decision. It was taken after due consultations with all the stakeholders, including, the casino industry, the online gaming industry, and keeping the overall public interest in mind.
Great. You did mention about the casino industry, and I'd like to just get some information on this. Now, Goa and Sikkim, these two states, there were early reports that they were against the decision because, of course, casinos gets the maximum revenue from their tourism aspect. Was there some kind of discussion on if they would be helped in some other way, or were they okay going ahead with the 28% on whole?
No, all discussions relating to all the three games, three activities, that is online gaming, horse racing and casinos, all these were considered.
You must have seen people around you ditching cakes, sugar, pizzas and switching to healthier options such as protein bars, yogurts, salads when they are on a weight loss mission. We often switch from junk to a healthier food item, thinking that they might help us in weight loss journey and will lead to a healthy life. From energy drinks to baked chips, there are a plethora of products in the market that are touted as healthy. But not everything that comes with the healthy tag is good for your body. Here are some so-called healthy food items that you are indulging in. Having plain yogurt might be normal when you're on a diet. We sometimes choose flavored yogurts which have berries, mango, strawberries, etc. But do you know that these yogurts contain added sugar? Many times people suggest that having a protein bar instead of a normal chocolate bar or junk food may be a healthier option. But experts suggest that these bars and drinks contain a lot of added preservatives and flavors which can harm you in the longer run. So next time you go for that protein bar, think twice.
Salads are one of the most healthiest food items that one can opt for if you are on a diet. But some of us often go for a packet salad bowl instead of a fresh bowl of salad. But did you know that these packet salad bowls are high on fat and sodium, which can affect your body in a reverse way? So next time you are on a diet, go for a fresh salad bowl instead of a packaged one.
Vegetable oils such as canola, sunflower, soya bean are often labeled as heart healthy. But the truth is that they are the #1 cause of health problems, as they are highly refined and rich in omega-6 that causes accelerated growth of cancer cells, blood clotting and increased inflammation in the body. When we are on a weight loss journey, we instantly pull a product from the shelf if it has the low fat tag. But by doing this, we are indirectly reaching out for the unhealthy option. According to nutritionists, food manufacturers tend to replace the fat with sugar in such low fat products to make it taste good. With Aishwarya Radhakrishnan, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. UP ATS has grilled Pakistan national Seema and lover Sachin. Uttar Pradesh anti-terror squad is probing Seema Haidar's Pakistani link. Seema's background, her contacts are under lens. The anti-terror squad will be verifying statements by Seema and Sachin both. UP ATS is probing Seema Haidar and husband Sachin. That's the big breaking news coming in. Arvind Ojha is breaking the story first on India Today. Will be joining us in moments from now to get us the latest. Santosh Sharma is getting us the story. Santosh, if you could tell us a little more about the UP ATS and the probe and the kind of questioning that Seema Haidar and husband Sachin are going through and their link to Pakistan, their background and contacts that are under the lens at the moment.
Now we can say that Seema Haidar and her lover Sachin is on the radar of UP ATS, the anti-terrorist squad, as the ATS team of Noida and Lucknow headquarters is now interrogating both Seema Haidar and Sachin. And they are asking about how they were connected, and especially the Seema Haidar is on radar. The ATS team is asking about her connection with how she went from Pakistan to Dubai and from Dubai to Nepal, and how she came from Nepal to Noida to meet Sachin. ATS wants to know who were the helpers, who were those who had Seema Haidar to reach Noida from Pakistan via Dubai and Nepal. Is there any handler? Is there any plan of honey trap of any or ISI is behind there? So ATS is probing Seema Haidar about how she connected with Sachin. So we can say that ATS is now questioning both with Sachin and Seema about their connection and about their helpers.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much, Santosh, for joining us for the very latest details on this story. The mystery of Seema Haidar, of course, continues. Now, UP ATS has set up a unit to probe Seema Haidar's case. As per sources, the probe agencies are going to be verifying Seema's background, her mobile phone numbers, social media posts, all are going to be probed. Probe agencies are also investigating her relative's background in Pakistan. Not only her, UP ATS is also going to be probing her lover, Sachin Meena's background. The probe is going to be revolving around the apps that they were chatting through.
नहीं सर, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. जब सच्चाई सामने आएगी तो फिर ही आप बात करेंगे. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, क्योंकि अपनी बेटियों के साथ हूँ. मेरी मासूम बेटियां हैं, मेरा बेटा है. ऐसा होता तो मैं अकेली ही आती. शायद पहली बार में जब आई तभी आती. अगर यहाँ ऐसा होता तो मैं खुद चल के वकील के पास नहीं जाती. बिल्कुल चला लेती हूँ. आजकल हर कोई चला लेता है. जो नहीं भी पढ़ा, बिल्कुल नहीं पढ़ा लिखा, वो भी चला लेता है. इंग्लिश की बात करें तो इजी शब्द ही आते हैं. ज़्यादा एक साथ में इंग्लिश तो कभी बोल ही नहीं सकती. और कंप्यूटर का भी लोग कह रहे हैं कंप्यूटर में कभी टच भी ना करा कि कंप्यूटर ओपन कैसे होता है.
मैं मोदी सरकार को हाथ जोड़ के अपील करता हूँ कि मेरे बच्चे पता नहीं कौन से गेम, पबजी गेम के जरिए उनको ज़हनी मरीज बनाया गया और उनको पाकिस्तान से ऐसा पट्टी पढ़ा के उनको उनका घर भिजवाया. कैसे बच्चों को ज़हनी मरीज बनाया गया उनको. मैं मोदी सरकार को हाथ जोड़ के गुजारिश करता हूं, अपील करता हूं कि मेरे बच्चे मेरे हवाले करें, पाकिस्तान के हवाले किए जाएं. मैं बहुत परेशान हूं.
Days after Seema Haidar, a Muslim woman from Pakistan, entered India illegally to live with her Hindu lover, the attacks on Hindu minorities in Pakistan has increased. In 24 hours, 2 Hindu temples have been attacked and razed to the ground. In Karachi, a 150-year-old Mari Mata temple was demolished on Saturday. In a separate incident, another temple was attacked with rocket launchers by a gang of dacoits in Pakistan on Sunday. According to police officials, the neighboring Hindu houses were also attacked by the accused in Kashmir. Fortunately, there were no loss of life. This comes in retaliation against Seema Haidar, a Pakistani woman who entered India illegally to live with a Hindu man. While Seema was arrested on 4th July for illegally entering India without a visa, she has now been released from jail.
रात को 12:30 बजे, 1:45 बजे का टाइम है. ये जुमे का दिन है, बरोज़ जुमा. रात 1:45 बजे लाइट ये गई है. 11:30 बजे, 11 बजे लाइट उस वक्त से ये श्री मेरी माता का मंदिर, 16 बाजार नंबर 1, मुखी चौतराम रोड पे, थाने के बिल्कुल सामने.
NIA Kashmir will not tolerate terror. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. Terror workers in state administration face the axe. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials, constables, have been sacked for terror nexus. Officers Fareem Islam, who was a public relations officer in University of Kashmir, and Murawat Hussain Mir, a revenue officer, has been sacked by the authorities. Constable Ahmad has also been sacked. These sacked staffers helped Pakistani-based terror groups and provided logistics and raised funding for terrorism. So far, a total of 50 government employees have been terminated from services for their links to terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir ever since the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A in 2019. Meanwhile, former Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti lashed out at government for sacking the Pakistani stooges, calling the action preposterous. She said the government is misusing its power against the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
कुछ ऑफिसर्स को आज टर्मिनेट किया है। कारण ये था कि वो पाकिस्तान ISI के साथ संबंध में थे और लगातार एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ कर रहे थे। पहले भी इस प्रकार की कोशिशें की गई हैं और उन लोगों को भी सैक किया गया है, नौकरी से निकाला गया है। और भारत का खाने के बाद और पाकिस्तान के गुण गाते हैं। आज भी प्रशासन में बहुत से ऐसे लोग जिनको भी आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता है, चिन्हित किया जाता है, गवर्नमेंट उस पर एक्शन लेती है। अच्छा कदम है, सराहनीय कदम है।
The water levels of the mighty Yamuna continue to recede, but parts of the national capital are still waterlogged. The Delhi government has begun the restoration work at several locations that were flooded. Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal has announced that the government will provide 10,000 rupees to the flood victims. The Delhi government has set up relief camps for the flood victims. Delhi Minister Atishi also visited the relief camps, said the priority of the government is to set up the relief and rehabilitation camp for flood victims. Politics continues over the floods. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar lashed out at Delhi, accusing Delhi of playing politics over natural calamities, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party should work on solving the problem instead of blaming other states.
सब चीज़ की बढ़िया सुविधा हो रखी है, बीजेपी वालों ने करवाई है। जिस दिन से हम जंगल से उन्होंने हमें रेस्क्यू किया था, वही लाए थे और उन्होंने यहाँ कैंप लगा रखा है। खाना पानी बिल्कुल समय पे मिल रहा हमारे लिए।
एक तरफ यमुना के जलस्तर में भारी गिरावट आ रही है, वहीं धीरे धीरे करके अब दिल्ली के उन इलाकों में जिन इलाकों में बाढ़ का पानी घुस आया था, वहां से पानी भी कम होने लगा। इस वक्त मैं राजघाट इलाके में मौजूद हूं और ये रिंग रोड है जहां पर कल तक पानी भरा हुआ था। ये रिंग रोड राजघाट से होते हुए बकायदा लाल किले की तरफ जाता है और यहाँ पर भारी कीचड़ जमा हुआ है और इसका अंदाजा आप इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं। दीपक बिश आपको पीछे की तरफ दिखाएंगे। अभी एक बाइक सवार वो आ रहा था और चूंकि पानी कम हुआ है इस वजह से कीचड़ है और कीचड़ की वजह से ये बाइक सवार अगर आप देखें तो फिसल कर गिर गया। तो इस तरीके का नजारा आपको देखने को यहाँ पर मिल रहा है और शायद इसी वजह से अभी भी ये रोड ब्लॉक है, क्योंकि पानी तो कम हो गया है लेकिन जब पानी कम हुआ तो उसके बाद इस सड़क पर कीचड़ ही कीचड़ है और जहां यहां मैं मौजूद हूं बदबू भी काफी आ रही है, क्योंकि जो पानी था वो काफी गंदा था और उस वजह से सड़क पर जो बदबू है वो भी आ रही है।
यहाँ पे हम ओल्ड रेलवे ब्रिज के पास हैं। यहाँ पे काफ़ी भारी संख्या में जो यमुना पुश्ता से लोग हैं उनको वहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करके यहाँ पे कैंप्स में लाया गया है। अब 4 दिन हो गए हैं। शायद जब ये शुरू में आए थे तो अपेक्षा नहीं थी कि इतना लंबा चलेगा, इसलिए अब हम यहाँ के कैंप से उनको सबसे पास के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं सो दैट यहाँ पे प्रॉपर पानी का अरेंजमेंट, खाने का अरेंजमेंट, बिजली का अरेंजमेंट, बाथरूम का अरेंजमेंट हो पाए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से इन कैंप्स में समस्या रही है, इसलिए आज मैं सारे अधिकारियों के साथ आई हूँ। सब अधिकारियों को सख्त निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि यहाँ के लोगों को जो भी बेस्ट सुविधा है वो दी जा सके।
काफ़ी स्पीड से उतर रहा है। जो पानी 208.6 मीटर पे था वो अभी 205 की जो है रेंज में आ गया है और थोड़ी देर में खतरे के निशान से भी नीचे आ जाएगा। और आप देख सकते हैं पूरे के पूरे जो पेड़ वनस्पति जी थी ये पूरी डूब गई थी। अब ये काफ़ी जो है दिखने भी लगी है और जैसे ही थोड़ा लेवल और कम होगा तो ITO पे भी जो पानी है वो भी धीरे धीरे जो है इस पे अंदर उतर जाएगा।
इन्होंने कभी भी अपने या तो फ्लड कंट्रोल की मीटिंग करते नहीं है ही हो, इन्होंने कभी नहीं कहा कि हाँ ये भी एक विषय है जिसकी मेंटेनेंस अब होनी बंद हो गई है तो हमको बताओ, कभी नहीं बताया। और आज जब समस्या आ गई तभी उठ खड़े हुए। केवल 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी दिल्ली की उस एरिया में से बाहर नहीं निकलवा सके, इसका मतलब है कि यमुना को मेंटेन नहीं किया इन्होंने। यमुना के अंदर जितनी अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई है, आखिर तो उसका एक एरिया है, उस एरिया के नीचे अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन होगी तो पानी का अवरोध करेगी।
I don't want to criticize Delhi government, but one thing is sure that I am seeing various statements that water is coming from Haryana, water is coming from UP. Water doesn't know any geography. Blaming some other state government doesn't solve the problem. It is your problem and you have to resolve it by yourself.
Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. An orange alert has been issued predicting heavy to very heavy rainfall for 13 districts in Uttarakhand for the next 2 days to come. So far, 26 deaths have been reported in Uttarakhand since 15 June on the back of heavy rainfall and flooding. After Yamuna, now River Ganga has breached the danger mark with 463 meters water level at the moment. A flash flood alert has been issued in several districts of Himachal, predicting moderate to high rainfall till 17th of July. The warning has been issued as heavy rainfall is expected to continue in the region, posing a potential threat to the safety of the residents and to the infrastructure. Meanwhile, around 70,000 people have been evacuated from Kullu.
देखिए, ऐसा है, कोई कुल्लू पुलिस ने बहुत बेहतरीन काम किया है। अब तक करीब 70,000 लोग इवैक्यूएट हो चुके हैं कुल्लू ज़िले से, जिसमें से करीब 11,000 गाड़ियां भी हैं। और आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि 29 देशों से 687 पर्यटकों को हमने इवैक्यूएट किया है। हमको कुल्लू ज़िले में जो ये पानी की आपदा है, इसमें 18 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली और श्रीखंड महादेव में जो कैजुअलिटी उसमें 8 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली। टोटल हमको 26 डेड बॉडीज़ मिली हैं।
Slipping into a break, when we return, British French singer actor Jane Birkin no more. She was the inspiration behind the expensive Birkin bags that have become a symbol of wealth, prosperity all over the world. We're getting you all the details in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
Greece closed its ancient Acropolis during the hottest part of the day on Friday to protect tourists from temperatures which soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And in Italy, meteorologists are calling the next phase of the heat wave Charon, a reference to the ferryman of the souls of the dead in Greek mythology. So, just how bad is it? The European Space Agency, whose satellites monitor land and sea temperatures, warned that Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland all face extreme conditions. Temperatures could break Europe's current record, 119 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded in Sicily in August 2021. The impact from extreme summer heat has been brought into focus by a new study. It says as many as 61,000 people may have died from the sweltering heat across Europe last summer. Record temperatures are expected in parts of southern Europe next week. Johan Ballester is a professor at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. He says France has learned lessons from a deadly 2003 heat wave that others should follow.
Hi ha mesures que són relativament barates, com per exemple coordinar.
There are measures that are relatively cheap, like, for example, coordinating public entities. Also, doing a census of vulnerable populations and coordinating them through public services can be relatively cheap.
Però hi ha mesures molt més cares, com per exemple el redisseny de les ciutats.
But there are much more expensive measures, like, for example, the redesign of cities to improve housing conditions.
Doctors say poorer elderly people with existing health problems are most at risk. Angel Abad is from the Office of Sustainable Development at Madrid's La Paz Hospital.
Most have a low socioeconomic background, and we know that in these cases, people who don't have air conditioning are more vulnerable. They face a higher risk and higher mortality upon arriving at an emergency ward.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Jane Birkin, the famous English actress and singer who was based out of France for most part of her career, passed away at the age of 76 in Paris. While her songs and acting are always going to be remembered, a Birkin is what every fashionista knows about. The iconic Birkin bags were named after Jane Birkin. Here is my report.
Jane Birkin, the actress, the singer, has passed away at the age of 76 in Paris. Jane Birkin was an English actress who was based in France for the majority of her career, appeared in movies such as Blow Up and Wonderwall. She then migrated to the French film industry and landed the lead role in the 1969 film Slogan. While her songs and acting will always be remembered, a Birkin is what every fashionista knows about. The iconic Birkin bag was named after Jane Birkin. Jane and the Hermès chief Jean-Louis Dumas met by chance in 1981. She was getting ready to depart on an airplane. Jane was trying to fit her carry-on belongings in a straw bag that could not hold onto her all of them. All of the items came down crashing onto her from the cabin luggage compartment. Jane then began to complain to Dumas about how there was never a proper bag that fit in all her belongings. Dumas had an idea. He obviously figured that Jane wasn't the only woman to have this issue and created something at Hermès which was unique, fashionable and practical. That was the Birkin bag. The Hermès Birkin bag is a sturdy bag with rectangular design. It is now recognizable all over the world. An undeniable symbol of wealth and luxury. The Birkin has become a status symbol in the bag world and is also considered to be an investment. Purchasing one is not easy. They cost anywhere between 8 lakh rupees all the way to 2.5 crores, and a special edition even higher than 3 crore rupees. In 2016, a 2008 Birkin made from the white Himalaya crocodile with 18-carat white gold and diamond hardware was sold at Christie's Hong Kong's 30th anniversary auction at approximately 2 crores and 8 lakh rupees. The following year, a similar Birkin from 2014 sold for a jaw-dropping 2 crore 93 lakh approximately. Buying a Birkin isn't as easy as walking into a store. Hermès has strict rules with who can really acquire one, and the waiting list can be as long as 6 years or more. The resale market for the bag is huge too. Depending on size and the condition, you will get a price like any other investment like art or a classic vehicle. Jane Birkin's death was confirmed by French President Emmanuel Macron on Twitter, who called her a French icon. Birkin was born in London on 14th December 1946 to the actress Judy Campbell and Commodore David Birkin of the Royal Navy.
It was these years that she spent in France that shot her to fame and established her as an embodiment of Parisian chic. With Chaiti Narula, Bureau Report for India Today.
Carlos Alcaraz made history when he became the youngest player in over 30 years to win the Wimbledon Grand Slam, beating Novak Djokovic in a thrilling final that went the distance. Here's a special report on how the youngster from Spain achieved history at centre court.
And Jerry Armstrong is that.
Carlos Alcaraz. Remember the name. Wimbledon has a new men's champion, and it is the young Spaniard who denied Novak Djokovic a shot at tennis immortality.
After his 4-year stint.
Djokovic, the defending Wimbledon champion, got off to a dream start in the final, breaking Alcaraz's serve twice en route to a 6-1 victory in the first set.
6-1, new ball scheme.
The second set went much longer as both Alcaraz and Djokovic broke each other's serves, but the set went to a tiebreaker, which the youngster eventually won.
After an hour and 25 minutes.
The intense back and forth continued into the third set, with one game going on for a whopping 26 minutes and 2 seconds. Alcaraz finally won the game on his 7th break point.
It's 2 breaks of serve, 32 points in that one game alone.
But he made quick work of the set thereafter and took a 2-1 lead going into the fourth set, something which clearly had him pumped up.
Djokovic made the signal to the umpire.
It even led to Djokovic taking an unusually long toilet break, something which did not please Alcaraz as well as a number of fans inside centre court. But it clearly helped Djokovic reset as he broke Alcaraz's serve twice to wrap up the fourth set in convincing fashion and force a decider. Yet for once, Djokovic did not triumph in a 5-set final, and it was Alcaraz who held firm to win his maiden Wimbledon title and second Grand Slam overall. Sports Bureau, India Today.
6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
Slipping into a break, when we return, UPATS grills Pakistan national Seema and her lover Sachin. Seema Haidar's Pakistan link and background under the lens.
You are watching India Today.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip,
yeah,
and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer, because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices.
Right.
You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels.
Okay.
There are people who are absolutely casual about it. At the same time, there are people who want to build careers out of it. And this is really opening up as a new career opportunity as well. So in whichever way you want to look at it, if you're serious about mobile gaming or if you're interested in mobile gaming, iQOO can certainly be your go-to device with 2 chips in there, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which is a very powerful chip. Then we have the independent gaming chip, which is the first in its category. So you can't go wrong with the iQOO Neo 7 Pro.
Awesome, and we hope to see more devices like this with better charging, better battery life, peak performance, and of course, these bright orange colors like Nipul's t-shirt. Nipul, what a pleasure to have you on Tech Today. We hope to see you very soon, and maybe we can put each other up against each other for a quick gaming match at the end of this.
Whenever.
Yes, thank you.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Cross-border game of love on PUBG. From Karachi, Dubai, Nepal, then to Noida. Tale of Seema Haidar's mystery detour. Seema Sachin love story under lens. UPATS probes Seema's reality. A lover or undercover Pak spy? Pyar, PUBG, Pakistan. Our top focus at 5 Live.
You're watching 5 Live. I'm Nabila Jamal. A very good evening, and that's our top focus here today on Seema Haidar, a Pakistani woman who, along with her 4 children, came all the way to India, crossing the porous borders of Nepal, only to reunite or unite itself with her lover, Sachin Meena, who lives in Greater Noida. Now the Uttar Pradesh ATS is investigating to see if at all this lady Seema is a Pakistan spy or a genuine lover. Protests have erupted by a right-wing Hindu group demanding that Seema should be sent back to Pakistan. I'm going to break that down for you. The headlines first. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru. Big guns from 26 opposition parties arrive for a key meeting. The Aam Aadmi Party is all set to join this meet after Congress assures support on the Delhi ordinance fight. Big buzz over JDS joining the NDA. JDS may attend the July 18th NDA meet. BJP sources say the talks are currently underway. Modi Shah to take a call on this. The centre tells the Supreme Court the Delhi ordinance will be tabled in the monsoon session of the Parliament at the earliest. Prime Minister Modi, or rather his government, says administrative chaos led to bringing in this ordinance. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner now after Senthil Balaji. Now Ponmudi, the higher education minister of Tamil Nadu, raided in a money laundering case. 70 lakh cash has been recovered from his home. Stalin cries political vendetta. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 Jammu and Kashmir government officials as well as a constable has been sacked for raising funds and supposedly helped in logistics for Pakistan's terror organization. For former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti now calls this action preposterous. All right, some big news coming in on the Seema Haider case, the Pakistani woman who came into India to unite with her lover, who's a Hindu man living in Greater Noida. Now, we believe that the UP ATS has grilled the Pakistani national Seema as well as the lover Sachin. Both of them have been taken in as investigation is currently underway, as the ATS is now probing to see the kind of links that Seema has with Pakistan, her exact background, and all the contacts that involve Seema or connected to Seema in every way are currently under lens. The ATS now is all set to verify the statements made by Seema as well as Sachin. Of course, the aim is to check if at all Seema is a Pakistani spy or a stooge. UP ATS has probed Seema's husband as well, or lover, Sachin. In fact, they're said to be secretly married at a location abroad, or in Nepal is what we hear. At a temple in Nepal, they've married and then they've come into Greater Noida to live here. This is, of course, illegal. Seema is a Pakistani national, and the ATS of Uttar Pradesh now trying to check if at all she is a stooge in any way. Let me cut across to Santosh Sharma joining us live from Delhi. Santosh, give us more on the ATS's probe as they trying to investigate whether Seema has any kind of links with in a sense, to spy on India. Is she a stooge or a spy? This is a suspect that the ATS has. And while they probe, we believe that there's also a right-wing Hindu group who's now protesting against Seema's entry into the country and asked for her to be sent back to Pakistan. Tell us exactly the line of investigation by the ATS.
The line of action decided by the ATS is only to probe that whether Seema Haider is a spy, or is there any trap from any terrorist organization, or the Pakistan agency ISI has focused Seema and sent Seema to India and Noida in the connection with Sachin. That is the probe of line of action. We can say the ATS is asking, grilling Seema, her lover Sachin, and including Sachin father. These three persons have been grilled by UP ATS. Now UP ATS is grilling Seema Haider about her connections in Pakistan and how she went from Pakistan to Dubai and from Dubai to Nepal, and Nepal she came to Noida. Who helped in this travel route? How she handled the international calling? Who were those who provide her international number?
It's not easy not easy for anyone, for that matter, to enter India, but it appears that Seema has managed this very successfully, has flown to Dubai, and from Dubai to Nepal, and Nepal she's with her children entered the porous borders between Nepal and India, and this has led to serious suspicion on whether she could be a spy or a stooge. Seema on her part has denied these allegations. We believe that she said if at all it was, then she wouldn't bring her 4 innocent children. This is what she said initially, but now the ATS, while they probe her, thank you very much, Santosh, I'm going to come back to you. We believe this love affair between Seema and Sachin, an Indian, has really come under scanner of probe agencies. At this point, Uttar Pradesh's anti-terrorist squad has set up a unit to probe the reality and background of Seema Haider. Agencies also to investigate her several phone numbers and social media accounts. Who is she? Is there a suspicious background to Seema? Here's more on that.
Love, conspiracy or terror. The mystery around Seema Haider and Sachin Meena relationship is only deepening. At the center of this love story are two enemy nations, India and Pakistan. Seema Haider's illegal entry into India from Pakistan's Sindh and her alleged marriage to Sachin Meena is now under investigation. Seema Haider has become a celebrity and social media sensation, from mainstream media to YouTubers and Instagram influencers. Seema Haider has given interviews to dozens.
4 बजे निकली शाम में भाई, 4 बजे निकले तो 11 घंटे मेरा स्टे था दुबई में। तो यार दुबई से फिर मैं अगले सुबह को पहुंच गई, सवेरे 11 की सुबह को सवेरे मैं पहुंच गई वहाँ काठमांडू। सुबह को उसी मतलब टैक्सी पकड़ी, टैक्सी वाले कहा मुझे न्यू बस पार्क उतार दो और मुझे पोखरा के लिए गाड़ी चाहिए। नेपालियों ने नहीं करी, इंडियन एक ही ऑफिसर आए थे, उन्होंने पूछताछ करी थी, तो मैंने इनका एड्रेस पूरा बता दिया, रब्बूपुरा का।
But her responses have raised some suspicions. How did Seema Haider enter India illegally? How did Seema Haider get illegal documents? Why did Seema Haider have half a dozen mobile phones? What is Seema's age and educational qualification? Not just that, reports of Seema's brother working for Pakistani security agencies have also come to the fore, raising doubts about Seema being a Pakistani spy. So now, a unit of UP-ATS headquarters have been deployed to probe Seema Haider's case. UP-ATS usually monitors terror plots and investigations. The UP-ATS will now probe Seema Haider's mobile phones, her social media accounts. It will also track Seema Haider's route from Pakistan to Dubai and from Dubai to Nepal. People who helped Seema reach India by crossing the border will also be investigated. Sachin and Seema's connection will also be probed. Not only this, the Central Intelligence Agencies are also getting Seema Haider's background check done in Pakistan. Information is being collected about Seema Haider's profile and her relatives in Pakistan. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let me break this down for you, how exactly Seema has managed to enter India. The most seasoned criminals find it so hard to enter Indian borders, but this so-called innocent lady from Pakistan, Seema Haider, has managed to infiltrate into the borders with such ease. Like here, I'm going to break that down for you exactly on how the couple met. In fact, where they met. We believe that PUBG was the gaming app back in 2019, that they both got acquainted with one another and began a chat. And for the first time, they decided that Nepal would be a place where they would meet in person. And in 2023, earlier this year, we believe that both of them have met in Nepal just to see one another and establish their love. They stayed together in Nepal for at least 7 days, and this is where their courtship began officially in person. And we also know that as per reports, for Seema to enter India, she has really mapped out a plan so perfect that she managed to fly to Dubai in the month of May, and then from Dubai she flies back to Nepal with her 4 children, and from Nepal we believe she entered India. She used all along she's managed to use fellow travelers' hotspot to get in touch with Sachin and coordinate on many levels, and she entered India in the 3rd week of May from Nepal's Pokhara. Reportedly, she spent about a whopping 12 lakh rupees for this entire journey of herself and her 4 kids. The couple finally was arrested from Haryana's Ballabgarh, and the couple currently living in Noida. They were arrested as soon as they found out, as residents, of course, flagged off this suspicious woman coming into Greater Noida. And while the police arrested both of them, they were given bail by a court. Now the ATS probing into Seema Haider's links in Pakistan, and if at all she could be a spy. Seema Haider's entry in India has really led to the radicals in Pakistan completely red-faced. Her conversion to Hinduism and marrying a Hindu man has given fundamentalists sitting on the other side of the border an excuse to unleash violence on Pakistan's Hindu minorities. This is what we hear in the last week's spate of violence reported on Hindu temples, basically vandalism of Hindu temples reported in Pakistan. And we believe that this episode of Seema Haider coming into India and being allowed to stay in Greater Noida with her Hindu lover has really instigated this attack.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself, and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haidar's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let me quickly cut across to understand on security concerns. This has certainly raised a lot of questions on how Seema managed to really enter India. She's from Pakistan. We're telling you the most seasoned criminals find it difficult to enter Indian borders, but Seema managed this with complete ease. We have joining us on the panel Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. We also have Rajiv Dogra, a former diplomat. Mr. Singh, Vikram Singh, do give us an understanding on how do you think Seema must have entered Indian border. She's coming through Nepal, which is the most suspected route, and this is a route that we believe a lot of criminals actually try to infiltrate into Indian borders. But yet, so far, there hasn't been stringent checks or blocks to restrict something like this. Let's just hope this is just a case of a lover and not anything more.
Sure. Nabila, good evening. You have lucidly explained the various dimensions of Seema's entry into India via Nepal. And you have also explained that the felicity with which she procured the Aadhaar cards and a 5th class from her own confession goes to show that she is fluent in Sindhi, Urdu, English and Hindi. And also, not only mapped, you used a very appropriate word, mapped her route, her travel from Sindh to Dubai and Dubai to Nepal to India. And also, how could she borrow the hotspot connect from the co-passengers and manage to speak to her friends in India and elsewhere? These are questions that any skillful investigator would ask, and the explanation given by Seema is most unconvincing, to say the least. I would say that she should be subjected to narco analysis and polygraph lie detector test, because I am not convinced or impressed by her explanation, because this is too much of a coincidence, one after the other. Landing up at Rabupura, very close to Zevar Airport, and also the Hindan Airways, is unconvincing. And I feel that there's a deeper dimension, as you mentioned, that yes, it has to be proved whether she is tutored and somebody else has the remote control.
Yeah. So this is a suspicion that she could be a stooge or a spy. Rajiv Dogra, a quick word from you. A case of this, if looked at as genuine, or if it's ultimately found to be genuine. Now the ATS is probing into her links in Pakistan, but if this is nothing but a case of a love story, how does one really deal with something like this? Coming from a country that has been constantly backing terror activities in India, targeting India, what ideally should be done or can be done in a case like this? This is the second episode of a lady coming in from Pakistan. Ikra was one earlier where Indian officials sent her back to Pakistan. Should this be encouraged, a love story of such nature? Should they be cushioned at all?
Well, I don't think we should go into deliberating about the speculative aspect of the issue. We should really be talking about what are the known facts. The first known fact is that this lady came with a well laid out plan on a route which is normally followed by ISI agents or people like Dawood Ibrahim and his colleagues. So that is suspicion number one. Second, if the man she was in love with had met her in Nepal, why did he not inform the Indian agencies or Indian police? After all, as you said, they stayed in Nepal for about 7 days. Now, did he not know that there is something called consorting with a person from not so friendly country? And did he not know the consequences of illegal passage?
Maybe he knew the consequences, which is what restricted him. Of course, it's a security breach, but maybe the man was afraid that they would send Seema back to her country, just like what they did with Ikra.
Well, as I said, Nabila, earlier, that let's not get into speculation and reading their minds. That's for intelligence agencies or police to do.
Sure.
But we have to really go by what is the evidence on ground. And the evidence on ground is that the man was collaborating with her in her eventual illegal passage, because her crossing over from Nepal into India was not innocent passage for a Pakistani citizen. It is of course sad that she brought along 4 children also.
Yeah.
But the law says that if she has illegally crossed into India, then she has to face the consequences, which means imprisonment. Because innocent passage, like the one you mentioned, we have a tradition of returning the person concerned as quickly as possible back to Pakistan. But this is no innocent passage.
Got it. Mr. Dogra, just a quick question on her being given bail. Sachin and her, both of them were arrested on charges of on Seema illegally entering India, and he being the accomplice here. But the court gave her bail.
Well, that is for court to make a judgment, and I don't think it'll be correct for me to make a judgment on court's judgment. But I do feel in matters such as this, especially when she's been in India for around 2 months, then I think caution should be the byword. The second and larger point which came to my mind when we were talking about it is that why is it that whenever there is a slight upturn possible in Indo-Pak relations, something like this happens? I mean, we were hoping that we'll have a trouble-free India-Pakistan match in Ahmedabad soon, and now this mismatch starts. So besides stars, I think there is some human folly at work, and this is a perfect example of it.
Right. Mr. Dogra, stay with us. Vikram Singh, you know, as much as Mr. Dogra would say, let's go with facts and not emotion, I can't help but imagine if this is a true case of love, if this is a mere love story and the lady has really understood the actual design on how to move, how to enter India and which route to take, only to be with her lover, could there be any exemption in terms of legalities or legal action against her?
Certainly, Nabila, this is too sensitive a matter to have conjectures around. But yes, there are facts are screaming so that the investigators can catch the valid points. Love and this kind of being smitten by one partner or the other has no place in jurisprudence. They are both accused under Section 14 of the Indian Foreigners Act, which does not have a punishment of 7 years and more, and therefore they got the bail. But yes, there can be no consideration because they are in love. The fact of the matter is that they traveled illegally. Seema and her kids traveled illegally from Pakistan to Nepal and to India. Therefore, they will be treated within the ambit of law, Indian Foreigners Act. And the manner in which she has said and what she says is highly unconvincing. Therefore, the intelligence agencies, the UP ATS, have a job to do.
I still would not. I'm not convinced as to why the ATS took so long for them to probe into the origin of this girl, Seema. She's been living here in Greater Noida for nearly 2 months. She's enjoyed, in fact, if I could ask my producer to play up that video where Seema is seen dancing. If we have that, please play it up. That she was, caught on cameras by her own Sachin's family members dancing and enjoying. Her 2 months has been very, heart-filled. Yeah, there you have it. The video there of Seema really enjoying her time in India. 2 months that it took for the ATS to summon her and Sachin now to actually investigate and probe. This also came right after a Hindu right-wing group raised suspicion on whether she could be a spy, have demanded that she be sent back to Pakistan. Do you admit that there was a delay here?
Absolutely, Nabila. I would thank the advocate Himanshu Parashar who informed and tipped off the police. The ATS is expected to be proactive with and never to be caught on the wrong foot. I would rather that apart from the ATS, even if the slightest evidence to prove that this is an incursion, an illegal attempt to compromise the border and cross the border illegally, I would strongly recommend that the NIA also be associated. I'm sure IB and RAW are But I would rather that.
All right, we seem to have lost Vikram Singh's connection. Mr. Rajiv Dogra, if you're with us, a quick word as the ATS now takes up this matter for investigation. They're going to check on the links that she has, her origin, the multiple phone numbers that she used. Any way that she would be cut any slack if this is a mere case of a love story? I'm asking you that question yet again. Yes, she has ventured into India illegally, but if this is just a mere case of a love story, is there any exemption?
Well, Nabila, as you know, besides writing non-fiction books about diplomacy and foreign policy, I also deal in fiction and I've written some novels. But even there, my imagination does not run as wild as the case of this particular lady, because she's the wife of a mason who's working somewhere in the Gulf, probably in Dubai or Saudi Arabia. For her to spend lakhs and lakhs of, his hard-earned money or wherever she got the money from, defies belief. So, if it was merely a love story, then probably she wouldn't have planned it so meticulously and come with 4 children, putting them at risk. There is something obviously different or perhaps bigger than a simple love story. Love stories are impulsive. They are not planned 2 years in advance or months in advance. While one would always like to take a soft side, and Indians are known to take a soft side, but I think time has come for us to ask hard questions.
Absolutely, and all the more, what's disturbing is that we see a spate of attacks on Hindu temples in Pakistan's Kashmir area that's been reported, and that this case, Seema Haider being in India, living in with her Hindu lover, and that the family is sheltering her, and that she's really welcomed in the country here and living happily, at least going by the videos here, has led to, or rather has allegedly instigated many of the attacks on Hindu temples. And that's what's shocking at this point. Please do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across Arvind Oja, who's brought us this story and has been tracking this very closely. Arvind, please, हमें बोलिए कि ये ATS ने इनको इतनी देरी से क्यों बुलाया है? 2 महीने तक ये बहुत खुशी से रहे ग्रेटर नोएडा में. अब एक राइट विंग हिंदू ग्रुप ने प्रोटेस्ट किया, आंदोलन किया कि उनको वापस भेजना है, ये स्पाई हो सकती है. तो अब ATS ने एक्शन लिया है, उनको बुलाया गया है. पुलिस का क्या कहना है? आपके हिसाब से ये क्या सिर्फ एक लव स्टोरी है या इसके पीछे कुछ और बड़ा कारण है?
नहीं, देखिए नवीला, सबसे पहले मैं क्लेरिफाई कर दूं कि जब भी किसी फॉरेन कंट्री के पर्सन का मामला होता है, अगर कोई विदेशी घुसपैठी आता है तो सबसे पहले सेंट्रल एजेंसीज ही पूछताछ करती हैं. सीमा गुलाम हैदर से सबसे पहले इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो की टीम, उसके अलावा सेंट्रल एजेंसीज की अलग अलग टीमें और खुद उत्तर प्रदेश ATS की टीम ने पूछताछ की थी. उसके बाद ही नोएडा पुलिस को दिया और नोएडा पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया था, जिसके बाद से ही सीमा और सचिन दोनों बेल पर हैं. अब उसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस ने एक बार फिर नोएडा यूपी ATS को लिखा कि वो इस मामले की जांच करें, चूंकि मामला एक पाकिस्तानी महिला से जुड़ा हुआ है. जिसके बाद ATS की टीम आई है और ATS की टीम फिलहाल जब मैं आपसे बातचीत कर रहा हूँ उस वक्त सीमा गुलाम हैदर, सचिन और उसके फादर से ATS की टीम पूछताछ कर रही है. बाकायदा जो कोर्ट है उसने बिल दिया था, उसमें ये कहा था कि जो सीमा गुलाम हैदर है वो इंडिया छोड़कर अगर जाती है तो वो कंसर्न जो पुलिस ऑफिसर है उसको बताएगी, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, अगर वो अपना एड्रेस चेंज करती है तो वो कोर्ट को बताएगी. अभी तक बात की जाए जासूसी की, तो अभी तक कोई जासूसी का एंगल, जो पुलिस सोर्सेज है वो बताते हैं कि अभी तक कोई जासूसी का एंगल नहीं मिला है. अभी तक ये एक लव स्टोरी के तौर पर ही दिखाई दे रही है. लेकिन कई बार ऐसा होता है कि इस तरह की लव स्टोरी जासूसी के एंगल पर भी बदल जाती है. फोन जो लिया गया था सीमा हैदर का, 2 मोबाइल फोन, वो फॉरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन के लिए भेज दिया गया है. सेंट्रल एजेंसी पहले ही पूछताछ कर चुकी है. अब दोबारा से जो ATS की टीम है वो पूछताछ करेगी क्या इनके जो बयान है, जो इनके स्टेटमेंट जिन्होंने नोएडा पुलिस को दिए थे, क्या उसमें कन्फ्रंटेशन है, कहां ये गए, नेपाल से कैसे पाकिस्तान है, ये तमाम चीजें एस्टैब्लिश करेगी ATS की टीम पूछताछ के बाद. और अभी भी जो सीमा गुलाम हैदर है, सचिन है, उससे पूछताछ कर रही है ATS की टीम.
Ji, Arvind, thank you very much. From what we hear is that Seema Haidar's husband, Ghulam Haider, has been requesting to send Seema back to the country along with the 4 kids, while Seema's family on the other end saying they don't want her, they just want the kids back. So she's really faced enough backlash from her own country. But is this more than just a mere love story? In fact, Seema Haider has spoken exclusively to India Today Sudhir Chaudhary, along with her husband Sachin Meena, who've spoken about their love story and all that went by, the things that led to uniting them. Listen in to this excerpt of the conversation.
आप यहाँ पर आई, यहाँ पर ज़्यादातर लोग आपसे बहुत अच्छे से पेश आए। यहाँ मीडिया में भी देखिए रोज़ आपके बारे में बात हो रही है। आपका जो पक्ष है उसे मीडिया दिखा रहा है पूरा, आपका जो आप जो कहना चाहती हैं। मान लीजिए आप सब कुछ छोड़कर सचिन के लिए यहाँ आई, अगर मैं आपसे ये कहूं कि अब आप वापस चली जाइए और सचिन को अपने साथ पाकिस्तान ले जाइए, या सचिन आपके लिए पाकिस्तान आ जाता, तो सचिन के साथ भी क्या ऐसा ही होता? इतने ही अच्छे से लोग पेश आते जितना आपके साथ हुआ? तब क्या होता?
नहीं सर, ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं होता। इसका उल्टा ही हो सकता था, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ गैरत की बात ज़्यादा मानी जाती है। तो ये तो हिंदू थे, तो इनके साथ बहुत बुरा होता। यही वजह है कि सचिन को मैंने पाकिस्तान आने से मना किया था। ये भी आने को तैयार थे, ऐसा नहीं है, पर मैंने ही इनको मना करा था कि नहीं, क्योंकि इनके हाथ पे भी ओम लिखा हुआ है और इनके साथ अगर ये पकड़े जाते इस तरह तो बहुत बुरा होता। शायद सचिन दिखते भी नहीं सर।
सीमा, आप पाकिस्तान में रहीं अभी तक, अब आपको कुछ दिन यहाँ इंडिया में हुए हैं, दोनों जगह में आपको क्या अंतर महसूस हुआ?
बहुत अंतर है सर, बहुत फ़र्क है। अभी मैंने इतना भारत देखा नहीं है, सिर्फ नोएडा रबुपुरा ही देखा है थोड़ा बहुत। और यहाँ के लोग जैसे प्यार करते हैं मुझसे, मेरे पास आते हैं, बहुत अच्छा लगता है। सचिन की मम्मी, सचिन के पापा और इनके बाबा, इनकी बहन भाई बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत प्यार करते हैं मुझसे। ये चौथा दिन है आज। मैंने अपने बच्चों को प्यार नहीं करा, ये अपनी बुआ और चाचा के साथ ही रहते हैं, क्योंकि सारा दिन हम मीडिया में रहते हैं अभी तक, तो फिर बच्चे सो ही जाते हैं। उनको कभी भी ऐसा नहीं लगा कि वो हम कहीं और हैं या किसी और के घर में हैं। पापा मम्मी को अपनी दादा दादी मानते हैं, उनसे बहुत प्यार करते हैं मेरे बच्चे यहाँ इनका इतना मन लग गया है कि वो कभी कहते भी नहीं कि कोई और थे हमारे। और हैदर को तो उन्होंने कभी याद भी नहीं करा।
आप यहाँ वापस आईं तो आपको ऐसा कभी लगा कि एक हिंदू के साथ, आप क्योंकि एक मुसलमान हैं, एक हिंदू के साथ आपके इस रिश्ते को लोग एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, और या लोगों को कोई हिचक है आपको एक्सेप्ट करने में, क्योंकि आप दूसरे धर्म से आई हैं, और वो भी सबसे बड़ी बात पाकिस्तान से, जिसे भारत के लोग दुश्मन देश मानते हैं?
सर यही तो खूबी है यहाँ के लोगों में, हिंदू मुसलमान सब मुझे आशीर्वाद देकर गए, दुआएं देकर गए, और सब इतना खुश हो रहे थे कि हमारी पाकिस्तान से भाभी आई है। तो बहुत यहाँ के लोग प्यार दे रहे हैं मुझे, कोई साड़ी दे रहा है तो कोई फूल ले आ रहा है, कोई लड्डू लेकर आ रहा है, तो कोई 200 मेरे हाथ में थमा के जा रहा है। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है सर, बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत प्यार मिल रहा है मुझे। बस हुकूमत के फ़ैसले का इंतज़ार है, और जब बिल्कुल जो चल रही मेरी जासूस चल रही वो क्लियर हो जाए, फिर जो फैसला होगा सर मैं मंजूर करूँगी। पर मुझे यकीन है कि मेरे हक़ में होगा, मुझे वापस नहीं भेजा जाएगा, क्योंकि पाकिस्तानियों ने खुद मुझे कहा कि अब ये पाकिस्तान की नहीं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है पाकिस्तान में। तो मुझे यकीन है कि भारत मुझे अपनी पनाह में रखेगा, अपनी शरण में लेगा, क्योंकि मैं खुद को हिंदू बना चुकी हूँ और मैं भारतीय भी बन जाऊँगी। मन से तो बन गई हूँ, कानूनी भी बन जाऊँगी सर।
एक और बात जो है, जो अचंभे में डालती है लोगों को, और इसीलिए लोगों को आपके ऊपर शक भी होता है, एक 5वीं क्लास लड़की पहले तो अपना पासपोर्ट बनवाती है, उसके बाद कराची से फ़्लाइट लेके शारजाह होते हुए, नेपाल होते हुए, अकेले अपने 4 बच्चों के साथ इंडिया आ जाती है। ऐसी लड़की जो इससे पहले कभी बाहर अपने घर से बाहर ना निकली हो, बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ी लिखी भी ना हो, कैसे आई आप? और आपको ये डर नहीं लगा कि बीच में कहीं आप पकड़ी जा सकती हैं? किसी भी बॉर्डर पर आपको पकड़ा जा सकता है, और अगर आप पकड़ी गई तो ना पाकिस्तान वापस जा पाएंगी और ना हिंदुस्तान पहुंच पाएंगी। कैसे किया आपने ये?
सर पहले तो वहाँ पे जहाँ मैं रहती हूँ कराची शहर में, वहाँ हर चीज़ है। पहले तो मैंने आधार कार्ड बना, क्योंकि ना मेरे पास आधार कार्ड थे, ना बच्चों के कोई कागज़ थे, ना मेरे पास पासपोर्ट थे। जब मैं
NDA
एनडीए के पार्टनर्स हैं उनकी कंफर्मेशन आ चुकी है। तो 38 पार्टनर्स कल इस मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे जिनकी कंफर्मेशन आई है। पिछले 9 सालों में एनडीए का जो एक व्याप है वो बढ़ा है, स्कोप भी बढ़ा है और कुल मिलाकर के जो डेवलपमेंट का एजेंडा है उस डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे को परस्यू करने के लिए जो इंडियन पॉलिटी में भारत के राजनीतिक परिदृश्य में जो लोगों की चाहत बढ़ी है और हर देश के कोने कोने में पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ डेवलपमेंट के साथ अपने आप को समावेश कर रही हैं, उसके कारण से स्कोप ऑफ द नेशनल डेमोक्रेटिक अलायंस हैज़ इंक्रीज्ड। और इसके साथ साथ जो स्कीम्स हैं, जो नीतियां हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो चल रही हैं, which is leading for the overall development of the country on all fronts, right from national security to international politics to the empowerment of the people, ये सब चीज़ों का एक असर पड़ा है और इसलिए एक एनडीए के प्रति एक उत्साह के वातावरण के साथ कार्य को आगे बढ़ाने में सब लोगों ने अपनी रुचि दिखाई है। दूसरा विषय है गुड गवर्नेंस का। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 9 साल के अंदर गुड गवर्नेंस के कार्य को और नीतियों को और स्कीम्स को और उसके टूल्स को वो कैसे बढ़े और कैसे हम गुड गवर्नेंस दे सकें, इसके बहुत ही सफल प्रयास हुए हैं और यह एक सतत प्रक्रिया है। इट इज़ ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस और कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस के साथ साथ गुड गवर्नेंस के का जिसे हम कहते हैं कि फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट और अच्छा कैसे हो सकता है और उसके लिए बेटरमेंट के लिए जो इंटरवेंशंस की ज़रूरत होती है उसके प्रति एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट हमेशा सजग रही है। आज मैं आपके साथ ये शेयर कर सकता हूँ कि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफ़र में 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए हैव बीन डायरेक्टली transferred to the beneficiaries right into their accounts, and still we are trying to see to it. We have been able to block check the leakage of 4 to 5 lakh crores जो लीकेज का स्कोप था। उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें डिजिटल टूल्स का उपयोग बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गवर्नेंस में बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण एक पारदर्शिता, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, उसको हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया है। जब हम एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ द पीपल कहते हैं तो वह भी 9 साल के अंदर फोकस्ड हुई है और वो एक तरीके से तयशुदा तरीके से सभी सेक्शंस ऑफ द सोसाइटी को एड्रेस करने के लिए की गई है। गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, युवा, महिला, किसान, इन सब के प्रति स्कीम्स को फोकस किया गया है और फोकस करने के कारण इनके एम्पावरमेंट में हम लोगों को बहुत ही सफलता मिली है और इसके कारण भी एनडीए और एनडीए के घटक दलों में एक उत्साह, एक वातावरण देखने को मिलता है और तीव्र गति से आगे चलने की आकांक्षा को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। उसी तरीके से ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस फॉर करप्शन और ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस की दृष्टि से जैसे मैंने कहा कि सतत गवर्नमेंट के अंदर भी टूल्स का उपयोग करना, थर्ड पार्टी सपोर्ट लेना और कोई भी किसी भी तरीके का करप्शन बर्दाश्त न होना, इस बात को भी हम आगे लेकर के चले। एक मैं आपसे ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि पिछले 9 सालों में स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, यह हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिली है, जिसको देश ने भी सराहा है और एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव वातावरण बना है। एक साधारण भारतीय भी गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है जब वो देखता है, बेचारा पढ़ा लिखा भी कम है तब भी वो जानता है कि मोदी जी ने कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में एक मिसाल पेश की है, जहां बड़े बड़े डेवलप्ड देश अपने आप को अनडिसाइसिवनेस के कारण, अनिर्णयता की स्थिति के कारण वह सफल नहीं हुए, वहीं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में मिसाल दी है और मिसाल सिर्फ इसमें ही नहीं है कि आपने लॉकडाउन लगाया, सिर्फ इसमें ही नहीं है कि लॉकडाउन के दौरान देश को तैयार किया, सिर्फ इसमें ही नहीं है कि आपने वैक्सीन बना ली 9 महीने के अंदर, सिर्फ इसमें ही नहीं है कि वैक्सीन बना करके इसके साथ साथ 220 करोड़ डोज, डबल डोज विद बूस्टर दे करके देश को निजात दिलाया। और सब जगह पर कोविड की लड़ाई इन गवर्नमेंट्स ने लड़ी। यहाँ मोदी जी ने कोविड की लड़ाई समाज के साथ और देश के साथ लड़ी, और देश ने लड़ा उसको, उसका नेतृत्व मोदी जी ने किया, लेकिन उन्होंने देश को साथ अपने लेकर के चले। तो यह पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन, इसका भी एक इसमें हम लोगों को मिसाल देखने को मिलती है। अभी आर्थिक जगत की बात हो रही है, तो आर्थिक जगत की दृष्टि से भी देखा जाए तो जब दुनिया की आर्थिक स्थिति एक आर्थिक मंदी से गुजर रही है, जब दुनिया में भी यूक्रेन वॉर के सप्लाई चेन का असर पड़ रहा है, जब दुनिया में भी कोविड मैनेजमेंट के कारण तकलीफ़ें आई हैं, वहाँ इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड बोलता है कि इंडिया की इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट स्टेबल इकोनॉमी एंड इट इज़ द ब्राइट फ्यूचर। मॉर्गन स्टेनली बोलते हैं कि यह एक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है और ये की ड्राइवर है फॉर एशिया एंड फॉर द ग्लोबल ग्रोथ। हमारी गरीबी आज 22% से घट करके 10% से कम हो गई है अकॉर्डिंग टू IMF। हमारी अति गरीबी 1% से भी कम हो गई है। तो इसलिए एक NDA के प्रति लोगों का रुझान एक आइडियल अलायंस है। ये अलायंस सत्ता के लिए नहीं है, ये अलायंस सेवा के लिए है, ये अलायंस भारत को मजबूत करने के लिए है और भारत को मजबूती देने के लिए है। जहाँ तक UPA का सवाल है और ये जो ऑपोजिशन के अलायंस है, ये भानुमति का कुनबा है और कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा, इस तरीके का ये अलायंस है। न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है। यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है, लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि न तो इनके पास कोई फैसला लेने की ताकत है और न ही वो नीयत है, न ही नेता है। स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है और इसीलिए यह कोई डिलीवर करने के लिए नहीं है। यह 10 साल के UPA के सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार और घोटालों का टोला है। 10 years of non-governance, corrupt government, corruption, उसका ये टोला है और 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए के घोटाले को से बचने का और उस पर एक्शन न हो, उसके लिए यह एक जुड़ाव है, एक टोले का जुड़ाव है। इसको हमको स्पष्ट रूप में समझ लेना चाहिए, ये हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। देश ने तय कर लिया है कि 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस संकल्प के साथ कि हमारी एकता जो देश के हित के ऊपर आधारित है, अटूट है, अटल है और हम फिर एक बार 2024 में NDA रिजॉल्व करेगा कि हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश फिर से एक बार NDA की सरकार बनाएगा। तो ये कल हमारी NDA की मीटिंग के एक तरीके का विचार है, उसको हम लोग आगे बढ़ाने वाले हैं। मैं अपनी बात यहीं समाप्त करता हूँ।
मित्रों, बहुत सारे लोग देख रहा हूँ, मैं सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं। हम कोशिश करेंगे कुछ सवालों को ले पाने की। विकास भदौरिया।
जी, मेरा सवाल ये है, आपने कहा कि NDA पिछले 9 साल में और व्यापक हुआ है, लेकिन कुछ दल छोड़ के भी गए। क्या ऐसे दलों से बातचीत चल रही है? कई एक दल तो वापस आए हैं, खासतौर पर पंजाब का अकाली दल और पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश से आने वाले RLD, क्या इनसे भी कोई बातचीत चल रही है? इनमें से कोई शामिल हो रहा है कल की बैठक?
देखिए, कल की बैठक में कौन लोग शामिल होंगे ये आपको कल पता, तस्वीर सामने हो जाएगी। लेकिन एक बात आप ध्यान में रखिए, हमने पहले भी कहा, NDA का एजेंडा स्पष्ट है, देश सेवा के लिए सबको साथ लेकर के चलना। हमने किसी को कभी भी किसी मोड़ पर नहीं छोड़ा है। हमें छोड़ के जाने वालों के बावजूद भी हमारी बातचीत, हमारा व्यवहार, हमारा आचरण हमेशा दोस्ताना रहा है। क्योंकि हमारा ब्रॉडर पिक्चर है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, फॉर दैट लार्जर कॉज. नाउ दे हैव टू डिसाइड फॉर दैट लार्जर कॉज वो कब आना चाहते हैं. समय समय पर रीथिंकिंग शुरू होती है. ये हमारे हाथ में नहीं है, ये उनके हाथ में है. फिलहाल नहीं, हम कभी न्योता देते नहीं है. हम एजेंडा बताते हैं. इसके साथ खड़े होना चाहते हो, होइए. हमने भेजा ही नहीं तो हम न्योता क्या दें. तो इसलिए हम बहुत स्पष्ट हैं.
All right, BJP's National President JP Nadda there addressing a press conference, almost establishing unity of the NDA. Meeting that will be held in Delhi tomorrow to show the NDA strength while the opposition unity meet is currently happening in Bengaluru. We're going to continue tracking those details, but for now a short break. On the other side, the centre has defended Delhi's ordinance in the Supreme Court on the hearing today. The centre responds. The central government has responded to the Delhi ordinance in the Supreme Court, and that India Today has accessed. It's going to be introduced in the parliament as soon as possible in the first monsoon session, is what the centre claims. More details up next.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Greece closed its ancient Acropolis during the hottest part of the day on Friday to protect tourists from temperatures which soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And in Italy, meteorologists are calling the next phase of the heat wave Charon, a reference to the ferryman of the souls of the dead in Greek mythology. So, just how bad is it? The European Space Agency, whose satellites monitor land and sea temperatures, warned that Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland all face extreme conditions. Temperatures could break Europe's current record, 119 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded in Sicily in August 2021. The impact from extreme summer heat has been brought into focus by a new study. It says as many as 61,000 people may have died from the sweltering heat across Europe last summer. Record temperatures are expected in parts of southern Europe next week. Johan Ballister is a professor at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. He says France has learned lessons from a deadly 2003 heat wave that others should follow.
Hi ha mesures que són relativament barates, com per exemple coordinar.
There are measures that are relatively cheap, like, for example, coordinating public entities. Also, doing a census of vulnerable populations and coordinating them through public services can be relatively cheap.
Però hi ha mesures molt més cares, com per exemple el redisseny de les ciutats.
But there are much more expensive measures, like, for example, the redesign of cities to improve housing conditions.
Doctors say poorer, elderly people with existing health problems are most at risk. Angel Abad is from the Office of Sustainable Development at Madrid's La Paz Hospital.
Most have a low socioeconomic background, and we know that in these cases, people who don't have air conditioning are more vulnerable. They face a higher risk and higher mortality upon arriving at an emergency ward.
pangs, anger pangs, or hunger pangs are not exactly rocket science to figure. From salty chips to sugary ice cream cones, the taste of junk food can be oh so tempting. But there are options, and a lot of options, for dead of the night snacking that do not add the burden of dead weight across your waist. But have you ever wondered what's causing these late night hunger pangs? Well, food cravings have been linked to deficiencies in the body. The seemingly harmless need for that one bite of tasty snack could actually be alarm bells that your body is ringing in a bid to tell you that something is amiss. Nutritionists believe that cravings are linked to deficiencies in the body, and the type of food you just have to eat right now points exactly to what your body thinks it is deprived of. For example, people who can't give up on sweets because I have a sweet tooth may actually be suffering from magnesium deficiency. Magnesium helps convert food to energy in our body. So how often should one get tested for nutrition deficiencies? And are any age groups more vulnerable to nutrition deficiencies? It is actually a myth that healthy food isn't tasty. It might not give you that insane dopamine fix, but a lot of these healthy food items, like fox nuts for example, are very tasty alternatives to the junk we crave for. In case you're feeling that you've got to eat something sweet right now, then you may be experiencing fluctuations in your blood sugar level, and this may be symptomatic of having low fiber or protein in your diet. But do not worry. We here at Health 360 have you covered and will provide you with some easy to make snacks for your midnight cravings. First, we have bananas with unsweetened peanut butter. This will take care of your protein needs. Second, a desi favorite, almond milk with walnut, with soaked walnut and a date. This is a rich source of fat, magnesium and protein. And last but not the least, desi classic curd along with berries and kishmish or raisins. This will help with your blood sugar balance and is a good source of protein. These snacks and drinks use ingredients that you'll easily find at your home and will help not only satiate your immediate hunger pang, but also the greater deficiency behind it. With Dhruv Yadav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the centre has responded to Delhi's ordinance in the Supreme Court, and that has been accessed by India Today. The centre defends the Delhi ordinance, and the Supreme Court says, and I quote, excise scam files illegally taken by the Delhi government. Vigilance officers have been harassed and targeted. The centre claims that there was administrative chaos. Centre claims the delay would have paralysed Delhi. This is why the Delhi ordinance was rolled out. The centre trying to justify in the court, in the Supreme Court, as part of its response, of course, saying that the excise scam files were illegally taken by the Delhi government and vigilance officers were harassed and targeted. The centre claims there was administrative chaos. The delay would have paralysed Delhi. All right, that's it on the show for now. Coming up on the other side, 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru. Big guns, 26 opposition party chiefs all arriving for this key meet in Bengaluru. Aam Aadmi Party to join the meeting after Congress assures support on the Delhi ordinance fight. NCP's Sharad Pawar to attend the meeting tomorrow. Stay tuned.
is the rally overdone, or are we just starting?
Actually, in March, if you look at my Twitter feed, I had tweeted on March 28th that this was the perfect time to get into the markets, that I did not know whether it was the exact bottom, but it was certainly somewhere around the bottom. And also that, we all understand the risk of being in the market, but this was a time when the risk was more in not being invested and therefore missing out on an up move. So at that time, the index was in the 16,900 range. I mean, the Nifty. Of course, it has had a run since then. But even so, my assessment still is that the risk is still of missing out on an up move relative to a crash. I do not see a risk of a crash very imminent. And I still think we are closer to the beginning rather than the end of the run-up.
For the first 6 months, which ended on June 30th, the two portfolios that Devina manages have outperformed both the Nifty as also by their peers very handsomely. So it's a 10.5% gain on First Global IS 50 in the past 6 months compared with the 6.5% index appreciation that you've seen, and the First Global IMAP, which has an overlay of a lot of gilt as well as gold, is still up 9.5%. Devina, as I was scrolling through your portfolio, amongst the top 10 odd stocks, you have three IT companies, of course, two very well known, Infosys as well as TCS, and one mid cap that has done wonders, which is Nucleus Software. Overall, the software sector hasn't done much. The index just up about 2% year to date. What do you think is going wrong? Do we have to wait much longer, or is the Indian software story now getting a little jaded?
Actually, Shell, the thing is this, that if you looked at it last year, first half also, IT did not do very well, IT services. And at that time, the logic for it not doing well was supposed to be that the whole world is digitizing and there is so much demand for people with technology backgrounds that they will not get enough employees. The employees will be too expensive and therefore costs will go up and margins will get squeezed. This year, the story is supposed to be something the entirely opposite. If you go to the base of it, saying that there will not be demand. So, both cannot be true. So I think, this is a little overdone, because what had happened was that there was a slowdown in some of the Western economies. So what happens is that the orders you're supposed to get this quarter get pushed and may go on to the next quarter. But it is not as if that fundamentally something has gone totally wrong with the industry and it will never revive, because the whole move towards even non-technology companies becoming more digital, more technology-oriented is not going to go away. So we are not super bullish on the sector, but we are still slightly overweight on the sector.
A breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emsella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emsella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
"26 parties, one Modi Hatao agenda." Another bid for united anti-Modi front. Opposition unites for a political dinner tonight.
सभी जो लोग प्रॉमिस किए हैं या हम जो लोग पटना में मिले थे और भी लोग हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं और जुड़ के हम ये काम करेंगे.
But can they bury ideological differences? Decoding the opposition unity made 2.0. Modi versus who in 2024 is our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And yes, we're getting you all the details of the next 1 hour on the opposition meet set to begin anytime now at Taj West End in Bengaluru. All the leaders who have come together for this huddle are currently at the venue. And this at a time when the BJP has just announced 30 minutes back that they're going to be holding an NDA huddle tomorrow. We'll get you all the details about how the alliances are firming up in the run-up to 2024. The headlines first. BJP chief JP Nadda hits out at United Opposition Meet, says no Neta or Niti in opposition and NDA will form the government under Prime Minister Modi in 2024, announces NDA huddle tomorrow.
न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है.
Big buzz over JDS now joining NDA. JDS may attend NDA meet tomorrow. BJP sources say talks underway. Modi Shah to take final call. Centre tells Supreme Court the Delhi ordinance will be tabled in the monsoon session of Parliament. Modi government says administrative chaos led to bringing in the ordinance. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil Balaji. Now Ponmudi raided in the money laundering case. 70 lakh cash reportedly recovered from his house. Stalin cries vendetta. Big anti-terror purge in Jammu and Kashmir administration. 2 government officials, a constable sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pak terror organisation. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba calls the action preposterous. And UP ATS grills Pak national Seema and her lover Sachin. Seema Haidar's Pak link and background now under lens. And let's begin by getting you a curtain raiser to the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. A 2-day huddle. Tomorrow is when all of the crucial strategy talk and all issues will essentially be ironed out.
But today you're going to be seeing a dinner meet shortly from now, where the focus, of course, will be on all the optics involved. Who's part of this meet? Who's already turned up in Bengaluru? Let's get you all those details first.
Bengaluru decked up for a potential unified opposition. The streets of the southern IT hub lined with posters, cutouts of netas from an array of anti-BJP parties. From the east to the west, the north to down south. 26 political parties attending the two-day brainstorming in the Congress-ruled Karnataka.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future of 140 crores people.
The Bengaluru huddle comes almost 2 months after the opposition parties came together for their first big meeting at Patna. Speculations put to rest about Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal's participation, with Congress pledging support to his party over the Delhi ordinance, the Delhi chief minister responding in kind with his attendance at the Bengaluru meeting. NCP leaders Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule joining the formal opposition deliberations in Bengaluru, scheduled for Tuesday. Insiders tell India Today the meeting will discuss plans to work out a common minimum program for the proposed opposition alliance in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Subcommittees likely to be set up for drafting the CMP and joint campaign plans. Discussions expected over seat sharing on a state-to-state basis. A new name for the proposed unified alliance may also be considered.
नेताओं से भी बड़ी बात यह है कि लोग साथ आए और लोग साथ आ रहे हैं। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग साथ आ गए, पंजाब की 3 करोड़ आबादी साथ आ गई। अब लोग जुड़ते जा रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये दृश्य सताता है। कुछ बोलेंगे आप?
On its part, the BJP has described the opposition meeting as a coming together of vested interests.
तुम ऑर्डिनेंस दोगे तो मैं दिल्ली से निकलूंगा। दिल्ली भले डूबी रहे, ममता जी कुछ भी करें, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हम खामोश रहेंगे। इसे गिव एंड टेक कहते हैं।
Barring some still missing from the anti-BJP camp in Bengaluru, the two-day event being billed as a full house show of opposition strength. An informal gathering on Monday evening, followed by dinner at the hotel venue in Bengaluru. The formal discussion begin Tuesday with an address by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. A joint press conference is scheduled after the conclusion of the meeting. Once fractious and in mutual competition for political space, the opposition parties seems to have closed ranks for a pre-poll pact, at least for now. Bureau Report, India Today.
So today, in a few hours from now, it's going to be all about the optics. The opposition will be coming together for a dinner where they're going to send across a message that we stand united right now, as you saw also in fact, all of the posters and banners that have been put outside. Tomorrow is when all of the strategy discussions will take place. Let me take this across to all of my colleagues joining me from the ground. Our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava is live from Bengaluru. Maushami Singh, who tracks the Congress very closely, is also joining us live. Sagai Raj, who gets us every update that comes in from Karnataka, is also live with us. Rahul, to you first. Good evening. What do you really think, Rahul, should be the biggest positive takeaway for the opposition from this two-day meet? What do you think should be the one decision that they take irrespective of what strategy is discussed?
Good evening, Akshita. I think the second meeting with a larger number of parties participating is a sign of political determination and perhaps the pressure these political parties are facing because of the BJP juggernaut. I think what the most defining element after Patna is this large hoarding which has been put up outside the venue of the meeting, a hotel in Bengaluru. Starting from Mallikarjun Kharge, you have Sonia Gandhi. Let me explain every one element of it. See, the meeting being held in Bangalore after initial hesitation by people like Mamata Banerjee, that why should we meet in a Congress-ruled state? Because the signal will be that the Congress is the leader of the pack. So they went and met in Patna in JP's land. But now they are meeting in Congress-ruled Bangalore, which is being showcased. Now that's a positive. Sonia Gandhi, who is supposed to have a greater political weight than even Rahul Gandhi, because Mamata Banerjee and others listen to her much better. Then you have Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad Yadav, one-time rivals, now allies together on the same page. Mamata Banerjee is there, and if the camera can pan across, you have across the opposition parties meet United We Stand. We have Sitaram Yechuri of the CPM and D. Raja of the CPI. These are rivals in Bengal. They are rivals in Congress, and left are rivals in Kerala. The fact is that they may be different and against each other locally, but for a national level, they are planning to come together. You have got PDP and you have got Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah together. I think this banner is a telling sign. Now, beyond that, I think the very idea to get what I call the low-hanging fruit, a template that's United We Stand, is very critical. There are differences, but they can't be sorted out in one day. The broad contours could well be on how to fight the BJP and what issues to fight the BJP. The second could be a forward movement in terms of creating certain subcommittees to show that the public that we are together, and also to thrash out the differences instead of being out in big meetings like this. People who can meet behind the scenes, thrash out distances on, say, for example, where to hold the next meetings, what should the campaign material be, how to campaign in which specific state. I think the bigger elements will come later, but the low-hanging fruit, a template of unity, can be constructed from here, and I think that's one big positive element. And second, I think Congress emerging as an unstated pivot of opposition unity index, I think that's one of the bigger takeaways of this meeting. And also, Congress being accommodative, moving back a little on the Delhi ordinance to accommodate Arvind Kejriwal and getting him on this hoarding behind me is another positive.
All right, so those are some positives that they'll want to build on in today's meet as well as tomorrow's huddle. Rahul, stay with me. I want to take that aspect of what you mentioned about the Congress forward with Maushami as well. Has there been a step back, Maushami? Has the Congress realized that, look, there may be some regional parties who are apprehensive about our presence, who believe that the Congress is going to be the face of this united opposition, so they're kind of stepping back?
See, Akshita, the underlining fact is that the Congress has come to terms with the fact that they need a coalition of alliances, and that's why you see there are so many sirens blaring, lots of VVIP cars, perhaps another VVIP about to enter. I think it might be Uddhav Thackeray. All the rest have arrived, MK Stalin coming in. So the Congress knows that this is not about having similar ideologies, it's having about a similar purpose, in fact a similar aim, and that's a lesson perhaps Sharad Pawar had taught Rahul Gandhi when he hammered on that Savarkar issue, and Uddhav Sena was falling apart away from the Congress, and the Congress now talking about the common terms of agreement, and that's why, this meeting is going to be a very decisive one, because not only will you see a blueprint as far as the action plan is concerned, but how it's going to be implemented on ground zero. Also, perhaps the faces that you see here, there could be some faces who could be conveners and organizers and strategists, a core team for seat sharing. Which VVIP is this? Let's have a look. And perhaps one of the Karnataka ministers. Right here, Siddaramaiah, right here, sir. Namaskara. There he's made several errands there, Akshita, to Taj and out. Perhaps rolling out the red carpet for opposition leaders, like we saw Nitish Kumar doing at Patna Airport, where he went in person to receive Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, and went in person to meet each and every leader. So Congress is playing host. It will have to show a bigger heart.
Playing host, but you look at all the banners, it's not like they've got any bigger prominence than the other leaders for that matter, and that's a message by itself being sent across. Maushami, Rahul and Sagar, request all of you to stay on with me. Let's discuss and really analyze here what this kind of a united opposition could do going into 2024. We've broken it down into strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, as well as threats. First, focusing on the strength and weakness. Of course, with regards to all of these parties coming together, the biggest strength is that it can prevent the split of anti-BJP votes, essentially consolidate all your votes state-wise. But the also other issue that they have, and this is the biggest weakness by far, which hopefully there'll be consensus on, or at least the opposition would hope so, is that they have a face, someone who can take on Prime Minister Modi. The other strength that the opposition could have coming together, these 20, is that they could dent BJP in states like Tamil.
many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage, monsoon mayhem.
Waterlogging, submerged cars, residents wading through water.
Dead body भी आप देख सकते हैं तकरीबन.
Carcasses of dead animals strewn all around. Days after deluge, key areas in the national capital remain waterlogged, impairing normal life for the fourth day straight on Sunday. Waterlogging was witnessed at several key areas of the city, including ITO and Rajghat, with VVIP areas remaining submerged. This is despite constant fall in Yamuna's water levels.
यमुना का जल स्तर है उसमें लगातार गिरावट है. जो यमुना का जल स्तर है वो 206.14 है, यानी भारी गिरावट है. लेकिन ग्राउंड जीरो पर जमीनी हकीकत यही है कि सेंट्रल दिल्ली के आईटीओ में अभी भी पानी भरा हुआ है. सड़कें दरिया में तब्दील हो चुकी हैं.
Amid the deluge in Delhi, threat of epidemic rose after bodies of dead cattle were seen strewn around in areas still underwater.
यमुना के कारण जो प्रलय आया था उसका पानी तो कम हो गया है, पर प्रलय के बाद जो देखा जाता है वो हालात बन चुके हैं. कई गऊओं की डेड बॉडी भी आप देख सकते हैं. तकरीबन 3 गऊओं की डेड बॉडी है यहाँ पे और ये सब बहकर इधर आई हैं.
Popular for garments, souvenirs and food, the market is now submerged in knee-deep water.
We can see that showcases have broken, the entire stuff have actually been destroyed. There is water still inside the market. This stands testimony to the devastation that the monastery market faced. Remember, as we are talking, this is one of the worst affected areas. दुकान सेटअप करने में कितना लगता है?
सेटअप करने में तो बहुत लगेगा ना मैडम, अब क्या बताऊँ आप.
लाखों रुपए तो लगते ही होंगे.
लाख से ऊपर भी लग सकते हैं ना. पूरा सेटल करना पड़ेगा, पूरा शोकेस बनाना पड़ेगा.
2 of the 3 water treatment plants were restarted by Sunday, but VVIP areas in Delhi face water crunch. As roads turned into little rivers, Chief Minister Kejriwal and ministers continued to take stock of rescue, relief and rehab work.
यमुना के आसपास के लो लाइंग एरियाज थे, वहाँ पे पानी आ जाने की वजह से कई लोगों के घरों में पानी घुस गया। उन लोगों के लिए दिल्ली सरकार ने अलग अलग जगहों पे बहुत सारे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं। 6 जिले प्रभावित हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। इन 6 जिलों में अलग अलग जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हुए हैं।
यहाँ पे काफ़ी भारी संख्या में जो यमुना पुश्ता से लोग हैं उनको वहाँ से इवैक्यूएट करके यहाँ पे कैंप्स में लाया गया है। अब हम यहाँ के कैंप से उनको सबसे पास के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं सो दैट यहाँ पे प्रॉपर पानी का अरेंजमेंट, खाने का अरेंजमेंट, बिजली का अरेंजमेंट, बाथरूम का अरेंजमेंट हो पाए।
But with the India Meteorological Department having predicted more rainfall, Delhiites continue to remain on tenterhooks. Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
As we get to the latest updates on the opposition meet, there's a lot of buzz also on the parties that have chosen not to attend. And among those is also the BRS, led by KCR. The BRS now has lashed out at this united opposition meet, particularly over the fact that they haven't received an invite. For that matter, the BRS has stated very clearly that KCR has his own agenda going into 2024 and won't align either with the BJP or the Congress. Let's play out for you a reaction from the BRS.
As far as I know, I don't think we have got it. At the same time, we don't want to share any platform with Congress party because we strongly believe even during their tenure, they could not do enough to this country. They could not utilize the resources of this country. They have not done anything great. As regularly any consecutive government can do, they have done the same. But they have not done anything great, and we don't want Congress to be repeated in this country.
Okay, let's get you the latest images coming in from the opposition meet venue. This is at Taj West End in Bengaluru. And remember, the Congress is playing host right now. You've got, in fact, Sidramaya and all other senior leaders on stage there. The Karnataka government essentially playing host. So the Chief Minister will be hosting all of these leaders for a grand dinner as well tonight. But this is the first meeting that, in fact, we are seeing of all of these leaders. You've got Surjewala on stage there, along with Sidramaya and DK Shivkumar also present. And these are inside images that we're getting to you. You can see, in fact, that they're standing at the stairs there, waiting for all leaders to come in so they can greet them and welcome them one after another. Let me bring in Sagai Raja also on this broadcast. Sagai, live images that we're beaming right now of Sidramaya inside, waiting to play host. This is the Karnataka government hosting all of these leaders.
Absolutely, Sidramaya is hosting tonight dinner for all the leaders who have reached Bengaluru, and Sidramaya went inside, and tomorrow afternoon it will be DK Shivkumar, the KPCC president, who is the host of this particular meeting in Bengaluru, will also host lunch for them. As we speak now, there are VIP moments here where the leaders are going inside Taj West End Hotel, and the dinner will be hosted around 8 p.m. There will be an informal meeting with all top leaders. Remember, Karnataka has won with a huge margin the state of Karnataka. and probably they might discuss the model, how they have won and what was the plans, and probably those things of plans might be implemented in the delegation which will be meeting tomorrow when they decide about the common minimum program as well as the next name to be decided on this particular alliance. Tomorrow DK Shivakumar will be hosting a lunch. Probably after that there will be one more session which will be held. As we speak now, there are several leaders who are reaching. Till now, only Sharad Pawar NCP has not reached the venue. Apart from that, almost all the leaders have reached Taj West End Hotel.
Pawar is going to be there tomorrow. There was a lot of speculation of whether he's backing out from this opposition meet, but he's confirmed that he will be there tomorrow for this huddle. Thanks very much, Sagai, for getting us those details. On one hand, as we get you all of the images coming in of the opposition meet that's kicking off in Bengaluru, the BJP has planned its own alliance meet. Tomorrow, the NDA will be coming together in a huddle. 38 parties, part of the NDA, will be a part of this meeting. Let's get you some of the reactions and statements that came in from BJP chief JP Nadda.
कुल मिलाकर के अभी तक 38 हमारे पार्टनर्स, जो हमारे एनडीए के पार्टनर्स हैं, उनकी कंफर्मेशन आ चुकी है. तो 38 पार्टनर्स कल इस मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे. वो सेट प्रिंसिपल एनडीए का है कि हम किसी को छोड़ते नहीं, जो छोड़ के चले जाए उसके प्रति भी हम सद्भाव और प्रेम रखते हैं. लेकिन एक मूवमेंट है, उस मूवमेंट में हमारे साथ कोई जुड़ना चाहता है तो हम जरूर, वो आइडियोलॉजिकल कमिटमेंट के साथ कोई खड़ा होना चाहेगा तो हम चलेंगे. आखिर डेवलपमेंट अकेले हमने तो नहीं करना है, सबने मिलकर करना है. जहां तक यूपीए का सवाल है और ये जो ऑपोजिशन के अलायंस है, ये भानुमति का कुनबा है और कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा, इस तरीके का ये अलायंस है. न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है. यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है. स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है और इसीलिए यह कोई डिलीवर करने के लिए नहीं है. यह 10 साल के यूपीए के सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार और घोटालों का टोला है.
So who's going to be part of this NDA meeting? Are we expecting some surprises? One that everyone's talking about is possibilities of JDS joining hands with the BJP in the 2024 battle. And thereby, if the JDS will actually be there for the NDA meeting tomorrow. Let's get you all the details that we're picking up on that big story.
26 opposition parties have gathered in Bengaluru for a second meeting aimed at uniting anti-BJP parties. The two-day meet, convened by the Congress, has one significant absentee from Karnataka. JDS leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy claims he wasn't invited to the session.
Actually trying to bring Mahagathbandhan several leaders by inviting to Karnataka. Let us see what Mahagathbandhan will going to give clear message to the country. Nobody has invited us. Nobody has invited us.
The exclusion of JDS comes even as the BJP pushes for an alliance with the JDS.
ಮತ್ತು JDS ನಾಯಕರ ವರಿಷ್ಠ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಫಲಶ್ರುತಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ.
Sources tell India Today that JDS has sought 7 Lok Sabha seats from the BJP. Sources say the BJP is likely to agree to part with 4 seats. If this was the case, the Lok Sabha battle in Karnataka will be a two-way fight between the BJP, JDS combined and the Congress. An alliance can help the JDS survive in the state after the assembly poll debacle. It could help the BJP in the old Mysuru region where it is on a weak wicket and win over Vokaliga's votes. Sources claim that Kumaraswamy could be offered a cabinet berth or could become the leader of opposition in Karnataka if an alliance is forged. The BJP has not named a leader of opposition after losing state elections.
These kind of possibilities, there are no chance. It is we as a party, we are in a majority, we have our own party opposition leader. This is all rumors, it has got no basis. No, it is not something relevant, it is far from truth.
The Congress is playing down the possible tie-up between the BJP and JDS.
JDS, we know that for them secular politics is something which they don't truly believe in. They've always had alliances with BJP even before. They have formed government with BJP before. So this is nothing new. And I think the very tag of Janata Dal secular needs to go. And I think they should accept the fact that today, for the sake of power, they will do anything.
An indication on the alliance could come as early on Tuesday. Political pundits are watching whether the JDS attends the ND alliance partners meet in Delhi. Bureau Report, India Today.
So is the JDS going to be joining the NDA? Joining us here on India Today for an exclusive conversation is former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Kumaraswamy, thank you for speaking to us here on India Today. You live in Bengaluru, sir, and yet you're not part of the opposition meeting that's currently underway. We're seeing streams of leaders, regional party leaders, all part of this, but you're not there. Are you miffed that you didn't receive an invite?
Where is the question of missing? We are not interested. They have no confidence about JDS.
Yeah.
Not only confidence, they think that JDS already finished. That kind of attitude they have in their mind. What is the necessary for me to think about we have missed the meeting?
But so you're saying you're not interested in any sort of a tie-up with the opposition or coming together with this united opposition. Are you then looking at an alliance with the BJP? Are you going to be in Delhi tomorrow for that NDA meeting, Mr. Kumaraswamy? Is that your 2024 game plan?
At this moment, we are fighting and we are strengthening our party on our own. For JDS, there is no necessity to strengthen our party with joining hand with national parties. It was not necessary for us. Our workers are strong. We have confidence. Without any alliance with anybody, we can fight the battle.
But sir, Mr. Kumaraswamy, has anyone from the BJP approached you? There's a lot of buzz about this. Last few weeks, we seem to have seen some statements from the BJP suggesting that they're open to an alliance with you.
No, nobody approached me up till now. No party, not only BJP, no other parties they have approached me.
But I also want your view on another, angle and inside track that's doing the rounds, which is that to have you on board as an ally in Karnataka, the BJP is offering you the leader of opposition position. Is there any truth to this, or would you like to offer any comments?
No. We have only 19 MLAs. BJP strength is 65. Even now, I request the BJP High Command. That is not my responsibility. Even though I am a small man, I request BJP High Command, don't vacate that post. Immediately take decision. Even your MLAs also, they are in embarrassing position. Please bail out them. This is my personal request.
Okay, all right. Mr. Kumaraswamy, thank you for joining us here on India Today. So at this point, you're clearly not divulging your cards, which we understand. But he seems to suggest that right now, no, I'm not considering an alliance, but we'll know when the NDA meeting happens tomorrow, whether that's really the case or not. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're focusing on news coming in from Tamil Nadu that's once again united the opposition. Another DMK minister, this time Ponmudi, after Senthil Balaji, has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate.
Greece closed its ancient Acropolis during the hottest part of the day on Friday to protect tourists from temperatures which soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And in Italy, meteorologists are calling the next phase of the heat wave Charon, a reference to the ferryman of the souls of the dead in Greek mythology. So, just how bad is it? The European Space Agency, whose satellites monitor land and sea temperatures, warned that Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland all face extreme conditions. Temperatures could break Europe's current record, 119 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded in Sicily in August 2021. The impact from extreme summer heat has been brought into focus by a new study. It says as many as 61,000 people may have died from the sweltering heat across Europe last summer. Record temperatures are expected in parts of southern Europe next week. Johan Ballester is a professor at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. He says France has learned lessons from a deadly 2003 heat wave that others should follow.
Hi ha mesures que són relativament barates, com per exemple coordinar.
There are measures that are relatively cheap, like, for example, coordinating public entities, also doing a census of vulnerable populations, and coordinating them through public services can be relatively cheap.
Però hi ha mesures molt més cares, com per exemple el redisseny de les ciutats.
But there are much more expensive measures, like, for example, the redesign of cities to improve housing conditions.
Doctors say poorer elderly people with existing health problems are most at risk. Angel Abad is from the Office of Sustainable Development at Madrid's La Paz Hospital.
Most have a low socioeconomic background, and we know that in these cases, people who don't have air conditioning are more vulnerable. They face a higher risk and higher mortality upon arriving at an emergency ward.
Gaming. That is what took the center stage at the launch of the new iQOO Neo 7 Pro 5G smartphone. Let's deep dive into this gaming smartphone and see what's in store for the gamers. First things first, it is powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 processor from last year. Now, it may be last year's chip, but it benchmarked really well on all the phones. Now the iQOO Neo 7 Pro 5G also has an independent gaming chip, which in conjunction with the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 is amazing for the gaming capabilities. With this powerful combination, I tried 3 games: Genshin Impact, New State, as well as Asphalt 9. Now all 3 games played pretty well. There were a few drop rates in Genshin Impact, but that's a pretty heavy game. So let's see how these games look on this device. With this powerful combination, I managed to achieve a consistent 90 frames per second on the new PUBG game at ultra graphics setting. Although the coveted 120 frames per second mark remained elusive, the iQOO Neo 7 Pro's cooling system played its part in maintaining stable thermals during extended gaming session. And here you can see Asphalt 9 racing game running without any hiccups. Also present is a dual speaker setup, which immerses you in any game or media consumption. And the 120Hz refresh rate keeps everything super snappy. Battery life. That's the next question that comes to mind when playing these heavy intensive games. And this phone comes with 5000 mAh battery, but it's the charging speed that might blow your socks off. Now I'll just take a quick coffee break And until then, my phone is charging with the 120 watt charger. That will charge my phone 50% in just 8 minutes. Let's see what happens. Now that I'm done with my coffee break, my phone is all charged up thanks to the 120 watt fast charger. Serious gaming enthusiasts in the same price range can look out for the Xbox Series S, which is a dedicated gaming console. Hence, you would have a great pro gaming experience. Similarly, in smartphones, the Realme GT2 Pro and OnePlus 11R could be an alternative in the same price range. Wrapping it up, the iQOO Neo 7 Pro is for all you gaming enthusiasts who are looking for a gaming phone but do not want to break the bank. This phone comes in at sub 40,000 rupees. Stay tuned to Tech Today for more such technology updates.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
We've got breaking news coming in right now on 6 p.m. Prime. On a day when you've got another DMK minister being raided by the Enforcement Directorate, what's happened to Senthil Balaji? Big update coming in. Remember that for the last few weeks, he's been in the Kaveri hospital after having undergone a bypass surgery. Now, he's been moved to Pural prison, will remain in judicial custody. This prison remains in Tamil Nadu. So at this point, he's been moved to a central prison. Senthil Balaji, remember, since 21st June, has been in the ED custody but in the Kaveri hospital undergoing a bypass surgery, and now, as in fact he's been given the go-ahead health-wise, he's now been moved to the Pural prison as he is under judicial custody. So as I mentioned, that news break coming in at a time when you've had another DMK minister being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. This time, it's Minister Ponmudi, again a close aide of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. He and his son are under the scanner in a money laundering case. Let's get you all the details of what's emerged so far.
After Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi. Another Tamil Nadu Mantri is under ED lens as investigators knocked at the minister's residence early on Monday morning. Ponmudi and his sons were subjected to raids by multiple teams. Their properties in Chennai and Viluppuram searched by the agency. The DMK minister faces charges of money laundering similar to his colleague Senthil Balaji.
Case came for hearing on June 19th in Madras High Court, and at that time Gautam Sikhamani urged the court to quash the case, which is about a time when Ponmudi was the mines minister between 2007 and 2011 and is said to have allegedly misused the quarry license and mined close to 2.64 lakh truck loads of red sand, causing a 28 crore loss to the exchequer.
As expected, the DMK has lashed out at BJP over the raids, making it clear that like Balaji, they will back Ponmudi through this corruption saga. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, who touched down in Bengaluru for the opposition meet, linked the huddle with the crackdown on his minister.
மேலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா? இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
These raids by ED promptly kicked off a political storm in Tamil Nadu as the DMK and BJP sniped at each other. The opposition has meanwhile come together to once again call ED a political tool of the BJP. From Aam Aadmi Party to Congress, parties part of the opposition huddle expressed their solidarity with the DMK.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है। जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे।
Will Ponmudi meet a similar fate as his colleague Senthil Balaji and be arrested? Can DMK emerge out of this corruption cloud that it finds itself shrouded in? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
We'll track very closely the ED investigation in that matter. I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. On the other side, we're getting you an exclusive news break as we track the latest in the investigation ongoing against Brij Bhushan.
iPad. Get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, two pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward, the Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad looked good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker set up here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad. I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air. One of the best apps available right now for digital detox is certainly Flipped. You can join groups with people and give each other challenges just like on other apps. With this digital detox app, you can customize how much screen time you spend each day. All social networking apps will disappear after the timer expires for the specified period of time, but calls and messages will still be functional. The Flipped app is designed to increase your productivity. For instance, when you're studying for an exam, to improve attention and relaxation, you can use the relaxing soundtracks that are already included with the app. The tunes on the app are lovely, with sounds that range from crackling fires and even mild rain. Number 5.
Well, this one isn't an app, but if you use an iPhone, then this is a nifty feature. Focus mode. And I'm using it right now. By switching on this mode, you can shut down your work apps for the weekend, turn off notifications when you're working or even sleeping. You can decide when to get email notifications and when you want to take specific calls, etc. It's like a much more effective and specific DND mode that you can use for work or play. Couple that with screen time notifications telling you you've been spending way too much time on Instagram, and it changes the user experience altogether. So there you go, my top 5 ways to ensure technology augments my daily routine but also lets me live under a rock when I need to. That's me signing off, and we hope you stay safe and that these tips come in handy.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Let's get your breaking news that's coming in right now. India Today has accessed details of the charge sheet being filed against Brij Bhushan. And clearly, as we highlighted for you a few days ago here on India Today, the Delhi police is making out a case here for sexual harassment. We have accessed parts of the charge sheet that refer to one of the victims talking about what kind of harassment she underwent at the hands of the former Wrestling Federation of India chief. Nitin Srivastava is joining us live with more details on this. Nitin, good evening. I can see a copy of the charge sheet with you. Can you highlight some of the bits here, particularly of the statement that's been given by the woman wrestler?
Well, it's almost 1600-page charge sheet which actually police submitted in the court on 15th of June. And there are actually 6 women wrestlers who have mentioned about their statements and whatever they've gone through since. Actually, you can mention that about it actually started 12 years back when Brij Bhushan Saran Singh assumed office as president, and from then there are several mentions about sexual harassment cases in this charge sheet. But specifically, the complainant number 1 has mentioned a deep case explaining about whatever she gone through in a overseas tournament. She has mentioned that the accused number 1 sitting slightly far away from me, and however in the next few minutes he walked and sat right next to me on the sofa, and next time his tone changed and he began to reassure me that nothing will harm me, and he started touching me inappropriately on my palm, knee, thighs, shoulders without my consent. So
and that's
this is
just one part. That's just one part that we've read out for our viewers right now of a detailed testimony. We will continue tracking those details and getting those updates for our viewers. Thanks very much, Nitin, for joining us here on India Today. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thank you for tuning in. Coming up on the other side, Preeti Chaudhary joins you on Mission 2024, where she's going to be putting the focus on the mega opposition meet that's underway in Bengaluru.
With the 2024 Lok Sabha elections closing in, a bigger and refurbished National Democratic Alliance is in the works. In a big boost to the BJP-led alliance in the politically crucial state of Uttar Pradesh, Om Prakash Rajbhar-led Suhail Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party has returned to the NDA fold. Rajbhar, who enjoys the support of a section of the backwards in the state of Uttar Pradesh, met Home Minister Amit Shah and expressed confidence that the NDA will sweep all 80 Lok Sabha seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the upcoming elections.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी और देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी और उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस लड़ाई में हम लोगों को साथ उन्होंने लिया है.
Opposition parties slammed Rajbhar for ditching its erstwhile ally, the Samajwadi Party, and playing a political opportunist.
देखिए, ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी की बातों का कोई भरोसा नहीं. कल तक वो बहन मायावती जी को प्रधानमंत्री बना रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि मर जाऊंगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नहीं जाऊंगा. तो क्या हुआ आखिर ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी का? क्या श्री अमित शाह जी से बहन मायावती जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए गए हैं?
5 दिन पहले वो भोपाल में बोलते हैं कि ये 70,000 के घोटालेबाज जेल जाएंगे, और 5-6 दिन बाद वही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की भाजपा उनको जेल की जगह मंत्रिमंडल में भेज देती. तो ये सत्ता का दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ.
The development comes 2 days ahead of a key NDA meet of all the alliance partners in the national capital on Tuesday. Meghalaya and Nagaland Chief Ministers Conrad Sagma and Nifui Rio, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Ajit Pawar, alongside the other heads of the NDA parties, all have confirmed their presence. BJP Chief JP Nadda has also invited Chirag Paswan to attend the NDA meeting, calling his LJP party an important part of the NDA. The development is seen as BJP outreach to Chirag Paswan to bring him back into the NDA fold after he left the alliance in Bihar in 2020.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का पत्र जरूर हम लोग को प्राप्त हुआ है. आज पार्टी के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठक कर अंतिम निर्णय उसी में लिया जाएगा कि इस बैठक में लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास जाएगी नहीं जाएगी. पर हाँ, समय समय पर हम लोगों ने हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का साथ दिया है.
Meanwhile, in the state of Karnataka, BJP also reached out to the former MP H.D. Devegoda to seek support of his party for the NDA.
ಮತ್ತು JDS ನಾಯಕರ ವರಿಷ್ಠ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಫಲಶ್ರುತಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ.
The BJP has also extended an olive branch to its erstwhile ally, the Akali Dal, to return to its fold. The upcoming NDA meet and the expansion plan comes amid the opposition's efforts to forge unity in a show of strength to take on Narendra Modi government in next year's Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
When you talk about an independent gaming chip, and this being geared towards gaming enthusiasts, how does that really work? We can geek out on this, take your time, but I want to understand, because this is a segment that I really think is a game changer. Because not everyone can invest in a big gaming rig or a laptop or even one of those Steam Deck devices. You have your phone on you, and maybe that's your answer to gaming, casual mobile gaming in India.
Absolutely. So, see, if you look at the youngsters of today, right, one of the most important insights that we have seen is that esports and especially mobile gaming is really at multiple levels. There are people.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. All eyes on Bengaluru. That is where the opposition meet is taking place the second time around. We're going to get you the latest updates, the details of what's going on behind the scenes. Let me first quickly take you through the headlines. Massive opposition show of strength in Bengaluru. Big guns from 26 opposition parties arrive for key meet. Up to join meet after Congress assures support on Delhi ordinance fight. Big buzz over JDS joining NDA. JDS may attend July 18th NDA meet. BJP sources say talks underway. Modi Shah to take final call. BJP chief JP Nadda hits out at United Opposition meet, says no neta or niti in opposition, and NDA will form government under Prime Minister Modi in 2024.
न तो इनके पास नेता.
Centre tells Supreme Court that Delhi ordinance will be tabled in the monsoon session of Parliament. Modi government says administrative chaos led to bringing in the ordinance. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil. Now Ponmudi raided in money laundering case. 70 lakh cash recovered from his house. Big anti-terror purge in JNK administration. 2 JNK government officials, constables sacked for raising funds and logistics for Pak terror organizations. For former JNK Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti calls the action preposterous. UP ATS grills Pakistan national Seema and her lover Sachin. Seema Haider, Pakistan link and background under lens. All right, top focus. Bangalore is all decked up for the second opposition meet where bigwigs of 26 opposition parties will deliberate strategies to take on the ruling BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha battle. Along with the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul and Sonia Gandhi are also in Bangalore to represent the Congress party. Remember, during the first meeting in Patna last month, opposition parties had resolved to take on the BJP unitedly in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Here's a detailed report.
Bengaluru decked up for a potential unified opposition. The streets of the southern IT hub lined with posters, cutouts of netas from an array of anti-BJP parties. From the east to the west, the north to down south. 26 political parties attending the two-day brainstorming in the Congress-ruled Karnataka.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future of 140 crores people.
The Bengaluru huddle comes almost 2 months after the opposition parties came together for their first big meeting at Patna. Speculations put to rest about Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal's participation. With Congress pledging support to his party over the Delhi ordinance, the Delhi chief minister responding in kind with his attendance at the Bengaluru meeting. NCP leaders Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule joining the formal opposition deliberations in Bengaluru scheduled for Tuesday. Insiders tell India Today the meeting will discuss plans to work out a common minimum program for the proposed opposition alliance in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Subcommittees likely to be set up for drafting the CMP and joint campaign plans. Discussions expected over seat sharing on a state-to-state basis. A new name for the proposed unified alliance may also be considered.
नेताओं से भी बड़ी बात यह है कि लोग साथ आए और लोग साथ आ रहे हैं। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग साथ आ गए, पंजाब की 3 करोड़ आबादी साथ आ गई। अब लोग जुड़ते जा रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये दृश्य सताता है।
On its part, the BJP has described the opposition meeting as a coming together of vested interests.
तुम ऑर्डिनेंस दोगे तो मैं दिल्ली से निकलूंगा। दिल्ली भले डूबी रहे, ममता जी कुछ भी करें, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हम खामोश रहेंगे। इसे गिव एंड टेक कहते हैं।
Barring some still missing from the anti-BJP camp in Bengaluru, the two-day event being billed as a full house show of opposition strength. An informal gathering on Monday evening, followed by dinner at the hotel venue in Bengaluru. The formal discussion began Tuesday with an address by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. A joint press conference is scheduled after the conclusion of the meeting. Once fractious and in mutual competition for political space, the opposition parties seems to have closed ranks for a pre-poll pact, at least for now. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let's quickly cut across to my colleagues Sagai Raj, Rahul Srivastav, both of them joining us. Sagai, take us through on what's expected. There is a dinner hosted by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, but also indirectly hosted by Sonia Gandhi, who's also present there.
Absolutely. This entire event or a conclave called by Congress is being hosted by Congress in the state of Karnataka. The in charge of this particular event is KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar, and tonight Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is hosting a dinner to all the leaders in the state of Karnataka. Remember, Congress won with a thumping margin in the state of Karnataka, and Sonia Gandhi attending the first meeting of opposition party leaders in the state has more value added to this meeting. And probably in this meeting they might also discuss the blueprint of Congress much before the election, how it worked for the party and how they had got so much of seats in the state of Karnataka, and probably they might try to implement the similar kind of plan in 2024 election. Probably Siddaramaiah might be one of the chief guests or a special speaker in this informal meeting today, and they might discuss about the 2024 Lok Sabha elections and how it is going to work, the strategy is going to help, because close to 26 parties, 150 seats in the kitty, and if they strategize more, probably they might get more seats in the days to come, and probably the Karnataka model might help the united opposition to win the 2024 election. Probably this meeting, this crucial meeting, is all about that.
All right, stay with us, Sagai. I want to quickly bring in Rahul Srivastav into this conversation. Rahul, the big question ultimately will come down to with how things are coming in together. Is the united opposition ready to possibly take Congress as somebody who's going to lead or be the pivot or the fulcrum on which rests opposition unity? Keeping in mind, Mr. Sharad Pawar not attending the dinner today, he has an excuse, monsoon session. On the other hand, you have a Mamata Banerjee who will not attend the dinner today.
Preeti, it's not going to be one giant incremental leap as far as the opposition unity is concerned. But what one can say is that after each meeting, one does see that there is intent to bring together or a coming together of leaders and political parties which may be disagreeing locally but are ready to move in to fight nationally. I think this meeting, the dinner and the meeting eventually is an incremental step forward. Why I say that prior to the first meeting on June 23rd, Mamata Banerjee and others had reservations to meet in a Congress-ruled state. So they met in JP's land, Bihar, and in Patna. But now they are meeting in Bengaluru, one of the new triumphs for the Congress party, that slightly more assertive Congress party, which has largely been driving the opposition narrative in the last 1 year. So they are meeting in Bengaluru. Sonia Gandhi is here. Sonia Gandhi, who carries definitely much more political heft than even Rahul Gandhi, I'll say, when it comes to coalition politics, because Mamata Banerjee and other leaders do listen to her much better. And that is why Sonia Gandhi's presence in this meeting is very clear. The Congress thus very visibly has moved into the center of the push for unity of the opposition parties. An unstated pivot, I think, is just the beginning. Second, Congress to remain in that pivot has become more inclusive and accommodative. Say, for example, the assurance, though indirect and nuanced, as far as the Delhi ordinance is concerned, has brought Kejriwal on this large hoarding right behind me. And I think one of the most telling pictures, Preeti, you have Farooq Abdullah and the PDP leaders. You have got the left and Mamata Banerjee on the same page. So you may not have a very quick agreement coming on many issues. Say, for example, a common minimum program. Top leaders in the meeting are telling me very difficult to come to a common minimum program. There can be a common agenda before the elections and a common agenda for governance in case a government is formed, because there might be too many ifs and buts to be balanced. Seat adjustment. How do you create a seat adjustment in conflicting zones? I'm sorry. Between parties which are fighting against each other. So there could be tactical alliances. I think to take the pressure of the meeting to show incremental movement, we are hearing that subcommittees are likely to be created, which will work behind the scenes to create the meeting ground between various political parties.
You know, Rahul, if you've caught a breath, I just want to ask you one quick question. Where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, of course, on board, and that peace was brokered by the TMC between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. Having said that, there have been leaders, some of them, supporting the Congress, the likes of the JDU, Nitish Kumar, RJD, seemingly okay, and actually some of them even egging on the Congress to take the lead. But the likes of, say, a Mamata Banerjee from the TMC are very clear that they are equal stakeholders in this. They will not be in submission of possibly the Congress being the pivot of this all.
Preeti, in politics, numbers decide a lot of things. After the Congress won Himachal and then Karnataka, there are very clear signs that their Congress is upbeat, and I think the opposition is also feeling that the Congress...
You know, Rahul, just catch a breath. We're going to come right back. Rahul Srivastav there reporting from Bengaluru, but we're going to continue to get you the latest. These are visuals that are coming in. Arvind Kejriwal, Sanjay Singh being welcomed there by Mr. Siddaramaiah and the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. You have K.C. Venugopal as well there. One thing is very clear where the optics of this all is concerned, viewers, that there is, an attempt by certain political parties to project this very clearly as the host, Congress hosting this and not possibly taking the lead where the Mahagathbandhan is concerned. And that's a theory being propelled by the likes of the TMC and the Aam Aadmi Party, or even the Samajwadi Party, possibly not very comfortable with these optics there. But the sheer fact that they are there, the sheer fact that Mamata Banerjee the last time around wasn't very keen on being in a state which was governed by the Congress for it to look like Congress was in the lead, is attending. She won't attend the dinner is what we are told, but the meeting before the dinner, which has already started underway. With that, we're going to come right back with our reporters with the latest that is emanating, but shifting focus, huge developments in the Delhi Ordnance Dangal as well. Today, let's move on. Today, the central government has defended its move of bringing ordnance to take control of services in Delhi before the apex court, accusing the Delhi government of harassing and threatening the officers of Vigilance Department. The Ministry of Home Affairs today, in its affidavit, told Supreme Court that it was imperative to bring in the ordnance to protect the capital's administration. The central government also accused Aam Aadmi Party of trespassing on officers' chambers and taking illegal custody of important files, which included cases of Delhi liquor excise scam and Chief Minister Kejriwal's bungalow case. The Modi government has also informed the apex court that it will table the ordinance before the parliament in the upcoming monsoon session.
आम आदमी पार्टी की दृष्टि से अगर आप देखिए तो तात्कालिक मुद्दा हमारे लिए सबसे अहम और बड़ा मुद्दा था दिल्ली की 2 करोड़ जनता के ऊपर थोपा गया ये काला अध्यादेश, जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने एक चुनी हुई सरकार के सारे अधिकार छीनने के लिए पास किया है। अब इस अध्यादेश के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना समर्थन दिया है कि हम इसका अपोज करेंगे जब ये पार्लियामेंट में ये ऑर्डिनेंस आएगा। इसके लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार।
इन लोगों का कोई भी स्टैंड ही नहीं है, ये आज कुछ और बात करते हैं, कल कुछ और बात करते हैं। आपको ध्यान होगा कि कांग्रेस ने आम आदमी पार्टी को समर्थन दिया था दिल्ली में और बाद में उन्होंने ही अपना गाली देना शुरू किया। आज तक भी वो कल रात तक गाली देते हैं। आज भी गाली देंगे, कुछ उनके नेताओं से पूछेंगे तो आज भी दिल्ली में कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को गाली देगी, मगर इनका कोई स्टैंड ही नहीं है। देश की जनता समझ नहीं पा रही कि ये आज क्या कहते हैं और कल क्या कहते हैं, तो कोई इनके ऊपर भी विश्वास कैसे करेगा?
All right, so that is the politics playing out in the national capital over the ordinance hearing which is going on in the Apex Court. But having said that, what's really interesting is that, of course, the government submitted that they're going to table the bill in the monsoon session, and for the Aam Aadmi Party, it has the support of the Congress right now, where the Rajya Sabha is concerned. How it all plays out, we'll only know in days to come. With that, I'm going to get into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is To The Point.
Standing on the ring road, you can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Jumping on a weighing machine, each time, do you feel bloated or fat? I felt the same until some time ago when I realized that the number on the scale is only worthy of worry if you have extra fat or excess weight gain, which means if you don't have extra fat and you are healthy, you don't need to worry.
Which means that if you are healthy and do not have excess fat, some weight gain is not something to lose sleep over. More than often, you would hear people stressing about gaining extra kilograms and happy if they lose these kilos. Fat gain has become synonymous with weight gain, but they are not the same things. Weight loss refers to a reduction in your overall body weight, including muscle, water, and fat loss. As far as fat loss is concerned, it refers to weight loss from the body fat. Simply put, it refers to the overall drop in the overall kilogram weight. There are a number of things that can affect weight fluctuation on a daily basis, such as hormonal imbalance, varying sodium intake, different amounts of dietary fiber and food. Fat loss refers to weight loss from the fat, and it is more specific and healthful goal than weight loss. In fact, fat loss consists of losing weight while maintaining as much muscle mass as possible, which will allow you to look more toned and get that fit look. So if simply put, fat loss is equal to reduction or burning of the stored body weight. What is the difference between weight loss and fat loss? So what should you aim for? What is healthy? Fat loss or weight loss? Weight loss can be on the top of your goal, but for a healthier body composition, fat loss is the one you should be aiming for. Aiming to achieve fat loss could also help get rid of excess fat, which is potentially dangerous, but also maintains a lean tissue growth. Muscle tissues additionally also help provide strength, agility, and burn more calories even at rest. Fat loss reduction could also aim at minimizing visceral fat levels in the body, which is the most harmful kind of fat. Relying on a weighing scale alone may not work as an accurate detector of how much fat you are really losing or determine the muscle mass you have. However, using a more accurate means of detection, such as a body fat scale. Make sure to consult a doctor before you go ahead with any hardcore exercise regime or a strict diet plan. With Sabah Ikram, Bureau Report, India Today.
mega Delhi deluge. And after 4 days, several parts of the national capital still remain underwater. And amid the devastation, India Today exposed the shocking lapses by the Delhi government, which shows the Apex Committee under the Chief Minister, which formulates the flood fighting strategy, hasn't met in 2 years. While Delhi Minister Atishi has denied the charges, documents by India Today show that the June 2023 meet was substituted for a short meeting and flood alerts were issued without any preparations. The deluge and the associated threat of an outbreak of epidemic has now sparked a furious blame game. The ruling Arvind Kejriwal government, which is facing a massive flack for failing to avert the worst floods in the national capital in 45 years, is now claiming a sinister flood conspiracy to target the capital by the BJP-ruled state of Haryana.
इस बात पर तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि क्या ये दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ साजिश थी। लेकिन दिल्ली की सड़कें, दिल्ली में कॉलोनियाँ पानी से भरी पड़ी थी। हज़ारों लोग रिलीफ कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं, रिश्तेदारों को के घर रह रहे हैं, उनको अपने घर और अपना सामान छोड़ के जाना पड़ा। तो इसका जवाब तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देना पड़ेगा।
The Haryana government has hit back, accusing the Arvind Kejriwal government of passing the buck to hide its own flood failure.
इन्होंने कभी भी अपने या तो फ्लड कंट्रोल की मीटिंग करते नहीं है की हो, इन्होंने कभी नहीं कहा कि हाँ ये भी एक विषय है जिसकी मेंटेनेंस अब होनी बंद हो गई है तो हमको बताओ, कभी नहीं बताया। और आज जब समस्या आ गई तभी उठ खड़े हुए।
The opposition BJP is saying that the Aam Aadmi Party government has been an all-round failure when it comes to developing infrastructure of the capital.
अभी मुद्दा सिर्फ दिल्ली को बचाने का है, अभी मुद्दा दिल्ली के इशू को डाइवर्ट करने का नहीं है, ऑर्डिनेंस मुद्दा नहीं है और कोई चीज़ मुद्दा नहीं है। मुद्दा ये है कि 9 साल में कितना पैसा खर्च किया गया है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे और कितना एडवर्टाइजमेंट पे, ये दिल्ली की जनता को, मुख्यमंत्री को बताना ही पड़ेगा।
To make the matters worse, Delhi ministers are now having a war of words with the top bureaucrats. While the Delhi government is accusing bureaucrats of defying direct orders, the bureaucrats have hit back.
सुबह 8 बजे मैंने अश्विनी कुमार जी को कॉल किया, उन्होंने कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने उन्हें मैसेज किया, उन्होंने मैसेज का जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने उन्हें 9 बजे फिर से कॉल किया, उन्होंने फिर से कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने अफसरों के ग्रुप में मैसेज डाला रिलीफ कैंप्स को लेकर, उन्होंने वहां पर जवाब नहीं दिया। तो ये क्या है? ये तो इनसबऑर्डिनेशन है।
ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है आरोप लगाना ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो ऑफिसर दिन रात काम कर रहे हैं। रही बात रिस्पांस की, आतिशी जी से मैंने आज ही बात की थी, कल भी बात की थी, उनके मैसेज आते हैं, उनका रिस्पांस जाता है। ये इस तरीके का व्यवहार बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
The big question now is, can the lawmakers and the executive actually come on one page to make sure that they rid the capital of the flood shame? With Kumar Kunal in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
UBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक।
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. It's going to be the clash of the conclaves. Why do I say that? Well, while the opposition meets for a 2-day conclave in Bengaluru, in the national capital, tomorrow is a meet by the NDA. So it's the UPA, what it was, and possibly the NDA of what it was, in search of new alliances coming together. While the opposition meet says that they have 26 parties on board, the Bharatiya Janata Party says they have 38 parties on board. It would be interesting how things actually go down, but especially where it comes down right now with what it's playing in Bengaluru, in Karnataka, Congress hosting the second time around where the opposition is meeting. There is one big question which is coming to the fore, viewers, and that question is, will there be stakeholders all where the opposition meet is concerned, or is there an at least submission by certain opposition parties that the opposition unity will rest, or the stage of opposition unity will rest on the fulcrum of the Congress, that the Congress takes center stage when it comes down to opposition unity? These are live visuals that are coming in. An informal meet of sorts right now, followed by a dinner which is going to be hosted by none else but Mr. Sidhu. The Congress is hosting this particular meeting. The first one happened in Patna. Sonia Gandhi in attendance, sitting right next to Sonia Gandhi is Mamata Banerjee. Interesting to note, viewers, Mamata Banerjee is not going to attend the dinner. She's attending this meet, MK Stalin there, but she will not attend the dinner which is hosted after this particular meeting. And of course, tomorrow is going to be the big day. You have Bhagwant Mann, Punjab Chief Minister, addressing the people there. You have Mehbooba Mufti. You have, of course, RJD, Deputy CM, sitting right next to Mehbooba Mufti. Right in the middle, you see that there is, of course, this is Mr. Sidhu. You have Omar Abdullah. But right sitting bang in the middle is Mr. Kharge. Is Congress chairing this meeting? And by chairing this meeting, at least, is one thing seemingly becoming clear. Arvind Kejriwal sitting right next. On one side, you have Uddhav Thackeray. On the other side, you have Lalu Prasad. But is this meeting going to be chaired by the Congress? That's the big question. And if it is it acceptable to all? Sharad Pawar not attending this meeting today. He will be in tomorrow. The reason that Sharad Pawar's faction of the NCP has given for not attending this meeting is that the monsoon session is on, but he's going to be there tomorrow. Mamata Banerjee, again, very, very interesting. She's there for this particular meeting, but she's not going to be there for dinner tonight. And tomorrow, she has a flight out of Bengaluru at 5:30. The joint press conference is going to be held anytime after 4. So just about really after attending the meeting, she's going to be making her way out. These are live shots that are coming in, viewers. All of this will also happen tomorrow on the sidelines of the big NDA meeting. So it's a clash of the meeting of opposition parties at one end, and on the other end, it's the NDA conclave in Delhi. The power list of both factions coming together on a single day. Expect fireworks. Who are the 38 parties in the BJP camp? The 26 parties where the opposition camp is concerned. Seemingly understood right now. Some big stakeholders, some small parties also joining in. But the question that we're going to ask in this bulletin is, viewers, are opposition parties all on board when it comes down to the Congress leading the pack, being the center stage of opposition unity? The big opposition meet round 2. "26 parties set to attend a 2-day conclave. Venue, Bengaluru. Host, Congress. Sonia Gandhi to attend mega meet. Will the meeting be chaired by Kharge? Aam Aadmi Party to attend after Congress ordinance support. TMC brokers peace between AAP and Congress. But Mamata and Pawar do not attend dinner hosted by the Congress. Equal stakeholders or submission to Congress's pivot? Who will lead the Mahagathbandhan? Can Congress be the fulcrum on which rests opposition unity? Will united opposition agree to be led by the Congress? Top focus to the point this evening. Lots of questions there, but also, like I said earlier, it's going to be a clash of conclaves of sorts. At one end in Bengaluru, opposition meeting, and the NDA saying they have 38 parties in its fold meeting tomorrow. Well, at one end, will the opposition agree to be led by the Congress? On the other hand, the matter is settled. It's Narendra Modi, very clearly, who is going to be leading the united pack of the NDA, depending on what those 38 parties are. Let's take those questions to our panelists this evening. Joining me is Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Dr. Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson, Congress. Joining me shortly would be Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, Spokesperson, Samajwadi Party, as well as Khaliqur Rahman, Senior Leader of the BRS. The BRS is not attending either of the meets. Cutting across to Dr. Shama Mohammed first. Dr. Mohammed, at one end, I would reckon that the Congress would have something to smile about. A lot of political parties and leaders that did not want to come to a Congress-run state the first time around agreed to do so this time. Will there be an attempt of sorts to find a common minimum program which seems exceedingly difficult to reach?
Preeti, we have organized this in Bangalore, and as you see, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi is attending it. And of course, we really want to have a united opposition. We see what's happening in this country. I mean, cooperative federalism is gone. Things like, they get so petty. When Anna Bhagya scheme, we were promised rice at 34 rupees per kg by the FCI, and we were about to give it on 12 June, we were promised. 13 June, the government of India says no, and then they auction that rice and say Karnataka's private players cannot buy it. I mean, what is happening in this country? And then you can hear the Prime Minister of India saying NCP is very corrupt, Ajit Pawar is very corrupt, Kirit Somaiya is the one who brought about the case against Ajit Pawar, 70,000 crore irrigation scam according to them. And Mr. Devendra Fadnavis says he will put Mr. Ajit Pawar behind bars. I still remember in 2014. Now that same Ajit Pawar, after 2 weeks, is with them. There's an AD investigation happening. So what we are seeing is that, look at Manipur. Manipur is burning. The Prime Minister of India is not saying even the word. Yesterday, 3 trucks burnt. 2 firing incidents. Still Manipur is burning, but the Prime Minister of India is very busy in France, America, UAE. He doesn't go there. He doesn't even say Manipur. He doesn't call out and say, you know what, my dear people, we want peace there. Nothing. So what is happening? This country is getting destabilized by a Prime Minister who just doesn't care. I remember one particular, this is a party with a difference. And now this BJP has become party with differences because a lot of their second-run leaders are upset. They have a lot of lateral entry coming in, cadre-based party, not able to reach where they want to reach. So I am telling you that the opposition is very united. You can see it today. Many other opposition parties will not attend Patna.
But Dr. Mohammed, like you made a point, okay, you talk about Ajit Pawar, where you had the BJP calling them corrupt. Of course, Ajit Pawar faction is going to be tomorrow in Delhi, but it cuts both ways, madam. And Dr. Mohammed, you also know your Delhi unit has been calling Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party corrupt, especially where the liquor scam is concerned. You've been holding them responsible. You are now breaking bread with Arvind Kejriwal, who's sitting right there. But having said, okay, can I just, what we're going to do is, ma'am, we're going to just open the debate out. So in a lot of ways, it cuts both ways. Where a united opposition is concerned, we still do not know whether there is going to be a united opposition. You have a Mamata Banerjee who's attending the meet right now, but she's skipping the dinner, which is being hosted by Mr. Siddaramaiah. But I want to bring in Guru Paswan into this conversation. Dr. Paswan, interesting that the BJP chooses to have the NDA meet the same time that the Congress has, or the opposition, united opposition hosted by the Congress in Bengaluru is having their meet tomorrow. A tad bit insecure, Dr. Paswan?
Preeti, a very warm good evening to you and all my fellow panelists. I was patiently listening to my friend from the Congress party who made a comment on cooperative federalism, which is a bit rich coming from Congress party that has suspended more than 50 duly elected state governments. In the entire constitutional history of our country, we have seen emergency only once by the same Congress party. We have seen the same Congress party that has feared to go beyond one family. Point number 1. Point number 2 about NDA, let me make this very clear. We are out there on a positive and constructive note. In 2014, India was the 10th largest economy. In our 9 years of governance, India is the 5th largest economy. You look at every single indicator. The IMF has said that the poverty has gone down. The World Bank is constantly praising India. IMF is saying that India is going to be the bright spot in the future.
Right.
But coming back to NDA, I consider NDA, the making of NDA Preeti was an important event in the political history of our country. And I'm sure you would remember Gadbandhan Dharma. This term was introduced to political lexicon, that Gadbandhan is also a dharma, by Bharat Ratna former Prime Minister late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. We are going out there on a positive and constructive agenda. On the contrary, look at what the opposition is doing. In Bihar, what is happening? In Bihar, you have a Mukesh Sahni who has left the Mahagathbandhan. In Bihar, you have a Chirag Paswan who is going to join NDA. In Bihar, you have a Dalit leader, Mahadalit leader, Jitan Ram Manjhi, who has left the Mahagathbandhan. In Bihar, you have Upendra Kushwaha. In Uttar Pradesh, you have Suhail Dev, Bharatiya Samaj Party. So it shows the elitist and the arrogant nature
but
of the
Dr. Guru
Congress
Prakash
Party,
Paswan,
which
as
is
I bring
only
in
meant for only
the
one family.
Samajwadi Party spokesperson into this conversation, I want to ask you one quick question. If all markers are going stupendously well, like you point out, and India is shining and it's the moment there, what's the need of getting those into the fray who you call corrupt and who use the most foulest language for you? Why have the likes of Mr. O.P. Rajbhar? Doesn't that smack of desperation of the BJP, sir, then?
No, we have never compromised on our ideology. If they agree with our ideology of strong India, a resilient India, India which is going to lead the global world order, you are welcome to join us.
Dr. Paswan,
we have space for
the likes of Mr. Majhi, who you just named, the likes of O.P. Rajbhar have gone on record to use language which I can't even articulate right now on national television. And sir, you hail from the same area, so you know better. And tomorrow they are going to be sitting right next to the Prime Minister after having used language which is despicable for him.
No. Preeti, that shows the power of Bharatiya Janata Party. That shows that the Bharatiya Janata Party has emerged as the single most important pole in Indian politics today.
Okay.
Everyone wants to come to Bharatiya Janata Party. Is there a law? Is there a rule? Is there a constitutional embargo on political parties who wish to join an alliance? You cannot allow them to join. If everyone
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But the question, absolutely not. I want to bring in this. Okay, I want to bring in the Samajwadi Party spokesperson. You're right, there is no law there, but let's not hide under the garb that it is on the basis of ideology. It's not on the basis of ideology, sir. It cuts both ways. It's on the basis of politics. The sheer fact that you are going to have the likes of O.P. Rajbhar sitting right next to you, the likes of Ajit Pawar, who till just 2 weeks ago was extremely corrupt. It's politics, and let's not, hide under any charade of calling it ideology. But I want to bring in the Samajwadi Party spokesperson Ghanshyam Tiwari into this conversation. Ghanshyam Tiwari, at least the BJP or the NDA is clear on one agenda. It's under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Is the Samajwadi Party okay with the fact if the Congress leads the Mahagathbandhan or is on the center stage of the Mahagathbandhan?
Good evening, Preeti, to you, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers. Three things stand. One, in 2014, India wanted Achhe Din. We wanted a prime minister. We got a radio. The radio would not listen to anybody, would not respond to price rise, unemployment, his own promises, black money, corruption, the Parivarwad jibe. The fact that the radio shut off the parliament itself because the radio could not respond to his alliance with Adani is shameful for a country like India. So one, the nation wants a vibrant democracy. We want this radio to shut off, and we want a government that is at the center to respond to crises like Manipur. We want a prime minister who can address press, visit Manipur where he has his own government. Forget the splinter groups and the gangs that are joining hands with BJP today. The fact that the Prime Minister and the BJP top brass is unable to meet its own MLAs from Manipur is shameful and shows their belief.
But Dr. Tiwari, I want to bring in the BRS spokesperson, but I'll ask you that question again. Is the Samajwadi Party okay with the fact if the Congress leads the Mahagathbandhan?
When we want to promise the nation a government that will respond to unemployment, a government that will respond to this communal hatred that BJP creates, we want to respond to price rise, the federal structure, the verdicts of Supreme Court. We want to ensure that whoever has come together so far to
But we will not answer. But we will not answer the anchor's question.
We will stick to the common minimum agenda and ensure that a government is elected on the aspirations.
But like I said, we will not answer the anchor's question. I want to bring in, just going to take a quick news break, and then we're going to bring in Ms. Mohammed and Dr. Mohammed and the BRS spokesperson into the conversation. The news we are breaking: Chirag Paswan has joined the NDA after meeting Amit Shah. Expected lines there. Dr. Paswan, congratulations. That's one of the 38 parties that are you're getting into the fray, of course, with whatever little Chirag Paswan brings. That's the latest news break that we're getting in, viewers. Chirag Paswan has joined the NDA after meeting Amit Shah. These visuals coming in a short while ago. Congratulations, Dr. Paswan. You have a new NDA partner. But I want to cut across right now as we go into this news break to Mr. Rahman from the BRS. Mr. Rahman, where is it that the BRS stands? Tomorrow, you're not going to be there in Bengaluru. You were not there in Patna. You refused to share the dais with the Congress party. If push comes to shove, where does the BRS stand?
BRS stands independently, and we have made it very clear right from the day one that we would be maintaining the equidistance with both the BJP and the Congress party. And our stand is very clear, because as for the 31 or 26 opposition parties which are meeting in Bangalore today, whatever the number is, they have absolutely no agenda except, defeating only one party or opposing one leader. But what is important actually here in the country is, because, if we want to defeat someone, then there has to be some developmental agenda which we have to present before the nation. And we are very clear on that, because Telangana in this last 9 years, we have...
But Mr. Rahman, you're in a bit of a quandary. You're trying to defeat the Prime Minister, the BJP on a national level, at least ideology-wise. In your state, you're trying to defeat the Congress. So therefore, you really don't know where you stand, where it comes down to joining hands with either or.
No, we are very clear. We know where we stand today. We know where we stand. We are standing on our principles. We are standing on our development. And that's what we want to present it before the
Dr. Mohammed,
people
how
of
do
the
you
country.
see... Okay. Dr. Mohammed, how do you see, your whole entire, the optics are coming in. The poster at the back right now says, United we stand. We'll play those visuals out. But having said that, you have a Mamata Banerjee present in the meet, not attending the dinner hosted by you, which is Mr. Siddaramaiah, because you're the host. De facto, also Miss Sonia Gandhi. You don't have a Sharad Pawar there. You have an Aam Aadmi Party extremely cagey of being on the same dais. Of course, they're there right now because you gave them support where the ordinance is in question. So lots of loose ends, especially where your leadership is concerned.
Preeti, they are there in the meeting. You can see them. Now, somebody might not want to attend a dinner. Maybe they want to have a soup and sleep, or they're tired or whatever. So there could be a number of reasons why people don't attend dinners. I mean, you're there in the meeting. I understand if you said they're not there in the meeting. Now, I might not sometimes attend dinners because I want to have a soup and I don't want to eat something heavy or have some other excuse or some other reasons. So there can be reasons for not happening. Now, having said that, the point about AAP and NCP, which he took up, that is the Manish Sisodia is in jail. There's an investigation happening in the liquor scam. Nobody is saying anything about it. The person involved is in jail. What I'm trying to tell you is, in the irrigation scam, it was initiated by Devendra Fadnavis. It was called Kirit Somaya morning, day and night. Not only he called out him, but he also called out Narayan Rane, all these people. Now, what I'm saying, whoever is corrupt should go behind bars. But what happens is the ED investigation, which was happening on Chhagan Bhujbal, on Ajit Pawar, suddenly will stop. That is the problem. You need to continue the investing. Now, somebody came out in 2014 and said, na khaunga, na khane dunga. And he keeps saying that the Congress party is corrupt, the Congress party. Now, you have to give evidence of our corruption, one. And number two, I only know one leader who's been convicted. Let me tell you, convicted for corruption is Yediyurappa. And then you make him your CM. So what is Modi saying? Okay. People of the country are not fools. See, stop fooling the Indian people. They know that Modi lies from morning to night, because what is this party? Then he keeps saying about emergency and he keeps saying about what happened before. But you have said that you're a party with a difference. Do you want to follow what happened before? Do you want a new India and what your party? So you're not a party with a difference. You just don't care about India. What you care about is only about winning. So, for example, LJP.
But what's wrong in that?
You said Chirag Paswan. Chirag Paswan is nothing. They broke up LJP. Chirag Paswan just wants to win and become a minister. That's about it. So he joined it. There's no other option for a Chirag Paswan. Who's going to take a Chirag Paswan? What does he have? The other part of the party is with his uncle. So this is what they do. They break parties. Remember, when the UPA was there, No alliance partner was broken. We used to listen to them and we respected our alliance partners. They broke the Shiv Sena. Akali Dal is not there anymore. LJP was broken by them. All the alliance partners.
All right.
So they're saying there are these
But Dr. Mohammed, this politics, like you said, and what Chirag Paswan brings a sizable Dalit support base for the Bharatiya Janata Party, like Mr. O.P. Rajbhar, who brings a sizable OBC base. And therefore, Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, why must we hide behind the charade of ideology, you know, where you have enough evidence, history stands testimony of there has been no bonhomie, especially where ideology is concerned. What's so wrong in suggesting that this is politics and it makes perfect sense right now?
No, ask him about na khaunga, na khane dunga.
Those questions Dr. Mohammed, those questions have been asked. The first question was that. The first question was that. Dr. Paswan, please go ahead.
Preeti, I hope you would give me the same courtesy that
Yes,
you
sir,
extend
go
to the
ahead.
Congress spokesperson. I think for a leader whose party is out on a bail, for a party whose leaders are out on bail, National Herald scheme, who is on bail? It is Mr. Rahul Gandhi, it is Madam
Can I
Sonia
just get
Gandhi,
Dr.
who are out
Paswan,
on
please?
bail. I will not, Preeti, I think this was an opportunity for me. Let me speak. I did not speak a single word when Madam from the Congress Party was speaking.
Sir,
we
you
have
are,
a different
we
sanskar and
only
we are
have,
showing
yeah.
our
Sir,
sanskar
please
on the
make your
television.
point. Can I just get Dr. Paswan? Just make your point, sir.
No, this won't work like this, Preeti. You gave Madam Mohammed uninterrupted time, and I expect the same from you. I did not expect more from you. So you have to understand, for a party whose leaders are out on bail, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is out on bail. You forgot the name of Mr. Lalu Yadav, who was convicted. You conveniently forgot everyone. You ignore Dalit votes. Obviously, for Chirag Paswan, you don't matter anyone. For the first time in our history, madam, for the first time in our history, an Adivasi was made the President of India. An Adivasi ki beti was sent to the highest constitutional position in the country for the first time, and you oppose tooth and nail. This shows the real feudal character of the Congress party. India is the 5th largest economy. We don't care. We are hosting G20. We don't care. We are hosting Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We don't care. The IMF says that the extreme poverty is down to 1%. We don't care. This is the real arrogant and the feudal mindset of the Congress party. But the people of India, you have this mindset, you have this attitude that anyone can fool the people of India. The people of India are far more intelligent than all of us combined on this panel. And they have made it very clear in 2014. They have made it very clear in 2019 in all the state elections. Even from Amethi, your clown prince was ousted. But what happened to them? You have to understand the real feudal and arrogance characteristic of the Congress party is out in the open.
All right, okay. Miss Dr. Mohammed, 10 seconds to respond and then I'm going to close the show. Go ahead.
You know, what he keeps on saying about, I've asked him number of times, who is the convicted politician in the Congress party? You cannot keep saying we're corrupt.
Who is Mr. Lalu?
You have a convicted leader, Yediyurappa. He was convicted in 2011.
All right, we're going to keep getting into this debate. With your permission, may I please bow out? I appreciate all our panelists for joining us. I hope to have you back soon tomorrow. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments as they take place because, like I said, it's going to be a clash of conclaves. At one, what is happening in Bengaluru already started. The other, the NDA is meeting tomorrow. 26 parties where the opposition is concerned, 38. 38 very clear about the fact who's leading them, who's Prime Minister Modi. The 26th there, will they let Congress take the lead? We don't know. And we're going to keep you informed. A quick break. Up next, Rahul Gandhi.
Greece closed its ancient Acropolis during the hottest part of the day on Friday to protect tourists from temperatures which soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And in Italy, meteorologists are calling the next phase of the heat wave Charon, a reference to the ferryman of the souls of the dead in Greek mythology. So, just how bad is it? The European Space Agency, whose satellites monitor land and sea temperatures, warned that Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and Poland all face extreme conditions. Temperatures could break Europe's current record, 119 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded in Sicily in August 2021. The impact from extreme summer heat has been brought into focus by a new study. It says as many as 61,000 people may have died from the sweltering heat across Europe last summer. Record temperatures are expected in parts of southern Europe next week. Johan Ballester is a professor at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. He says France has learned lessons from a deadly 2003 heat wave that others should follow.
Hi ha mesures que són relativament barates, com per exemple coordinar.
There are measures that are relatively cheap, like, for example, coordinating public entities. Also, doing a census of vulnerable populations and coordinating them through public services can be relatively cheap.
Però hi ha mesures molt més cares, com per exemple el redisseny de les ciutats.
But there are much more expensive measures, like, for example, the redesign of cities to improve housing conditions.
Doctors say poorer elderly people with existing health problems are most at risk. Angel Abad is from the Office of Sustainable Development at Madrid's La Paz Hospital.
Most have a low socioeconomic background, and we know that in these cases, people who don't have air conditioning are more vulnerable. They face a higher risk and higher mortality upon arriving at an emergency ward.
India's largest pharmaceutical company is making a strong comeback after a significant decline in profit in 2018. With an impressive turnaround, Sun Pharma has achieved its highest ever consolidated revenue of Rs 43,279 crores in the financial year 2023. I have a very special guest joining us today, Mr. Dilip Shanghvi, the Managing Director of Sun Pharma. Remarkable turnaround, Mr. Shanghvi. I would like to ask you how the company is experiencing growth and which areas you are currently focusing on.
Our focus in the business always has been that each of our business should focus on improving its performance over what it did last year. So if I look at our major businesses, that would be our business in India, our business, branded business in the US, generic business, both in US, also in Europe, then our business in emerging markets, then our business in Japan and other countries. So I am expecting each of this business to be able to do better than what they did last year. And I think it's only because we keep on improving consistently year after year that we will continue to grow faster than the industry. At the same point of time, we also make R&D investments in such a way that some of them produce short-term returns, some of them produce mid-term return. And when long-term returns start, I think it is when the step change in terms of company's growth happens. So we've been making large investment in specialty business over last 5 years. So we have kind of at a position where it will start contributing to profitability and future growth of the company in a much more meaningful way. So I think I see a brighter future for Sun as well as the other pharmaceutical companies.
The 2024 Lok Sabha elections closing in, a bigger and refurbished National Democratic Alliance is in the works. In a big boost to the BJP-led alliance in the politically crucial state of Uttar Pradesh, Om Prakash Rajbhar-led Sohail Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party has returned to the NDA fold. Rajbhar, who enjoys the support of a section of the backwards in the state of Uttar Pradesh, met Home Minister Amit Shah and expressed confidence that the NDA will sweep all 80 Lok Sabha seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the upcoming elections.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी और देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी और उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस लड़ाई में हम लोगों को साथ उन्होंने लिया है.
Opposition parties slammed Rajbhar for ditching its erstwhile ally, the Samajwadi Party, and playing a political opportunist.
देखिए, ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी की बातों का कोई भरोसा नहीं. कल तक वो बहन मायावती जी को प्रधानमंत्री बना रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि मर जाऊंगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नहीं जाऊंगा. तो क्या हुआ आखिर ओम प्रकाश राजभर जी का? क्या श्री अमित शाह जी से बहन मायावती जी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए गए हैं?
5 दिन पहले वो भोपाल में बोलते हैं कि ये 70,000 के घोटालेबाज जेल जाएंगे, और 5-6 दिन बाद वही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की भाजपा उनको जेल की जगह मंत्रिमंडल में भेज देती. तो ये सत्ता का दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ.
The development comes 2 days ahead of a key NDA meet of all the alliance partners in the national capital on Tuesday. Meghalaya and Nagaland Chief Ministers Conrad Sagma and Nifui Rio, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Ajit Pawar, alongside the other heads of the NDA parties, all have confirmed their presence. BJP Chief JP Nadda has also invited Chirag Paswan to attend the NDA meeting, calling his LJP party an important part of the NDA. The development is seen as BJP outreach to Chirag Paswan to bring him back into the NDA fold after he left the alliance in Bihar in 2020.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का पत्र जरूर हम लोग को प्राप्त हुआ है. आज पार्टी के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठक कर अंतिम निर्णय उसी में लिया जाएगा कि इस बैठक में लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास जाएगी नहीं जाएगी. पर हाँ, समय समय पर हम लोगों ने हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का साथ दिया है.
Meanwhile, in the state of Karnataka, BJP also reached out to the former MP H.D. Devegowda to seek support of his party for the NDA.
ಮತ್ತು JDS ನಾಯಕರ ವರಿಷ್ಠ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಫಲಶ್ರುತಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ.
The BJP has also extended an olive branch to its erstwhile ally, the Akali Dal, to return to its fold. The upcoming NDA meet and the expansion plan comes amid the opposition's efforts to forge unity in a show of strength to take on Narendra Modi government in next year's Lok Sabha elections. Bureau Report, India Today.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by
Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Can the opposition parties show unity of purpose and come together in a meaningful manner against the Modi government? Or will this attempt at opposition unity come apart because of internal contradictions? That's my top focus on the news track.
"26 parties. One mission, Modi Hatao. Second big opposition meet in 2 months. But who will lead this Gathbandhan? Modi versus who in 2024? Big focus on News Track.
In a moment from now, we'll go across live to Bengaluru where this big opposition unity meeting is being held. Before that, here are the headlines. 38 NDA allies to meet in Delhi tomorrow. Chirag Paswan back with the BJP. JP Nadda hits out at the United Opposition meeting, calls it a coalition of the corrupt. Centre tells the Supreme Court that the Delhi ordinance will be tabled in the monsoon session of Parliament, accuses the Kejriwal government of taking excise scam files illegally and harassing vigilance officers. Another Tamil Nadu minister under ED scanner after Senthil Balaji, Ponmudi and his son raided in a money laundering case. 70 lakh rupees of cash recovered from their house. Stalin cries vendetta. India Today accesses Delhi police charge sheet against Braj Bhushan. Testimonies of wrestlers reveal harassment horror. India Today was the first to show image proof against Braj Bhushan. UP anti-terrorism squad grills Pakistani national Seema Haidar, who allegedly entered India after falling in love over a mobile game PUBG. ATS investigating Seema's 6 mobile phones and documents. "26 opposition parties have gathered in Bengaluru with a mission to unite against the BJP in 2024. When they met last in Patna, soon after the NCP was split, the whole idea behind coming together and having the second Gathbandhan meeting in 2 months is to suggest that despite what happened with the NCP in Mumbai, the opposition still has the wherewithal to come together to form a common agenda against the Modi government. Tomorrow, these opposition parties will sit and start chalking out their strategy and future course of action. Right now, there's a dinner going on in Bengaluru at the Taj Westin Hotel. Tomorrow is also when 38 NDA allies will be meeting in the capital. India Today's political bureau decodes the mega power play.
Bengaluru decked up for a potential unified opposition. The streets of the southern IT hub lined with posters, cutouts of netas from an array of anti-BJP parties. From the east to the west, the north to down south. 26 political parties attending the 2-day brainstorming in the Congress-ruled Karnataka.
I always tell that joining together is the beginning, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. This is not an individual political party meeting. It is shaping this country for the future of 140 crores people.
The Bengaluru huddle comes almost 2 months after the opposition parties came together for their first big meeting at Patna. Speculations put to rest about Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal's participation, with Congress pledging support to his party over the Delhi ordinance, the Delhi chief minister responding in kind with his attendance at the Bengaluru meeting. NCP leaders Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule joining the formal opposition deliberations in Bengaluru scheduled for Tuesday. Insiders tell India Today the meeting will discuss plans to work out a common minimum program for the proposed opposition alliance in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Subcommittees likely to be set up for drafting the CMP and joint campaign plans. Discussions expected over seat sharing on a state-to-state basis. A new name for the proposed unified alliance may also be considered.
नेताओं से भी बड़ी बात यह है कि लोग साथ आए और लोग साथ आ रहे हैं। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग साथ आ गए, पंजाब की 3 करोड़ आबादी साथ आ गई। अब लोग जुड़ते जा रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये दृश्य सताता है।
On its part, the BJP has described the opposition meeting as a coming together of vested interests.
न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है। यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है। स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है।
Barring some still missing from the anti-BJP camp in Bengaluru, the two-day event being billed as a full house show of opposition strength. An informal gathering on Monday evening followed by dinner at the hotel venue in Bengaluru. The formal discussion begin Tuesday with an address by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. A joint press conference is scheduled after the conclusion of the meeting. Once fractious and in mutual competition for political space, the opposition parties seems to have closed ranks for a pre-poll pact, at least for now. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's National Affairs editor Rahul Srivastav is live in Bengaluru. He's reporting on this opposition unity meeting. Rahul, as somebody who's observed Indian politics for the better part of 3 decades now, what have you picked up from the Taj Hotel where this meeting is taking place? What are the big ticket takeaways likely from Bengaluru?
Rahul, one very critical word came from one of the senior leaders in the meeting. He said कि अभी मिलना शुरू हो गया है, दिल मिलना बाकी है. Now then he went on to explain that what Narendra Modi today has and the BJP has chemistry and an established arithmetic, whereas this meeting, the second in a row from Patna on June 23rd, could be a beginning of an arithmetic. Now what he explained is that the total number of leaders, 26 odd parties, the total number of MPs these parties command is close to 170, 175. That means more than 370 MPs, constituencies, are still out of this opposition unity index. That's where lies the catch. That they have to first scale up their arithmetic and then find something that creates the chemistry against Narendra Modi. But nevertheless, what they are counting are the pluses which have emerged. Mamata Banerjee and others who are not ready to meet in a Congress-ruled state are here in Bengaluru, which had hosted 1988 the meeting of the entire Janata Parivar, which came together to form the Janata Dal, which vanquished Rajiv Gandhi in 89. 1971, the slogan Indira Hatao Desh Bachao emerged from Bangalore. So it's got some pluses for the Congress. Congress at least has made people convinced that it needs to be at the center of any opposition unity effort. If you see the poster holding behind me, it's again a very interesting study. Mamata Banerjee and Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja, NC and PDP leaders together. Now, these are people who fight locally but are ready to come together nationally. But the Congress is showing certain amount of flexibility to remain at the center of this opposition unity, saying, for example, a nuanced yes to supporting Aam Aadmi Party as far as the Delhi ordinance is concerned. But inside, I think a lot needs to be done, Rahul. I'm told very clearly by many leaders now, Rahul, that everybody is talking about a common minimum program. They are saying that's not happening. After a government is formed, there could be a common agenda for governance. But till then, for the election, a subcommittee is likely to decide only, which is called common issues to raise against the Narendra Modi government. So a possibility of a common minimum program, say between a Mamata Banerjee and Sitaram Yechuri, is totally ruled out. So that's where lies the catch, that if a common minimum program is so difficult, a common leader will be very difficult, and a common candidate yet more difficult.
In the midst of all of this, for the second time in 2 days, Ajit Pawar has met with Sharad Pawar in Mumbai. And I want to go across to Sahil Joshi, Maharashtra Bureau Chief. Yes.